On the day of the official performance, Song Shuxian arrived at the military gate where Wei Jiangwo was already waiting. Wei Jiangwo casually picked up two chubby kids who were walking slowly and asked Song Shuxian, "Are you cold?" "It's been getting colder these days." Song Shuxian was wearing her special winter coat, which was made of wind-resistant fabric on the outside and lined with wolf fur, with cotton in between. She was afraid of the cold, so she wore a long coat that reached her calves, thick boots on her feet, and a lace foam hat on her head. "I'm not cold. I think I'm the warmest one in the whole family compound." She felt a bit embarrassed saying that. In her 20 years, she had never worn such an ugly outfit. Here, she didn't dare to take out her nice coats. Wei Jiangwo still felt uneasy, so he touched her hand to make sure it wasn't cold before he relaxed. Inside the venue, Tiantian had already saved a spot, saying, "Xiao Xian over here." Wei Jiangwo took her over and reminded Tiantian, "There will be a lot of people today, so please help take care of her." Once he left, Tiantian asked, "Are you cold?" "It's colder today. It's okay. Look at what I'm wearing. I might be the ugliest in the whole family compound." Song Shuxian's outfit was made by someone Wei Jiangwo found for her, and it really lacked any sense of beauty. The only good thing about it was that it was warm enough. Tiantian didn't know how to comment on the outfit. It was just too ugly. She said, "It is ugly, but it's warm. Many people in the compound envy how warm you are. Besides, compared to the whole compound, your outfit isn't that bad." "Okay, I can only comfort myself like this. When I left home, I saw Ainin and Lele's clothes, and then I looked at mine. I suddenly felt like I'm such a devoted mother, giving all the nice clothes to the kids." The two best friends hadn't seen each other for a while. When they met, they loved to chat and joke around. The three kids nearby were the same way. Sihu went to daycare with his mom every day. After winter started, Ainin and Lele stayed home with Song Shuxian. The three kids chattered away, not making much sense. Soon, the venue was filled with people, and the performance began. A male and female host took the stage, saying, "Dear leaders, beloved comrades and military wives, Happy New Year to everyone." Snow dances to celebrate the prosperous era, and the fragrance of plum blossoms welcomes the new year. At this beautiful moment of bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new, we gather together. Now, I declare that the New Year performance by the art troupe officially begins. The first program is a chorus. The sea navigation relies on the helmsman. This was a chorus with 5 men and 5 women. As the performers sang, the passionate melody swept through the entire venue like a surging wave. Their voices were bright and strong, as if they could pierce the sky and reach the hearts of the audience. Every note was filled with power, like a burning fire igniting the passion within people's hearts. At that moment, Song Shuxian's understanding of the art troupe became clear. Before, her knowledge of the troupe was only from what others said, and she even thought such a military unit was unnecessary. Now she realized her narrow-mindedness. The following excerpt from The White-Haired Girl vividly depicted the tragic experiences of poor farmer Yang Bailao and his daughter Shir through dance. It was heart-wrenching, and many military wives were moved to tears. The red detachment of women brought everyone's emotions to a climax, filling them with fighting spirit. Many kids said they wanted to be soldiers when they grew up, just like their dads. Song Shuxian's favorite was the peacock dance, a Dai ethnic dance. The music was beautiful, featuring instruments she had never encountered before, and she thought she might learn them someday. The dance was lively, resembling a proud peacock. Ainin and Lele's favorite was taking Tiger Mountain by strategy, which had a tense and thrilling plot that kept them on the edge of their seats, as if they were fighting alongside the soldiers in a snowy forest. When the performance ended, Song Shuxian's hands were red from clapping. The performers were truly skilled. Next came the performances by the soldiers and military wives. One military wife's mountain song stunned everyone, and even the leaders of the art troupe appreciated her talent and wanted to nurture her. This was her first time seeing such a performance, and her heart was stirred, filled with passion. If there were any bad guys around, she would have wanted to confront them. Ainin, Lele, and Sihu were so excited they were jumping around and hugging each other. Tiantian said, "The person in charge of this performance is really impressive. The program was well arranged." Song Shuxian agreed. Indeed, the program had a good rhythm, with ups and downs that kept the audience's emotions in sync. Through the performances, they conveyed the theme of iron-blooded glory and warmth. Wei Jiangwo finished his work early and came to pick them up. "How was it? Was it good?" Song Shuxian praised the performance again. "What surprised me the most was the military wife from our compound. Her stage presence was very steady, and she didn't seem nervous at all. With so many people watching, she even greeted us. I wouldn't have dared to do that. I'd probably be frozen up there." Ainin and Lele each hugged one of Wei Jiangwo's legs, climbing up, saying, "Dad, you're amazing. And Dad, you're a hero." They even gave him a kiss each. In an instant, Wei Jiangwo received many envious glances. Who wouldn't want to be admired by their kids like that? Looking at Wei Jiangwo's two sons and then at her own mischievous child who had already run off, she could only keep telling herself, "Don't be upset. Don't be upset. Getting angry is bad for my health." Among them, the one who envied the most was Zhang Hongjun. Almost 30, he also wanted his own children. In the midst of all the gazes, Song Shuxian felt someone looking at her with malice. She turned around and saw one of the actresses staring at her. She tugged on Wei Jiangwo's hand, signaling him to look. Wei Jiangwo was much more perceptive than Song Shuxian. He pretended not to notice, wanting to investigate who else was interested in his wife, to spare her from worrying. Unexpectedly, this person made it obvious. "Don't be nervous. I've got this. I'll find out who it is," he said, ready to confront whoever was being disrespectful. Seeing his reaction, Song Shuxian knew he misunderstood, probably thinking it was someone from the Song family or the research institute. She didn't bother to explain. Let him think what he wants. Wei Jiangwo handles things very directly. So directly that he went to find Captain Zhang. He explained the problems he has been facing lately and said that the other party's intentional approach has affected his daily work. He also stated that he is married and will be as loyal to his family as he is to his country. Of course, he did not reveal who the other party was and shared no information about them. Besides Wei Jiangwo, other soldiers and family members have also reported issues during this time. The leaders, Captain Zhang and Political Commissar Sihu, were aware of the concerns in the family compound but did not take them seriously, thinking discipline was not just for show. At this moment, the two leaders realized the seriousness of the problem. Political Commissar Sihu spoke gently and went to meet the person in charge of the recent performance. When they met, Political Commissar Sihu made small talk and subtly mentioned the recent events. Sihu noted that their side consisted of young men full of energy, worried that they might lose their focus and make mistakes. However, despite the gentle approach, both sides understood the meaning. The leader's face turned pale. It was embarrassing, very embarrassing. She had never felt so humiliated in her time in the military. She had no doubt about Political Commissar Sihu's words. She knew what her subordinates were like. But the situation was special now. She couldn't take action against those few individuals. If it weren't for that, she would have kicked them out. A few bad apples spoiled the whole batch. So, after the performance ended, she took her team and left in a hurry after just one day of rest. Song Shuxian was unaware of all this. She was busy preparing things for the upcoming spring festival with the children. In the county town, the two kids each held a dog, excitedly taking in everything around them. It was a lively scene different from the family compound. Song Shuxian followed behind, watching the two kids. As soon as they entered the Public Security Bureau, they attracted quite a bit of attention. Two short kids walking two large adult dogs created a striking visual. A young man wanted to come over and say hello, but before he got close, Lightning let out a warning growl, telling him to stay away. Song Shuxian quickly intervened. "Lightning, sit. I'm owing you sit too. Don't be nervous, comrade. They are trained and won't bite. I'm looking for Tiantian." As soon as Tiantian heard that two kids were walking two dogs, she guessed it was them and rushed out. She gave Song Shuxian a big hug. The two had agreed to go shopping for New Year supplies together. At the supply and marketing cooperative, it was crowded. Tiantian and Song Shuxian each held a child and stood across from the cooperative, stunned by the scene. Most of the shoppers were elderly people, those who usually complained about headaches from doing chores at home. Now, they were all crowded at the entrance, pushing and shoving as if the items inside were free. They could still hear the salespeople inside shouting, "Don't push. There's enough for everyone." The two looked at each other, hesitant to go in. They had been standing there for 10 minutes, hoping to wait for the crowd to thin out. An aunt who had just finished shopping noticed them and couldn't help but come over to advise them. "Girls, it's always like this here. There's never a time when it's not crowded. It will stay like this until New Year's Eve. If you want to buy something, you have to push in. Let me teach you a trick. When you go in, shout that someone dropped their money. While everyone is looking down, quickly push your way in. This method works every time. If I didn't see how cute the kids you're holding are, I wouldn't bother telling you. Don't spread this around."
Song Shuxian. Tiantian.
Auntie, you're amazing. You thought of such a good trick. Of course. In life, you can't just rely on brute force. You have to be clever about it, the aunt said proudly. After exchanging a few more compliments, the aunt left happily. Song Shuxian and Tiantian remained like two statues, watching everything in front of them. They simply didn't have the courage to join in. The two kids were very interested in the scene, not understanding much, but finding the ants amusing. "Mom, we want to go over there too." Song Shuxian reluctantly looked at her own thin arms and legs, tightening her grip on the child. "Son, Mommy might not be able to do it. How about waiting for Daddy's day off? You can let him bring you here?" "Okay, we'll let Daddy take us." Song Shuxian and Tiantian exchanged a knowing glance and turned to leave. It's okay if they don't get New Year supplies. They can just urge the cooperative to sell more. Tiantian sighed, saying that nothing is difficult in this world as long as one is willing to give up. Seeing that it was almost time, they appeared at the state-run restaurant. This was the first time the two kids had been to a restaurant, their little eyes darting around curiously. Considering that there were many things the kids couldn't eat, Song Shuxian ordered dumplings for them and chose sweet and sour pork and 3 delicacies for herself. "The chef's skills are really good. I've tried many times but can't replicate this flavor," Tiantian said while eating. Song Shuxian washed the kids' hands and took out their special small bowls and spoons. "You two need to pay attention. You can only eat what's in your bowls. If you want something, just call Mommy. If it falls out, don't eat it, so try not to drop anything." Once she confirmed that the kids understood, she began to eat. Nowadays, every family treasures their boys, especially twins. In the public's view, the priority should be to feed the children first, while the adults can eat whatever is left. Many aunts and older sisters pointed at Song Shuxian, thinking she was not a good mother. Song Shuxian pretended not to notice, and enjoyed her meal with Tiantian. Cunning and Lele behaved very well, knowing there were some things they were too young to eat and that they could have them when they grew up. So, they were satisfied with just tasting a bit. But being kids, their eyes kept drifting toward the sweet and sour pork. This made the aunts and older sisters feel sorry for them, wanting to come over and feed them. However, Tiantian and Song Shuxian were happily eating on their own. Some wanted to say something, but Tiantian was in her police uniform, and Song Shuxian was dressed nicely, clearly not ordinary people. At that time, the common folk were still quite afraid of officials. No one dared to approach. After the meal, seeing that it was still early, the two took the kids to watch a movie, The Shining Red Star, which tells the story of the young protagonist, Pan Zedong, who grows into a qualified soldier while outsmarting enemies in a harsh environment. Cunning and Lele watched with bright eyes, repeatedly saying they wanted to be heroes. Song Shuxian let them be. Having lived in this era for so long, she realized that for people wanting to achieve something, joining the army or working in a factory were two relatively easy paths. Given the environment the two kids grew up in and Wei Jiangwo's connections, joining the army was a good choice. Song Shuxian was also raising them with this in mind. If the kids grow up and have other ideas, they will have to decide for themselves. Song Shuxian was never one to follow the rules. After reading so many foreign books from her magic gourd, she increasingly felt that this era would not last forever, so she thought deeply about it. Everyone is the master of their own life. Those who try to control others' lives will ultimately hurt themselves and others, even if that other person is their own child. Getting off track at this moment, she was waiting for a vehicle with the two kids. They had come on a supply truck. When they arrived, Wei Jiangwo was already waiting there. Seeing them empty-handed surprised him a bit. This wasn't his wife's style. Wife, what happened? The supply and marketing cooperative was packed. Tiantian and I watched for a long time at the entrance and just didn't have the courage to push in. Wei Jiangwo smiled knowingly, no problem. Just write a list and I'll buy it. Happy and peaceful, Mom is going to write couplets. You two call Dad over to help. Wei Jiangwo ground the ink while Song Shuqian wrote. This had become their habit. During the spring festival, the whole family had to be together. Song Shuqian picked up the brush and wrote beautifully. The landscape is beautiful. Spring brings color. The country is peaceful. Blessings fill the door, with the horizontal inscription prosperous and harmonious. Wei Jiangwo set aside what she had written, planning to hang them up later. Looking at the people around her, Song Shuqian wrote again. Laughter and joy bring family happiness. Good fortune fills the home. Sweet years. With the horizontal inscription, harmony abounds. The couple exchanged glances. This was exactly what they wished for. The two children insisted on writing too. Song Shuqian put ink on their palms, allowing them to leave handprints on the couplets, so they could participate as well. As long as they could join in, Lele was satisfied. Anin looked up at his mom. Mom, I want to write. Song Shuqian let him stand on a small stool, held his hand, and wrote, a prosperous country and a thriving people sing of a great era. Harmony and good governance celebrate a splendid year. Watching the words form, Anin found it amazing, Mom. I want to learn. You can, but you're too small right now. Your wrist isn't strong enough.
When you're 4, I'll teach you.
Not just you, your brother will learn too. Anin didn't know how big 4 years old was, but he remembered to remind his mom when the time came. After hanging the couplets, they went to find Sihu and headed out to celebrate the new year. In the family compound, it was all about the excitement. No matter how relationships were normally, during the new year, children visiting would receive a handful of treats, and closer relationships would even get red envelopes. The 3 children wore matching bright red jackets, made from scraps of fabric by Song Shuqian, featuring 3 differently styled tigers. Each carried a small turtle backpack, looking like 3 little ducks from afar. They walked wobbly, which was very amusing. Wei Jiangwo and Lu Xingua followed behind, watching from a distance. I heard from Sihu that your 2 kids have started their education? Lu Xingua was shocked. It seemed too harsh for a wealthy family to start teaching children at just 2 years old. Not really education. Their mom tells them various stories, and after a couple of times, she has them tell the stories back to me. The 3 of them even hold storytelling competitions, and I act as the judge. She also teaches them to recognize things around them, like tables, chairs, fruits, and vegetables. Other than that, they just play, making wind chimes from shells, crafting small animals, and using collected leaves and sticks to create whatever they can think of. Wei Jiangwo truly didn't see this as education. His wife had said that the kids were still young, and it was enough for them to eat and play well. Storytelling was just a bonus. His wife disliked the cold in winter and the heat in summer, preferring to stay indoors, using it as a way to entertain the kids. Of course, he wouldn't say that. His wife's reputation was paramount. Lu Xingua was still a bit curious. Can such young kids really remember stories? What stories do they know? Recently, they've been telling Journey to the West. Before that, there was Pengu Creates the World, Nua Repairs the Sky, and various stories from children's books. Lately, they've really enjoyed Little Soldier Zhangga. Lu Xingua glanced at Wei Jiangwo but didn't dare to ask what the entire Journey to the West was about. He only knew about the part with the white bone demon after joining the army. Lu Xingua held back his curiosity, deciding not to push the topic further. Even with a good relationship, it was too much to put someone in an awkward position. He could only comfort himself that Sihu was already in preschool, starting off at a higher level than most kids. When did he realize the gap? When Wei Jiangwo was promoted to deputy regiment leader. Before, Lu Xinghua and Wei Jiangwo were both battalion leaders, equally matched and very familiar with each other. Afterward, Wei Jiangwo learned more and more, often holding teaching materials and reviewing them repeatedly. His training and combat methods became increasingly varied, though he himself didn't notice. Of course, Lu Xinghua felt a bit envious. His own progress was significant too. Training with his wife had improved his skills, and he dared to say that in an entire military district, he had no rivals in individual combat except for Wei Jiangwo. The three little ones encountered other short kids, and the parents following behind had become 5, all fellow soldiers, and they had plenty to talk about. The little ones loved Anin and Lele's turtle backpacks and wanted to touch them. Each can only touch once. Hands must be clean to touch. Line up. Anin and Lele held back Sihu, preventing the other kids from touching the backpacks. The adults watching were entertained, thinking their kids were the best. Look how well-behaved they are. However, mischievous kids existed everywhere. A chubby little boy grabbed Lele's backpack, trying to snatch it. Lele refused and pushed him away. Lele, being younger, fell down. The adults watching found the commotion amusing, thinking it was normal for kids to play rough, and even gathered to comment on it. Anin and Sihu couldn't stand by any longer and went to confront the chubby boy. That boy was 5 years old. The three of them were still small, and even 3 against 1 they lost. Anin turned to the other kids. Whoever helps can borrow the backpack. Suddenly, all the kids rushed over to gang up on the chubby boy. Like a game of stacking, they piled on top of him. The watching adults quickly intervened, separating the kids. The chubby boy's dad mockingly scolded him. "Look at you lost. Are you going to keep stealing from others? If your dad weren't here today, you'd be in trouble. In the future, if you see something you like, ask to borrow it. Stealing will get you punished." The boy, who hadn't cried before, suddenly burst into loud sobs, feeling wronged, especially since his dad had seen him get bullied. Anin and Lele were held by their dad, watching the chubby boy, confused as to why he was crying when they were the ones being bullied. It didn't make sense. Other kids were also held by their dads, continuing to visit other homes for New Year greetings. The children carefully observed, noticing their dads weren't angry, so they insisted on going down to play. Anin, being trustworthy, took the backpacks he and Lele had and offered to share. He even asked Wei Jiangwo for help. "Dad, 5 minutes each." "You mean each person can carry it for 5 minutes, right?" "Yes." "Who should go first?" Wei Jiangwo wanted to test him, Anin began organizing the line, the first, second, third, in the exact order of who had helped earlier. Though there were 2 mistakes in the middle, it didn't matter. It was already impressive enough for the adults. For such young kids to manage this was quite rare. Wei Jiangwo gained a bit of envy. Lu Xinghua again held back his words, realizing there was no proper way to ask others to educate their kids. In 1971, the Song family's New Year's Eve dinner was very lively. The couple prepared a hot pot, as usual. The adults enjoyed a spicy broth while the 2 children had a traditional copper pot for cooking meat. The lamb was bought by Wei Jiangwo during a work trip to Inner Mongolia. Everyone in the family loved it. The meat was tender and flavorful, without any gamey taste. It melted in the mouth, especially when dipped in sesame sauce, which was simply delicious. It's worth mentioning that the sesame sauce was made by Wei Jiangwo and the 2 kids using a small stone grinder, containing only sesame and peanuts. It was particularly fragrant. Song Shuqian liked to add a bit of sesame sauce to everything she made. The meal was very rich in ingredients. There was lamb, squid, frozen tofu, various mushrooms, vegetables, duck blood, shrimp, and fish balls. The 4 of them gathered around the copper pot, feeling warm and cozy. "Happy New Year. Here's a red envelope for you, my dear," Wei Jiangwo said, having prepared red envelopes for the 3 women in his life. The 2 kids didn't understand red envelopes yet, but Song Shuqian did. She happily held her red envelope, thinking how this man had improved, now knowing to give red envelopes, unlike the previous years. Honey, can I open it now? With permission granted, Song Shuqian opened the envelope to find 100 yuan. Wow, you're so generous. That's a lot of money. Wei Jiangwo boasted. This is my pocket money saved up this year. I gave you the big part. When Song Shuqian opened the kids' envelopes, she found 50 cents each. That was too funny. Together they only had 1 yuan. Wei Jiangwo explained, this is all the money I have. I gave you the most and the rest is for them. They still have red envelopes too. When I was their age, I had nothing. Song Shuqian immediately felt sorry for him. But you have money now. I also prepared red envelopes for you and secretly got you gifts. Just wait. She turned and ran into the house, quickly returning with 3 red envelopes. This was the first time Wei Jiangwo received a red envelope, and he felt a bit shy. Should I open it? He asked his wife. Go ahead. When he opened it, he saw 99.99 yuan. May we last forever, Song Shuqian said. The kids opened theirs and found 9.99 yuan each. Everyone was satisfied with their red envelopes. Wei Jiangwo also had a small box where he kept his things, which he managed himself. He placed the red envelope in the box, feeling content. He was doing well now with 2 lovely kids and a loving wife. Song Shuqian then took out a gift she had prepared, a painting called Homecoming. The painting depicted her and the kids, Moing and Shandian, waiting in the yard for Wei Jiangwo to return. Just looking at the painting conveyed a deep sense of longing. It was clear that this family had a strong bond. In that era, there were hardly any entertainment programs, and when it got dark, people went to sleep. But today was New Year's, and they wanted to stay up late. The couple decided their family would perform talents. Welcome to the first annual Spring Festival Gala of the Wei family. I am your host, Mom. First, I want to praise Un and Lulu. You both have grown well this year and kept me company so I didn't feel lonely. Next, we should commend Brother Shandian and Brother Moing. They have diligently protected me and their 2 younger brothers this past year, making them our family heroes. Finally, we must especially praise Dad. He worked hard this past year, got promoted, and spent time with me and the kids. He is our family's anchor. Let's give a round of applause. The 2 kids clapped along with their dad. And said, I love Mom the most, and Lila quickly followed with, I love Mom the most too. Song Shuqian was touched and gave each of them a kiss. She continued as the host. Next, let's watch a performance by An, who will recite 3-character classic. An stood in the center and began at the beginning. Human nature is good. Nature is similar, but habits differ. As a child, respect your teachers and friends and learn etiquette. Song Shuqian clapped, and An is amazing. Lulu also clapped. Big brother is the best. Wei Jiangwo swallowed hard. Honey, Arnon can't be a genius, can he? He's only 2 years old. Song Shuqian replied casually, no, and is just more serious and focused than other kids. He puts his whole heart into learning. Right? And nodded vigorously. Mom is right. Next up is Lulu, who will perform a poem, South Pond. Everyone welcome. Lula hopped to the center, stood straight, and recited, Little boys offer bait to women. Fragrant wine is poured into cups. As the sun rises, fish are fed. Laughter fills the South Pond. Song Shuqian quickly applauded, and Lulu are fantastic. Wei Jiangwo looked at his calm wife and joyful kids, struggling to suppress his thoughts. These kids are geniuses. He shouted silently in his heart. Song Shuqian asked, who will perform next? And Lula chimed in, Mom should perform. Song Shuqian didn't hesitate. Okay, I'll show you how to do paper cutting. I recently learned this. She took scissors and red paper, folded it a few times, and with quick fingers, revealed a figure of Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. The kids loved it. Mom, I want one. Lula wants one too. All right, each of you gets one. I'll learn more and cut out the 4 masters and disciples for you. After playing enough, the performances continued. This time, they all insisted that Dad should perform. Wei Jiangwo told them a war story. The family listened intently. When he finished the story, Anen and Lulu fell asleep on their mom's lap. Once the kids were settled, the couple finally had time to talk. Wei Jiangwo eagerly asked, "Honey, our kids have such good memories. Aren't they geniuses?" Song Shuqian thought it was normal. "Isn't it like that for everyone? I was the same at their age. I can still remember things that happened when I was over 1 year old." Wei Jiangwo sat up straight and asked seriously, "Honey, do you think your photographic memory will be passed down to the kids? Usually, kids their age don't understand adults and just play around." Song Shuqian disagreed. "It might be related to the essence I took. It strengthens the body and develops potential. I drank it often when I was pregnant. After the kids were born, I let them have a little from time to time. It might make them a bit smarter. Their memory isn't as good as mine was at their age. And it took about a week to memorize the 3-character classic and still hasn't finished. Lila took a whole day to learn a few lines. I learned those lines after hearing them just twice when I was a kid. By 3, I could recite a 1,000-character essay." Wei Jiangwo finally understood what his wife meant about reading poetry with the kids every day. He felt like an ordinary person, possibly lowering his son's intelligence levels, and decided to keep his opinions to himself. He didn't understand the world of geniuses. After the Spring Festival in 1971, Wei Jiangwo received news that made him both excited and conflicted. There were 4 spots available for training at the military academy for a year in their military district. They say that a soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. When he first returned from the battlefield, Wei Jiangwo felt his mission was complete and planned to enjoy his life after retiring. He had even discussed his plans with Song Shuqian when they had just gotten married. But now, after everything he had experienced, he wanted to stay in the army for a long time. So he wanted to go, to learn and improve himself. However, going for a year meant leaving home for a year. During that time, Shuqian would have to handle everything at home alone. Their 2 children were still young, and Wei Jiangwo worried that Shuqian wouldn't manage on her own. Not to mention the garden, the yard, and the firewood. Shuqian wouldn't be able to handle all that. When he returned, his job might change too. Commander LV had hinted at forming a special operations team, and only the top people from each military district would be eligible. Wei Jiangwo wanted to participate. He had been feeling conflicted lately, and even Lu Xingua could see it. "What are you thinking? This is such a great opportunity. Why aren't you signing up?" "I can't leave my wife and kids." "Would you go?" Without thinking, Lu Xingua replied, "Of course. This is a great chance. Don't you realize what it means? Honestly, you're the most competitive in our military district. The rule about being under 28 and an officer above the battalion level has limited many people. Take the new Commander Zhang, for example. He was so envious he turned red. I saw him trying to get approval to join the selection. The leaders told him he was too old and rejected him. Just imagine if he knew about your dilemma. He'd be furious." Wei Jiangwo still couldn't decide. "I'll go home and discuss it. My wife has her own job too, so I need to see if our plans conflict. I'll also check if someone can help take care of the house." Lu Xingua thought of Shuqian and agreed it was necessary. In daily life, she wasn't the most capable mother. Suddenly, he didn't envy Wei Jiangwo anymore. Deputy Commander Wang and Commander LV were also waiting for Wei Jiangwo to make a decision. He was their top choice. In recent years, due to various events, the military academy hadn't recruited for several years. This year's recruitment was the result of many efforts and was receiving a lot of attention. "Old LV, do you think this kid won't sign up? It's driving me crazy." Deputy Commander Wang paced around the room. If Wei Jiangwo didn't sign up, he would use his authority to enroll him. Such a good candidate couldn't be missed. Commander LV took a comprehensive view. "This isn't a small matter. The couple needs to discuss it. Just wait. We'll know the result tomorrow." He wasn't anxious at all, calmly watching Deputy Commander Wang pace. Wei Jiangwo had been married to Shuqian for 3 years, and he had observed her for 3 years. Shuqian was smart and rational. She would definitely support Wei Jiangwo's decision to study. On one hand, she would support his career and ensure he had no regrets about his dreams. On the other hand, she was a bit worried about her own identity. Otherwise, a person as laid back as her wouldn't work at a research institute. It was mainly to improve herself. Now that Wei Jiangwo was going to study for a year, his future would be bright when he returned, and she would naturally support him. Reality turned out to be just as Commander LV expected. That evening, Wei Jiangwo returned home, barely had time to eat, and immediately told Xuxian about the military academy. "Wife, I don't want to leave you, or the kids." Xuxian's first reaction was to say, "Go ahead. I have many people to help me." But then she remembered she wasn't in Daeong anymore. This instinctive reaction was unavoidable. She said, "I know you're worried about me living alone and taking care of the kids. Let's think together about the problems we might face and list them out to find solutions. If it's something I can handle, you should go. If I really can't manage, we can seek help. I think Commander Zhang and the others would also want you to go. This opportunity is very rare. Your combat experience and individual skills are top-notch. What you lack is theoretical knowledge, which is essential for a long-term career. If you don't learn here, you'll have to learn somewhere else later." Xuxian saw things clearly. She just didn't have much ambition, but she wasn't foolish. The better Wei Jiangwo did, the better it would be for their family, and it would greatly benefit their children in the future. The couple took out paper and pen and seriously listed various potential problems. These included, household chores would increase. When Wei Jiangwo was home, Xuxian never did laundry. Taking care of the two kids, Wei Jiangwo was strict, so he corrected any bad habits the kids had. The kids might miss their dad. Compared to the future, these were all manageable issues. For the yard and garden, Wei Jiangwo could ask a couple of close soldiers to help out, or they could even stop planting. They had enough money to buy what they needed. If the kids missed their dad, Xuxian could take them to visit him and ask his fellow soldiers to help out. In the end, they realized there were hardly any problems they couldn't solve. Wei Jiangwo and Xuxian earned about 200 yuan a month, which was considered a high income in that era. As long as they spent a little money, they could solve 90% of their troubles. The rest could be handled by the family quarters and logistics department. With no worries, Wei Jiangwo planned to sign up the next day. However, Xuxian suggested, "Let's hold a family meeting and involve the kids in the decision-making." "We can't do that. They're only 2 years old and don't understand anything." Wei Jiangwo thought it was absurd that 2-year-olds would understand. Xuxian disagreed. They learn bit by bit. No one is born knowing everything. It's about involving them and guiding them to make decisions like we do. The goal is to help them think and feel involved in family matters. When you're not home for a year, they can learn to take responsibility for their decisions. Wei Jiangwo wondered if they could really understand at just 2 years old. It's not about them understanding everything right away. It's about developing the habit of making decisions together. Over time, they'll get it. By the time they're around 10, we can let them handle various family matters while we guide them. I'm glad we have twins. They can always discuss things with each other. In raising the kids, Wei Jiangwo usually respected Xuxian's opinions and followed her lead. The next day, they held a family meeting. Xuxian led the meeting, saying, "Wei Yannan and Wei Yibei, come here. Dad has something to discuss with us." The two kids ran over, one hugging Dad and the other hugging Mom. Wei Jiangwo had them stand properly. "Dad has something very important to discuss with you and Mom that might affect our family's future. Here's the thing, Dad has an opportunity to go to school. But the school is far away, and Dad might not be able to come home for a year." Xuxian expressed her support first. "I support Dad. We should always keep learning. This is a rare opportunity for Dad. It's very important for his work." To Xuxian and Wei Jiangwo's surprise, both kids were deep in thought. "Dad, is this learning very important?" Anan asked. "Mom, can we go see Dad?" Lele asked. "Yes, this learning is very important. This opportunity is rare, and it shows how excellent Dad is to have this chance. We can visit Dad, but only once. For the next year, you two will be living with Mom."
How long is a year?
"You're both 3 years old now. When you turn 4, that will be a year," Xuxian explained. "Will you miss us, Dad?" Lele asked. "Yes, Dad will miss you very much, and will write you letters." "Then we agree for Dad to go." Things were decided quickly. Basically, a week after the list came out, Wei Jiangwo was set to leave. Song Shuxian went next door to find Tiantian. Lu Xinghua from their family was also chosen to go for training. "It's so cold today. I didn't even dare to take off my big cotton coat," she said as she entered, warming herself by the fire, which had become their habit. "I heard an old man say that the weather is strange this year. There might be strong winds in spring, so we should wait a bit before taking down the plastic on the windows." "Okay, I'll go with you. What are you bringing for Lu Xinghua?" "I'm helping Wei Jiangwo pack, but I don't know what to bring or if it's cold there." Tiantian knew that Shijiazhuang wouldn't be very cold. Lu Xinghua and the others were healthy and strong. A wool coat would be enough for winter. They mainly wear uniforms there. Just bring 2 sets of casual clothes. The important things are the clothes inside and shoes. Don't buy anything too nice. They won't replace them. If they wear out, it won't hurt to throw them away. "Alright, I'll go to the supply store in the city tomorrow. I want to buy Wei Jiangwo a pen to use alongside his current one. Just in case he runs out of ink, it won't be a problem. Let's go together." I took a few days off. Once old Lu leaves, I can move to the county dormitory and save the trouble of running back and forth. Song Shuxian thought her plan was good. "Your dorm is enough for you too. You need to get a coal stove so you can cook when you don't want to go to the cafeteria. I still have plenty of honeycomb coal at home. If you run out, just come over. It's not easy to buy firewood in the city." Everything was fine, but Tiantian was reluctant to leave Song Shuxian. It was rare to find a good friend with a similar temperament, and once she moved to the county, it wouldn't be as easy to meet. "You have to come visit me often. We still need to go shopping and eat together." The two agreed to go to the city together tomorrow to prepare things for the men. When Song Shuxian returned home, Wei Jiangwo was making meat sauce. "I talked with Tiantian. We don't know what the situation is over there, so we can only bring some clothes. I'll give you some extra money. If you need anything, don't hold back. Spend what you need." Wei Jiangwo felt warm inside. Having a wife was nice. Someone cared about him and helped him pack. Before he could respond, Song Shuxian said, "After we finish this jar of meat sauce, we'll make some dried meat. These can be stored, so you can enjoy them slowly." Wei Jiangwo smiled and agreed. En and Lulu were also helping their dad pack. The two were picking out photos. Song Shuxian asked them to each choose one to take to their dad, so he could look at it when he missed them. The 2 little ones, with their round bottoms, were lying on the Kong surrounded by a pile of photos, looking a bit comical. They not only picked photos but also discussed what was in them. When they saw their baby pictures, En and Lulu couldn't believe that was them. They ran over with a photo and asked Song Shuxian, "Mommy, who is this?" "This is you. This one is En and this one is Lulu. Aren't you cute?" Song Shuxian teased. En and Lulu looked terrified, clearly not expecting their mom to think they were cute. "Mommy, so ugly, very ugly." The 2 children couldn't believe that was them. They suddenly burst into tears. Both cried together. Song Shuxian was stunned. The kids who usually didn't cry at all suddenly were wailing heartbrokenly. Wei Jiangwo rushed in with a spatula. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" He walked in to see his wife holding 2 photos, looking completely lost. Seeing him, she immediately looked pitiful. "Honey," they cried because they think they're ugly. Wei Jiangwo looked at the photos, then at the 2 kids, and then at his wife. He couldn't hold it in anymore. He burst out laughing, tears streaming down his face. Seeing him laugh, Song Shuxian couldn't help but join in. En and Lila saw their parents laughing at them and cried even harder. After laughing enough, the unkind parents finally thought to comfort their kids. On the Kong, Song Shuxian sat with En and Lulu, while Wei Jiangwo held En and Lulu along with their mom. The family looked at the photos together. Song Shuxian explained, "En Lulu, do you remember how a chick looks when it's just hatched? All wet and sticky, not cute at all. After a few days, it becomes fluffy and adorable. Little kids are the same. When they're born, they might look a bit ugly, but as they grow up, they become cuter." And didn't believe it and looked at his dad with his big, wet eyes. Dad rarely teased him, so he was more trustworthy. Wei Jiangwo nodded. That's true. Not just you and your brother, but even Sihu and Mao Dan looked like that when they were little. Mommy, do you still have the eggshell from when I was born?
Le whippet des tears.
He wanted to find his eggshell to see if it looked nice. Eggshell? Yes, chicks have eggshells, birds have eggshells. We were all so ugly, so I must have had an eggshell too.
Song Shuxian.
Wei Jiangwo. You don't have eggshells, you were born from mommy's tummy. There are many aunties in the courtyard with big bellies, and their little treasures live in their tummies. And Lulu looked terrified this time. Mommy, I'm so big and my brother is so big, but your tummy is so small. Anin and Lulu were still kids and couldn't express everything clearly. Song Shuxian quickly understood and started to explain. You two are very special little treasures. You have a strong bond and chose me to be your mom, coming to my tummy together. You both cared for me so much. At first, you were only as big as a soybean, and you were afraid I would feel uncomfortable, so you behaved well every day. Then you helped me slowly get used to having you in my life, growing little by little. As you grew day by day, I could feel your heartbeats and touch your little hands and feet. Daddy would talk to you every day and read you storybooks. So when you were born, you recognized Daddy's voice right away. When you grew too big for Mommy's tummy, you came out to be with Daddy and Mommy. And then touched Mommy's tummy and asked, "Does it hurt, Mommy?" No, you and your brother were very good kids. You didn't cause any trouble in Mommy's tummy. When you felt you were big enough, you came out on your own. Lila kissed Mommy gently. Mommy, I will be good and take care of you. Adults often think kids don't understand, but they know everything. And Lulu have seen the aunties in the family courtyard give birth, and the aunties cried from the pain. The little kids planted a seed in their hearts to be good to their mom. Wei Jiangwo added, Daddy might be gone for a while this time. You two are the little men of the house now, so you need to take care of Mommy. The two kids immediately perked up and promised their dad that they would take good care of Mommy. Early in the morning, Song Shuxian and Tiantian handed the kids over to two men and took a shopping truck to the city. The truck left really early before the sky was fully bright. When they arrived, several other women were already waiting. Song Shuxian could barely keep her eyes open. She always thought she was hardworking, waking up early every day. Today, she realized she was just as lazy as the others. Look at the women around her, each one full of energy, chatting and laughing, while she felt tired. When getting on the truck, Tiantian grabbed the edge of the truck bed with both hands, her arm muscles instantly flexing. With a powerful push, she jumped into the truck bed, landing firmly on her feet. The other women watched in awe. They had heard that the wife of Captain Liu was skilled, and today they witnessed it. Her move looked even better than that of their own men. Song Shuxian took Tiantian's outstretched hand, using her strength to step on the edge of the truck bed. With a few pushes, she jumped in. The women were stunned. They only knew Tiantian was impressive and had no idea that Song Shuxian could also handle herself. In their minds, Song Shuxian was always seen as delicate, someone who needed help even to wash clothes. One woman whispered, "She has been training with Deputy Commander Wei. Last year, when the female soldiers came for training, Deputy Commander Wei got her in. Many had laughed at her for being overconfident. Now, it seemed her training had paid off. Most of the women had a friendly attitude towards Song Shuxian. Her life was very different from theirs, both in work and daily life. Usually, Song Shuxian played with Enin and Lele, either alone or with a few familiar kids. There were a few other children in the compound around the same age as Enin and Lele, but they didn't play together. A new military wife asked a nearby woman, "Are they also military wives? I feel like I haven't seen them before." The woman explained, "The one in the blue top is Deputy Commander Wei's wife. She's a translator and is usually busy with work. The one in gray is Captain Liu's wife. She works in public security and doesn't come back often." The new wife looked enviously. "The military is great. They get such good jobs. I wonder what job they'll arrange for me." The other women fell silent. She was quite unaware of her situation. If those jobs were arranged, they would have been long gone. Song Shuxian and Tiantian sat on the mats they brought, leaning their heads together, planning to take a nap as they were extremely tired. Squeezed together, they weren't cold. The new wife wanted to chat with them, but couldn't find the chance. She asked the woman next to her, "Are they both new military wives? They look so young. Do they have kids?" The woman explained, "They came over together 3 years ago, and both have kids. Deputy Commander Wei's family has twins, 2 boys. They look young, but they looked like this when they arrived, and having kids hasn't changed them at all." Another woman added, "At first, many said that Deputy Commander Wei was nice to her because they had just married, and that it would wear off over time. But look, when she had her kids, Deputy Commander Wei arranged for someone to help her with the postpartum care. Even after 3 years of marriage, she doesn't have to do any work. The family's garden is all taken care of by Deputy Commander Wei himself." Exactly. She had her kids, and Aunt Feng helped wash the diapers. Oh, it's all about luck. These women seemed to forget that the subjects of their discussion were right there on the truck, getting more carried away as they spoke, making Song Shuxian feel embarrassed to open her eyes, so she pretended to sleep. Tiantian also woke up, trying to hold back her laughter. When they reached their destination, the two quickly jumped off the truck and slipped away. They moved so fast it was like a blur. Their first stop today was the department store, which had more items than the county. At the pen counter, Song Shuxian immediately spotted a hero pen, a rich coffee color with a black cap and grip, and gold nib and clip, all harmoniously matched. It stood out among the plain black and silver pens. "Hello, can I see this one?" The sales clerk checked Song Shuxian's clothes and watch, confirming she could afford it, and handed it over. This pen wasn't cheap. Song Shuxian held the pen and felt it. It was comfortable. She knew that after writing for a long time, her hand would get a bit sore. Wei Jiangwo had big hands, and it fit him perfectly. "I'll take it. Please wrap it up." After buying it, Song Shuxian helped Tiantian choose one too. "This one looks great as well. Buy one for your husband Lu too. They'll definitely be writing a lot this trip." Tiantian agreed and bought one. They also got ink and a hardcover notebook to make sure they had supplies. Seeing some nice socks, Song Shuxian bought 15 pairs, enough for Wei Jiangwo to change. Since it was rare to come to the city, they went into shopping mode, getting a pound of pastries, a pound of candy, and a piece of fabric. They even found a very nice blanket that looked warm and bought it. On the way back, their basket was completely full. On the return trip, someone asked them what they had bought. Song Shuxian smiled and explained, "Usually, I take care of the kids and don't have time to shop. When I finally get a chance, I buy a bit more. It won't spoil, anyway." When they arrived, Wei Jiangwo and Lu Xingguo were already waiting with their kids. As he took the basket, Wei Jiangwo scolded her. "This is so heavy. Don't buy so much when I'm not around. You can't carry it alone." Blah, blah, blah. The other women listening expressed their envy, having said it so many times already. At the military district entrance, Song Shuxian sent Wei Jiangwo off with their 2 children. Enan and Lele gave their dad a big hug, leaving him with a face full of drool. "Dad, we will miss you." Weighing his 2 sons, Wei Jiangwo said, "Miss?" "Yes, miss. Mom says missing someone is a bit more than just thinking about them. We miss you." Wei Jiangwo kissed his sons. "Dad will miss you and Mom too. You two need to listen to Mom at home. If you miss me, write me a letter. For the next year, you will have to help take care of Mom." The 2 kids patted their chests and promised Dad they would take good care of Mom. Song Shuxian tilted her head slightly, a gentle smile on her lips, watching the warm interaction between the father and sons. In that moment, she felt like she had the whole world. She was filled with hope for the future. The other 3 people going for further training looked at Wei Jiangwo with envy. Recently, Tiantian had a case and couldn't come to see Lu Xingguo off. The other 2 couldn't come to the military district either, as they had already said goodbye at home. They hadn't thought much of it before, but seeing Wei Jiangwo like this made them feel sorry for themselves. Before leaving, Wei Jiangwo hugged Song Shuxian. "Thank you for your hard work. If you need anything, just ask Captain Zhang and Political Commissar Su. I've already talked to them. Don't worry about the farm. Son Taizhan will help out. Don't spoil the kids too much. They need to learn to do things for themselves. Seeing that Wei Jiangwo was about to continue, Song Shuxian quickly interrupted. I know all this. You've said it before. Don't worry, I can take care of myself and the kids. Then Lele, go give Dad a kiss and say goodbye. Wei Jiangwo walked away, looking back 3 times, heading toward his dreams. Song Shuxian felt confident. She had raised the 2 kids herself, and it wouldn't be a big deal whether Wei Jiangwo was there or not. However, reality was very different from her expectations. No matter how sensible the kids were, they were still just children. Especially in the past 6 months, Wei Jiangwo hadn't been away for long missions, and all his free time was spent with family. The kids didn't cry or fuss. But every night before bed, Lele had to check every room to make sure Dad really wasn't there before returning to Mom's arms, feeling sad. And then would sit at the door waiting for Dad to come home from training, rain or shine. Every time Song Shuxian saw this, her heart ached. She even started to doubt herself, wondering if she had made a mistake in letting Wei Jiangwo leave. But reason told her that allowing Wei Jiangwo to study was the right decision, beneficial for his future. After a month of this tangled and difficult life, Song Shuxian finally received a letter from Wei Jiangwo. In the letter, he wrote, "Life here is fulfilling. I wake up at 5 a.m., do morning exercises, start classes at 8 a.m., and finish my day at 9 p.m. I really enjoy this life, soaking up new knowledge like a sponge. I used to think I was quite capable and felt proud of my achievements. But here, I realized how ignorant and shallow I am. Dear wife, the pen you gave me has been very useful. I have to write a lot every day. 1 pen might not be enough. Of course, that pen is beautiful. I think it's the prettiest among everyone's in the class. And I keep the photo in and Lele semi-safe. I take it out every night before bed to look at it. Dad misses Enin and Lele. Do you miss Dad?" This letter successfully comforted the kids, and they remembered their promise to Dad to be little men and take care of Mom. Song Shuxian hugged her 2 babies and said, "Little men, let's write a letter to Dad and tell him our lives are exciting too. We should also tell him that Enin can count from 1 to 10 now, and Lele has learned the 3-character classic." The kids were easily entertained and were very happy to write to Dad. Since they couldn't write, Song Shuxian let them draw. Thus, the long-lost 3-hair family made a comeback. Their drawings were so ugly they were hard to look at. Song Shuxian honestly expressed her dislike in the letter, writing, "I had planned to teach the kids to draw when they were older, not expecting them to make a living from it, just hoping to save their terrible drawing skills. But seeing that 3-hair woman again made me abandon that idea. Let it be. When they turn 20, if their drawings still look like the 3-hair family, I will definitely laugh at them and loudly tell them that the 3-hair little person is them. It has always been them, and it has nothing to do with me, so don't come to me for it." Song Shuxian also wrote in the letter, "Spring has come to Holidio. I've recently enjoyed taking the kids to the back mountain to look for treasures, tender shoots, dandelions, wild vegetables, and all sorts of cute mushrooms. We eat whatever we pick. The kids love their labor's fruits and eat happily. I no longer have to worry about them not liking vegetables. Tomorrow, I plan to take them to the beach. How can little kids not play in the water? I plan to create an underwater world for our family. Stay tuned." The day after sending the letter, Song Shuxian took the 2 kids to the beach. Although it wasn't their first time seeing the ocean, they were just as excited. Wearing little rain boots, they ran freely on the beach. Enin ran back holding a starfish and said, "Mom, I found a little star." Song Shuxian squatted down to meet his gaze. "Thank you, Enin. We'll cook it together when we get home." Mo Ing ran over to the mother and son but ran too fast and bumped into Enin, making him sit down. Song Shuxian laughed heartily. She thought Mo Ing was doing it on purpose. Yesterday, Enin wanted to tie Mom's hair, and Song Shuxian let him practice on Mo Ing first, saying he could do hers afterward. Mo Ing had been bullied terribly, with many little hair ties added to his fur. Today, he kept finding ways to tease his brother. Enin was good-natured and didn't get angry at Mo Ying's teasing. He just kept following him around. Song Shuxian admired him. Lele was busy building a sandcastle, saying he was making a big house with a yard where their family could live. Kids are always so straightforward and adorable. Military school. After sending the letter, Wei Jiangwo went to the gate every day, almost wearing his anticipation on his face. Lu Xingwa complained, "It won't be that quick. Letters take a month to go back and forth." "I know, but I miss them. Whenever I have free time, I think about them. I wonder how they are doing and if the kids are behaving." Lu Xingwa frowned. "Look at our class of 60 people. Most have families, and only you are so worried. People are laughing at you behind your back." Wei Jiangwo didn't care. "I want to think about my wife and kids." "What's wrong with that? Our kids are only 3 years old, and my wife is weak and can't take care of herself. What if some bad person takes advantage of her? My wife seems strong, but she has read too many books and is too reasonable. If she meets someone unreasonable, she won't be able to handle it. She can't deal with people who throw tantrums." The more he talked, the more worried he became. It was a completely different feeling from when he was on a mission. "Don't you worry?" he challenged Lu Xingwa. Lu Xingwa shrugged. "What should I worry about? My wife is in the police force. Who would dare mess with her? And you've seen her strength. Anyone who dares to bully her deserves a compliment for their courage. Plus, my wife and kids live in the police dormitory, so they're safe and have meals in the cafeteria." Lu Xingwa praised his wife for the 100th time, saying Tiantian was perfect as a military wife. She could manage everything at home without any worries for the man away. One day, Wei Jiangwo went to the gatekeeper as usual and asked, "Uncle Wang, do I have any letters today?" "Yes, one just arrived. I was about to bring it to you, for your signature." Wei Jiangwo eagerly took the letter and started reading. He saw a drawing of a family with 3 furry characters made by the 2 kids, and he couldn't help but smile. He could easily imagine Song Shuxian's disapproving expression. Reading that the kids missed him every day warmed his heart. It felt nice to be thought of. Seeing Song Shuxian play with the kids every day made him feel sorry for her. Taking care of 2 kids every day was tough for his wife. She was an educated woman who could have had a career she loved, but she gave it up for their family. To avoid making him feel guilty, she often said she didn't mind staying at home to take care of the kids. But who really enjoys taking care of kids all the time? With the letter in hand, Wei Jiangwo couldn't help but smile, feeling relaxed. His classmates, who had been intimidated by his strength lately, felt a chill when they saw him like this. It was quite scary. "Old Wei, do you want to go out for a walk tomorrow since you have a day off?" a dorm mate asked. "Where is the supply and marketing cooperative? I want to buy some gifts for my wife and kids to send back." A big man from the northeast said, "Be careful. It's best to buy something useful. Last time I bought my wife a silk scarf, and I got scolded for wasting money. I almost lost my monthly allowance of 5 yuan. Others chimed in, "Same here. I bought my kids 2 picture books, and they ended up fighting over them. I was the one who got lectured by my wife." Everyone shared their unfortunate shopping experiences. Wei Jiangwo was surprised. He had never faced such issues. His wife never complained about his purchases. She always smiled and thanked him, even rewarding him sometimes. As for the kids, he would buy 2 of everything, exactly the same. His wife said that as long as the kids didn't ask for different things, they would prepare the same items for them. When they got older, the kids would start asking for different things and the brothers would trade toys. In Song's small courtyard, recently, the 4 tigers have not been themselves. They are especially impatient and will throw tantrums and objects at the slightest inconvenience. I've talked to him and even tried to discipline him, but nothing worked. These past few days have been worse. At daycare, he fought with other kids and hit them with a bowl. Fortunately, the teacher stopped him in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been terrible. What should I do? Tiantian had dark circles under her eyes, showing her exhaustion and helplessness, losing her usual sparkle. She seemed shrouded in a fog. Having known Tiantian for 3 years, this was the first time Song Shuxian saw her like this. She got up, made a cup of malt milk, and handed it to Tiantian. "Don't rush.
Take your time."
"Has anything happened recently?" Tiantian held the warm cup, feeling the heat in her hands, and fell into thought. Nothing has changed. Every morning, I drop him off at daycare and pick him up in the evening, just like usual. She had already gone over this countless times and had no clues. Did something happen at kindergarten? Have you checked? The four tigers were usually very sensible. Song Shuxian couldn't believe that the mischievous child Tiantian described could be her son. Tiantian kept running her hands through her neatly combed hair, making it messy. Through the window, they saw three kids playing outside. Anin and Lele were together, playing with a small slingshot made of fabric and cotton, with no rubber bands, just a stretchy band. The projectiles were small fabric balls filled with grass seeds. Even if they hit someone, it wouldn't hurt. Despite such a fun toy, the four tigers didn't join them. Instead, he sat alone, watching them play. Through his small frame, Song Shuxian sensed loneliness. Worried, she and Tiantian stayed silent, observing the three kids through the window. Surprisingly, the four tigers didn't join in and Lele's play, even when they invited him multiple times. Even when lightning and MOing passed by him, the four tigers remained unmoved. Not even a child, but even Song Shuxian herself wouldn't be able to sit still for half an hour without doing anything. This made her realize the four tigers had a problem. Tiantian, please describe your life in the county in detail. We need to find the cause. You should also pay more attention to what happens at daycare and figure out what the four tigers do every day. A good child wouldn't act out for no reason. If he isn't physically hurt, then something must be bothering him mentally. The four tigers are very sensitive to emotions. Do you remember? When he was little, he only let a few people hold him. If Manhwa touched him, he would cry. That's all Song Shuxian could think of, and it was something she had read in a foreign book a long time ago. With no other options, they could only search for clues this way. Tiantian looked exhausted. The four tigers behaved well today. He didn't cry or throw a fit. I really don't know what to do. Recently, I can't leave his side. If I do, he throws a tantrum. Song Shuxian felt a flash of insight, but couldn't grasp it. Tomorrow, take the four tigers to see a doctor. Maybe the doctor will know what's wrong. Such a good child suddenly acting out must mean something is bothering him. Tiantian had no ideas left. She felt like she was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. After sending Tiantian and her child away, Song Shuxian called her two sons. Anin Lele, I need your help with something. Anin ignored what Song Shuxian said and spoke on his own. Mom, the four tigers aren't happy. No, he's very sad. Song Shuxian sat on the mat, trying to relax and not let her kids sense her tension, encouraging them to continue. Why isn't he happy? Aunt Tiantian is very worried about him, but can't find out why he's sad. Do you know? Lele said his mom and dad are divorced. What's divorce? Song Shuxian was startled. When did this happen? Why didn't she know? She hugged both kids, ensuring they were willing to talk before asking, how do you know his mom and dad are divorced? The four tigers said so. He said he can't come back to see us anymore. Now Song Shuxian was completely confused. How does the four tigers know his mom and dad are divorced? Anin's little face was serious. The teacher at daycare said so. He overheard. He will have a stepdad who won't treat him well and will hit him. Although Anin and Lele didn't understand what divorce meant or why a stepdad would bully the four tigers, they still felt sorry for him. Lele hugged his mom and planted 2 kisses on her face. Mom, can you take care of the 4 tigers? Don't let the stepdad hit him. That hurts. Putting together what Tiantian had said, Song Shuxian realized that the 4 tigers thought his parents were divorced, which made him very sad. She felt a mix of anger and amusement for the poor child. Knowing the reason eased her worries. And in Lele, the 4 tigers has been unhappy lately. Aunt Tiantian is worried that something is wrong with his health. Tomorrow, I need to go to the hospital with her to have the 4 tigers checked. Do you want to come along? Lele's little face scrunched up. Mom, can I not go? Song Shuxian put on a serious face.
No.
I can't leave you at home. What if a bad person takes you away? Then I would never see you again. I would miss you so much that I couldn't eat or sleep, and I would think about you every day. Anan didn't want his brother to be sad or his mom to be upset. He said, Mom, I can stay with Lele. You can take us to daycare. Song Shuxian had been waiting for Anan to say that. She pretended to hesitate. But you don't like daycare. I'm a bit worried. Mom, don't worry. We'll only stay for one day. We can do it, Anan promised. Lele nodded, agreeing with his brother. He could handle just one day. The next day, Song Shuxian dropped off the two little ones at daycare and went to the county to find Tiantian. Knock, knock, knock. Tiantian opened the door, looking more tired than yesterday, with dark circles under her eyes and two blisters at the corners of her mouth, looking quite messy. Go wash up and tidy yourself a bit. I think I know why Sihu is acting this way. Tiantian grabbed Song Shuxian's hand. What reason? Song Shuxian winced in pain. Ouch, let go. I'll tell you. Tiantian released her hand, feeling a bit embarrassed. As Song Shuxian entered the room, she noticed Sihu was still asleep and gestured to Tiantian. Tiantian explained he was restless all night and only fell asleep in the early morning. Knowing she was anxious, Song Shuxian didn't hold back and shared the information she got from Anan and Lele. So, Sihu has been misunderstanding that you two are divorced and is worried you might find him a stepdad. There might be other hurtful things said, like calling him a burden or a jinx. You know how gossip spreads. I think Sihu's behavior shows he lacks security. He probably doesn't even know where Lu Xingguo went. Tiantian remained silent. Song Shuxian noticed that the leg of the table next to her was already cracking, and Tiantian was still gripping it tightly. Song Shuxian glanced at her wrist, thankful that Tiantian had been gentle earlier. Once Tiantian calmed down completely, they began to discuss the situation and find the cause. Anan said Sihu heard it from the daycare teacher. You should look into it. I'm not sure if it's true, or if the kids just can't tell. Tiantian's grip made a cracking sound. If I find out who is gossiping in front of the kids, I'll pull their tongue out. This has happened before. They asked Sihu if there was a baby brother in Mommy's belly, saying if there was, he would be forgotten. I really gave them a chance. What do you plan to do next? I'll deal with whoever it is once I find out. And we should go to the hospital later. I'm worried about Sihu's health. Song Shuxian didn't want to say much. Everyone has their own way of raising kids, and even good friends shouldn't interfere. But seeing Sihu sleeping so soundly, she couldn't help but feel concerned. Fine, she thought, I'll say it. First, go clean yourself up. You look too messy. After sending Tiantian away, Song Shuxian began to think about how to talk to her. In this day and age, people raise kids just to feed them, without caring about how they feel. But for a sensitive child like Sihu, emotional well-being is especially important. In fact, the more intelligent a child is, the more attention they need for their mental health. Tiantian and her husband are too busy, focused on their own work and careers. They just drop Sihu off at daycare and forget about him. With such a misunderstanding happening, Song Shuxian could imagine that Lu Xingguo went for further studies, and the couple never explained anything to Sihu. They probably thought he was too young to understand. Wei Jianguo was the same way. When Tiantian came out, she saw Song Shuxian sitting up straight, looking unusually serious. She looked at Tiantian and said, Tiantian, what I'm about to say might cross a line, and it might make you uncomfortable. I apologize in advance. This caught Tiantian off guard. Just say what you need to say. We're close, no need for all this. Song Shuxian took a deep breath and said, I was precocious as a child. I still remember funny things that happened when I was 1 year old. As a kid, I loved eavesdropping on family conversations. They never thought a baby would be listening, so I knew everything. I understood little, but didn't grasp the meaning. When similar situations arose, I would overthink and scare myself. My mom noticed my differences early on and would share family matters with me, sometimes just telling me the outcome, sometimes asking for my opinion. So, when faced with someone trying to stir trouble, I never believed a word. Sihu is also a precocious child. Such kids often lack security and need their parents to spend more time with them. They need companionship that treats them as equals, not just as children. Song Shuxian wasn't sure if she explained herself clearly. She felt a bit confused and worried about Ainin and Lele, thinking she needed to talk to them later. In the hospital, little Sihu sat on a stool, curiously looking around and swinging his short legs while watching the doctor take his pulse. Tiantian held her hands tightly, her body tense, staring intently at the doctor. She noticed him frowning and then relaxing his brow. Her heart raced with worry. She didn't know how her child was doing. When the doctor finally released Sihu's arm, Tiantian hurried over. "Doctor, how's my son?" The male doctor furrowed his brow again. "It's strange. Very strange. His pulse is not weak, but he shows signs of liver qi stagnation. This is really odd. Doctor, can you explain it in simpler terms?"
I don't understand.
Song Shuxian came over to pick up Sihu and helped him adjust his clothes. "Are you scared? Mommy just brought you for a checkup. And Lulu have done it too." Held by Song Shuxian, Sihu was very well behaved, wrapping his arms around her neck and rubbing his soft little face against her. The doctor said his health is good, better than most children his age. However, he seems to have some liver qi stagnation which affects emotional balance. There's nothing serious, no need for medication. Just spend more time with him and don't let him worry. As the doctor spoke, he began to doubt himself. What could a little baby have to worry about? Looking at the family, they didn't seem like they couldn't afford to raise a child or feed him. Not understanding, he decided to stop thinking about it. He didn't want to trouble himself. Tiantian confirmed with the doctor several times that Sihu was fine before she felt relieved to leave. In the corridor, Tiantian fell into deep self-doubt. She believed she took very good care of Sihu, providing him with the best she could. Whenever new toys came out at the department store, Sihu always got them first. Not to mention his snacks, he definitely had the most in the daycare. Seeing her well-behaved son in Song Shuxian's arms, she couldn't connect him to the little troublemaker who rolled around and cried. Tiantian was truly confused. Her colleagues and neighbors raised their children this way. If grandparents helped, they would leave the kids with them. If no one helped, they would send them to daycare. Their patience with children was even less than hers. Some colleagues had 3-year-olds who had to help take care of younger siblings. These kids were fine, and each one was more sensible than the last, doing whatever the adults asked. In the apocalypse, it was even more so. Everyone was busy making a living, and children became a luxury, raised uniformly in daycare centers. They feared unreliable parents would harm the children. Why was it her child who had a problem? Sihu was very well behaved as a baby. As long as he had a clean diaper, adults could do anything. She just couldn't understand. Song Shuxian came over and patted her shoulder. "Come on, let's go home." Tiantian remained silent the whole way. Once outside the hospital, Sihu kept twisting and turning, wanting to get down and walk by himself. Song Shuxian saw through the little boy's concerns and said, "Is Sihu worried that Auntie Song can't carry you? You're not heavy. Auntie Song usually exercises with Uncle Wei, so carrying you home is no problem. Thank you for caring about Auntie. Annie hasn't seen you in a long time and misses you. Do you want Annie to hold you?" Sihu wrapped his arms around Song Shuxian's neck, burying his head against her, not saying a word. Seeing this, Tiantian reached out. "Let me carry him." She was stronger. Sihu held onto Song Shuxian tightly, clearly refusing to let go. Song Shuxian patted his little bottom. "It's okay, you hold onto the things, and I'll carry you." They remained quiet on the way home, with Tiantian deep in thought about where the problem lay. Once home, Sihu had already fallen asleep in Song Shuxian's arms. Gently placing the child down, Song Shuxian and Tiantian stepped aside to let him sleep peacefully. At that moment, Tiantian's eyes were dull, losing their usual sparkle. Her mouth turned down slightly, and her shoulders slumped. Sitting on the sofa, she looked very dejected. Song Shuxian sat beside her and patted her shoulder. "Lean on my shoulder. We will find the problem and solve it. It's not a big deal. Sihu cares about you too much and doesn't know how to express it. That child is a bit reserved with his feelings. Just guide him slowly, and it will be fine. Spend more time with him recently. If possible, take a break from work. Tiantian leaned against Song Shuxian. Am I useless for letting Sihu suffer so much without knowing? Song Shuxian laughed. Where has Sihu suffered? Would you dare to say that out loud? People would think you're crazy. He just feels insecure and really wants your company. Tiantian rubbed her face. All right, I'm Tiantian. What can I handle? You help me watch Sihu for a bit. I'll take a leave of absence, starting with a month. We'll go back to the family compound and let the 3 kids play together. I'll take them to the beach to play in the sand and catch sparrows in the back mountain. Can I borrow your 2 dogs to help watch the kids? I refuse to believe I can't handle a little child. Song Shuxian clapped her hands. That's the spirit. Tiantian, you're the best. Tiantian hugged Song Shuxian's arm. No, you're the best. In the past, when I saw you give up such a good job opportunity for your 2 kids, I felt sorry for you. I didn't understand why you wouldn't let your kids go to daycare when the teachers there could take good care of them, keeping things clean and providing decent meals. I always thought women should have their own careers and achieve something in life. We shouldn't waste our time here. Feeling sorry for Song Shuxian, Tiantian had a bit of disdain for Wei Jiangwo. She secretly thought he had affected Song Shuxian's career. Tiantian nudged Song Shuxian's arm and continued. Now that I think about it, it was my fault. I was too presumptuous. Song Shuxian was pleased and shared her parenting insights. You can't think of yourself as an adult. You have to think like a child. I often wonder if I were an Un or Lulu, would I be happy? How would I want my mom and dad to treat me? Once you understand that, you'll know how to interact with your child. Little ones are the cutest and love their moms the most. You still have a long time. Tiantian nodded heavily. I get it. Shuxian, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't know what Sihu's future would look like. Don't be so polite. What are we to each other? Sihu was awakened by an Un and Lulu, who were telling stories about Journey to the West. Recognizing the familiar place and seeing an Un and Lulu, Sihu got up by himself and watched them play. When Song Shuxian entered the room, she saw Sihu awake. Sihu, are you awake? Your mom went next door to tidy up. Your house hasn't been lived in for a long time, so it's dusty. You can play here within Un and Lulu for now. Your mom will come to get you once she's done cleaning. Song Shuxian watched the 3 kids drink water and go to the bathroom before letting them play on their own. That night, Tiantian couldn't sleep and began to reflect on the past 2 years. They had taken things for granted. Since Sihu was so understanding, they felt free to focus on their own lives, completely ignoring his feelings. Song Shuxian once said something very wise. A gifted child needs more attention and proper guidance from their parents. In the future, her focus would shift more towards her child. Work could always wait. A child's growth only happens once in these 2 years. The next day, Tiantian had a heart-to-heart talk with Sihu. Sihu was holding his favorite little tiger and wearing tiger socks, playfully making them fight with his little feet. This time, Tiantian didn't correct him. Instead, she took the opportunity to reflect on herself, saying, Sihu, Mommy wants to say sorry. In the past, I was always busy with work in our lives, but I forgot about you. I thought sending you to daycare, where teachers would take care of you and ensure you were fed, was enough. But I didn't realize that what you really needed was for Mommy to be there with you, to listen to you, and to pay attention to your needs. I will change from now on. Can you give me another chance? Sihu stopped moving his little feet and looked at his mother, seemingly surprised that she was apologizing. Tiantian continued, I now understand that those people outside were deliberately saying things to you. They were lying to you because they thought you were too young to know better. Now, I want to tell you the truth. Daddy is away studying at a military school with Uncle Wei. If you want to see Daddy, I can take you to visit him. Also, we don't have another child. I will talk to Daddy, and you will always be our only child. Mommy and Daddy will always be with you, okay? Sihu lowered his head, hugging his little tiger. There were many things he didn't understand, but he could feel that today's mommy was different. Tiantian said, Sihu, I'm really sorry for not realizing sooner that people were talking nonsense in front of you. If you ever want to know something, just ask me, okay? Just like and Lulu, if they want to know something, they ask me. From now on, we will live in the family compound, and you can play with and Lulu anytime. Sihu shrugged his little shoulders. Tiantian picked him up and saw tears streaming down his face. She stopped talking and held Sihu, letting him cry. This child had really been wronged. Sihu slowly reached out his arms and hugged his mother back. After that day, Tiantian spent all her time with her child. Every morning, she would wake Sihu up on time and take him to do some exercises, even if he could only stretch his arms and kick his legs. Then, they would cook together, with Sihu helping to wash the vegetables or doing whatever he could. Tiantian would take Sihu to Song Shuxian's house to play with and Lulu or listen to stories from Song Shuxian. Song Shuxian had many stories to tell. Tiantian usually cooked lunch. In the afternoon, the kids' time belonged to Tiantian. She would take them out to play, either in the courtyard or on the hillside. They would come back covered in mud, and Song Shuxian would have dinner ready for them. Taking care of the kids together made it easier for both Tiantian and Song Shuxian, allowing them to have some personal time to handle their own matters. It was very efficient. Today, they were going to the beach. Song Shuxian had modified her bicycle so that it could carry 3 kids in front. Tiantian rode the bike with the 3 kids, while Song Shuxian rode with Lightning and Shadow, heading towards the beach. The little kids seemed to have no resistance to picking up shells and playing in the sand. The usually smart 3 kids were now lying on the beach, pretending to be little animals. Song Shuxian and Tiantian found a shaded spot to watch the kids while chatting. Sihu has been doing very well lately. The previous issues don't seem to affect him anymore. Tiantian, you're really amazing. Song Shuxian's compliment was sincere. She had seen many parents, but it was rare to find someone like Tiantian who could recognize her own problems and apologize to her child. Tiantian not only did that but also actively engaged with her child, playing alongside them. And Lula now particularly liked Aunt Tiantian, always mentioning her. Children's preferences are often very straightforward. Tiantian felt proud of herself, saying, "Honestly, I didn't expect to be this good. Looking at things from the child's perspective is so refreshing. Seeing things through Sihu's eyes, I can completely understand his previous fears." "How do you plan to deal with those gossipers?" Song Shuxian asked. Tiantian huffed, her eyes filled with determination. "Those people have no idea what they're getting into by bullying my son." We reacted quickly. If Sihu had been influenced negatively by them, it would have ruined him. "Don't worry, I won't let them get away with it." When Tiantian said they wouldn't get away with it, she meant it seriously, not in a usual sense. They might have forgotten that she was in law enforcement. Tiantian carefully investigated those individuals and their families. This was not a time for one person to suffer alone. If one person's reputation was ruined, it would affect their immediate family. They wouldn't be able to join the army or the party, which was inevitable. Even worse, they could be shunned by the entire village, with their whole family facing the same fate. In their village, they might even struggle to find a spouse. Tiantian's approach was quite effective. Song Shuxian sighed. These people don't realize how foolish they are to make inappropriate jokes with children. In the family compound, there are also those who have made similar comments. Someone once told Anin and Lulu that they looked like girls and would definitely be sissies when they grew up. They even asked Anin and Lulu to prove they were boys by taking off their pants. When Anin came back and asked me, I was furious. But those people didn't mean any harm. They were just trying to play with the kids because they liked them. The saddest part is that they think such jokes are normal. Since then, I've always taken Anin and Lulu out to play, staying close by to keep them away from those adults. The family compound was filled with people from all walks of life, some with college degrees and others who couldn't read, and their jokes often had no boundaries. When Song Shuxian had just gotten married, someone had asked her about her relationship with her husband, but she had quickly brushed them off. Tiantian didn't believe that Song Shuxian hadn't done anything. She had never been one to have a good temper. "Mommy!" The 3 little ones called out together, their voices powerful. Song Shuxian and Tiantian quickly got up and walked over to them. When they arrived, They found that the three had built several little tigers and wanted them to be the judges. Song Shuxian was familiar with this task, and Lulu loved to compete and often asked her to judge. As usual, they would find each one's strengths, give a few compliments, and point out one or two areas for improvement. When Shadow and Lightning reached the beach, it was as if they had returned home, running all over the sandy shore and even bringing back stray fish. Since they were there, Song Shuxian and Tiantian joined the sand-building fun, helping to create little animals. Just because they could draw well didn't mean they could build well. The sand sculptures Song Shuxian made were quite a sight. The little turtle had round limbs and a round body, looking from a distance like a small ball. The tiger was even uglier, with a twisted body. It was so ugly that you couldn't even tell what it was supposed to be, but only their own two kids didn't mind. They even clapped and said, "Thank you, Mommy." Time quietly passes in such warm company. Wei Jiangwo and the others have been gone for 5 months. The two kids have gotten used to their father's busy schedule. They feel sorry for him. At his age, he still has to study. He must not have studied well when he was young. And Lulu have decided they must study hard and not become like their dad. At his age, he still has to study and can't be with their mom. In these 5 months, Song Shuxian has become a versatile warrior. She can take care of the kids, do her job well, and manage the household. Of course, Tiantian has helped a lot. The two of them take care of the kids together, each for half a day, making it easy. Tiantian has quit her job. Seeing that the 4 tigers are doing better, Tiantian can't bear to let her son live the old life. Work can be found anytime. Besides, she wants to work mainly because she doesn't want to rely on others. In 3 years of marriage, Lu Xinghua has never had more than 30 yuan in his pocket. The family's finances have always been in her hands. There's nothing to worry about. Yuan Song Shuxian is in the yard working on her small gourds. No one expected that a handful of seeds would produce so many small gourds. A full basket, each one the size of a child's palm. Looking at these gourds, she feels puzzled. They can't be eaten or drunk, and giving them away seems like a waste of space. She really doesn't know what to do with them. "What are you doing?" Tiantian and Song Shuxian are sitting on a small stool by their wall, able to talk over the top. "It's just these gourds I'm trying to figure out what to do with. If you want, I can share half with you." Tiantian looks a bit disgusted. They're too small even for kids. They might be too little to use as bowls. Maybe we could hollow them out and make them into those partition curtains to hang in the window. When the wind blows, the sound they make is nice. Good idea. I can draw some patterns on them. Tiantian asks, "Where are the 3 kids?"
Not with you? They went out to play.
With Lightning and MOing around, it's fine. I want to send some dried shrimp and squid to Lu Xinghua. Do you want to help prepare some? Song Shuxian nods without thinking. We should prepare together. I don't understand why men are so childish, always comparing these little things. Last month, Wei Jiangwo wrote that his bunkmate received pickles from home. The tone and implication of that letter, I don't even know how to respond. Now, when Song Shuxian complains about Wei Jiangwo, she holds nothing back. In these 5 months, he has done too many ridiculous things. When others receive photos from home, he has to compare too. Tiantian understands completely. Old Lu mentioned this too, and he was quite subtle about it, so subtle that I didn't think of it that way. I guess that was the point. He could have just said it directly. This time, he wrote it plainly. Maybe he thinks saying it directly would be embarrassing. Should we go to the village tomorrow to trade? Yes, to the Yangshu village team. They have a lot of supplies there. Their village even goes out to fish, so we can ask them to make dried shrimp and squid. We can just buy it directly. It's easier. Tiantian is really too lazy to clean up. She never realized there was so much to do at home, and every day starts with a rush. Song Shuxian feels the same way. She doesn't want to fuss around at all. It's too hot today. The next day, Tiantian sets off early. Yangshu village is familiar to them. They trade a lot of things from there every year. Half a month later, at the military academy. Wei Jiangwo, you have a package. A big man smiles widely, making it hard to look at him. He rushes to the guard room. Uncle, I'm here to pick up my package. Oh, it's you. This package is quite big. Lu Xinghua, who often hangs out with you, has one too. Remember to call him over to get it. Lu Xinghua, who arrived a moment late, gasps, Uncle, I'm here too. The two came to pick up their packages during a break from evening training and needed to hurry back to the dorm. Otherwise, the others would see it. Just as they were thinking about it, 6 people came up behind them. Hey, you two are being stingy. Hurry up and let us try some. Yeah. Old way, you can't be stingy. Last time, I only got to eat 1 piece of the jerky your sister-in-law sent. You got 1 piece. I didn't get any. That big bag was gone in a week. I love the salty little cakes your sister-in-law sends. 1 bite is crispy and flaky, with a spoonful of meat sauce inside. I wouldn't trade it for anything. Wei Jiangwo. Lu Xinghua. These shameless guys are robbing them. As soon as they got back to the dorm, everyone urged them to open the package quickly. As soon as they opened a corner, a fresh seafood smell wafted out. Wei Jiangwo's package had several small bags, each labeled with a name and expiration date. There were dried shrimp, dried fish, dried shrimp meat, and dried squid. Wei Jiangwo took some out to share with the others and found a spot to read the letter. In the letter, Song Shuxian wrote, I really like the coat you sent. It goes well with a white cashmere sweater and looks elegant. The toys I bought for an Un and Lulu are hidden under the blanket. They can take them out to look at when they miss their dad. Everything is good at home. Son Taizhan takes good care of me. He and the little soldiers help tidy up our vegetable garden and the yard. I didn't want to invite them to dinner, so I shared half of the pastries you sent with them, along with some jerky and dried shrimp. When you come back, we can thank them properly. Tiantian has quit her job to focus on the kids. We help each other out, and it's very easy. Gently stroking the letter, she carefully folded it along the creases. As long as she is well, that's enough. Turning around, the others had already finished eating. Old Wei, can you ask your sister-in-law to help us get some more? We can't just let her help for nothing. Wei Jiangwo didn't refuse. They were close enough that they would rush to open the package and share the food. All right, and ask if we can get more. You all know my wife is busy with 2 kids. She can't handle it alone and has to find someone from the village to trade. Everyone expressed their understanding. Just asking would be great. After studying for several months, Wei Jiangwo finally had a 2-day break. At home, he spent his time helping his wife with household chores or taking her and their 2 children out to play. Now that they were not around, Wei Jiangwo had no interest in going out. He planned to go to the library to continue reading. He only had a year, but there was so much he wanted to learn. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Xinghua came looking for him. He casually sat down on a small stool, his long legs awkwardly curled up. He grabbed a pastry from the table and said while eating, Song Shuxian treats you like a child, sending you pastries. I have to say, this is really good. What is it? Wei Jiangwo silently locked the forgotten pastries in a cabinet. These were homemade by his wife, made to his taste, and they were almost gone because of these people. Lu Xinghua looked at him with disdain. Why are you so stingy? If you like it, just let your wife make more. Wei Jiangwo disagreed. Shuxian has to take care of the 2 kids and work. It's already hard for her to find time to make these for me. I can't ask her to make more. That would be too much. Wei Jiangwo also liked to be a bit spoiled by his wife and ask for things, but they were always things she could easily buy. After finishing the pastries, Lu Xinghua stated his purpose for coming. The monk's family is nearby. Should we go help him light some incense for his parents? Lu Xinghua hesitated because, right now, opposing superstitions and lighting incense was strictly forbidden. Wei Jiangwo thought for a moment and said, We don't need to light incense, but we can go see where he lived, implying they could go quietly, without drawing attention. After knowing each other for many years, they had this understanding. The monk was their former comrade. He had sacrificed his life in a battle. Orphaned at a young age, he was adopted by a monk and was called Little Monk. Even after joining the army, he was still referred to as the monk. He was the most educated among them, often coming up with clever ideas and starting his sentences with, Our ancestors said. Wei Jiangwo could vividly recall the moment he left, the monk coughing up blood but still smiling. He said, "I see the big steamed bun. White and plump, soft and fragrant. It looks so delicious. So fragrant." At that time, they were hiding in a trench, buried under dead bodies. It was impossible to tell whether the liquid on them was sweat or blood. Everyone was exhausted, yet their spirits were high. Once this battle was over, they could go home. Lu Xingguo waved his hand in front of him. "Old Wei, what are you thinking about?" Wei Jiangwo wiped his face with his hand, quickly adjusting his mood. "I was thinking about the big steamed bun the monk mentioned. We'll buy 2 bags later and place them in front of his parents' grave. They would definitely share with the monk." Okay. The monk died on the battlefield. To ensure the war went smoothly, his body was buried on the spot, waiting for the future when the eldest could bring them home. Over the years, it wasn't that they didn't miss him, it was that they couldn't pay their respects. Without alerting anyone, the two quietly left the school and headed towards Dong village. The monk opened up their long-buried memories, blood everywhere. At one moment, a comrade held a photo and said, "This is my mom's first photo. Our whole family took it together, and it cost a whole $1, enough for us to live for 3 months." The pain on his face was evident. His gaze at the photo was gentle, a softness that felt out of place in the battlefield. In the next moment, a bullet pierced his forehead, and the photo in his hand was stained red with blood. Another comrade always dreamed of finishing the war, retiring, going home to take care of his mother, and having a few chubby kids with his unseen wife. But he remained forever on the battlefield. Those deliberately forgotten memories rushed back into their minds. The two didn't speak a word on the way. Wei Jiangwo's face was frighteningly cold, and Lu Xingguo lost his usual cheerful demeanor. After 70 miles, crossing a mountain and 2 valleys, they arrived at a small village. From a distance, the village looked dilapidated, with mud houses, muddy roads, and 5 children playing at the entrance. As they approached the village, Wei Jiangwo and Lu Xingguo were surrounded by a few children. They hid behind a big tree and a rock, looking timidly at the strangers. To avoid scaring them, Wei Jiangwo and Lu Xingguo stood still, trying to soften their presence, and spoke gently. "Little friends, we are looking for your village chief. Can you take us to him?" No one spoke or moved. Wei Jiangwo and Lu Xingguo patiently stood there, allowing the children to observe them. All the children were boys, very thin, with big heads, skinny bodies, and round bellies. They wore only a pair of patched shorts, some barefoot, and others in straw sandals. Wei Jiangwo thought of his own 2 children. Song Shuxian worried about their comfort, so they wore fine cotton clothes with no patches, and each season they had at least 1 new outfit. Meals were balanced and nutritious. He closed his eyes tightly, feeling ridiculous. He had lived too comfortably and almost forgotten rural life. After a while, an old man arrived with 5 young men, holding sickles and hoes. Seeing 2 young men in military uniforms, they relaxed. The village chief stepped forward and asked, "Leaders, what brings you here?" Lu Xingguo replied, "Old man, is this Dong village?" "Indeed it is." "Does your village have a young man who went to the army named Monk?" "We are his comrades, here to check on his parents." The village chief looked confused for a moment, then glanced at the others. When he saw everyone shaking their heads, he said, "We don't have such a young man in our village." The others echoed, "That's right, we don't have a monk here." Wei Jiangwo explained, "He's not really a monk, it's just his name." The village chief and the others still insisted they didn't know him. Lu Xingguo added, "He's about 1.6 meters tall, about this high. He has dark skin, small eyes, possibly a bit nearsighted, and he squints when looking at things, but his eyes are very bright." As Lu Xingguo described him, an image gradually formed in everyone's minds. They began to chatter. "Are you talking about that troublemaker?" "No, it's the one who steals. It's that little thief." In rural areas, unusual names are often used for easy living. Although these names were unflattering, Wei Jiangwo and Lu Xingguo didn't get angry. Until someone said, "Oh, so it's that disaster. He caused his own parents' deaths and even stole things." He stole buns from our house. Leaders, will you compensate us? The village chief reacted faster than the others. Seeing Wei Jiangwo and Lu Xinggua's faces growing darker, he slapped the back of the talkative man. Stop talking nonsense. When did he steal from our house? Turning to Wei Jiangwo and Lu Xingua, he changed his tone. Leaders, they grew up together and speak casually. They don't mean any harm. Wei Jiangwo fixed his gaze on the speaker. He was a person who had fought through the battlefield. Although he had a happy life after marriage and had gradually calmed down, just a hint of his former self was enough to intimidate these villagers. The speaker trembled, nearly wetting himself. Wei Jiangwo said, "Since you know who we're looking for, take us to him. Let's go now." For a moment, it felt like time had paused. No one spoke. The village chief was worried. He didn't know how the monk was doing now or if he had become an important official. Would he seek revenge on them? They hadn't been friendly to the monk back then. After hesitating for a long time, he couldn't say a word. After years of working together, Lu Xingua immediately understood Wei Jiangwo's meaning. He smiled and pulled Wei Jiangwo, turning to the village chief and saying, "Don't be afraid. The monk is one of my brother's men, so he naturally cares a bit more." The village chief was clever and quickly took the hint. "I'll take you there," he said, leading them to the monk's parents' graves. The graves were on a mountain, neglected for years, and now barely resembled small mounds. They were overgrown with weeds. There was also a rabbit hole nearby. Wei Jiangwo and Lu Xingua became serious. The monk had said he was the only child. His parents had died when he was 3, and he had survived thanks to the villagers who shared food with him. He was too young to protect his home and belongings. Later, he was saved by a monk from a nearby mountain and became a monk himself. After that monk died, he wanted to survive and join the army. The two men didn't speak, squatting down to clear the weeds around the graves, blocking the rabbit hole, and finding a large stone. Wei Jiangwo turned to the village chief and asked, "What were their names? What were they called?" The village chief thought for a long time. It had been so long that even the villagers had forgotten their names. "I can't remember their real names. We called the man Old Nian and the woman Old Nian's wife." Wei Jiangwo slightly smirked. "You people really like giving names." He thought of the many names the monk had. Those were probably not his real names. The villagers had forgotten, and he had forgotten too. From the silly nicknames and the villagers' dismissive comments, one could guess the hardships he faced as a child. The 2 years he spent as a monk were likely his rare moments of relaxation, where he could learn from his master, have enough to eat, and wear clothes, so he named himself the monk. He hoped to always be the little monk by his master's side. But life didn't go as planned. His master left, leaving him alone. After that, he was known as the monk, and he would always remember those days. Wei Jiangwo wrote on the stone, "Grave of monk's father, grave of monk's mother," hoping they would like their son's new name. "Village chief, you can go back now. We want to stay here and talk to the monk for a while." The village chief turned but didn't leave. Instead, he stopped at a place where they couldn't hear him, waiting to leave together. Wei Jiangwo helped tidy up the graves and said to them, "Have you seen the monk? He is a hero. I always knew he wanted to find you." On the battlefield, his fighting style was very dangerous. He often fought recklessly. If you see him, don't blame him. He has suffered too much. Today, I brought you steamed buns and big meat buns, all things the monk liked to eat. Monk, if you need anything, just send me a dream, and I will fulfill it. The two sat in front of the gravestone, chatting about the changes over the years and their lives. Lu Xingua held a piece of white paper, folding it this way and that, creating a paper crane. He made a dozen and placed them in front of the grave. "I heard these can be taken to you, representing peace and blessings. I brought fewer this time. Next time, I'll bring more." After sitting for about half an hour, they got up to leave. On the way back, Wei Jiangwo wore a cold expression, looking unapproachable. Lu Xingua, however, began to casually chat with the village chief. He wanted to do something for the monk, but knew nothing about him. He only knew he was from this village, as written in the monk's records. Wei Jiangwo thought of other brothers, especially those who had families in great difficulty. Over the years, he had secretly supported a few of them. Not much, just 3, each receiving 5 yuan a month. Don't underestimate that 5 yuan. Villagers worked from dawn to dusk, and a family could earn only 30 yuan a year. Wei Jiangwo wondered if he should go see how they were doing. In the end, he dismissed the idea. What good would it do to look? Besides giving money, he could do nothing else. He had personally returned the belongings of those comrades and left his address with them. He knew he was being a bit irresponsible, but it wasn't really his responsibility. On Lu Xingguo's side, the village chief noticed he was easy to talk to and was trying to get closer, as if he wanted something from them. He pretended not to understand and coldly pushed him away. It was just too much. What kind of life did the monk have as a child? His father died, leaving only him and his mother, a widow and her son. Their customs here allowed for looting. As soon as the monk's father passed, relatives rushed in, grabbing whatever they could. In just a few minutes, their home was emptied. The monk's mother held him tightly, preventing him from rushing to fight back, and knelt before the looters, begging them to spare her son. When the village chief spoke of this, he didn't see anything wrong. This was how it was. It was the same for every family. In their eyes, the monk's uncle had been very kind, leaving them a small room to protect them from the wind and rain. He even offered to carry 2 loads because he felt sorry for them, as the monk was their only child. As for forcing his mother, which ultimately led to her taking her own life out of shame, the villagers thought it was the monk's mother's fault for not being sensible. Lu Xingguo couldn't bear to think of how desperate the young monk must have been. Yet his uncle treated him well, giving him what his cousins had. As he grew older and understood these things, the monk left the village to become a monk. Later, he chose to join the army. Dying on the battlefield was his pursuit. As a brother, Lu Xingguo felt bad. He had come to see the monk, thinking of the address, but he hadn't expected such a past. No wonder he fought so recklessly. Wei Jiangwo glanced at the village chief, truly baffled by how he could say such things. He spoke with pride, believing it showed how well the villagers treated the monk, something to boast about. The painful truths were buried beneath. Wei Jiangwo couldn't imagine how unbearable those truths were. If he weren't wearing this uniform today, Wei Jiangwo forced himself to suppress the anger rising in him. The village chief's voice grew quieter as he noticed the 2 men's faces darkening. At the village entrance, the village chief couldn't hold back anymore. He said, 2 leaders, could you please help our village because of the monk? We are very poor and need a tractor. Wei Jiangwo ignored him and turned to leave. Lu Xingguo said, considering what you did to the monk, the fact that you aren't being shot is already because of this uniform.
Get lost.
The 2 left quickly. They came in excited but left in anger. On the way, the 2 of them vented their frustrations at high speed. They didn't know who to blame. When the village chief spoke, he did so naturally and proudly, showing he truly believed they were right and doing well. This is just how things are in their village. They were only following their ancestors' ways. Wei Jiangwo was so angry he almost laughed. No wonder the monk never talks about his hometown. It was a 70-mile journey. It took them about 5 hours to go there and only 3 hours to return. As they entered the school gate, both were out of breath. Uncle Wang, the gatekeeper, called out to Wei Jiangwo, "Look at all that sweat. You 2 must have been training hard." Wei Jiangwo replied briefly, "Of course, we went up the mountain to satisfy our cravings, but ended up in a competition. That's the spirit of youth. By the way, you have a package. It's quite big. Your family really cares for you." This time, Wei Jiangwo smiled genuinely. "Yes, uncle. My wife really misses me. She writes to me every month and cooks for me whenever she can, worried that I won't eat well." Uncle Wang couldn't help but roll his eyes at his enthusiasm. Don't think he didn't notice. The others had secretly given Wei Jiangwo the nickname Wife Fan. He talks about his wife all the time. When offered a cigarette, he says his wife is allergic to smoke and he can't smoke. When invited for a drink, he usually declines, saying he made a promise to his wife not to drink. When shopping, he wants to buy everything for his wife. He bought her a wool coat for over 100 without blinking, then ended up short on cash, and had to eat in the cafeteria for half a month until his wife sent him some pocket money. Whenever a topic comes up, he always mentions his wife. Now, everyone knows she is talented. Uncle Wang didn't want to hear any more praise for her. He urged him to take the package and leave. Wei Jiangwo carried the package to the dormitory. This one was especially large. The others sniffed around like dogs and came over. Earlier, they had asked Wei Jiangwo to help buy some dried seafood, and now it had arrived. As he opened the package, he said, "Don't fight over it. Everything inside is the same. Each person gets a bag. We have the usual dried goods in here." Everyone eagerly opened their bags and tasted the food. It was just as good as they expected. Wei Jiangwo opened his own bag. With the weather getting warmer, many items couldn't be sent, but Song Shuxian had sent him jerky, which was a bit tough but otherwise fine. After sending everyone off, he began to read a letter. "Life has been quite dull lately. Every day feels like a repeat of the last. When I feel bored, I remind myself that being okay is a good thing. And Lula have started practicing martial arts with Tiantian. Every morning, the two of them follow Tiantian and stretch their arms and legs, practicing punches in a funny way. I thought Anan, with his scholarly nature, wouldn't like martial arts, but it turned out to be Lulu who struggled. I had to use a bit of my motherly authority to keep him in line. It feels great to be unreasonable sometimes." Only Lulu, the silly boy, was still cheerful after being scolded. "Tiantian and I want to take the kids to see the city, so they can experience the outside world. Honestly, we just want to go out and have some fun. I heard there are kidnappers on the train, so we didn't dare to go. Do you know anyone who can accompany us? I almost forgot to mention I got these dried goods from the village below. There won't be any more for a while. Enclosed is a letter from an Lulu for you. Please remember to reply after reading it." Wei Jiangwo shook the envelope. It was empty. He started packing his things: 3 sets of underwear, 2 sets of summer pajamas, and 4 sets of clothes for going out. A few papers fell out of the clothes. Great. He found the kids' letters, and they were thick. No wonder they were separated. Wei Jiangwo eagerly opened the letters, but then he froze. The familiar Three-Hair family was back, this time in a series. Three-Hair's mother was washing clothes with many little hairy kids, while Three-Hair's father was drawing mushrooms in a corner. What was this supposed to mean? There was also Three-Hair's family eating with a sister and brother, who had braids. This was quite a challenge for him. Wei Jiangwo really wanted to tell the kids to find a different hobby. What they were drawing now could become embarrassing in the future. But he couldn't say anything. In the Song family courtyard, ever since sending the drawings to their father, the 2 kids had become obsessed with drawing. Looking at the many pictures of the Three-Hair family, Song Shuxian kept telling herself to relax. The kids were still young. Wei Yannan, Wei Yibei. It's time to study. Song Shuxian had started teaching them to develop the habit of knowing what to do at what time. Focus on studying when it's time to study, and play when it's time to play. The 2 kids were very sensitive to their full names. Being called by their full names meant they had to listen. Putting down their toys, they came over to study with their mother. Recently, Song Shuxian had started teaching them the 1,000-character classic. The kids had great memories. They didn't understand the meaning, but they remembered everything. Song Shuxian and Tiantian had planned their trip to the 4-9 city for a long time, but due to real-life factors, they couldn't go. However, some things just can't be ignored. The more they thought about it, the more anxious they became. This trip was one of those things. When Song Shuxian had just married, she went out with Wei Jiangwo and managed to keep calm. Tiantian had only traveled once after getting married, and that was to her in-laws' home. She was really looking forward to taking her kids and her good friend on a trip. In a letter to Lu Xingua, she wrote, "I really want to take the 3 kids, Sihu, Anan, and Lele, and go on a trip with Shuxian." Since Sihu returned to the family compound, he's changed a lot and is now a bit proud. When Shuxian taught Anan and Lele, she also taught Sihu, and our son can now recite the 3-character classic. Can you believe it? I can't recite it myself, and when I hear Sihu recite it, I even feel sleepy. So, we must go out and have fun together, and we have to take Anan and Lele. Kid's dad, you need to figure something out. I know you can. For example, if any of your retired friends have time, they could come help us with the kids and carry our bags. As for safety, I can handle that myself. Xuxian is also very capable and can take care of herself. If you don't agree, I'll find a way on my own. You know I'm not reliable, so please help me, kid's dad. Lu Xinghua could tell she was anxious, very anxious. But could he please take a moment to think of a solution? 2 heads are better than 1. Lu Xinghua took the letter to find Wei Jiangwo. My wife wants to take your song Xuxian and the 3 kids to 49 City. What do you think? Wei Jiangwo was busy reading a book and didn't have time to respond, casually saying, use your brain. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence, leaving Lu Xinghua speechless.
Well,
he really should use his brain. What a joke. He jumped up and slapped Wei Jiangwo on the back. I'm serious. Don't blame me for not warning you. My wife is very determined. When she wants to do something, she will succeed. If they secretly take the kids to 49 City, it could be dangerous. He was genuinely worried. His wife was very bold, and with her strong abilities, she was fearless and reckless. Lu Xinghua's concerns didn't affect Wei Jiangwo at all. He continued to enjoy his book. Lu Xinghua couldn't take it anymore and shoved his head into the book. Wei Jiangwo was startled. The position was too intimate, and he instinctively punched back. Ouch! A scream echoed in the room. Wei Jiangwo. Lu Xinghua. Lu Xinghua rubbed his panda eyes with a boiled egg, and Wei Jiangwo felt a bit embarrassed. He reacted out of instinct. Seeing this, Lu Xinghua started to act shamelessly. I know you have a solution. Find someone to accompany them or talk them out of it, whatever works. They are both good-looking. Even after having kids, they stand out among the families. No, even with the art troupe, they are still top-notch. The 3 little kids are chubby and look well cared for. Kidnappers love that. If something happens, we will regret it. Wei Jiangwo was left speechless by Lu Xinghua's antics. He often wondered how the brave person who saved his comrades on the battlefield could be the same as this monkey in front of him. How could one person be so different? Knowing he wouldn't get an answer, he still spoke up. My wife rarely goes out, even in the family compound. She always has lightning and MOing with her. Do you think she would follow Tiantian into trouble? No, Lu Xinghua thought. Song Xuxian was a very sensible person and never took risks. She always prioritized her safety, and as Wei Jiangwo said, wherever she went, lightning and MOing were always by her side. She also kept training with Wei Jiangwo, and Tiantian said that Song Xuxian trained with her every day. She would never follow Tiantian into trouble. Wei Jiangwo wasn't satisfied. A wise person doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. My wife is smart. It must be said that Wei Jiangwo really understood Song Xuxian. She never liked to take unnecessary risks. At that moment, she was trying to persuade Tiantian. You've been on a train, think about those people. The last time I went out, I was basically a decoration for Wei Jiangwo. When we got on the train, he helped me in through the window and then jumped in himself. When we got off, we waited until the end, and only after the crowd left did we slowly follow. He carried everything. I couldn't manage much. Plus, there are so many people on the train, thieves and kidnappers. The kids are so small. Even if they understand, they're still kids and can run around and touch things. Any danger could be unpredictable. And what if a kidnapper tries to take a child? Don't think you can chase them down. What if they grab all 3 kids? Who would you chase? Tiantian fell silent. What could she say? These were real concerns. She had been feeling cooped up lately, spending over 6 months just revolving around the kids in the family compound. It was indeed tough for her. Tiantian was a free spirit, longing for the outside world. After 2 years in the police force, she had gotten used to being out and about. What they didn't know was that the 2 men were also working hard for their trip. How could there be no summer vacation at school? Wei Jiangwo and the others had won, but it was different from what we understand as summer vacation. They were about to hold a big competition, and the top 3 would get vacation time. The first place gets 10 days, second place 7 days, and third place 5 days. Wei Jiangwo aimed for first place. He missed his wife. This competition was divided into two parts: physical fitness and theoretical knowledge. To be honest, it wasn't easy. In his military district, Wei Jiangwo was a top soldier. Here, everyone was also a top soldier. Those who could participate in this training were all outstanding from their respective military districts. Even in terms of learning ability, Wei Jiangwo wasn't the strongest. After years of learning English with Song Shuxian, he could speak it, but reading books in English was still a bit challenging. His roommate was fluent in 3 languages and could read original texts without any issues. Wei Jiangwo's only advantage was balance. He was consistent in every area with no weak points. To earn those 10 days of vacation, Wei Jiangwo truly put in a lot of effort. Since balance was his strength, he maximized it. He didn't push himself to compete with other strengths. Instead, he steadily trained at his own pace. He wasn't swayed by the various external pressures. In the end, he narrowly won. Shooting, obstacle courses, orienteering, and armed swimming, everyone here was strong, and the differences were minimal. With his good physical condition and stable performance, Wei Jiangwo temporarily ranked first. Fighting was his strong suit. He was adaptable. No matter what style his opponent used, he could adjust immediately, keeping him in the lead. After years of marriage, he had never stopped studying, and in theoretical knowledge and case analysis, he ranked third. But when everything was combined, he had the highest total score. He successfully earned the 10-day vacation. When he got the news, a smile spread across his face. He needed to call his wife to buy tickets. He would accompany her on the trip to 49 City. Lu Xingwa was also doing well. To let Tiantian go out and have fun, he really worked hard and managed to secure 5 days of vacation, feeling quite pleased. After hanging up the phone with Wei Jiangwo, even the usually composed Song Shuxian couldn't help but feel lighter, walking with a spring in her step. Once she entered her yard, she called out to her 2 big kids. "And in Lulu, I have good news." The 2 short kids with their big dogs ran out, asking Mom, "What's up?" And Mom, "What good news?" Mommy. Song Shuxian squatted down and said in a cheerful tone, "Dad is taking us to 49 City for fun." The 2 kids jumped around joyfully, celebrating their chance to go out. "That's great. We can go out to play. Dad is the best and Mom is the best." Anan, who used to be serious like an old man, had become more lively as he grew up and now bounced around with Lulu. Song Shuxian didn't hide the travel plans from her kids. She also explained the challenges, so they wouldn't have unrealistic expectations. She told them that Dad's trip was very important for his career and for their family. So, they might have to wait until Dad finishes his studies and has a break before they could go together. The outside world isn't safe, at least not for the 3 of them. Mom isn't strong enough to fight off many bad people. If someone tries to take their things, it's okay to let them have it. But if someone tries to take an and Lulu, it would be very dangerous. Mom can't fight them off, and if they were taken away, Anan and Lulu might never see her again. They would be very, very sad. Maybe because Song Shuxian always stayed with them and directly told them that Dad's job is to protect people like them from bad guys, and Lulu easily accepted what Mom said. Even though they felt a bit down, they could bear it better than the thought of not seeing Mom. Because Mom promised that as soon as Dad has time, he would take them to 49 City. Now that Dad has time, they can go right away. Mom isn't lying. Anan bounced over and hugged Song Shuxian's neck, asking Mom, "How did Dad do it?" "I'm not sure about the details. You should ask Dad. I only know that he got first place, and this is his reward." But all the uncles who get to study are very impressive. Each one is a hero. Your dad must have worked really hard and put in a lot of effort to get first place. When you see Dad, remember to tell him he worked hard and that you love him. And instead, Mom works hard. I love Mom the most. They see how hard Mom works every day living with them. Last time, Uncle Zhang mentioned that Mom gave up her career for them, and he heard it. Even though he didn't fully understand, Anan knew that Mom loved them very much. Shy little Anan gave Mom a kiss, and then ran off. Song Shuxian laughed. He was only 3 and already knew how to be shy. Lulu saw his brother kiss Mom and came over to give Song Shuxian a kiss too. Remembering something, Song Shuxian called the kids back and seriously told them, Aunt Tiantian and Sihu are going with us. But this good news will be told to them by Uncle Lu Xinghua. You two need to hold on for now. Once they know, we can go celebrate with Sihu. Lulu asked Mom, can I tell Sihu? He can know early. Song Shuxian hugged her son and said, Lulu, I really liked the gift you prepared for me last time. That little stone has been on my vanity, and I see it every day. When you gave it to me, I thought my son was the best. If someone told me in advance that you prepared a gift, I would still be happy and excited. But it might not be a surprise. Do you like it when I secretly prepare gifts for you and your brother?
Yes.
And listened nearby. He didn't fully understand but kept quiet, thinking whatever Mom said was fine. After all, she would tell him later. He was eager to take his brother to pack their things. When they usually go to the beach, they need to bring one bag. This time, for 49 City, they need to bring 2 bags. Song Shuxian found it amusing, and it was like a little adult, always worrying. For this trip to 49 City, Song Shuxian planned to keep things simple. Everyone would bring 3 sets of clothes to change, just to keep it easy. They could buy whatever they needed there. It's easier to shop there and they have more options. Now they just need to wait for Wei Jiangwo to send the train tickets back. Next, Song Shuxian needed to tidy up the yard. Before they leave, it should be clean and she needed to check on Lightning and Moing to see if they could bring them. If not, they would have to go to the military dog base. Thinking about this, Song Shuxian sat down by the swing, letting the 2 dogs rest their heads on her lap while she petted them and talked. I wonder if we can take you on the train, and if the hotel will let you stay. If not, I'll have to send you 2 to Captain Zhang's house for a few days, but I'm a bit worried. If it doesn't work out, I'll send you to the training base. You both know that place well, and would be more comfortable there. Plus, you can show off your skills to the other dogs. I promise to take you wherever I go. When can I buy a big car, like the one Wei Jiangwo drives? With a car, we can take you anywhere. We won't have to be apart anymore. I'll keep an eye on this, and if possible, I'll buy one right away. She rambled on, hugging the 2 dogs and saying a lot. When Tiantian arrived, Song Shuxian was still chatting with the dogs. Lightning and Moing were being good, listening to her. Shuxian, we can go out to play. Tiantian ran over and gave Song Shuxian a big hug, her smile bright enough to light up the room. Song Shuxian took her hand, and they sat down together on the porch. What are you planning to bring? I found out that summer in 49 City is quite hot, so just bring dresses. Shopping there is very convenient, so let's try to pack light and buy what we need. When we come back, we can send everything back, which will save us a lot of trouble. I'll go pack right away. I'm so excited to go out and play. Tiantian was so happy she could hardly contain herself. And Song, I'm here to find Anan and Lulu. Sihu came running in, not even looking at his mom, and heading straight to share the good news with his friends. As soon as he entered, the joyful noise of the little ones filled the room. Going out to play is indeed delightful. That evening, Song Shuxian checked the things her 2 sons had packed. Whose little hat is this? It's mine. Lulu, this hat is for winter. It's summer now and it's too hot. You might get sick. You can't take this. I want to bring little Tiger, Lulu insisted stubbornly. Seeing that reasoning didn't work, Song Shuxian decided to let him have his way. Tomorrow, you can wear this hat all day. If you still want to wear it then, I'll agree. Okay, Mom. The silly boy happily gave her a kiss. And then nearby, tried to pull him back but couldn't. Oh well, let the silly brother be. The next day, Lulu was so hot that every time he wanted to take off the hat, Song Shuxian stopped him, telling him to feel it. After just 30 minutes, he came crying to apologize, saying he didn't want to wear the hat anymore. Song Shuxian thought, indeed, it's better to guide than to force. The old saying holds true. Wei Jiangwo arranged everything quickly. As soon as the school confirmed the 10-day holiday, he immediately contacted son Taizhan to buy tickets. Worried about Song Shuxian and the others' safety, he also asked Deputy Commander Wang for help and bought soft sleeper tickets. Tiantian and Song Shuxian took 3 children and traveled alone. And in Lele, wake up. We're taking the train today. At 5 a.m., Song Shuxian had already packed and made breakfast. As soon as Enin and Lele heard they were going on a trip, they quickly got out of bed, not even having time to linger. After finishing breakfast, it was just 6 a.m., and they managed their time perfectly. They went out to meet Tiantian and the others to catch the bus. Today, they were taking a supply bus to the city. They didn't bring much this time. Tiantian had 2 big bags, while Song Shuxian only had 1 big bag, and she had secretly packed some things into a gourd. Enin and Lele each carried a small backpack with their snacks and comic books. When they arrived at the waiting area, a few sisters were already there. Xiao Song, Xiao Tian, are you going far with those big bags? Song Shuxian smiled at the 3 kids and chatted with the sisters. These 3 kids miss their dad. They talk about him every day at home. Tiantian and I finally have time, so we're taking them to see him. Is it safe to go that far? Of course. The military academy is full of our soldiers. What could be unsafe? With them around, who would dare to cause trouble? Tiantian replied. Oh, I see. Is it far? Will the school let you stay? It's not far. We'll take the bus today and arrive tomorrow. Xiao Song, why didn't you bring your 2 big dogs? There are many people on the train and there could be thieves. Having dogs would be safer. There are rules on the train that don't allow dogs. Plus, we will be staying at a guest house, and they don't allow dogs inside, Song Shuxian explained. Oh, that's true. Are the 2 dogs at home well fed? I can help feed them. They have food. I sent them to the military dog area, and they have their rations. Thank you, sister. If I need help, I'll definitely ask you. No need to be polite. We're neighbors. We help each other out. While they were chatting, the bus arrived. Enin and Lele quickly returned to their mom's side. As usual, the agile Tiantian got on first, moving gracefully. Song Shuxian stayed below, picking up the 3 kids one by one and handing them up before climbing on herself. Though not as graceful as Tiantian, she managed to get on without needing help. You 3, sit next to mom on the bus. It will shake and running around can make you fall. Song Shuxian and Tiantian sat next to each other, holding the kids in their arms so they could all talk together. On the bus, the sisters were still curious about Song Shuxian and the others. It was the first time someone wanted to take their kids to see their dad just because they missed him. Honestly, they thought it was a waste of money. At the train station, Song Shuxian and the others arrived early and had to wait 3 hours for the train. They decided to go to a state-run restaurant for a meal. This was Enin and Lele's first time in the city, and they felt there was so much to see. The people here were different from those in the courtyard. They all wore the same blue clothes, and some wore hats. The aunties here wore beautiful dresses, while the aunties in the courtyard preferred pants. The state-run restaurant wasn't serving yet and had its doors closed. Song Shuxian inquired and found out it would open at 11, with 30 minutes to wait. Let's sit here for a while and wait, she said. Despite having only 1 bag, she had packed a lot into it, making it quite heavy. Tiantian's 2 bags were also filled with heavy items, so they couldn't even switch bags. Enin and Lele didn't want to wait with their mom. It was their first time in the city, and they wanted to explore. They looked at Tiantian, hoping she would take them around. However, Tiantian refused. Song Shuxian was so pretty. What if she encountered bad people? She had to keep an eye on them. The 3 kids exchanged glances, realizing their mom wouldn't change her mind and take them out, so they obediently waited aside. Song Shuxian and Tiantian exchanged a look, agreeing that the kids were smart, as they could read the situation. There were people in the restaurant, and a kind waitress noticed the 3 kids waiting at the door. She peeked out and asked, "Are you waiting to eat?" "Yes, ma'am. We arrived early for the noon train and had nowhere to go, so we thought we'd wait here." "Come on in. It's hot outside. We don't want the kids to get too warm." Thanks to the kids, the 2 adults were allowed to enter the state-run restaurant early. Enin didn't forget to say, "Thank you, Auntie." Lele, following Enin's example, also thanked the waitress. The waitress looked at the 3 adorable kids and smiled. "You've taught them well. They are so thoughtful, and even say thank you on their own." With the waitress's help, they ordered dishes that the kids liked: guabao ro, chinsiu haijiapai, and tomato shrimp. Song Shuxian also ordered a steamed fish and some water tofu. Don't underestimate these three-year-olds. They could eat a lot, and what they ordered was barely enough. Song Shuxian had already planned that when the kids got a bit older, she would teach them to cook. Otherwise, by the time they were 10, she would be doing nothing but cooking for them every day. They could eat so much. After the meal, they also packed a box of dumplings to eat later, filled with the recommended mantis shrimp filling. There were only a few portions, but they sold it to them because of the 3 kids. Train station Song Shuqian and Tiantian, along with 3 children, found someone to help them buy tickets. Comrades Song and Tian, hello. I'm Xiao Wang, in charge of the soft sleeper carriage for our train. Let me take you in first. It was great to get in early and avoid the crowd. Thank you, Comrade Wang. Sorry for the trouble. After some polite exchanges, they went through a special passage. Anin, Lele, and Sihua held hands, walking in front of their mother. They were curious but didn't run around, staying close. The soft sleeper area had small compartments that could be locked from the inside, with 4 beds in each compartment, arranged as upper and lower bunks. The environment was nice and clean. Song Shuqian and her group took the lower bunks. After helping them settle in, Comrade Wang left. Sitting by the window, Song Shuqian watched the bustling crowd outside. I'm glad we got on early, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to manage 2 kids on board. Tiantian, feeling anxious, recalled their last trip to Old Lu's home, where there weren't so many people, and she had a smooth journey. That's why she thought she could carry 1 child and hold another while managing the bags, making it seem like they could leave any time without hassle. She gently patted her chest, relieved that Shuqian didn't follow her reckless idea. Otherwise, the kids would have been in danger. The 3 children curiously explored the small compartment, as it was their first time seeing upper and lower bunks. Mom, I want to go up, Lele said, blinking his big, watery eyes, trying to charm his mother into agreeing. Song Shuqian nodded and replied, but we only bought this lower bunk. The upper one belongs to someone else. There's no one up there, Lele insisted. Imagine there's a bicycle by the road with no one around. Do you think that bike is ours?
No.
Mom, we can switch. You want to switch with the person in the upper bunk? Yes, switch, Lele confirmed, nodding his head. Song Shuqian chuckled softly, but I don't want to. What should we do? This bunk is for me, your brother, and you, so we all have a say. Plus, I paid for it, so my opinion matters more than yours and your brother's combined. I really like this spot, and don't want to change. Lele turned away, sulking with his back to her. Mom, you're teasing me, Lele pouted. Song Shuqian stifled a laugh, feeling victorious and happy. Tiantian sighed. Shuqian was great, but lately, she loved teasing Lele. She found Lele's pouty face amusing, saying it looked just like Wei Jiangwo when he was upset. Tiantian couldn't see the resemblance and couldn't imagine Deputy Commander Wei acting like that. Enan, understanding her mother's playful nature, took her little brother's hand to look at the crowd outside. Song Shuqian smiled secretly. She had read a method in a foreign book that to strengthen sibling bonds, one should create a little trouble or a common enemy. She thought those ideas didn't quite fit, but teasing the kids occasionally could help them bond as brothers. These harmless little jokes could also improve their mother-child relationship. As for why she didn't tease Anan, she had tried, but Anan would just say, Mom, I'll do whatever you say. What else could she say? He would listen to himself. Ignoring them, Song Shuqian tidied the beds and focused on the people outside. A woman was holding a little girl's hand, carrying a small boy on her back, and dragging a large bag. The bag was so big that she was almost pulling it along. A man in a shirt in front turned impatiently and said something, and the woman hurriedly replied, speeding up. Song Shuqian thought the man was really something. He didn't even help with the luggage. As they passed by her window, she caught bits of the woman scolding her child. You useless thing. Hurry up. You can't even carry your brother. Song Shuqian's expression darkened, and she withdrew all her sympathy. That woman deserved it. A 7 or 8-year-old boy ran past her window, being chased by an elderly lady who shouted, "Slow down, dear. Don't fall." Another boy, about 5 or 6, held onto an elder's hand, saying, "Grandma, be careful not to fall." "Grandma, will my dad and stepmother want me?" The little boy's face showed worry. Song Shuqian watched, getting lost in thought, piecing together the story of their lives from just a few words. Lele called out twice, and when he got no response, he climbed into his mother's lap. "Mom, I was calling you." Song Shuqian snapped back to reality. "Sorry, I was lost in thought looking outside." "It's okay, Mom." "What's outside?" "There are many different lives out there." Lele didn't understand. His mom was speaking strangely again. He didn't care and asked Mom, "Can we go out to play?" Song Shuqian's expression changed instantly, becoming serious. "Didn't we agree on some rules before we left?"
Can you repeat them?
Lele hesitated. "Stay close to Mom and not run around. Be obedient and not make noise. Listen to my brother and discuss things with him first." Song Shuqian maintained her serious face. "So?" "Mom, I won't run around." Song Shuqian nodded, pleased, and smiled. "Go find your brother." Tiantian, despite having seen this many times, was always amazed by Shuqian's quick change of expression. "Shuqian, how do you do that? Your face changes so fast." "Haha, with Wei Jiangwo not here, I can just change my expression to show my feelings." "What's up with Sihu? He hasn't said anything?" Tiantian glanced at her son and whispered, "He's tired, sleepy, but he's trying to stay awake. He'll fall asleep soon." She then asked, "I wonder who is in the upper bunk and if they will be easy to get along with." Song Shuqian shrugged. "We'll be there tomorrow. If they're hard to deal with, we just won't interact. We might not see them again." As they chatted, 2 men entered, one older, looking to be in his 50s, and the younger one in his 20s. From their mannerisms, they seemed to have been soldiers. Song Shuqian and Tiantian both sighed in relief. They naturally trusted veterans, even if they were retired soldiers. The 2 men noticed the unusual group of 2 women with 3 children and were briefly surprised. But just for a moment, if they hadn't been paying attention, they wouldn't have noticed at all. The young man seemed to want to change seats for a leader but hesitated to speak when he saw Song Shuqian's group. The older man didn't mind at all. He felt there was no problem. Song Shuqian and Tiantian didn't offer to switch seats either, as they had children, and it would be troublesome if someone fell. Feeling the train start, Anan found it very magical. "Mom, the train is so long. How does it move?" "It's amazing," Song Shuqian explained. "This involves mechanical principles. Trains mainly rely on internal combustion engines or steam engines to pull them. It's a very complex and precise process, which you might understand better when you're older. If you still want to know then, you can ask me, and I'll draw a diagram of how an internal combustion engine works for you. Now, let me give you a brief explanation. Look at the front of the train. If it's puffing smoke, it runs on coal. There are several boilers on the train, and when the water inside reaches a certain temperature, it produces steam. This steam goes through some processes to become power, pushing the train forward. Steam can be very dangerous, so you need to stay away. If you want to learn more, you should do so with my supervision. That's very important, Anan. If the front of the train isn't puffing smoke, it runs on fuel. It's not the kind of oil we eat. It's the kind of oil Dad puts in the car. Similarly, it goes through a complex process to become power that moves the train." Lele was very interested in the train. "Mom, why doesn't the train shake?" "That's a great question, Lele. It shows you pay attention." Anan's question was also good, and I forgot to mention something earlier, so let me add that now. However, this is also a very complex issue involving many subjects that you might not understand yet. You can write it down for now. Let me explain simply. When you say it doesn't shake, are you comparing it to Dad driving the car or Mom riding a bike? Comparing it to a car. Okay, let's compare it to a car. First, the train runs on tracks that have been laid very smoothly by many skilled workers. It's like driving on a well-built road. The car won't shake much. Second, the train is very heavy and long, like a giant steel dragon. A heavy train generates inertia while moving, helping it stay stable. Lastly, there's speed. Trains usually run at a steady speed and don't suddenly speed up or slow down. That's the general idea. If you're still interested, when we get home, let's see if we can make a small model to experiment with. Interested? We want a model. Lele got excited and spoke a bit loudly. Lele, please be quieter. You're disturbing others. Sorry, Lele immediately quieted down. Just to add, we'll need Dad's help to make it. You know, Mom has lots of theoretical knowledge, but zero practical skills. Tiantian swallowed. Sister, is this how you usually play with the kids? Yes, I can also let them play by themselves. Lightning and Ink Shadow will take care of them. Tiantian gave a big thumbs up. No wonder you don't want to send the kids to daycare. Which teacher can answer such complex questions? Song Shuqian felt a bit proud. That's how my elders taught me when I was young. The guy in the upper bunk, who accidentally overheard, nodded in agreement, wondering who teaches kids like that. When he was young, if he asked so many questions, he would just be told, I don't know, go ask your teacher. Indeed, same world, different moms. An older gentleman nearby listened with bright eyes, thinking this woman is impressive. He wondered what job she had. Lele lay on his mom's lap.
Mum, I'm sleepy.
Song Shuqian patted his head. If you're sleepy, go to sleep. Mom is here. It's very safe. Call your brother over, and you can hold hands and sleep together. Lele was very obedient and went to Pulinen over for a big hug. The two boys lay down together. And then you woke up too early this morning. Sleep for a while. Mom and Aunt Tian aren't sleepy. She will keep me company. And nodded, closed his eyes, and fell asleep instantly. Tian gave Song Shuqian a thumbs up. You're it and is really thoughtful. Song Shuqian rolled her eyes at her. Don't take it for granted. Your four tiger is also a great little treasure. Tian beamed. Of course, my four tiger is the best in my heart. Seeing four tiger completely close his eyes, they exchanged smiles. When it comes to praising kids, they were serious. The man in the upper bunk also closed his eyes to sleep, thinking these two women were interesting. Normally, shouldn't they be modest and praise each other's kids while downplaying their own? Instead, they seemed to be competing. For a moment, the train car became quiet. Song Shuqian signaled to Tian to sleep first. I'll keep watch, she mouthed. She took out a notebook where she recorded the kids' questions and her answers when she was bored. Song Shuqian had interacted with children from family compounds and daycare centers, and many were quite smart. She wanted to someday gather this knowledge and publish an encyclopedia for kids. This way, parents who want to answer their kids' questions but don't know how can find answers in the book. They slept for a long time, and when they woke up, it was almost dinner time. For Tiger woke up first. Song Shuqian stretched out her arms. For Tiger, Annie will hold you. Let Mom sleep a bit longer, okay? For Tiger obediently, let Song Shuqian hold him. Auntie, I need to pee. Okay. Auntie will take you. We need to wake your mom. Tian was already awake. She woke up as soon as For Tiger moved, but was too lazy to get up. I'll take him. Maybe kids have some magical connection. As soon as For Tiger and Tian left the compartment and woke up. Mom, I need to pee. Great, they all wanted the same thing. When Tian returned, Song Shuqian quickly took N and Lele to the restroom. The soft sleeper section was managed strictly. No one without a ticket could enter. It was relatively safe and cleaner. After taking care of the two kids, they ran into the attendant, Xiao Wang, who was delivering meals. Comrade Song, here's your dinner. Everyone in the compartment was awake. Song Shuqian asked the two kids, Are you hungry? How much can you eat? Both kids said they weren't hungry. How about a few dumplings? They're from lunch, with mantis shrimp filling. Song Shuqian took out their special utensils, wooden bowls and spoons, and put 5 dumplings in each bowl. Go ahead and eat. If it's not enough, ask Mom for more. The older man and the young man watching were surprised. This child was only 2 or 3 years old and could communicate like an adult. Tian scooped a big spoonful of chili sauce, mixed it, and asked Song Shuqian, Do you want some? Song Shuqian shook her head. She couldn't handle it. Just as they finished eating, an attendant came to deliver meals to the older and younger gentlemen. Song Shuqian and Tiantian cleared the little table, making space for them. You can eat here. The old man's surname is Chu. After dinner, he chatted with the two children. How old are you this year? Mr. Chu asked. Anan, Lulu, and Sihu, the three children, all turned to look at their mother. This made Song Shuqian and Tiantian feel a bit embarrassed. Song Shuqian tried to adjust her emotions so the children wouldn't notice. She nodded at them and said, "You can talk freely." This situation was partly their fault. Both Song Shuqian and Tiantian were worried that the children would play wildly on the train. So, they had given them a safety lesson. One key point was don't talk to strangers, which the children remembered very well. Perhaps they were too cautious. So now, they just looked back at their mother. It felt a bit awkward. The old man didn't mind and thought their caution was good. Song Shuqian agreed to let the children talk to the old man because of his status. If she couldn't see that this old man was special, she would be quite short-sighted. This old man seemed to be a soldier, possibly a high-ranking one, and the young man with him was his bodyguard. And Lulu didn't know much. They were just chatting with an old grandpa. We are 3 years old. I'm An, this is my brother Lulu, and this is our good friend Sihu. In front of unfamiliar people, An acted as their spokesperson. While the old man chatted with the children, Song Shuqian secretly observed Sihu. When she saw he wasn't rejecting the conversation, she felt relieved. Let's not forget, during his baby years, Sihu was like a human detector. Even his grandmother couldn't touch him. Maybe he was too sensitive to emotions. As Sihu grew up, he liked to talk less and preferred to play with An and Lulu, who understood him without needing words. Simply put, Lulu was Sihu's voice. The old man enjoyed talking with the three children. What can you do? He asked. Lulu replied, We just finished learning the 1,000-character classic. Mom said next we will learn the sound and rhyme enlightenment. Oh? Can you tell me what the 1,000-character classic is? The 1,000-character classic is like a treasure chest. The things inside help us learn forever. It has heaven and earth, for seasons and great people. We just started memorizing it, and we'll keep learning for a long time. Anan answered. She was the most eager learner among the three. What do you like most in it? Anan said, Filial piety requires effort. Loyalty means giving your life. Tread carefully on the edge. Rise early and keep warm. We want to be good children who are filial to our mother. The young man beside them had fallen silent. He had never heard any of this. He only knew heaven and earth, mysterious yellow, universe vast, which was enough to brag about in the camp. Oh no, he felt inferior to a little kid now. That was quite a blow. Unlike him, the old man grew more excited as they talked. These two children understood so much and weren't shy about expressing themselves. It was impressive that such young kids could clearly convey their thoughts. It was clear that this woman was remarkable. She had taught the children all this. Their interactions were quite pleasant throughout the journey. The old man asked the children, Are you going home? Their mother had taught them the standard answer, and the three children replied in unison, To see Dad. Dad is working outside, and we miss him. Song Shuqian face-bombed. It felt too fake. Mr. Chu was also heading to the capital, so with him around, Song Shuqian and the others had a relaxed trip. Mr. Chu loved children and chatted with them about all sorts of things. When the three children couldn't keep up, he would change the topic and continue talking. Of course, he also exchanged stories with the children. Yes, they took turns telling stories. The next morning, the train finally arrived in the capital. No matter how comfortable the train was, sitting for so long was unbearable. Song Shuqian felt like her legs were swollen. Fortunately, they didn't bring much, but she still worried. You three, don't rush. This is the final stop. They will definitely let us off. Let everyone else go first and we'll go last. Anan held her hand. Mom, you hold on to An and Lulu. Don't worry, we won't get lost. Thank you, and Mom will take good care of you. We won't get lost. Outside the window, Wei Jiangwo knocked twice on the glass.
Dad.
Lula saw him first and jumped over to greet him through the window. Seeing him, Song Shuqian smiled. At that moment, all her tension disappeared. He took the two children's hands. Let's go. Dad is here to pick us up. Outside, Lu Xingguo was furious and wanted to hit Wei Jiangwo. It was clearly his idea to greet their son first, and it frustrated him. The two children ran out and jumped into their father's arms, forming a group hug. Did you miss Dad? Yeah, and Lula missed Dad, and Mom missed Dad too. When Lula got excited, he would slobber all over people, and Wei Jiangwo received several wet kisses from his son. He was his own child. What could he do but accept it? When Song Shuxian came out, Wei Jiangwo lifted Anan onto his back and hold on tight to Dad. He walked toward his wife. Is it heavy? Let me carry it. He held her hand and squeezed. Are you tired? On the other side, Tiantian threw her bag at Lu Xingguo as soon as she came out. I'm exhausted. The air outside is so much better. You carry the kids. Lu Xingguo was grinning like a fool. Mr. Chu watched all this from the window and sighed with his bodyguard. Being young is wonderful. Look how close they are. Seeing Wei Jiangwo, Mr. Chu smiled. Look at that young man. Isn't he the top of this training session? I didn't expect him to be so warm at home, acting all cold and distant outside. That's good. A man needs a happy family to succeed in his career. He's lucky. Those two sons will be amazing when they grow up, and his wife is no ordinary person. The bodyguard listened to the old man's musings while staying alert. Meanwhile, Song Shuxian and the others exited the train station and headed straight to the bus stop. Wei Jiangwo explained, the hotel we stayed at last time requires a special introduction letter, so we can't stay there. This time, we're staying at the military guest house, which is convenient for getting around. You all decide. You two watch the kids. We'll take a nap. Tiantian was already exhausted. Song Shuxian explained, last night, we took turns watching the kids' safety and didn't get enough sleep. On the bus, Tiantian fell asleep, and Song Shuxian leaned against Wei Jiangwo to rest her eyes. At the guest house, Song Shuxian and Tiantian went straight to sleep. Wei Jiangwo and Lu Xingguo took the three children out for a meal. Hello, Comrade. We would like 2 bowls of fried liver, 2 bowls of tofu pudding, 2 bowls of wontons, 6 meat-filled pancakes, 2 oil cakes, and 8 buns. Wei Jiangwo stood at the cash register, helping everyone order before they went out to have fun. Lu Xingguo added, and 2 bowls of mung bean juice. Do you want some? I heard people in the city love to drink it. Wei Jiangwo couldn't help but feel frustrated. He didn't want to remember the taste of mung bean juice. No, he said firmly. Lu Xingguo sighed. Only in this city can you find so many breakfast options. Wei Jiangwo ignored him, not even looking around. Nearby were their military district's guest house, an oil guest house, and a steel guest house. At the table, the 3 kids were eager, especially An and Lulu, who had hardly left their family compound, found everything new and exciting. Song Shuxian began to reflect on whether she had been too cautious. It seemed she could take the kids out more often. An Lulu and Sihu, you can choose what you want to eat. Once you pick, you have to finish it. No leftovers. The 3 kids looked at the table full of delicious food, torn about what to try first. The 4 adults remained silent, just watching. Anan asked, Mom, can you help us divide it? Want to taste everything. Sihu added, just a little bit of each, please. Song Shuxian was very pleased, of course. Our kids are so smart to think of this. The 3 kids puffed out their chests, proud of their cleverness. Anan and Lulu were not picky eaters and enjoyed their food. Their favorite was the fried liver. Song Shuxian was so tired that she could barely keep her eyes open. If it weren't for the energy drink, she wouldn't have had the energy to go out. They say a little time apart can feel like a honeymoon. She felt that way too, though she didn't know where Wei Jiangwo got his energy. The whole night was exhausting. She also had to worry about the 2 kids, not daring to make a sound. It was really hard to describe. Song Shuxian had faint dark circles under her eyes. Wei Jiangwo knew he was in the wrong and was extra attentive that morning. Wife, this wonton is delicious.
Try it.
He brought the wonton to her and added, if you're not hungry, just eat a little. Later, we'll buy some mung bean cake. I know you like that. We'll also pass by Daxiankan, where we can get some pastries to snack on. Lu Xingwa couldn't bear to watch. Who would have thought that this attentive husband would be the same cold-faced soldier? The contrast was too great. Song Shuxian would act spoiled with him, but would always consider his image in front of others. I'll eat on my own, you take care of the kids. They miss you a lot. When you left, Anan waited for you by the door every day, and Lila checked every room before bed to see if you were around. Wei Jiangwo patted his son's heads. Daddy misses you too. I'll come home after I finish my work. Anan said, Dad, you can focus on your work. We'll wait for you at home. You're a great hero. The old father was almost moved to tears. Lu Xingwa also learned about Sihu's situation. He had worried it would affect his training, but Tiantian hadn't said anything. It was only during this meeting that he learned the details. Lu Xingwa felt very guilty, thinking he had neglected his son. At that moment, he tried to care for Sihu like Wei Jiangwo did, but he could never bring himself to say those sweet words. Lu Xingwa had been taught that a father is like a mountain, shielding his children from the storm, and should be as silent as a mountain. It was hard for him, a good talker, to be a quiet father in front of his son. It was a struggle, a conflict, but he had gotten used to it. Lu Xingwa shared with Wei Jiangwo, Look, almost every table has mung bean juice. Everyone seems to enjoy it. I'll share some with you. Wei Jiangwo dismissed him, saying, You drink it yourself. Tiantian looked at Lu Xingwa with a strange expression. She had already tasted it and thought, well, how should she put it? She never wanted to take a second sip. Lu Xingwa took a big gulp from his bowl, ready to praise it, but his expression changed dramatically. With great willpower, he swallowed it down. Song Shuxian recalled the mung bean juice they had tried. Ugh. Lu Xingwa's face looked terrible as he pointed at Wei Jiangwo, like a neglected wife. You didn't tell me. This stuff is so awful. How do they drink it? Tiantian nodded vigorously. Haha, you got served. Lu Xingwa. Wife, even you are picking on me. How can I describe this taste? I can't find the words. Son, do you want to try a little? See how bad it is. Sihu looked at his dad as if he were foolish. His expression seemed to say, if you say it's bad, why should I try it? Lu Xingwa. See? It's not that he didn't want to spoil this little brat. It was just frustrating. All right, you don't have to try it if you don't want to. It's not good anyway. Lila suddenly said, Dad, can I try? Wei Jiangwo. So there's a little brave one here. Sure, how much do you want? Daddy will get it for you. Just a little. Lila made a small gesture with his hand. And then quietly raised her little bowl. I want some too. As Wei Jiangwo served them, he said, We can't waste food. This may not taste good, but since you asked for it, you have to finish it. The two kids took a sip, their faces scrunched up like little dumplings. Lulu even cried from the awful taste. Song Shuxian couldn't help but laugh. Of course, she didn't forget to encourage the two kids. My brave little ones, you said you would take responsibility for your choices. You asked for this, so you must finish it. Honey, let's cheer them on together. With their parents' encouragement, the two kids finished the last bit in their bowls. Song Shuxian quickly handed them some hot water. Drink some water to wash it down. An old man at the next table had been watching and said, Hey, you folks aren't from this city, are you? As the saying goes, people from this city love mung bean juice. It's good for your health. It can clear heat and detoxify, and it's great for digestion. Drinking it now is perfect. Lu Xingwa chimed in, You have a good eye. We came here on a business trip and brought the kids to see Tiananmen. They need to know where our capital is. Then you came to the right place. The Forbidden City reopened in July. You must go inside and take a look. That place used to be where the emperor lived. And the summer palace, that cost a lot back in the day. The locals were very friendly, and once they started talking, they couldn't stop. And the History Museum, right next to the Forbidden City, is filled with treasures left by our ancestors. After saying goodbye to the friendly local, they headed to their destination for the day, the zoo. On the bus, Lu Xingwa was still amazed. The power of this mung bean juice is incredible. I can still smell it in my breath. To avoid wasting it, he drank the rest of the mung bean juice. Tiantian, not being nice, teased him. Why don't you describe the taste or feeling? If someone asks, I want to have something to say. Lu Xingwa stammered for a long time, struggling to find the right words. He looked at Wei Jiangwo, hoping for help from his good friend. Wei Jiangwo turned to Song Shuxian. He was used to her being precise in her descriptions. Song Shuxian did not disappoint. When you lift the bowl, a sour, stinky smell hits you. Taking a sip feels like having vinegar that has fermented improperly in your mouth, making your stomach churn. Lu Xingwa and Tiantian both gave her a thumbs up. Exactly. Mommy, what is a zoo? Lele asked, leaning against Song Shuxian while looking at the buildings outside the bus. Mommy, why is the bus different from Daddy's car? Ainen asked while sitting in her father's lap. Mommy. All the way, the two kids were full of questions, finding everything new and exciting. Wei Jiangwo watched as his wife skillfully answered their questions. If she didn't know something, she would honestly say, I'm not sure, but we can ask the zoo staff or check a book when we get home. Wei Jiangwo quietly took Song Shuxian's hand and said, Honey, you're doing a great job. If these two ever disrespect you, I will definitely give them a good spanking. Lu Xingwa, sitting in front of them, rarely kissed his son, Sihu. He thought it was nice when his son was quiet, but if he kept asking questions, he would go crazy. He told Sihu's son, let's get along well with Ainen and Lele. We can visit their house for lessons, and if you have questions, ask Aunt Song. Just don't ask your mom and dad. He exaggeratedly patted Sihu's little bottom, saying it was too scary. Tiantian leaned on Lu Xingwa's shoulder, saying, Now you see how hard it is for me. Kids are really cute but also a bit scary. I don't love reading as much as Shuxian does. The key is, she reads and remembers. I read and just eat my meal. If you find any interesting books, please buy them for her. We'll take care of her books, as long as she helps teach Sihu. They say you can't have two different kinds of people in the same bed. And it was true. Both of them were thinking about asking Song Shuxian to help teach the kids. Finally, they arrived at the zoo. Wei Jiangwo, Lu Xingwa, and Tiantian all sighed in relief. It had been too noisy. At the zoo entrance, Song Shuxian called Ainen and Lele, you two take Sihu and stand over there. Mommy will take a picture of you. Today, Ainen and Lele wore blue striped shirts with dark blue shorts and black handmade shoes. They stood out in the crowd. They took many photos at the entrance, and both families captured their group pictures. Song Shuxian introduced, This place is already 65 years old. She asked the dads to lift their kids, and the three little ones smiled with their eyes squinted. Song Shuxian pointed out, Look at this stone gate. There are two dragons carved in the middle, guarding something, with the words sun and moon on either side, symbolizing working during the day and resting at night. When the sun rises, it's time to go to work. When the sun sets, it's time to go home and rest. The three kids nodded, somewhat understanding. As they walked into the zoo, they saw a big bear, and the kids ran to the fence, amazed. It's so big, bigger than lightning and darker than Moing. The kids compared their little hands to the bear's big paw, realizing how small they were. Wei Jiangwo worried the kids might lose their respect for the animals and emphasized, You three, don't think that just because that bear is sitting quietly, you can touch it. It's a very dangerous animal. Look at its size compared to me and Uncle Lu. It's several times bigger than us. It could easily crush us. And look at its claws. Oh, they've been trimmed, but a real bear has very sharp claws that can easily leave marks on rocks. And it's very, very smart. It can mimic people, standing far away and waving. If someone falls for it and goes over, it could eat them. Wei Jiangwo stressed again, These animals are extremely dangerous. Remember to stay far away if you see them. Lu Xingwa shared stories of his comrades encountering bears, making the three kids exclaim that they wanted to leave because it was too scary. Next, they went to see the big tiger, Ainen and Sihu's favorite animal. Today, they were carrying little backpacks with tiger designs. Seeing the majestic tiger, Ainen said, Wow, it looks so powerful. Its eyes are so beautiful. Sihu stared wide-eyed and asked his father, Daddy, I want to keep it. Lu Xingwa replied, Son, it's not like lightning. You really can't keep this one. It's too dangerous. If you keep it, everyone in the neighborhood would go crazy. Tiantian chimed in with bright eyes. Honey, I want to keep one too. Lu Xingua. I'll find you a cat with similar patterns. That's the best I can do.
No more talk about this.
Keeping a tiger? You must be out of your mind. Do you know how much it eats in a day? Song Shuxian watched as Lu Xingua, a good officer, was overwhelmed by his wife and kids. Tiantian and Sihu, with similar faces, turned to Song Shuxian with hopeful eyes and said, I want to keep one. If they were asking about common small pets, Song Shuxian would have said, sure, keep whatever you want. But now, she awkwardly smiled and didn't respond. Lele didn't want to keep a tiger. He wanted a snake instead. Mommy, my favorite animal isn't the turtle anymore. It's the snake. It looks so beautiful. Song Shuxian turned to Wei Jiangwo. Honey, I'm scared. Wei Jiangwo stepped in. No way. That thing is too dangerous. What if it bites Mommy? But, Daddy, we can keep it in a cage like this. Mommy won't be scared anymore. Lele can play with it inside. Ainen helped. Daddy, we want that black and red one, the prettiest one. Just a moment ago, Wei Jiangwo and his wife were laughing at Lu Xingua. Now they were the ones being laughed at. Keeping a snake would scare everyone in the neighborhood. Song Shuxian quickly led the kids away to see other animals. At the reptile house, they saw crocodiles and lizards. As a true old-timer, it was Song Shuxian's first time seeing so many animals, and she was very excited, discussing everything with the kids. Looking at a crocodile, she said, the book says it can live a long time, about 50 to 75 years. Its teeth are very sharp. Look at its eyes on top of its head and its nose on its back. It's said to help it breathe while in the water. Mommy, are there crocodiles in the sea? No, they live in fresh water. Then they saw a crane, and Song Shuxian sighed. With a clear call, it flies beyond the clouds. Its graceful form and endless charm are true. The kids were most shocked by the elephant. It was enormous, taller than any of them. Mommy, we want to take a picture with the elephant. When Lu Xingua took the photo, he was so focused on the elephant that the kids appeared tiny in the picture. Wow, it's so tall, even taller than Daddy. In front of the giraffe, the three kids looked up in amazement. At the peacock exhibit, they were captivated by the peacock's colorful feathers. As they left the zoo, everyone had found their favorite animal. Lele loved snakes, Ainen adored pandas, and Sihu still liked tigers. The trip to the zoo left both adults and kids very satisfied, and it was Song Shuxian's first time realizing how many animals existed in the world. After leaving the zoo, they were very hungry and needed to refuel. Fortunately, there was a state-run restaurant nearby that could meet their needs. They ordered braised pork, mushroom and bok choy, sweet and sour ribs, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, preserved vegetable pork, and dumpling soup. The 4 adults and 3 kids ate heartily. After leaving the restaurant, Song Shuxian and Tiantian were still discussing the preserved vegetable pork, saying, I wonder where we can buy that preserved vegetable. It was so delicious. They had been enjoying the dishes. While chatting and walking to the bus stop, they planned to go home and get some good sleep. They were exhausted from the morning. The 3 kids, full and sleepy, had already fallen asleep. The 2 dads carried their kids and followed behind. Song Shuxian thought this kind of life was really nice. At the guest house, Wei Jiangwo had just placed the 2 kids on the bed. Song Shuxian quietly asked, Are they still asleep? No, they are really tired today. You should wash them. They smell so bad, they've turned into little stinkers. Song Shuxian took a quick shower and went to sleep. She was so tired. Wei Jiangwo tidied up the kids and washed the clothes Song Shuxian had changed out of before going to bed. He wasn't too tired. He just wanted to lie down with his wife for a while. When Song Shuxian woke up, it was already 4 p.m. The 2 kids were showing their dad what they had learned over the past 6 months. How is it? Aren't the kids great? Mom is the best. Without you teaching them so hard, they would know so much. Wei Jiangwo always sweet-talked his wife. Hey, Wei Jiangwo, honestly, did you take a course this past 6 months? You're so good with words. It's all true. Song Shuxian stretched, feeling refreshed and ready to go out. "Honey, where are we going later?" "When you were sleeping, Comrade Tian came to find you. I let them go out first. Tonight, it's just us. Then let's go to the department store, buy some things, and then have a nice meal. Do you want roast duck or hot pot?" Anan and Lele chimed in. "Roast duck." "Mom, we've never had that." "Okay, let me get ready and we'll head out." The family of four arrived at Wangfujing department store. Anan and Lele were excited. "Mom, this building is so tall. Mom, there are so many people here. No woman can resist shopping." As soon as they entered, Song Shuxian was captivated by the array of products. Their first stop was the candy and pastry counter to treat the kids. "Hello, I'd like a pound of white rabbit candy and a pound of no old forest candy." "Kids, which other candy do you want?" Lele swallowed hard, looking at the candy. "Mom, I want the shrimp chips."
Sure.
"And 1 pound of shrimp chips." "What about Anan? What do you want?" Anan looked for a while and said, "Mom, I want this nougat." "Okay. Excuse me, can I have another pound of nougat?" After getting the 4 pounds of candy packed, Song Shuxian seriously handed it to her husband. "We all love candy, but too much will ruin our teeth. Let's give it to Dad. If we behave, he can reward us, okay?" Anan and Lele swallowed and looked at Song Shuxian, silently saying they wanted some. Song Shuxian looked at Wei Jiangwo. "Honey, can we have just one piece tonight?" Wei Jiangwo let each of them choose one. This was their family norm. Mom and the kids were a team, while Dad was in charge of keeping them from eating snacks. Song Shuxian's heart softened as the kids looked at her. She would give in. After eating snacks, the kids didn't want to eat dinner. Once they bought the candy and calmed the kids down, they could shop for what Song Shuxian liked. She needed 3 bottles of Vaseline, 5 bottles of baby oil, and 5 boxes of snow cream. There weren't many skincare products available. These were the common ones, even in the capital. To find better ones, they had to go to the friendship store. Song Shuxian usually had no desire to shop at the service center, but now, seeing so many items, she was ready to browse. Wei Jiangwo felt his legs getting heavier while carrying the kids. If they could, they would prefer to go back to the zoo. Shopping was too exhausting. Mom went to buy fabric and ended up with a lot. And then quietly asked Wei Jiangwo, "Dad, is it heavy?" "Not heavy." "Are you tired? Do you want me to carry you?" "I'm tired, but I can walk by myself." Wei Jiangwo explained, "The clothes you're wearing were all made by Mom, including mine. Mom works hard. The fabric at the service center isn't as good as here. When she sees it, she wants to buy it to make us clothes. We should thank Mom." Anan blushed. "Dad, I'll go keep Mom company. Anan is so good. But compared to Mom, your brother needs you more," Wei Jiangwo said, lifting his leg to show Lele hanging on it. Anan went over, took her brother's hand, and they walked together. As they walked, they saw the tired 4 tigers. The 3 kids huddled together. Song Shuxian successfully reunited with Tiantian, and they discussed which fabric looked good and what they could make. The 2 men couldn't get a word in. "Jiangwo, take the kids to look at toys. Let them each pick 2. As soon as Lele heard toys, his eyes lit up, clearly eager to go. After watching them leave, Song Shuxian said to Tiantian, "It's nice that we can shop together. The kids think it's boring and don't want to stay with me." Tiantian sighed. The 4 tigers and old Lu too. The 2 good friends actually enjoyed shopping together. If they found something they liked, they bought it. Last time they didn't see it, but this time they stumbled upon a tea cellar. Tea was an absolute luxury at this time, and good quality was hard to find. Song Shuxian happened to have 2 tea tickets, so she could only buy 1 pound. She had to choose carefully. When buying tea, she could only select based on the name. The salesperson wouldn't pay attention to you. Forget about tasting a cup. Just getting to smell it was a rare treat. In the end, Song Shuxian bought 2 taels of Luan melon seeds, 3 taels of Huangshan Maojian, and half a pound of Junshan silver needle. After buying, Tiantian felt sorry for her, saying, "That's too expensive." Song Shuxian explained, "Wei Jiangwo loves tea, and so do my elders. If I share it, it'll be gone. I actually wanted to buy more, but I ran out of tickets. Tea tickets are rare. After so many years of marriage, I only have these two. I even traded for them with milk powder tickets. As the department store closed, they all gathered at the entrance. Seeing his wife's smiling face, Wei Jiangwo thought she should be like this, buying what she liked. At Quanjude, Anin and Lele watched the waiter slice the duck, exclaiming, "Wow, that's amazing."
So thin.
Wei Jiangwo helped the three of them roll the duck, one for Mom, one for Anin, one for Lele, and they all enjoyed their meal. Song Shuxian never ate strange innards, but she really liked the duck feet from the three white dishes. After leaving Quanjude, they all held their stomachs, too full to walk quickly back. Anin, Lele, let's practice for tomorrow, when we go to watch the flag-raising ceremony. There are some important things to remember. The two kids stood in front of Wei Jiangwo, waiting for their dad to help them adjust. Good. Stand straight, keep your body tight, feet together, arms down naturally at your sides. Keep your eyes on the flag, don't look away, and don't talk. Can you sing the national anthem? No, they replied. That's okay, Dad will teach you. Anin and Lele are smart. You can learn it in one night. Lele asked Dad, "Why do you have so many rules?" Because the flag represents our country, carrying its history, dignity, and honor. Song Shuqian came over and sat next to Wei Jiangwo, saying, "It's my oversight. I've taught you so much, but forgot to tell you where our roots are. The red flag we see was dyed with the blood of countless revolutionary heroes. When we watch the flag rise slowly, it's like we're talking to those heroes, showing them the country they protected with their lives. It represents our respect for them. I remember there's a revolutionary museum nearby. We'll go there the day after tomorrow. Anin and Lele, remember, you are the children of soldiers. You can be ordinary, but you must love your country." The kids felt their mom's seriousness and nodded earnestly. The couple exchanged smiles, knowing they wouldn't raise children who could harm society. Wei Jiangwo said, "When they're a bit older, maybe 6 or 7, I'll take them to the army for some training." Song Shuqian agreed, but added, "Can you please pay attention to sun protection? I don't want 2 dark-skinned sons." Ha ha ha. Wei Jiangwo laughed heartily. His wife always had her quirky concerns. The next morning, Wei Jiangwo, rarely strict, used a cold towel to wake the kids. At Tiananmen Square, the families watched the flag-raising ceremony together. This event planted a seed in Anin and Lele's young hearts. They sensed that their dad was different while saluting, not at all like when he was at home. After returning to the guest house for a nap, they changed their plans. How could the children of soldiers not visit the Revolutionary Museum? Today, they were going there. Song Shuqian dressed the kids in little military uniforms, with backpacks embroidered with stars. She wore a knee-length army green dress, while Wei Jiangwo was in full military attire. Upon entering the museum, Song Shuqian was captivated by 2 cannons at the entrance. It was her first time seeing cannons in real life. Song Shuqian, Tiantian, and the 3 kids felt like clueless little ones here. In areas requiring expertise, Wei Jiangwo and Lu Xingua took over the explanations. Wei Jiangwo said, "This is the 41 Type 75mm mountain gun, which played a huge role in the Battle of Ganling in 1952. Its barrel is 1,300mm long, with a vertical firing range of -8 to +25 degrees. The horizontal firing range is 3.5 degrees to the left and 2.5 degrees to the right. Its maximum range is 6,000 meters. The types of shells include shells, cone shells, and armor-piercing shells." He was about to continue when Song Shuqian tugged at his sleeve. "Honey, isn't that too detailed? We don't understand." The 3 kids nodded vigorously. Although they thought their dad was impressive and knowledgeable, they couldn't comprehend. Lu Xingua interrupted. "That won't work. Let me explain." He pointed to another cannon. This is a mountain field gun called the Qixing Wugua mountain gun, with a caliber of 75mm. It was manufactured by the Shanghai Arsenal in 1927. It weighs 386 kilograms, and the initial velocity of the shell is 280 meters per second. Tiantian interrupted. "We don't really understand that either." Song Shuqian nodded in agreement. "But that's okay. We'll remember it for next time. Just keep in mind that the kids are still young." If you could add a little story to the explanations, it would help them remember these weapons better. Wei Jiangwo and Lu Xinghua exchanged glances. Weapons are serious matters, not stories. They both disagreed. Song Shuqian understood their feelings. For them, these weapons are partners, guardians of their beliefs. She told the three kids, "It's okay if you can't remember everything. You're only 3. There will be plenty of time in the future. If you forget, just ask Dad again. He will be very happy to teach you." Wei Jiangwo nodded. "As long as you want to know, you can ask Dad anytime. He will teach you everything he can." After saying goodbye to the cannons, they moved inside. Looking at the brass doors at the entrance, Song Shuqian said to the kids, "This door has a story too. It's made of brass. Copper is a reddish metal that gradually forms an oxygen layer in the air, changing its color to dark red or brown. You can touch the door and feel it." Once the kids returned, she continued, "Copper has excellent conductivity and thermal conductivity, making it a valuable material widely used in electrical and electronic industries. The brass used for this door was melted down from shell casings brought back from the battlefield. That gives it a very different meaning. The door of the Revolutionary Museum is made from shells from the battlefield."
Just think about that.
Emma was very interested in copper. "Mom, can I learn about copper?" "Sure, but when we get home, I'll teach you, but it will take away some of your playtime. Are you okay with that?"
Thank you, Mom.
Anan is willing. In front of the eldest child, both dads saluted with the kids. Next came the main event for Wei Jiangwo and Lu Xinghua: fighter jets, tanks, armored vehicles, and various weapons, which they shared with the kids. Some allowed visitors to experience them, and they let the kids climb on to feel what it was like. Guns are a man's romance, even for little boys like Anan and Lele. After leaving the museum, the two kids became their dad's little accessories, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Their dad was so impressive. They wanted to be just like him when they grew up. Not only did they notice, but an old man named Chu, whom they met on the train, also observed everything. From when Song Shuqian talked about the brass door to when the eldest saluted, he watched the whole time. Later, when Wei Jiangwo and Lu Xinghua explained various weapons, he caught a few words. Unexpectedly, they ran into each other again when leaving. Old Chu murmured to himself, feeling a connection with this family. On the bus, he thought about how wonderful it would be if all children could receive such education and see these impressive machines. Children are the hope for the future, and he had high hopes for these 3 kids. Meanwhile, Lele eagerly said, "Mom, let's eat meat. Dad worked hard and talked so much." Song Shuqian playfully flicked his forehead. "Is it only Dad who works hard? Don't you like what you saw today?" Lele nodded vigorously. "I want to make the best weapons for Dad." At that moment, Lele's eyes sparkled with determination, reminiscent of Wei Jiangwo's wish for peace and safety for all. Song Shuqian realized that Lele was very serious at that moment. She said, "Lele, you're so ambitious. That means you'll need to learn a lot, and there will be things that Dad and I don't understand. It will be tough." Lele isn't afraid of hard work. The small body stood straight, and the fire in his eyes was hard to resist. "Okay, Mom and Dad will help you. The future weapon research expert is set to launch from here." "Mom," Anan hugged his mother's leg. Song Shuqian picked him up and kissed his little face. "And you haven't thought about what you want to do in the future, right?" "Yes," Anan replied, looking a bit down. "That's okay. Not knowing is because we haven't been exposed to enough things. Everyone has different talents. Your dad only discovered he liked being a soldier after he joined the army. Let's find something you like together, okay?" "Thank you, Mom." "You're welcome. When your little brother is studying, you can study along with him. If you don't like it, tell me and we can learn something else. If you like painting, you can be an artist. If you like languages, you can be a diplomat. If you want to make money, we can help the country earn foreign exchange at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If you like old artifacts, we can study archaeology. The world is big and needs all kinds of talents. You're still a little baby, and your most important job right now is to grow up well." On the other side, Sihu was also hugging his dad, which was rare for him to be close. At noon, They quickly ate a couple of pastries to fill their stomachs. Now they were so hungry they could eat a whole cow. Their destination today was Tongheju, and they could just catch dinner by taking the bus from here. Song Shuxian really liked the buses in the city. There were many routes, and she could usually take a bus to wherever she wanted to go. She quietly explained to Wei Jiangwo on the bus, Tongheju is one of the 8 famous restaurants, just like the clay pot restaurant we went to last time. It's a term from the Qing dynasty. Although fewer people use it now, the old residents still recognize it. Tongheju mainly serves Shandong cuisine, which is one of the 8 major cuisines in China. We'll order some of their special dishes later. Wei Jiangwo gently held his wife's hand. He was very happy today. Even though he said he didn't want the kids to grow up and join the army because it was too hard, he still hoped they could understand his work and, if possible, like it too. When he heard Lele say he wanted to study weapons, Wei Jiangwo's eyes turned red. He really liked the feeling of being admired by his sons. His wife always quietly did so much. Wei Jiangwo carried the 2 sleeping kids into Tongheju. Song Shuxian told Tiantian, "You should try their sambozen. I had it once when we came to the city, and it was so delicious I ran out of words." "Okay, what else is good to eat?" "I don't know. Let's just order the signature dishes." The signature dishes from these old restaurants are chosen by food lovers, so they can't be bad. Sanbuzan, guifei chicken, scallion braised sea cucumber, braised fish roe, marinated fish slices, mustard tofu, silver thread rolls, juicy braised radish, panfish, kung pao chicken. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Anan swallowed hard. "Mom, are there so many tasty dishes?" "Yes, there are so many delicious dishes. Try to see which one you like the most, and next time we come to the city, we can eat it again." After getting the food that Mom helped them divide, Anan took a big bite. It was so good. Song Shuxian picked up some sambozen and put it in her mouth. It was delicate and smooth, sweet and delightful, with a lingering egg aroma. Tiantian's eyes sparkled. "This is so delicious. How do you make it? Can we make it ourselves when we go back?" "I've checked. It's quite complicated. It uses eggs, starch, and sugar, and you have to stir it continuously over 300 times. You know me. I can only make sure the food is cooked, but I can't guarantee it will taste good. For something this difficult, I just look at it. I wouldn't dare to try it myself." Seeing how much his wife liked it, Wei Jiangwo said, "I'll learn how to make it and cook it for you later." "Thank you, dear." Tiantian looked at Lu Xingua. He was enjoying his food, and sensing her gaze, he quickly said, "Don't worry, dear. When Wei makes it, I'll make sure to get a bowl for you."
Tiantian.
"Never mind. Let's forget it. You can't hold 2 different people to the same standard." Lu Xingua grew up under the love and expectations of his elders, so being a bit childish is understandable. They were very satisfied with the meal. Scallion braised sea cucumber, mustard tofu, and braised fish roe were all Song Shuxian's favorites, and she couldn't pick a favorite. Wei Jiangwo rarely saw his wife being playful and said, "When I have a holiday, let's go to Shanghai and try some southern food."
Sure.
The kids have started learning martial arts. When they grow a bit more, I can take them out, and they can protect me. Song Shuxian smiled brightly. "You little ungrateful ones. The 2 kids aren't even grown up yet, and you're already thinking about leaving their dad behind to go play." The kids were very happy. Anan hugged his mom's leg. "Mom, when I grow up, I'll protect you and take you to see the world." Song Shuxian was pleasantly surprised and hugged Anan. "Thank you for wanting to stay with me, Anan. That makes me very happy." After leaving the restaurant, it wasn't too late, especially in the summer when the days are long. Tiantian suggested they go shopping nearby in Xidan. Song Shuxian had never been there either, so she happily agreed. In the past 3 years, they had saved quite a bit of money, and this time they could spend it all. Wei Jiangwo also planned to visit the black market to get more things to bring back and store in their treasure pot. Buying things back home was still inconvenient. The department store here was similar to Wang Fujing, with similar products. Song Shuxian wandered over to the fabric counter and chatted with the saleswoman, getting a lot of slightly flawed fabric. These were the kinds with minor defects that didn't affect their use. Wei Jiangwo was used to it and obediently helped his wife carry the items. The saleswoman gave them a large basket, and they placed the fabric inside, which fit perfectly. It was Lu Xingguo's first time seeing someone shop like this. He noticed that she bought things without hesitation. She bought socks in stacks and carried back piles of fabric. He always thought his wife spent a lot of money. Now, with Song Shuxian as a comparison, he felt Tiantian was truly a model of thrift. This outing would cost him half a year's salary. Old Lu felt the pinch, but said nothing. He didn't envy Wei Jiangwo's wife for making money. She spent it all just as quickly. Jiangwo, can you get a few foreign exchange coupons? I want to take the kids to see if they like anything.
Sure.
Is there anything you want to buy? Not really, just looking around. Hearing their conversation, old Lu felt even more sympathetic. Foreign exchange coupons weren't something just anyone could get. The black market was very expensive. He wondered if his brother earned enough money each month. Song Shuxian saw a counter with lingerie and wanted to buy a few more pieces. It was awkward with men around, so she pulled Tiantian aside and whispered. Tiantian asked a few men to wait outside while they bought some personal items. The two found the counter and quietly told the saleswoman their needs. The saleswoman understood immediately and took them to the back of the counter. These are from Shanghai. I wear one myself, and it's more comfortable than our local ones. They chose the right sizes and discreetly bought a few. The items were wrapped tightly in brown paper and placed in their bags for safekeeping. Are the kids asleep? Yes, they are. After a whole day out, they fell asleep as soon as their heads hit the pillows. As he spoke, Wei Jiangwo pulled her into his arms. Thank you, my dear. Thank you for raising the kids so well. After not seeing their dad for 6 months, they showed no signs of being distant. In their eyes, he saw trust, admiration, and love. Song Shuxian found a comfortable spot in his embrace. They are our kids, and you are their dad. Honey, seeing you so knowledgeable about those weapons today made me want to hug you. You are the best. Song Shuxian had prepared many compliments to express her admiration from today, but she didn't get the chance to say them. Today, this man was especially affectionate. So affectionate that they couldn't even use the sheets. Luckily, they were used to changing their bedding when they went out, and she had several sets of sheets just like her treasure pot. It was really embarrassing. Song Shuxian blushed deeply. After being married for so long and having 2 kids, it was surprising they could lose control like that. The next day, she woke up feeling sore and weak. Quietly, she took out some healing liquid from her treasure pot, drank a drop, and felt ready to move normally again. Anan and Lele had already finished breakfast with their dad and returned. Mom, you're awake. Mom, we brought you some delicious food. Mom, don't worry. Dad, let Aunt Tiantian and the others go out to play first. We're going to the Forbidden City today, so there's no rush. Song Shuxian got up and said, Didn't we say we were going to climb the Great Wall today? Dad said we walked too much in the last 2 days and are too tired. Today, we'll take a break and visit the Forbidden City, then come back early to rest. Okay, Anan and Lele, how about we also visit a history museum? I want to see it. Sure, we'll go with you. Thank you, my little ones. I'll wash up first. You go find Dad. When Song Shuxian came out, Wei Jiangwo was folding clothes. Their room was a family room, and there was a drying rack by the living room window where they could hang their washed clothes. Summer in the city was very hot, and clothes washed at night were dry by morning. What's for breakfast? Pea cake and soy milk with fried dough sticks. Come eat. It's still warm. Hearing Wei Jiangwo's voice, Song Shuxian turned back and shot him a glare. It was all his fault she woke up late. She still didn't know how Tiantian would tease her. Tiantian wouldn't tease her. Many were touched by what happened yesterday, not just Wei Jiangwo. Tiantian was also tired from last night. Even though she was physically strong, climbing the Great Wall today made her feel shaky. At the Forbidden City, Song Shuxian entered through the Meridian Gate and remarked to Wei Jiangwo, Who would have thought that one day I could walk through this gate? What's special about this gate? The Meridian Gate is the Emperor's private entrance. The Empress could walk through it once on her wedding day, and the top scholars after the imperial exam could also enter through this gate. If someone entered wrongly at other times, they would be executed. Being here was Song Shuxian's strong suit. She could easily share various historical anecdotes, even about simple buildings. She explained, the construction of the Forbidden City emphasizes symmetry. The Meridian Gate we entered leads to the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the Hall of Central Harmony, the Hall of Preserving Harmony, the Gate of Heavenly Purity, the Palace of Heavenly Purity, and the Palace of Earthly Tranquility, all the way to the Gate of Divine Might. This central axis is the core area of the Forbidden City, reserved for the royal family. Anan wasn't interested in the emperor. He liked the architecture here. Mom, these buildings are different from the ones we've seen. Anan wanted to see the roof clearly and tugged at Wei Jiangwo. Dad, pick me up. I can't see. Mom, there are little animals on the roof. Those aren't little animals. They are roof beasts. If you like them, we should study them together or ask a teacher. I only know the basics. Anan looked at his dad. Wei Jiangwo helped him sit properly. Dad doesn't know much either. Seeing her son's disappointment, Song Shuxian said, architecture is a very romantic subject. If Anan likes it, we should pay more attention. The Forbidden City features traditional Chinese architecture, and these buildings are made of wood using our ancestors' traditional mortise and tenon joints. Mom and Dad have also been to Harbin, where the architecture is very Western with many churches. You should study hard, and when you grow up, we'll send you to university to study architecture. Anan didn't know what architecture was. He just thought it looked nice. To those who understand, the Forbidden City is priceless. To those who don't, it's just a building. Wei Jiangwo and the two kids felt the same way. The hot weather quickly dampened their desire to keep exploring. Such a large palace had no shady trees. The three of them looked at Song Shuxian with sad eyes. We want to find a place to rest. Song Shuxian felt sorry for them. Let's go to the History Museum. It's shady there, but you need to seriously accompany me. Sure. Mom, we promise. The family of four moved to the History Museum. This was Song Shuxian's happy place. When she first came here, she tried to find traces of the Daong dynasty, but there were none. It seemed to have vanished without a trace. At first, Song Shuxian didn't understand, but now she had accepted it calmly. She loved this place simply for the stories behind the artifacts. Unfortunately, there were no guides and many things she didn't understand, so she could only glance at them. What a pity. She could only remember the appearance of those artifacts and look for books that introduced them later. While eating hot pot at Donglashan, Anan suddenly declared, Mom, I want to study architecture in the future and build you a big house. Thank you, Anan. That makes me very happy. Do you want to learn to draw with me? I don't know much about architecture, but I can teach you to draw first. Although Anan didn't see the connection between architecture and drawing, he happily agreed. Song Shuxian was thrilled that her little ones wanted to learn to draw with her. After discussing serious matters, the two kids began to eat very seriously. Wow, the lamb dipped in sesame sauce was so delicious. The frozen tofu inside was amazing too. Anan and Lele ate without lifting their heads. Only Wei Jiangwo remembered to help his wife serve meat, with Anan taking one chopstick of meat for Mom, and Lele doing the same. 2 adults and 2 3-year-olds ate 12 plates of lamb, not counting the other dishes, which was quite impressive. Song Shuxian began to think, and in Lele, when you're a bit older, you should start learning to cook. When you're teenagers, we'll let you take over the kitchen. You eat so much. It's tiring for Mom to cook so much. Wei Jiangwo completely agreed. He had long felt sorry for his wife cooking. Now that the kids were older, they could eat in the cafeteria. I'll start teaching them to cook when we get back. When I'm not around, they can handle it. The two kids, still clueless, were clearly arranged by their parents. As parents, we always hope our children will achieve something, and Song Shuxian is no exception. Now that they are in the city, it's natural to visit the 2 famous universities here. At this time, the universities are not so strictly managed, and they were able to enter with someone's help. Entering Beijing University, it felt like Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. Everything seemed fresh and exciting, and they ran all over the campus. The school is so big that they borrowed a bicycle from a student. Looking at the teaching buildings and library, Anan and Lulu were filled with longing. Dad, can we study here in the future? Wei Jiangwo thought for a moment and said, Dad will work hard to try to get you in. You both need to work hard too, and learn as much as you can. Since 1966, universities have stopped enrolling students, and last year, in 1970, they just started accepting students again. Getting a recommendation for university. It will take at least 10 years for the kids to go to university, but Wei Jiangwo is confident he can secure a recommendation for both of them by then. He thought about Lily's interest in weapon research. Regardless of whether the kids are serious or not, Wei Jiangwo is taking it seriously. She had a desire to study here. Sitting by Weiming Lake, Song Shuxian imagined the glory of the past. Honey, sitting on the grass, feeling the breeze, reading a book, and looking up to see such beautiful scenery, it's hard to imagine how wonderful that life would be. Wei Jiangwo patted her head. It's a bit difficult to come here, but in the future, we'll try to buy a big house. I'll make a pond for you to raise fish and lotus flowers, and plant many flowers so you can paint and read in the yard. Song Shuxian turned around in surprise. Can we buy a house? Officially, we can't, but we can make a private deal and say it's a gift from relatives.
No one will check.
Where do you like? Song Shuxian thought seriously. The city is very convenient, rich in history and culture. I really like the courtyard houses near the Forbidden City. We can live in the main courtyard, and each of the kids can have their own yard to decorate as they like. The remaining yard can be our study to store books. We can also have a guest yard and a fitness yard. The more she thought about it, the more she liked it. Song Shuxian continued, I rented out the courtyard in Ganling. When the time comes, you can move your position a bit, and we can get it back. Once we tidy it up, that yard is very big, over 900 square meters, and we can also go back to live in Ganling. Wei Jiangwo noted down his wife's ideas. He would help her achieve them in the future. Okay, I will work hard. But you also need to pay attention to safety. Safety comes first. If we can't achieve it, that's okay. These are just my ambitions. Nothing is more important than you. Our family needs you, both me and the kids. The couple casually set plans for the next decade. Song Shuxian looked around to ensure no one was listening, then whispered to Wei Jiangwo, I feel like we won't always be like this, just planning everything and moving step by step. Looking at history, when things are suppressed to the extreme, they will definitely rebound. Extreme conditions lead to opposite outcomes. It's not just talk. Think about the rise and fall of dynasties, the boom and bust of economies, the flourishing and transformation of cultures. Aren't they all like this? After reaching a peak in an extreme state, they start to move in the opposite direction. I firmly believe that changes will happen in the next 10 years. These changes could be in social perspectives, education, or the economy. Of course, it could also be a complete transformation. In fact, we can see hints from small things. Last time we came, the Forbidden City was still seen as feudal remnants, but now it's a tourist attraction. As long as we stay obedient, build our strength, and don't rush, when that day comes, we will soar. She, the daughter of a general, also has her own ambitions. Wei Jiangwo felt a surge of emotions. He held his wife's hand, calming his restless heart. He hadn't felt these changes until his wife mentioned them. And then, Lulu, don't go near the lake, Song Shuxian called to the kids. Thinking of them, she asked Wei Jiangwo, Anan and Lulu are almost grown up. Should we have another baby? Wei Jiangwo tightened his grip on her hand. Wife, having a baby is really hard. From pregnancy to childbirth to raising a child, it takes a lot of energy. My work might change soon and I'll be quite busy in the next 2 years, so I won't be able to help much at home. Let's hold off for now. Thinking about the endless diapers after having a baby, Song Shuxian dropped the idea. Then let's wait 2 years. It'll be great when we can hire a nanny. They arrived early and there were still students in class. Song Shuxian took the kids to sit in on a physics lesson. They were discussing Maxwell's equations, basic knowledge that even Song Shuxian could understand. She was amazed. Honey, I actually understood it. Wei Jiangwo squeezed her hand. He understood it too. It turns out university isn't as difficult as they imagined. Summer Palace, Kunming Lake. The family rode on the lake, with a gentle breeze creating ripples on the water. The little boat moved slowly, the kids snoring softly, while the two adults enjoyed the peaceful moment. As they passed the 17-arch bridge, Song Shuxian felt a sense of time travel. In the Daong dynasty, she had also rowed on the lake like this with her brother. In that moment, she seemed to see her younger self waving at her. She saw her brother saying, "Sister, I avenged you. That dog emperor, I made him pay for your life." She waved back at her former self. "Then Lele, tomorrow we will leave the city. Is there anywhere you want to go again? Or anything you want to eat? We probably won't be back for a few years." Often, Wei Jiangwo respects the children's choices and tries to give them options. In the past few days, the two kids have seen many things that are not available in Holidio. "Dad, we want to see big airplanes and tanks," Lele said loudly. "Is there anything else? It would be great if it's something Mom likes too," he guided the kids. Last time, he noticed that when they saw the airplane, his wife was very surprised and watched intently, but then she started to lose interest. However, the kids didn't understand their dad's good intentions. They only wanted to see the big tank. Song Shuxian understood Wei Jiangwo's thoughts. "Mom wants to go to the history museum. How about you and Dad go see the big airplane and I'll go see the artifacts? We can split up in the morning and meet for lunch at the Clay Pot restaurant, okay?" "Mom, I want to go see the big airplane together," Lele said, not wanting to separate from her. "But Mom wants to see those artifacts." "Lele, you have your favorite things, and so does Mom. We should respect each other's interests.
Can you let Dad go with you?"
Lele crossed his arms, unhappy, wishing both parents would be together. Song Shuxian didn't push him further. She is a mother and also herself. She wouldn't give up her hobbies for her kids. Anan, holding onto her leg, said, "Mom, I want to go with you." Song Shuxian was surprised. "Thank you, Anan, for wanting to be with Mom. But I really enjoy looking at things I like by myself."
"You can also see what you like."
"But Mom, I like those too, and I want to hear you tell stories. I'm only going to see the airplane to keep Lele company." Song Shuxian picked him up. "Okay, then Anan can come with me." Seeing his wife's attitude, Wei Jiangwo decisively said, "We will have free time in the morning and meet for lunch. I will take you and Anan to the History Museum first, then take Lele to the Revolutionary Museum. I'll pick you up for lunch." "No need to pick us up. Let's eat at the Clay Pot restaurant. I can find my way there with Anan. Whoever arrives first can order." Wei Jiangwo wanted to say more, but seeing his wife's firm expression, he kept quiet. At the History Museum, Song Shuxian always felt inexplicably happy. Anan looked at a bronze vessel from the Western Han Dynasty and couldn't understand it.
"Mom."
The mother and son had developed a rhythm. One would ask, and the other would explain. "Look here, it says this is a bronze rhinoceros vessel from the Western Han period. It was used for holding wine. Its shape resembles a rhinoceros, like the one we saw at the zoo, which has a horn on its head. Is the Western Han the same as the one with Huizubing?" Among historical figures, Song Shuxian liked Huizubing very much and had told her kids that their dad was a hero like him. From then on, the kids remembered Huizubing well. "Yes, Mom asked you to memorize a poem about him. The swift horse like the wind flies, the whip cracks at Wei Qiao. Bowing to the moon of Han, feathers pierce the sky. The stars fade, the camp is empty, the sea mist clears. Achievements painted in the pavilion of the unicorn, only Huipiao Yao remains." "Mom, I remember. He is the one who sealed the Wolf Mountain and looked back in a hurry. It should be sealed Wolf Mountain, won the hurried look back." It tells of Huizubing's battles against the Xiongnu, winning victories and holding a ceremony at Wolf Mountain. The mother and son chatted about the artifacts they liked, mostly with Song Shuxian explaining and Anan listening. Occasionally, Anan would share stories about famous historical figures he knew. An elderly man had been watching this mother and son for a while. At this time, there were few people interested in these things and even fewer willing to spend time visiting. Even if someone came in, they would just take a quick look and complain, "Why is this broken stone considered a treasure?" The old man didn't blame them. He just felt sorry for the artifacts that hadn't met someone who understood them. Today, he was fortunate to meet someone who did. This young woman knew what these items were used for and could tell stories about the dynasties they belonged to. The old man had a simple request of the staff to distinguish between temple names, reign titles, and posthumous names, but many people didn't know what these were. He had almost given up, but today he saw a mother and son who genuinely loved artifacts. He saw hope for these treasures. Feeling inspired, the old man approached them to share the stories behind the artifacts. Song Shuxian was impressed by his knowledge. He was like a living encyclopedia of history. Whatever topic came up, he could discuss it easily. When the old man's assistant arrived, he saw his usually serious teacher happily chatting with a young woman and a child. As he got closer, he heard the teacher say, "This Simuading was placed in the History Museum in the 59th year. Look at this pattern. It mainly features a Taotai design, with a dragon pattern. And here on the sides are fish patterns, while this one has cicada patterns." The Shang dynasty had such aesthetics and casting techniques, which is really rare. The young woman said, "The major affairs of the state are in sacrifices and military matters." When they finished their conversation, the assistant quickly interjected, "Mr. Wen, the person you were waiting for has arrived." Work was important, and the old man reluctantly said goodbye to Song Shuxian. "You are wonderful. You have a pure appreciation for artifacts. My surname is Wen, and I work here. If you come back to visit, you can look for me." Song Shuxian quickly thanked the old man, knowing he was someone special. "Thank you, Mr. Wen.
My name is Song Shuxian.
I came to the city for a reason, but if I come back, I will definitely visit you again." After watching Mr. Wen leave, Anan finally spoke up, having saved up many questions to ask his mom. "Mom, what is the Shang?" The Shang is a dynasty. There's a rhyme about the changes of dynasties. Xia and Shang with the Western Zhou. Eastern Zhou split in two, spring and autumn and warring states, unified by Qin and Han. 3 kingdoms of Wei, Shu, Wu, 2 genes before and after. Northern and southern dynasties coexist, Sui, Tang, and 5 dynasties follow, Song, Yuan, Ming, Qing. The imperial dynasties end here. You can remember it in this order. Meanwhile, Lele and Dad were also having a great time. They had already seen the big cannon at the entrance, and today they mainly focused on tanks. Wei Jiangwo introduced Lele to the T-34 tank, the Type 97 tank, the M26 Pershing heavy tank, and the T-62 tank. As he talked about these, he seemed to see his younger self and his comrades, especially the T-62 tank, which was captured during the battle at Jinbao Island in '69, a battle he participated in. Lele had a natural interest in these weapons. He only needed to hear about them once to remember. This truly surprised Wei Jiangwo. He remembered his wife saying that Anan had a good memory. He could memorize some poems after hearing them twice. Lele's memory was a bit slower, needing to hear things many times. Now he saw that Lele's memory wasn't poor. It just wasn't focused on those subjects. The names and functions of these airplanes and tanks took him a long time to memorize, almost daily practice. Lele greatly stimulated Wei Jiangwo's desire to share. He held Lele and thoroughly explained all the exhibits. He shared almost everything he could think of, and by the time they finished, it was already past noon. Wei Jiangwo patted Lele. "Son, we're in trouble. We're late. I wonder if Mom is waiting anxiously. When we get back, I'll take you to see the tanks at the army base. But for now, we need to go. Say goodbye to them." Lele patted the big tank. "Goodbye, my friend. I will come back to see you again." On the other side, the mother and son, also late, felt quite sorry. "And do you think Dad and Lele will be worried? It's all Mom's fault for not keeping track of the time." And then hugged his mom's neck. "Mom, don't worry. They won't be anxious." In the end, the 4 of them had a delightful encounter at the entrance of the clay pot restaurant. Song Shuxian, holding the kids, walked in breathlessly. Song Shuxian and Wei Jiangwo met and were unexpectedly amused, laughing uncontrollably. "Honey, we were so engrossed that we lost track of time." Wei Jiangwo put down Lele and let him find his brother. It's the same. Lele has a talent for this. After I explain once, he gets the gist. We can nurture this talent in the future. Song Shuqian shrugged, and is also very smart and loves history. The couple exchanged smiles. In the restaurant, Wei Jiangwo waved his hand. Today, Anan and Lele performed exceptionally well.
Choose whatever you want, it's on Dad.
Song Shuqian said, "Oh, you beat me to it. I also want to reward the kids today." And En and Lele both bravely expressed their thoughts, which is fantastic. Lele's strong interest in tanks is impressive. He didn't just follow the crowd or change his mind because of what Mom likes. Sticking to his passion is remarkable, and he should continue to do so. If he doesn't like something, he should speak up. Anan showed great kindness by letting his brother join him in watching tanks, which deserves praise. At the same time, Anan, I need to apologize. It was my mistake for not telling you that you don't need to let your brother have everything. Now, I want to tell you seriously, Anan, even though you are the older brother, you don't have to give in to Lele. You can have your own interests and choices. As long as you choose something seriously and like it, Mom will support you. In the future, please tell me, okay? Anan jumped into his mother's arms, nuzzling her and softly calling Mom. Mom never asked him to let his brother have things. He heard that from the neighbors. The aunties always said, "You're the older brother. You should let your brother have it. And you're the older brother. You need to protect your brother." Over time, Anan remembered this and held himself to that standard. Now that Mom says he doesn't have to let Lele have everything, he feels happy. Anan thinks his mom is the best in the world. Song Shuqian kissed her kids and asked, "What reward do you want? You both did so well today, and I really want to give you a reward. I want to see the Red Mountain Jade Dragon that Grandpa Wen talked about." "Can I, Mom? What you mentioned is an artifact, and I don't have it."
I'm not sure where it is right now.
"But I have some jade, and we can carve one ourselves, okay?" Anan kissed his mom heavily, feeling very happy. "Thank you, Mom." Lele couldn't hold back anymore. He slid down from Dad and climbed onto Mom. "Mom, I want one too." "Okay, Lele did very well too." "What do you want?" "I want a tank. I like the T-62. Song Shuqian looked at her husband, confused.
She didn't know what that was.
Wei Jiangwo shrugged. "Lele, you're putting Dad and Mom in a tough spot. We don't have that, and we probably won't get one. Choose something else." Lele thought for a long time, and then said, "The M26 is fine too." Wei Jiangwo.
Song Shuqian.
"Lele, how about this? We can have Dad make you a small tank out of bullet shells. You can discuss the model with Dad." Lele happily kissed Mom, and then went to kiss his brother.
Thank you, Mom.
"Thank you, brother." Wei Jiangwo said, "Why not thank Dad, since I'm the one doing the work?" Lele gave Dad a big kiss.
Thank you, Dad.
At that moment, the waiter came over with their ordered dishes. They had clay pot pork, 9-turn intestines, crystal pig knuckle, deep-fried meatballs, braised family-style dish, and grilled fish. Since it was just their family dining, they didn't need to hide what they ordered. They packed up the leftovers directly into a treasure pot. Wei Jiangwo loved the clay pot pork. He took a bite to savor the meat's freshness and the sourness of the pickled vegetables, then wrapped the pork in the dipping sauce for a different flavor. Finally, he had another bite of the pickled vegetables, which soaked up the meat juices, making it delicious and refreshing. Anan and Lele struggled with their small chopsticks, so they just used their hands to eat, making loud munching sounds and not stopping at all. They both loved meat, and today there was plenty. Song Shuqian wasn't a big fan of heavy meat dishes. She preferred the crystal pig knuckle, which had tender, glistening slices of meat. She enjoyed it with a dipping sauce made of minced garlic, chili, and cilantro, giving it a rich flavor. The taste of the pig knuckle's tenderness and the smoothness of the collagen blended perfectly, creating a deep flavor that blossomed on her tongue. It was rich but not greasy, lean but not dry. She loved it. She had been thinking about it since the last time they ate it and had tried to replicate it at home many times without success. Seeing his wife enjoy it, Wei Jiangwo ordered 2 more to take home. They finished the meal feeling satisfied. After leaving the restaurant, Song Shuqian told her 2 kids, "Mama spent a lot of days with you. Now it's your turn to accompany me." I need to go to the exchange store to buy some things, and then I'll go to the trust store. It might be a bit boring. And An and Lele, will you accompany me? Both kids said they would. Their exchange coupons were hard-earned by Wei Jiangwo, and they only had a few, so they needed to think carefully before using them. When Anen and Lele entered the store, they noticed the items were very different, with many colors of clothing. Anen pointed to a pink dress. Mom, that dress looks good on you. It was indeed a very pretty dress, flaring out below the knees. Song Shuqian liked it too. However, since it was just one dress, she didn't want to spend the exchange coupon. She thought she could make something similar at home. As they continued shopping, Song Shuqian saw an insulated water bottle that kept hot water warm until noon. Wei Jiangwo could use this since their kettle didn't keep water warm well. Excuse me, I'll take 2 of these water bottles. Sure, please pay over here. People who can shop here usually have some background, so the salespeople are very friendly. Then Song Shuqian's eyes were drawn to a watch, a men's Rolex with a gray dial, a rotating platinum bezel, and a black leather strap. She loved the back of the watch for its mechanical feel. When they got married, she bought a domestic watch to keep it low-key, but now she didn't need to be so modest. Song Shuqian pulled Wei Jiangwo's arm to compare. It looked really nice. Excuse me, do you have this watch for women?
She asked.
Sorry, we only have men's watches at the moment. Please wrap it up for me. Wei Jiangwo sighed. Wife, my watch is still fine. I can keep wearing it. I know, you can wear that one daily, but this one is for when we go out. It looks too good. Wei Jiangwo knew they weren't short on money at home, so he let her have it. After all, he wasn't new to this. Wife, why don't you look for one that suits you?
Pick one for yourself, too.
The salesperson quickly brought out an Omega watch.
Take a look at this.
It's from the Omega Constellation series, with a small dial and a precise movement. Song Shuqian tried it on. It looked great, with a silver metal strap, a gold dial, and a circle of small diamonds around it, making it particularly eye-catching. I can't wear this after buying it. It's too flashy.
It was really too shiny.
If you like it, buy it, and wear it when you get the chance later. Song Shuqian understood. He believed that the future would be better. Then please help me wrap it up too. The salesperson smiled widely. Good sales meant bonuses for them. Having just entered, they used up all their exchange coupons, so now they could only look. Song Shuqian's love for watches was like her previous life's love for jade bracelets. She would buy them whenever she saw them. This habit led her to have many collectibles in the future. After leaving the overseas Chinese store, Song Shuqian often touched her new watch on her wrist. What woman doesn't like jewelry? Anan and Lulu also wanted one. Mom, can we wear watches?
Not yet.
Watches are valuable items, and you are still too young. You need to wait until you are at least 15 to buy one. The 2 children didn't know how old 15 was. They just understood they couldn't wear watches now. Song Shuqian continued, I will give you your first watch, but I hope you can buy your second one yourselves. Spending your own money to enjoy your hobbies is really satisfying. I want you to experience that too. She said this proudly, her face showing that she thought she was the best. Wei Jiangwo looked at his newly changed watch and felt quite satisfied. From the beautifully decorated overseas Chinese store to the shabby, dimly lit thrift store, the 2 children were momentarily confused. They clung to their father's pants, not wanting to go inside. Wei Jiangwo picked up one child in each arm. Let's go with Mom. This was not Song Shuqian's first visit to the thrift store. Last time, she bought a hairpin and 2 small, unremarkable items. This time, she had many more options and was looking forward to it. Of course, she had no interest in the 3 most popular items here: bicycles, watches, and radios. Some young couples needing these items would come here to buy them since they didn't have tickets. The antiques and paintings that Song Shuqian liked were not popular. After all, they weren't necessities and could be hard to keep. Entering the thrift store, just like last time, no one paid her any attention, so she browsed on her own. Song Shuqian had a clear goal: some old items. After a short while, she spotted a piece of jade, a rare warm jade, and a clock. The clock was of very ordinary style, with a wooden case, a standard rectangular top, and a plain round dial. Overall, it looked quite mediocre, lacking any exquisite carvings. Why did Song Shuxian like it? Because the wood was golden silk nanmu, the gold in the dial was pure gold, and its weight was unusual. There was a small mechanism inside, and she happened to know how to open it. Song Shuxian called the salesperson. "I'll take these too." The salesperson hesitated. "This clock is on consignment, and the price is set by the customer. It's a bit high at 30 yuan. The jade is ours, and it costs 10 yuan. The salesperson really couldn't say it out loud. A new Manhwa brand clock only costs 22 yuan. This one looked cheap. Song Shuxian smiled. "That's okay. It looks quite new, and I really can't find a ticket. We need a clock at home. Please help me with the bill. I'll take both." The salesperson waved her hand. "No problem. It's not a hassle," but her voice sounded a bit awkward. Song Shuxian didn't mind. "Do you have any brushes, ink, paper, or inkstones? I want to buy some for writing spring festival couplets. My father can write these, and during the spring festival, he can write for our neighbors, which might help us a bit." "Yes, we do." She pulled out 4 or 5 inkstones and a box of brushes from an unremarkable corner. Song Shuxian's eyes lit up. It was such a waste to leave such good items lying around. She felt her heart ache. These were treasures. Wow, there were wolf hair, black goat hair, and purple hair brushes. What shocked Song Shuxian the most was a wolf hair brush with a sandalwood handle. It was understated, but much more useful than those with gem-encrusted tips. What a waste. She quickly selected them to take home.
Oh?
There was also a mixed hair brush. She took that too, taking them all. Song Shuxian chose 6 brushes and felt a bit shy, explaining, "I'm not from here, so it's not easy to come by. I'll buy them all since they can last for many years." She picked 3 inkstones, 1 Xian inkstone, 1 Qingni inkstone, and 1 jade inkstone. Holding these treasures, Song Shuxian couldn't bear to let go. This trip was worth it. The salesgirl saw her excitement and smiled, losing her initial shyness. This girl was socially anxious and took this job to avoid going to the countryside, hoping to interact with fewer people. Now, seeing someone like Song Shuxian, who genuinely loved these items, she felt relaxed. She began to recommend, "We have some great ink here. Would you like to take a look?" "Sure, thank you." The salesgirl brought out a dozen ink cakes for her to choose from. These items had been piled up in the warehouse, and she had been sorting them out little by little since she arrived. Song Shuxian felt like a mouse in a rice bin, very happy, not even hearing her 2 sons calling her, her heart and eyes filled with her treasures. Her ink supply was running low, and she never expected to find herself in a world without ink. Purple jade ink, 1000 autumn ink, precious as gold ink, gold not to be exchanged ink. Oh, they are all treasures. Hearing her mumbling, Wei Jiangwo found her adorable. He quietly approached Song Shuxian and said, "If you like them, just buy them all." Song Shuxian shook her head, selecting only the ones she was used to. "I'll take these." She then looked at the salesgirl and said, "Thank you so much. You've really helped me. I love them." Seeing a kindred spirit, the salesgirl said, "It's rare to meet someone who truly loves these items. I'm very happy. There are many things here that no one wants and need to be processed. I find a lot every month. If you're willing, you can come by every so often. You might find unexpected treasures." Song Shuxian smiled. "I mentioned I'm from out of town, and I really am. If I come to the city again, I will definitely stop by." The salesgirl thought for a moment and brought out a basket from the back. "There are some good things in here that I saved for myself. Feel free to choose." Song Shuxian waved her hand. A gentleman does not take what others love, and the same goes for women. The girl smiled and said, "Don't laugh at me. I feel sorry for these items, but I can't buy them all. I don't have that much money. Plus, I only understand ceramics. Whether I can pick out other things is just luck." They exchanged smiles. "Then I won't hold back. Please go ahead." Song Shuxian didn't touch the ceramics she liked. She chose 2 unremarkable jade carvings of small horses, a bronze incense burner, and a wooden carving. These were all things that wouldn't catch much attention when displayed. She loved money and good items, but she loved her life even more. She placed those items in the basket, covering them with 2 cloths for concealment. Once outside, she put everything into her treasure pouch. These items were too eye-catching, and she didn't plan to use them. After leaving the thrift store, Anan and Lila still didn't understand why their mom was so happy. But it didn't matter. If mom was happy, they were happy too. Back at the hotel, Wei Jiangwo took out an oil paper package from his basket and handed it to Song Shuxian. "Open it and see. What is it?" she asked, opening the package. "Honey." Song Shuxian was moved to tears. It was the pink dress she saw earlier that day. "Thank you, honey," she said, eagerly going to change. The dress seemed tailor-made for her. Everything fit just right. It looked like a fully bloomed peach blossom. Wei Jiangwo regretted wanting her to wear it at home, but he knew that was an unreasonable request, so he kept quiet. Song Shuxian snuggled into his arms and said something that dampened the mood. "You're out of money, right? I'll give you some later." Wei Jiangwo didn't refuse. He had bought the dress with his pocket money, which he had saved for a long time. That night, Wei Jiangwo made a trip to the black market. He needed to buy more things to fill the treasure pouch. Shopping was too convenient here. When he returned, he not only brought out the supplies he bought but also a jade bracelet and a bag of colorful diamonds. "Where did these come from?" Song Shuxian asked, looking at the bracelet, which was in great condition, and the diamonds, which were undoubtedly treasures. Wei Jiangwo explained that he met an old man at the black market who traded the bracelet for medicine. In a moment of compassion, he helped him trade 1 bracelet for 2 boxes of medicine. That old man seemed to have latched onto him and later traded those colorful stones for 50 yuan and 100 jin of grain. Wei Jiangwo helped him all the way and traded with him too. "Jiangua, when will Tiantian and the others arrive?" "Soon, just wait another half hour." Tiantian's former colleagues were coming to the city for an event, but something unexpected happened and they couldn't make it. Knowing she was here, they asked her for help. Tiantian had been busy with this for the past couple of days and just finished yesterday. Lu Xiangua and Sihu were with her. Today, Song Shuqian and her group were going to Shijiazhuang together. They wanted to see the famous school. Even if they couldn't go inside, it would still be nice to look around. At that moment, they were at the train station, waiting to depart together. Tiantian was holding Sihu, and Lu Xiangua came running with 2 large bags. When Tiantian saw Song Shuqian, she felt like she had found a savior. "Qian, these past 2 days have been so tough for me. No wonder no one wanted to take on this hot potato. What kind of event is this? It's the kind you can't talk about, you know what I mean. They wanted us to cooperate with the committee to do those terrible things, to live a nightmare. These past 2 days have made me so angry. I wanted to hit them so badly, but forced myself to hold back. I feel like I'm turning into a ninja turtle. It was supposed to be a fun outing, but it turned into this, and Tiantian was furious. This class wasn't necessary at all. As long as she had no desires, no one could force her to do what she didn't want to do." Song Shuqian sympathetically patted her head. "You've already suffered enough. Talking about it won't help you. It's better to think about how to make the most of this opportunity." Tiantian huffed. "I'll deal with them when I get back." Song Shuqian changed the subject at the right moment. "Why did you bring so much stuff? These are all things we bought for this trip. I spent almost all my free time shopping. I've used up all the tickets I saved over the years." Song Shuqian suggested, "Once we get there, you can find a post office to send them back. By the time we return, the packages should arrive." Tiantian slapped her forehead. "How did I forget? I'll send them once we get to Shijiazhuang." The trip from the city to Shijiazhuang wasn't long, just a few hours, and they bought hard sleeper tickets. With 2 men around, Song Shuqian and the others didn't have much trouble getting on the train. The 3 kids had already experienced soft sleepers last time, and this time they were still amazed by the hard sleepers. "Mom, this one has 3 levels." "Yes, it has 3 levels and 6 beds." With 2 big men around, no one dared to cause trouble. Song Shuqian and Tiantian were relaxed. As the train was about to depart, two new passengers arrived in their compartment, a man and a woman. The girl had short hair and wore a light blue dress, looking quite pretty when she smiled. The boy was gentle-looking, wearing golden-framed glasses and had deep, soulful eyes. They seemed to match well. But as soon as they spoke, they lost their charm. They were in the upper bunk, and the girl sweetly said, "I'm wearing a dress, and it's not easy to get to the upper bunk. Could you switch with me, sister?" No one replied. Song Shuqian and Tiantian were chatting on one bed, while the three kids played on the other. The two men sat in the aisle, watching. The girl might have felt embarrassed, so she turned to Song Shuqian. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Song Shuqian slowly raised an eyebrow.
Who are you?
"What do you need from me?" Seeing Song Shuqian's face clearly made the girl angrier. She had always disliked people who looked better than her. Her tone was rude, with a hint of arrogance. "I said, sister, can you switch seats with me? It's not convenient for me to go up in a dress." Song Shuqian smiled. "Sorry, but I won't switch." The girl clearly didn't expect that answer. "What did you say? Why won't you switch? I can pay you extra." Song Shuqian pointed to the kids across from her.
Those kids are mine.
"We need the lower bunk. We chose it when we bought the tickets." The girl stood there, unsatisfied. "What should I do then? I can't get up." After saying that, she fell silent, waiting for Song Shuqian to give in. But she was mistaken. If Song Shuqian were that kind, she would have died 100 times in her past life. Blocking Song Shuqian's view of the kids, she cleared her throat. "Could you move a bit? You're blocking my view of the kids." That was it. The girl lost it. She started to wail, not exaggerating, but genuinely crying like a child who felt wronged. Song Shuqian, Tiantian, Wei Jiangua, who had been watching, Lu Xiangua, who was waiting for the show. They all didn't know what to say. Watching the drama unfold was in the DNA of the Chinese people. Hearing the crying, their little compartment quickly filled with people. Suddenly, the three kids burst into tears. The four adults rushed to comfort their children. The girl was confused. What was happening? Why was her crying being drowned out? Song Shuqian, Wei Jiangua, and Lu Xiangua each held a child, trying to soothe them. Onlookers asked, "What happened?" "Yeah. Why are they crying all of a sudden?"
And they're crying so sadly.
Only Tiantian, who was calm, said, "I don't know.
Our two families are together."
This girl came up and asked us to switch seats, saying it was inconvenient for her to go up in a dress. We just said we needed the lower bunk for the kids, so we wouldn't switch. Then she just started crying. She cried so heart-wrenchingly that it scared the three kids. People around pointed at the short-haired girl. "She's right. Kids shouldn't go up there. What if they fall? That would be a problem." "Yeah, it's not worth crying over. You could just change your clothes in the restroom." Hearing that no one was supporting her, the short-haired girl cried even louder. The boy with the soulful eyes, who had come with her, wanted to find a hole to hide in, and was now almost behind the crowd. Tian wouldn't let him off the hook. "Hey, you with the glasses, yes you. Stop hiding. You came on the train together, so you must know her. Hurry and talk to her. This crying is scary." Look at how it scared the three kids. I mean, she chose to wear a dress. We didn't make her wear it. She chose the upper bunk. We didn't force her to buy it. If she knew the upper bunk would be inconvenient, she should have handled it before getting on the train. The onlookers nodded in agreement. That made sense. In a sleeper car, only those with official status could buy tickets, and not many people who got on were truly foolish. They probably understood the girl's mindset, but they didn't like her attitude of acting like a victim. It was simply disgusting. Seeing she wasn't getting her way, the girl suddenly sat down on the floor. Everyone around was stunned. This was the first time they had seen something like this without doing anything. The girl now turned her gaze to Lu Xiangua, silently accusing him, her hands reaching out inappropriately. The crowd. Could it really be like this? Lu Xiangua, holding Sihu, had moved far away, almost out of the compartment. He was saying, "Son, you have to protect Dad. Don't let those monsters come near me."
Got it? Sihu nodded.
"I'll protect Dad." So adorable. Can you guess who the most embarrassed person in this farce is? It's the boy with dog-like eyes. What did he do to deserve this? He was just going home to visit family. But instead, he ended up bringing this young lady along. Fine, he brought her, but she did all sorts of unbelievable things along the way. At first, he tried to help her and suggest solutions, but eventually, he gave up. Whatever, let it all fall apart. Honestly, he has a face too. Can't he keep a little dignity? Not much, just a bit would be fine. He's about to break. Song Shuxian and the others, holding their children, stepped back, wanting to stay away from this girl. They really are smart and capable of solving problems. But that requires the other person to be normal, with reasonable thinking and behavior. This girl clearly has issues. Her mental state seems too advanced and too relaxed. It's a kind of advancement that equipment from 1971 can't detect. In the end, this farce ended with the intervention of the train attendant. It was quite sudden. The attendant stood there, exuding authority, saying, "What are you doing? Not taking the train? What's all this fuss about?
You all seem bored.
If you have nothing to do, come help me. The restroom needs cleaning, and the floor hasn't been mopped yet. If not, go home and have some kids. I guarantee you won't have time to cause trouble for 3 years. Every day, so young, and you don't know what you want to do." The attendant scolded them, and the girls shrank back in fear, almost leaning against Song Shuxian's leg. Wei Jiangwo picked up Song Shuxian and her baby, and then, with one hand. At that moment, the girls seized the opportunity and crawled onto their bunk. She probably thought that if she took the spot, it was hers. Tiantian wasn't just a decoration. She grabbed the girl by the back of her neck and tossed her onto the boy with dog-like eyes. "Here's your person back. You better take care of her, or we might just hit you. I'm really tough." Tiantian had a sweet smile on her face, but her words were quite scary. The girl clearly shivered. The attendant saw this and thought, "Oh, so she's a bully who fears strength. This will be easy." With her hands on her hips, she started to shout, "Don't want to take the train? If you don't want to, get off. What's all this fuss about? You sit where your ticket says."
Not switching.
The girl looked like she had suffered a great injustice, crying silently, tears streaming down her face, which was quite pitiful. However, the people around her were cold-hearted and ignored her. The girl dusted off her skirt and climbed back up, saying, "Wu-hao, you promised my mom you would take care of me. Is this how you take care of me? Watching me get bullied, and not able to get on the bunk, boo-hoo-hoo." The boy with dog-like eyes couldn't take it anymore. "If I had known you were like this, I would never have agreed to take care of you. I said I would look out for you, but not be your servant. Just think about how much trouble you've caused on this trip and how much I've helped you. I have my own face too. I've lost all my dignity because of you. From now on, you're on your own. No more crying. If you do, I'll go tell your grandpa and get you in trouble." The girl immediately stopped crying. The people around were amazed. Song Shuxian and the others were also surprised. She really wanted to know what kind of family could raise such a girl. It was a strange mix of feelings. But since it was just a train ride, they wouldn't meet again, and Song Shuxian wasn't interested in digging deeper. No one expected their connection to be quite deep. Song Shuxian continued chatting with Tiantian, while the 3 kids played with their new toys. Lu Xinghua noticed the new watch on Wei Jiangwo's wrist and raised his arm to take a look. "Old Wei, why did you get a new watch? This one looks expensive." My wife felt sorry for me. When she saw a nice one, she couldn't resist buying it for me. Ah, that's what a good marriage is like. At that moment, Wei Jiangwo was particularly annoying. He wasn't satisfied and waved his wrist in front of Lu Xinghua. "Looks good, right? Bought it from the overseas Chinese store, and it only cost 4 foreign exchange coupons. My wife used them all for me." Lu Xinghua was not pleased, his fists clenched. Seeing he was getting annoyed, Wei Jiangwo nervously touched his nose, realizing that making someone angry could be quite fun. Wei Jiangwo learned this trick from a guy in his dorm. He hadn't thought it would work so well. After a few hours on the train, the 3 kids had a nap and were now very excited. "Dad, are we going to your school? Dad, aren't you too old to be in school? Is it the same as what we learn?" Is there anything fun at college? Can I see a tank? They chattered like a flock of sparrows. Before, only Lele was chatty, and it was bearable. But now, Anan was also influenced and joined in, which was quite overwhelming. Even the usually quiet Sihu seemed affected. After checking into the guest house next to the school, Wei Jiangwo was ready to take the kids to see the school. Seeing his wife lounging in the room and not wanting to go out, Wei Jiangwo patiently said, "Honey, you really don't want to come? You can go in and see the place where I lived for a year." Song Shuxian weakly waved her hand. "Just take them. I want to sleep for a while." God knows what she endured on the way here. The three kids were like a flock of ducks, constantly asking questions. Even though she usually had patience, it was too much. Now, whenever she closed her eyes, she could hear thousands of ducks quacking. She didn't want to talk or see anyone. She just wanted a place to sleep well. Wei Jiangwo found it both amusing and pitiful. On the train, she and Tiantian had decided to be fun moms. They played the games the kids wanted and answered their questions. They praised the kids' ideas. As a result, the kids were happy and they were exhausted. Wei Jiangwo guessed Tiantian was in a similar state and probably didn't want to go out today. "Then you rest well. Just remember to lock the room door when you get up. I'll bring dinner back, and after that, we can take a walk nearby. It feels like we haven't had a date in a long time." The two kids, having seen two prestigious schools in Beijing, looked a bit stunned at the modest school in front of them. "Dad?" Wei Jiangwo explained, "It's different. This school is the top army school, while the two you saw are the best comprehensive universities. They couldn't be compared due to their different systems. Besides, this school didn't need to be famous. It only accepted officers." Having two similar-looking kids at a military school was already eye-catching. And they were brought in by Wei Jiangwo. He usually had a serious face that looked intimidating. Today, he was holding the hands of two kids. Many people were surprised to see this. When they saw Wei Jiangwo, they started teasing him. "Old Wei, where did you get these two adorable kids?" Wei Jiangwo replied with a hint of pride, "These two are my son's twins." He didn't get the expected compliments.
What?
"No way, Old Wei, are you serious? Are you saying these cute little buns are yours?" Wei Jiangwo nodded and had the kids step forward for everyone to see. People looked closely at the kids' faces and then at Wei Jiangwo's. Wow, they really did look alike. Did you really brag about having two super cute kids? Is your beautiful wife real? Is it true they can recite the three-character classic? Wei Jiangwo nodded, absolutely. These two are my sons, born to my wife. If she can have such good-looking sons, isn't it normal for her to be pretty? As for reciting, it's just a fun game for the kids. There's nothing to brag about. If he had been a bit less proud, they might have believed him. Wei Jiangwo introduced the kids. These are my classmates. You can call them uncles. Anan and Lele didn't understand why these strange uncles were so excited. They were just their dad and mom's kids. But they were polite and greeted the uncles. "Hello, uncles, I'm Anan, and this is my brother Lele." Lele also greeted everyone obediently. "I'm the younger brother Lele." The uncles responded warmly and took the kids to tour the school. On the way, someone asked if Anan and Lele could recite the three-character classic. Anan casually recited a bit for them. She really didn't understand why these uncles were so shocked. Isn't this something everyone can do? In their home, everyone could do it. Lele, being curious, asked directly with big blinking eyes, "Uncle, isn't this easy? Don't you know how?" Around them, there were sudden coughs. The person asked turned red, unsure how to explain that not everyone is as amazing as their mom. The atmosphere became awkwardly quiet. It was Anan who broke the silence. "Lele, these uncles are like Dad. They are too busy fighting bad guys and protecting us. That's why we get to sit inside and listen to Mom tell stories. Don't you remember?" Wei Jiangwo chimed in, Yes, Dad has been very busy lately. After this, can you two teach me how to recite the three-character classic?" Anan looked at her dad with a strange expression, as if disappointed. "Dad, you can't be lazy. You need to train seriously. Mom says the three-character classic is the basics that little kids need to learn. You're already a big kid. You need to think for yourself. Coughing erupted around them, mixed with soft laughter. Anan looked at her dad, her voice soft. Dad. Wei Jiangwo picked up both kids. Mom is right. Dad is usually busy. But I want to know what you're learning. Can you share it with me?
Of course, Dad.
People around felt envious. Where could they find such understanding kids? They wanted some too. Looking at Wei Jiangwo's two kids in little military outfits and thinking about their own wild kids, they felt a bit defeated. Wei Jiangwo took the kids to the training ground. This is where Dad trains. Look at that uncle. He's really impressive. Over there is where Dad has classes, but there are no classes today, so we won't go in. The two kids found everything new and exciting. Lele asked, Dad, can we see tanks? Maybe not here, but let me check. Someone called for Wei Jiangwo, so he handed the kids to his comrades and went to take care of something. Anan and Lele grew up in the military compound, feeling naturally close to the army green. Even though they didn't know the uncles, they weren't scared because they knew they were soldiers. They followed the uncles to play at the training ground. The uncles put them on the exercise equipment, swinging their little legs, which was very fun. The two brave kids quickly became the favorites at the training ground, surrounded by everyone. When Wei Jiangwo returned, he found that the kids had already made friends with the uncles. Mom, we're back. As Song Shuxian opened the door, she was immediately embraced by her two children. She rarely felt annoyed with them. What happened to you two? Why do you smell so bad? What did you do with Dad today? Both kids were sweaty, and their hair had an odor. Wei Jiangwo took the two boys to the washroom. I'll wash them up. You go eat first. Have you eaten? Yes, we had lunch at the cafeteria. Song Shuxian opened the lunchbox. Oh, it's cold noodles. On a hot day, seeing this instantly made her hungry. Wei Jiangwo's voice came from the washroom. Hurry up and eat. I had them add sesame sauce. It's really tasty. He had arranged for the cafeteria chef to make this special dish, which cost him 2 packs of cigarettes. Seeing his wife enjoy her meal made everything worthwhile. The two kids cleaned up and rushed out to snuggle with their mom. Mom, today I saw an uncle who can fly. He zoomed up that tall wall. I saw the speedy uncle too. He zipped from here to there in a flash. Song Shuxian laughed. They were indeed little cuties. Did you see anything else?
Yes.
We saw uncles fighting. It was amazing. They could jump so high and kick like this. Yeah, and there was an uncle who could take apart a gun really fast. The kids were animated, clearly excited. Those impressive uncles had opened a new world for them. After a tiring afternoon of running, they fell asleep as soon as they hit the bed. Anan kept the same position as when he shared with his mom, with his little bottom in the air, and Lila stretched out his arms and legs, as if he wanted to say something. Song Shuxian sighed. Their sleeping positions are really strange, especially the splits. Anan loves sleeping with his bottom up.
Kids are like that.
Honey, you should draw a picture of their funny sleeping poses. It would be interesting. Great idea, Comrade Wei Jiangwo. You've improved. It's all thanks to you, dear. Song Shuxian and Wei Jiangwo each took a child and tucked them in. What did they play this afternoon to be so happy? Song Shuxian was curious. There was a small training ground in the family compound that the kids visited every day. They played on the obstacle course. It was rare for both kids to go, and everyone was excited. A bunch of people entertained the kids, and they had a blast. The next day, Wei Jiangwo took Song Shuxian and the two kids to the cafeteria for breakfast. Song Shuxian wore a pink dress, soft in color, beautiful yet gentle. The hem swayed like petals dancing in the breeze. The couple walked together, each holding a child, creating a picture-perfect moment that felt too lovely to interrupt. Until someone broke the silence with, "Wow." This shattered the calm. Everyone had heard that Wei Jiangwo's wife was beautiful, and after seeing the kids yesterday, they were somewhat prepared. But seeing her today was still a shock. What luck did Wei Jiangwo have to have such a beautiful wife and such adorable children? The key was that his wife was supportive and traveled a long way to visit him. Everyone felt a bit envious. Whispers surrounded them. Wow, she must be a fairy from the sky. Right?
She's too pretty.
These soldiers were simply appreciating beauty, with no inappropriate thoughts. Wei Jiangwo wasn't upset. He always knew his wife was beautiful. Song Shuxian was indeed lovely, but not in an overwhelming way. Her true beauty lay in her grace, natural confidence, and well-cultivated manners. This allowed her to stand out in any environment and attract attention. In the cafeteria, as their family entered, everyone paused and turned to look. Wei Jiangwo slightly turned to shield his wife and led them to a corner. "Honey, what do you want to eat?" "I don't have anything specific in mind. I'll eat whatever, just like everyone else." Wei Jiangwo took the kids to get food, while Song Shuxian sat alone, observing her surroundings. She had to admit, the soldiers' area was really clean. Even the glass was shiny. Wei Jiangwo returned quickly with the kids, who had steamed buns, millet porridge, and eggs, while he got a special dish of wontons for Song Shuxian. The kids said to their mom, "Mom, you're a girl, so you should eat well. We and Dad are boys, so we need to eat hearty food." Song Shuxian smiled and thanked them. Wei Jiangwo always seized every opportunity to teach the kids the value of hard work. She didn't fully understand, but she respected it. While they were eating, a few of Wei Jiangwo's roommates came over to greet them. "Hello, sister-in-law, I'm Bai Chi, but everyone calls me Xiao Bai. Thank you for bringing the seafood. My wife couldn't eat much during her pregnancy, but with the seafood, she could eat another bowl of rice." "You're welcome. Pregnancy can change your taste. If your sister-in-law needs anything, have Wei Jiangwo contact me." "Hello, sister-in-law, I'm Shirley, but everyone calls me Shirtu. I'm Song Ao, just call me Song Ao." Song Shuxian formally introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Song Shuxian, Wei Jiangwo's wife. I've heard a lot about you all from Jiangwo. I'm glad to finally meet such wonderful comrades." And Lula finished their buns before greeting the uncles, looking very serious. Especially An, who resembled Wei Jiangwo, spoke very earnestly. The uncles were itching to play with them, but they held back since their mom was there. They could at least play with his son. After some friendly chatter, they finally parted ways. An Lula took their mom to visit the training ground they had been to yesterday. Wei Jiangwo had other matters to attend to and couldn't join them. There were many areas that were not open to the public. Song Shuxian took the two kids out of the school to meet up with Tiantian. Lu Xinghua only had 5 days off, and he had begged for a couple of extra days to spend time with them. Now that they were back at school, he hurried off to train. Song Shuxian and Tiantian, along with the 3 kids, didn't know where to go. It was quite far to the city, and the school's transport had already left. They couldn't go by themselves. They were unfamiliar with the area and didn't know where they could go or where they shouldn't wander. They could visit the school, but once inside, it felt more like they were being observed than they were observing. After one breakfast, Song Shuxian didn't want to go back a second time. Tiantian joked, "Now you know why I wanted to stay at the guest house for meals." Although they meant no harm, being watched by so many people felt a bit uncomfortable. Song Shuxian nodded. "That's true. What should we do today?" "I don't know. It's pretty hot outside. How about we just rest at the guest house for the day and recharge? We'll be heading home tomorrow."
"Sounds like a plan."
Tomorrow, Song Shuxian will go back. Wei Jiangwo finished his work early to take them out for dinner. "Where did you play today?" he asked the 2 kids. "We reviewed with Mom in the room." "What did you review?" "Mom said we should revisit what we learned. We need to review the tanks and the things from the Forbidden City, or we might forget."
Today, Mom helped us with that.
Anan is a big fan of his mom. He always takes her requests seriously. Lele was also happy. "Dad, I remember those tanks. Can you take me again next time?" "Of course." Song Shuxian came out after changing her clothes. "I'm ready, let's go." Wei Jiangwo took them to a state-run restaurant and said, "The chef here cooks very authentic food, especially the Zhengding 8 bowls. If you go late, they might be gone. I reserved a portion with the chef in advance." Pointing to the dishes on the table, Wei Jiangwo introduced, "This is the Zhengding 8 bowls, a specialty here, with 4 meat and 4 vegetable dishes. It's rare to find these now. You should try it." He served a meatball to Song Shuxian. It was firm and elastic, with a delicious taste. Song Shuxian gave a thumbs up. It's amazing. The two kids were eagerly swallowing, Mom. Song Shuxian quickly served them some food. It's a bit hot. Blow on it before eating. If you like any, let me know, and I'll serve more. The two unreliable parents clearly forgot about their two kids. Wei Jiangwo shared some baked pancakes. These pancakes are also very tasty, with a crispy outer layer. He broke a pancake in half, filled it with some meat and vegetables, and handed it to Song Shuxian. Try this, I really like it this way. When she took a bite, it crunched delightfully. The meat was juicy and melted in her mouth. The combination of the pancake and meat was perfect. The flavors worked together, making it hard to stop eating. Anan said, Dad, I want some too. Wei Jiangwo prepared more for the kids. After dinner, while it was still light out, they strolled nearby. Wei Jiangwo shared stories about life there. At night, after putting the kids to sleep, Wei Jiangwo took Song Shuxian to another room. After finishing, Song Shuxian was too tired to move a finger. Are you a dog? I have to travel tomorrow. What if someone sees this? Song Shuxian had several kiss marks on her wrist. She didn't know why Wei Jiangwo went wild. As long as they were hidden, it was fine. Wei Jiangwo felt sorry, admitting he couldn't hold back earlier. Try using the healing liquid. It speeds up recovery. It might help with these marks too. They gently applied a layer and waited to see the effect. Miraculously, the kiss marks, while still visible, had faded significantly. If you didn't look closely, you couldn't tell. Song Shuxian finally relaxed. She wasn't bold enough to let others see proof of their mischief. Wei Jiangwo held her closely, comforting her. Lu Xingwa finished training early tonight. He bought dinner and went back to the guest house. Being adults, Song Shuxian understood. The eldest didn't smile at the second. They would be apart tomorrow, so everyone was the same tonight. Wife, if you need anything, contact Lao Sunday. It's almost time to harvest the autumn crops. I'll have him bring a few people to help. You can prepare some dried meat for them, and I'll handle the rest when I get back. Don't worry about firewood and coal. I'll have Lu Zi deliver it. Wei Jiangwo was anxious, wanting to arrange everything for her. Finally done. Song Shuxian wanted to sleep, but he pulled her back twice more. This separation would last at least 4 months, and Wei Jiangwo was reluctant. The grain payment was a bit much. The next day, Song Shuxian woke up with swollen eyes. She had cried hard last night. Her throat was fine, but she suppressed her voice, afraid others would hear. She met up with Tiantian, and when they saw each other, they awkwardly looked away. It was too obvious. At the train station, Wei Jiangwo and Lu Xingwa carried things to help them board. Wei Jiangwo told the kids, You two are little men now. While I'm away, take care of your mom. Do your own things and try not to bother her, okay? Always greet your mom when you go out, and take Lightning and Moing with you. The kids listened carefully and promised their dad they would complete their tasks. Wei Jiangwo continued to remind Song Shuxian, Take care of yourself. Put yourself first. The kids are big enough to help with cleaning and chores. While Lu Xingwa had already finished speaking, Wei Jiangwo was still going on. He really couldn't relax about anything. After giving instructions to the three of them, Wei Jiangwo turned to find the train attendant, showing his military ID. Comrade, please take good care of my wife and kids. The attendant admired soldiers and readily agreed. I'll check this car often and make sure no bad people get close. With that assurance, Wei Jiangwo felt relieved. As the train was about to depart, he reluctantly left. The two kids waved vigorously from the window, saying goodbye to their dad. Wei Jiangwo and Lu Xingwa stood outside, watching the train leave until it was out of sight. Lu Xingwa said, I already missed them, and we just separated. My relationship with Sihu has improved a lot. Did you see? He waved at me earlier. He doesn't want me to go. After learning about Sihu, Lu Xingwa felt guilty and intentionally avoided activities with Wei Jiangwo this time. He reserved time for their family of 3 together. Lu Xingwa also apologized to Sihu, acknowledging his past mistakes and promising to improve. Wei Jiangwo was happy for him. Sihu had indeed become much more cheerful. On the train, the 3 kids were also thinking about their dad. Sihu asked, Mom, When can I see Dad again? Let me think, it will be at least a few months. Your dad will come back to spend time with us when he has leave. This was likely the awareness of being a military family. When out, they spoke vaguely. Tiantian, being in public security, was always very cautious. Anan and Lele also missed their dad. Anan said, "Mom, we just separated, and I already miss Dad." Song Shuxian took out paper and a pen. "Let's write a letter to Dad. I'll send it to him once we get off the train." The two kids obediently took the pen and began to draw a letter for their dad. When the train arrived at Holidio Station, Tiantian quickly walked with a child in each hand, while Song Shuxian followed closely behind, holding Anan. The attendant helping them with their luggage almost couldn't keep up. He thought to himself that not only are soldiers impressive, but military wives are also quite strong. After parting ways with the attendant, Song Shuxian and the others found the nearest guest house to check in. They were too exhausted to take the kids home. The hardships of the journey were truly heartbreaking, making anyone who heard about it sad and anyone who saw it tear up. The trains to Beijing and Shijiazhuang were extremely safe. The only troublesome little girl was just a spoiled child in their eyes. Confident, the two friends chose to take hard sleeper tickets this time. After all, buying soft sleeper tickets required favors that would need to be returned later. Once on the train, they laughed and played with the two kids, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Then, a woman in the upper bunk of the next compartment boarded. She was well-dressed, with no patches on her clothes and a neat short haircut, looking like a small manager from some factory. After boarding, she went straight to her bunk to sleep. At that point, everything seemed normal, until a strange smell wafted through. They just thought it was some bad odor and figured opening the window would help. But the smell didn't dissipate. It only grew stronger. It was a pungent mix of rotten garbage, spoiled eggs, and moldy food, fermented by the heat. The smell was so penetrating that the thin walls between compartments couldn't block it, leaving everyone around with no escape. Even covering their noses with their hands didn't help. The odor seeped through their fingers, constantly challenging their limits. At first, no one realized it was the woman's feet. They thought something had gone bad. They called the attendant and searched the entire carriage. Two young men followed the smell, trying to find its source. On their side, the adults were okay, but the three kids couldn't stand it, lying limp on their mothers. Song Shuxian pulled out a handkerchief and quickly fashioned 3 small masks for them. She also had the kids sit by the window to breathe fresh air, which helped a bit. The two young men were determined and found the source of the smell. One of them, without looking up, sniffed around until a stronger stench hit him, making him nauseous, and he turned to vomit. A skeptic nearby followed suit and also vomited. In the aisle by the window, many people leaned out, retching uncontrollably. Song Shuxian felt sick to her stomach. She secretly took a couple of sips from her liquid remedy to suppress the urge to vomit. Sweetie, having experienced tough times before, was more resilient. She took out the oranges bought by Wei Jiangwo and stuffed the peels into their masks, making things a bit more bearable. Once they found the source, the crowd couldn't hold back and pushed to wake the sleeping woman. "How can you be like this? Your feet stink, and you took off your shoes. Put them back on quickly. Even if you put them on, it won't help. Go wash your feet and change your socks. Your feet are so smelly, it's unbearable. How can we stay in this carriage with that smell? Hurry up and put your shoes on." Everyone was shouting at the woman to get her to come down. The woman reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, becoming defensive. "What are you saying? Who has smelly feet? You're the ones with smelly feet. I was just sleeping in my own bunk, and you're bullying me. Who hit me earlier? Where's the attendant? Attendant, come here. There's someone acting like a thug." Her loud voice made any man hesitate to approach, as she shouted thug at anyone who tried. She was quite fierce, kicking anyone who got close. No one had the courage to grab her foot. The situation reached a stalemate, and no one knew what to do. Tiantian handed her child to Song Shuxian and went to help. Meanwhile, Song Shuxian was busy calming the 3 kids when she noticed a man approaching them. "Are these 3 kids yours? You've raised them well." "I have 5 kids, and my youngest is about their age. Song Shuxian felt no warmth towards this man and instinctively wanted to keep her distance. "Please stay away. My kids are shy," she said. The man ignored her and reached out to pick up Lele. Without thinking, Song Shuxian kicked him in a sensitive area. "Tiantian, come back. Someone is trying to take the kids," Song Shuxian shouted. As she yelled, she positioned herself in front of the 3 children. The 2 men with the first man came over to mediate, saying, "What's wrong with you? Our brother just wanted to play with the kids. Why are you hitting people?" They tried to grab Song Shuxian to control her. Song Shuxian didn't respond, continuing to fight back while shouting, "Tiantian, Tiantian, come back." Trained by Wei Jiangwo, she could easily handle a few ordinary people. The problem was that one of the men was skilled in combat. While protecting the 3 kids, she found herself at a standstill. Just as she seemed to be losing ground, Tiantian delivered a flying kick, sending the man flying. In just a few moves, she disarmed the other 2. Seeing Tiantian arrive, Song Shuxian finally had time to check on the 3 kids. Don't be afraid, Aunt Tiantian is here. Wasn't Mommy strong just now? You should applaud Mommy." The 3 kids huddled together in the corner, behaving well. They remembered what their dads had taught them. The commotion attracted attention, and a few trained police rushed over. Song Shuxian presented their identification, saying, "Comrades, here's our identification. We are military families visiting our children's father. There was a disturbance over there, and my friend is in the police, so she went to help." As soon as she left, this man approached us, saying our kids looked good. I warned him that the kids are shy and to stay away. He didn't listen and tried to grab one of them. I was worried he was trying to abduct a child, so we got into a fight. These 2 men claimed to be mediating, but they were actually trying to control me. One of them is skilled in combat. After checking their identification and the work IDs of Tiantian and Song Shuxian, the trained police fully believed them and took the 3 men away. "Comrades, we will increase patrols. Please rest assured." "Thank you, comrades." At that moment, it was clear that when one person serves in the military, the whole family is honored. Song Shuxian and Tiantian, as military wives, easily received help. After the attendant left, Song Shuxian collapsed onto her bunk, feeling terrified by what had just happened. Thankfully, Tiantian returned quickly. From then on, their journey continued together, even going to the restroom with the kids. They didn't dare to separate at all. The woman with the smelly feet was forced by everyone to put her shoes back on. I thought that after such a commotion, the rest of the trip would be smooth sailing. Song Shuxian and Tiantian were worried that the children would be scared, so they stayed by their side, telling stories and playing games with them. With their mothers around and Song Shuxian and Tiantian acting normally, the children didn't take the men from earlier seriously. Gradually, they calmed down. Just as they were about to fall asleep, a brightly colored rooster flew past them. The rooster was frantically running around the train car, feathers flying everywhere, and occasionally leaving droppings behind. The cause of the rooster's panic was a sheep that was following closely behind, bleating loudly. Every now and then, it would poke with its not-so-sharp horns. In an instant, the train car was chaos, with chickens flying, sheep jumping, and people fleeing. At that time, the train wasn't very strict about bringing small animals. If you had them, you were allowed to keep them without anyone checking. Actually, Song Shuxian could have brought lightning and MOing too, but when she asked at the train station, they definitely said it wasn't allowed. The owners of the chicken and sheep were chasing after them. Seeing this scene, the 3 children were no longer willing to sleep and leaned out to watch. Song Shuxian and Tiantian stayed with the kids, prioritizing their safety over helping out. Perhaps due to the tension or the animals' upset stomachs, there was a mess all over the train car. Song Shuxian witnessed all this and felt nauseous. Eventually, 2 older sisters couldn't stand it anymore. One caught the chicken while the other grabbed the sheep, quickly restoring order. One of the sisters said, "You city folks can't handle this. You've probably never seen these animals before. They're especially good at bullying the weak. If you act scared, they won't be afraid and will keep bothering you. You just need to show them who's boss." The other sister added, "Exactly. You city folks are weak and can't catch them. If you don't shout, these animals lose interest and stop causing trouble." This situation wasn't surprising. Ticket purchases were linked to one's position. Only people with official titles could buy sleeper tickets. It was especially hard for villagers to get jobs in the city, let alone become officials. Moreover, villagers spent all year working in the fields and wouldn't spend money on travel unless necessary. In the end, it was just a commotion that would soon be forgotten. After a long afternoon, it was dinner time, and Song Shuxian bought boxed meals for the two kids. She couldn't eat a single bite herself. It was just too disgusting. Enin and Lele noticed their mother wasn't feeling well and wanted to share their food with her, but Song Shuxian refused. She comforted the kids, thinking that night had finally come and they could get a good night's sleep. Around 8, she got the two kids to sleep. She leaned against the window, resting her eyes, while taking turns keeping watch with Tiantian. Then, she smelled a terrible odor that was hard to describe. It was like a mix of old sweat, strong foot odor, greasy food scraps, animal droppings, and stale smoke all combined. In short, it was nauseating. The stuffy train car felt like a large fermentation container, trapping all the smells in a sealed jar, leaving no escape. Each breath was a challenge, and it felt like an invisible hand was controlling her. Song Shuxian had never experienced such humiliation in her life. It made her eyes water. Breathing was difficult, and not breathing was also hard. At midnight, Tiantian woke up to switch shifts and saw Song Shuxian looking pale and about to collapse. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Tiantian asked anxiously, thinking something had happened to her. Song Shuxian waved her hand. "I'm fine, it's just too smelly." Tiantian, who had dealt with zombies in her past life, had seen all sorts of disgusting things and could tolerate it. "Why don't you smell some oranges? Or you can lie down and sleep for a bit. If you fall asleep, you won't notice it." Song Shuxian shook her head. "You go ahead and sleep. I'm fine. I'll keep watch tonight." Tiantian was worried about her but couldn't persuade her, so she stayed to keep her company, just in case something happened. Song Shuxian felt helpless. She had been drinking spiritual liquid since she was young, and her body was exceptionally strong, with her senses heightened to their limits. This smell was a disaster for her. Song Shuxian joked that when Emperor Qin died, Hu Hai used salted fish to cover the smell, which must have felt similar to her experience. She felt she had shared a similar experience with Zhengge. She thought the night would pass quietly. However, they had forgotten about the woman with the stinky feet from earlier. While awake, she could manage herself and keep her shoes on. But while sleeping, that wasn't possible. Perhaps due to discomfort, the woman kicked off her shoes. This was like dropping a super biological bomb in a space already filled with toxic gas. The horrible smell spread rapidly, engulfing the entire train car. The stench reached an unimaginable level. The already stuffy train car felt like a hell on earth. Song Shuxian opened the window and leaned out, desperately trying to breathe in fresh air. Even Tiantian, who could usually endure a lot, couldn't take it anymore and sat up. "Tiantian, you watch the kids. I'll go check where the smell is coming from." Song Shuxian grabbed her. "Come here by the window for some fresh air. I was scared by what happened during the day. If someone tries to take the kids again, I'm worried I won't be able to protect them."
"Don't go out."
Tiantian obediently sat back down. She helped Song Shuxian adjust her mask, making it thicker and adding orange peels inside to help ease the smell. Sitting beside Song Shuxian, she helped her press acupressure points on her hands. "This isn't a solution. Here, lean against the window, and at least close your eyes for a bit. If you fall asleep, you won't smell it." Song Shuxian was too exhausted and nodded weakly, closing her eyes again. She placed her legs over the two kids, ready to wake up at the slightest movement. She even tied a rope around herself and the two kids. Not only Song Shuxian was disturbed by the smell, she had just started to doze off when she was awakened by a commotion. Someone started shouting, "Who is this? How long has it been since you washed your feet? Do you think this train is your home? Can't you be more considerate and wash them?" "Be more considerate. Put your shoes on yourself, or I'll slap you. Those feet must have been soaked in a cesspool for 10 years. Otherwise, they wouldn't smell like this. Those who woke up couldn't stand it and got up to open the window. But it only improved a little. The stench was still there. Although superstitions weren't allowed, people who grew up hearing tales from northeast China didn't really abandon them. What a joke. The train was traveling through remote areas. Who knew what might come out at night? Opening the window was dangerous. What if something happened? Those who woke up didn't go back to sleep. They sat by the window, heads bobbing. Some were still determined to find the source of the smell. But in the dark, it was hard to see, and there were too many sources of the stench. The night passed in this chaotic manner. After a long night, Song Shuxian struggled to look at the people sprawled in the train car. Everyone had a tough night. Enan and Lele woke up, feeling heavy, and nudged their mother's leg. Song Shuxian opened her eyes. What's wrong? Do you need to go to the bathroom? Seeing it was their mother, Enan turned around, hugged her leg, and went back to sleep. Lele hugged her other leg. Worried, Song Shuxian woke up Tiantian. They took turns carrying the two kids to the bathroom. The hardships of it all were too much to describe. She felt sick and skipped breakfast. Tiantian took the kids to eat, concerned that Song Shuxian couldn't keep going like this. You have to eat something, you didn't eat last night. Song Shuxian shook her head. I can't eat. You guys go ahead. Tiantian could only make her a cup of malted milk drink. Drink this, it will give you some nutrition. Seeing the drink made Song Shuxian think about the bathroom again. She turned and leaned against the window to throw up. She hadn't eaten anything, so what came out was just stomach acid. She felt awful, like she might break down. Tiantian was anxious and had no idea what to do. Finally, they arrived at a big station, and half the people in the car got off, including a lady with particularly smelly feet. Song Shuxian thought the next part of the journey would be easier. But then, a very enthusiastic ant climbed up to the upper bunk. Seeing Song Shuxian leaning against the window with a pale face, the ant said warmly, Girl, are you pregnant? How many months along are you? These two are your kids? You sure know how to have children. They look great like you. Someone as pretty as you should have more. 1 a year, 10 or 8 in total, and then you can enjoy life when you're older. Song Shuxian rolled her eyes internally. In reality, she felt drained and didn't want to talk, so she managed a weak smile at the ant. The ant plopped down beside her, eager to chat. Tiantian quickly said, Auntie, why don't you sit over there? She's not feeling well and needs to stretch her legs. Plus, there are 2 kids on the bed, and there isn't enough space. The ant was agreeable and moved to a seat in the aisle, continuing her chatter. She asked Tiantian, Girl, are you two traveling together? Oh, it's nice to see pretty people together. You both are good-looking, and your kids are too. Is this your son? How many kids do you have? Let me tell you, as women we should have more. When we're older, it's so nice to have children around, for generations together, so happy. Tiantian hadn't slept well all night and didn't have the energy to talk. She just wanted to get rid of the ant. Auntie, which bunk are you in? The ant checked her ticket. I'm above you. What a coincidence. I felt a connection when I saw you. Where are you two headed? I'm going to Holidio. My daughter just gave birth, and I'm going to help her with the baby. My daughter is something else. She got married at 17 and has already had 6 kids at 25. It's lively at home. My in-laws are so happy. My son-in-law is not as lucky. He only has 1 child. With so many kids, we're always smiling. After 8 years of marriage and 6 kids, Tiantian was shocked. Even pigs don't have as many as she does. Song Shuxian widened her eyes in surprise. Is this something to brag about? Having children takes such a toll on the body. Having them back-to-back is too much. Song Shuxian was greatly shocked.
She didn't understand.
She considered herself old-fashioned, believing in the saying that many children bring blessings, and she would like to have another. But she wouldn't go to such extremes.
It was terrifying.
Noticing their reactions, the ant looked pleased. She thought they were envious. She eagerly shared, Let me tell you, my daughter is so fertile because I raised her well. Even when we were poor, I made sure they were well fed. When she grew up and got her period, I took her to a doctor to help her body. Look at her now, it worked, right? When you're healthy, you can have more children. Tiantian swallowed hard and asked, Auntie, how many did you have? The aunt's expression changed, looking quite downcast. 2, both girls. I didn't take care of myself when I was younger and I got hurt having my second, so I couldn't have more. But thankfully, my daughters are doing well. Tiantian said, Annie, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. The aunt waved her hand dismissively. It's fine, you didn't know. Let me tell you, if you want to have kids, there are ways. When you and your husband are together, you can do this. Or that. Song Shuxian's face turned bright red. Tiantian also awkwardly looked away. People nearby were listening intently and began to cough lightly. The only normal person in the car was the aunt. She didn't think it was a big deal and said, Oh, we've all had kids. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's just a little bit of leg action. You've enjoyed it, so why not talk about it? Cough, 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 cough. The whole train car erupted in a cacophony of coughing. The aunt's words truly shocked everyone. Some unmarried young women turned beet red. The aunt scoffed, You can do it but can't talk about it? All right, let's talk about something else. Song Shuxian quietly removed her hand from covering the kids' ears. The aunt continued, I see you're raising your kids well. That's how it should be. Take good care of them and they'll be filial. My 2 daughters are very obedient. They send us money every month. During holidays, they bring all sorts of gifts. The aunt noticed the kids' clothes. Wow, why are you dressing them so well? You should have more kids to pass these clothes down, otherwise it's a waste. While they're small, just make sure they eat well. It doesn't matter what they wear. When they grow up and start dating, then you can dress them nicely. Blah, blah, blah. The whole train car was filled with the aunt's voice. Before long, a crowd gathered around her. With everyone talking at once, Song Shuxian felt overwhelmed. Worried the kids might hear something inappropriate, she forced herself to engage them in conversation to distract them. After much difficulty, they finally arrived at Holidio. Song Shuxian felt like jumping out of the window. After being away for more than 10 days, home felt the same and very comforting. Anan and Lulu pushed open the courtyard gate and exclaimed, Mom, home is the best. You 2 hurry and tidy up the yard, sweep it with a broom. I'll clean the rooms, their mother replied. There was a layer of dust inside. Song Shuxian first sprinkled some water on the floor to prevent the dust from rising, then used a damp cloth to clean little by little. During this time, Anan and Lula kept asking Mom, when are we going to pick up Lightning and Moing? Mom, are you ready? Let's go get Lightning. After finishing up, without resting, the 3 of them set off to pick up the dogs. At the training base, as soon as they arrived, Lightning spotted them and ran over, ignoring the trainer's calls. Song Shuxian crouched down, ready for a loving hug. Lightning stopped, rubbed against her, and then turned to find an N and Lulu. It felt like a casual acknowledgement for the food she provided. After that, he went to find his true love. Song Shuxian couldn't help but laugh at her own thoughts. She handed a small gift to the trainer. It's not anything valuable, just some pickles. They add flavor to meals. She brought 3 types of pickles from Lu Baiju, 8 treasure vegetables, black vegetables, and sesame seed strips, all chosen according to Wei Jiangwo's taste. Soldiers generally like stronger flavors in their food. The trainer, Xiao Su, felt a bit shy. Sister-in-law, you're too kind. Song Shuxian replied, Sister-in-law won't be polite with you, so don't be polite with me either. In the future, Lightning and Moing will need your help. You're the expert in dog training. When Moing was mentioned, Xiao Su's dark face turned a bit red. Sister-in-law, Moing has puppies now.
Ah?
I didn't keep an eye on him and he and Lion. We just found out yesterday. Song Shuxian was a bit confused, but Moing is a boy. Xiao Su coughed lightly. Lion is a girl. Song Shuxian felt awkward for a moment and then said, It's Mo Ying's fault for not being careful. I'll take responsibility. You can choose the puppies, and any that don't make the cut can come to me. I'll handle Lion's diet during her pregnancy and after giving birth. Xiao Su quickly waved her hands. Sister-in-law, no need. The base will take care of it. It's not Mo Ying's fault. Song Shuxian was bewildered. Xiao Su's face turned completely red. Mo Ying is the victim. Lion forced him. Song Shuxian was shocked and speechless. Can it really happen like this? She awkwardly nodded and mechanically said, just send me the puppies that don't make the cut. I'll take care of them. This time, Xiao Su didn't refuse. It was good for those rejected dogs to go to Song Shuxian's home. The food at the Song family is really good, and Song Shuxian treats the dogs very well, considering them as companions. This could be seen from Lightning's condition. In a small corner, Song Shuxian found a mowing. The once-spirited dog now looked a bit down, whining as he lay on her leg. She gently patted his head, offering silent comfort. She truly didn't know what to say. She felt sorry for Mo Ying. Once home, Mo Ying's mood improved a little. Song Shuxian told the two kids, Mo Ying has puppies now, and they will be born in 2 months.
We'll go see them then.
Their mom is a military dog, so the base will choose first. Only the ones that can't be military dogs will come to our home. The two kids were very excited. Mom, what color will the puppies be? Mom, will the puppies like us? The kids were thrilled, not caring about Mo Ying's feelings at all. In their little minds, parents love children and eagerly await their arrival. Song Shuxian felt a bit shy. Mo Ying isn't ready to be a dad yet, so he's a bit nervous. You two should spend more time with him. After giving instructions to the kids, Song Shuxian went to cook. Hiding in the kitchen, she couldn't help but laugh. Mo Ying was indeed in a terrible situation. But it was oddly amusing. He was first fostered at the military dog base and then brought back with his good buddy Lightning. Now he was bringing back puppies. Song Shuxian was hesitant to foster him again. They simply couldn't handle that many dogs. She felt like she was forgetting something but couldn't recall what it was, so she brushed it off. On Wei Jiangwo's side, ever since his wife got on the train, he began to miss her. It was fine until he saw her. Then it felt like a floodgate of longing had opened, and he couldn't control it. He kept his wife's photo under his pillow, taking it out to look at every night. His classmates teased him, "Your soul went back with your wife." Wei Jiangwo smiled but didn't deny it. Someone asked, "Does your wife have any sisters?" "Introduce one to my buddy." Wei Jiangwo looked at the guy. "No, bro. Does your sister know about this?" The guy playfully slapped Wei Jiangwo on the back. "What are you thinking? My sister and I are good. I'm trying to introduce my brother-in-law. He grew up in my family and he's a good guy, very family-oriented. But he's 24 this year and isn't in a hurry to find a partner. The family is worried and wants to introduce someone suitable." Wei Jiangwo pretended to relax, joking, "As long as you don't mess around. My wife is an only child, no sisters. And your brother-in-law is only 24. He's still young. No need to rush. When did you get married?" Wei Jiangwo smiled and said, "That's different. Before I met my wife, I really didn't think about marriage. When I went on blind dates, I was thinking about how to apologize to the girl. But when I met her, I changed my mind. With such a beautiful girl, why apologize? Of course, I wanted to marry her." The guy laughed. "That's it. You have to meet someone to know if you're compatible. He still needs to go on blind dates." Wei Jiangwo rarely felt sentimental. "Indeed, I'm happily married and hope everyone can be with their soulmate. I wonder how my wife is doing on the train, if she's uncomfortable, or if the kids are behaving." The guy said, "Your two kids are really well taught. They're so young but can express themselves clearly. They know to ask for an adult's permission before accepting anything from others. When they see something delicious, they even remember to bring it back to share with their mom." Wei Jiangwo proudly said, "It's all thanks to my wife. She always says that since we had them, we must be responsible and teach them survival skills so they have the confidence to choose their future." Counting the days until Song Shuxian arrived at the military district, Wei Jiangwo went to the communication room whenever he had the chance, waiting for his wife's call. He waited and waited. On the first day, he didn't receive a call and thought she was tired and probably resting. On the second day, he grew anxious, imagining all the dangers she might encounter. A call came through. urging son Taizhan to check on how his wife was doing. When son Taizhan arrived, Song Shuxian was a bit confused about why he was there. It wasn't time for firewood yet. Seeing that she was fine, son Taizhan explained, Wei Jiangwo called and asked me to check on you. Song Shuxian felt a bit embarrassed. She had forgotten. After that, life was very peaceful. And Un and Lula followed Song Shuxian's requests, getting better every day. Every few days, they visited the military dog training base to see the lioness. The lioness's belly had grown, and the vet confirmed she was expecting 5 cubs. And then looked at the lioness's belly and asked, Mom, were you tired when my brother and I were in your belly? Song Shuxian replied, it was a bit long. Let me think back. It was a little tiring. You two were very good, but having 2 cubs in my belly was still exhausting. But every day, I could feel you growing, which made me very happy. I loved imagining what you would look like, but I had no answers until I saw you. Then I thought this is how you should be. Lula looked at her seriously and said, Mom, you worked hard. And then added, Mom, I love you the most. Song Shuxian felt a bit teary, squatting down to hug her 2 cubs. Every time she saw them, she felt all her hard work was worth it. At the base, they prepared special meals for the lioness. Song Shuxian also brought many tasty treats, making the lioness's pregnancy very comfortable. She had become quite familiar with Song Shuxian and often walked with them at the base. Song Shuxian also loved the lioness, enjoying petting her head. The lioness gave birth one night, and the base was ready early in the morning. As soon as she started, the trainers and vets were on standby. The delivery went smoothly, and she had 5 cubs, 2 males and 3 females. When Song Shuxian heard the news, she took her 2 children to visit. As soon as An and Lulu entered, they asked, Uncle, where is the lioness? We came to see her and brought her some treats. When they saw the lioness, the kids wanted to rush over like before, but Song Shuxian quickly pulled them back. They didn't know how the lioness would react. If she was protective of her cubs, getting too close could be dangerous. Fortunately, their previous bond paid off. The lioness recognized them and allowed them to come closer, but only to a certain point. She didn't let them touch the cubs. Song Shuxian took An and Lulu to watch the little cubs from outside the cage. They were tiny and wobbly on their feet. An said, Mom, look at that one with 4 yellow paws, and the one that looks most like Emoing is black. Lulu started guessing which one belonged to them. Seeing they hadn't left, the lioness picked one cub with a yellow belly and gave it to Song Shuxian. Song Shuxian was surprised and carefully took it, holding it close. Is the lioness giving me a hug? Thank you, lioness. The lioness barked twice, as if to respond, maintaining her usual cool demeanor. After a while, Song Shuxian handed the cub back to the lioness. Lioness, we have to leave now. Here's your cub back. It's very cute. The lioness gently grabbed the cub by the scruff and nudged it toward her, suggesting she hold the cub. The trainer explained, the lioness is giving it to you. This cub will follow you from now on. Song Shuxian quickly said, No. Please give me the ones that are not suitable. If any of them can be trained as a military dog, it would be a waste to give it to me. The vet smiled and explained, the one we're giving you is the weakest of the litter and not suitable for military training. It might struggle to survive, so it's not fit for intense training. Song Shuxian replied, Then I will take it. I'll keep it here for a few days until it can eat other food, and then I'll take it home. Sure. The trainer agreed readily. Song Shuxian handed over a basket she had brought. I brought some milk powder for the lioness to mix with her food for extra nutrition, and I also brought a chicken to make soup for her. As they left with their mom, Anan asked, Mom, when can we bring the puppy home? Mom, can I name them? Let them grow a bit more. They are too small to leave their mom now. What names do you want to give them? After watching the mother and cubs leave, the vet said, She's very smart. The trainer blinked and asked, What do you mean? She keeps saying she wants to take the dogs that are not selected. No one can find fault with that. Plus, the things she brought could easily trade for 2 dogs she likes in the countryside. She's worried about being talked about, in case someone tries to ask for dogs because of her. She really knows how to care for them. Look at how well she raised Moing and Flash. Especially Flash. When he first came, he was downcast, but now he's full of energy. Song Shu-qian wasn't concerned about that. She was busy making a dog bed for the new member with her kids. The puppy is still too small and might get cold, so let's keep it inside until it grows a bit more. And Lulu agreed. While making the bed, and Lulu each contributed an old cotton jacket from their childhood. Their family was well off, and Lulu got new clothes every year. The ones that were too small were washed and saved by Song Shu-qian for future children. Four Tiger came over to play with and Lulu. When he learned they were getting a puppy, he felt a bit envious. Tiantian noticed Four Tiger's desire and approached Song Shu-qian. How are Mo Ying's cubs? Is there a chance for another one? For Tiger wants to raise one too. There should be more. The selection standards for military dogs are very strict. It's hard for even one from a litter of 5 to be chosen. The one I want is the weakest and was rejected by its mother, so I worry it might not survive.
Please keep an eye on this.
If there's one, I want it. I can't stand for Tiger's eager little eyes. Song Shu-qian agreed. Okay, no problem. What have you been busy with lately? We haven't seen each other for a long time. Just the last meeting I helped with in Sihu City. I was about to resign, just waiting for the last paperwork. But unexpectedly, I was called back to help out temporarily after attending a meeting. Once this busy period is over, I'll fully resign. I'll work again after Four Tigers start school. Tian really enjoys her work. Her eyes light up when she talks about it. Song Shu-qian asked, have you thought about having a good talk with Four Tiger? He's more mature than most kids.
I feel like he can understand.
You could let him know what you do and how much it means to you so he can be proud of you. This way, you can continue working and he will accept it better. Tian shook her head. I think I'll pass. Kids only have a few years when they're little and I want to spend more time with him. After saying that, Tian looked a bit troubled. My mother-in-law is starting to urge us to have a second child. Recently, people in the family compound have been asking when we'll have another. Do you have any plans? Tian waited a moment before saying, I don't want to have another. She knew this thought was a bit selfish, but she just didn't want to. Song Shu-qian held her hand. If you don't want to, then don't. It's your choice to have children. Just discuss it with Lu Xinghua. As long as you both agree, that's all that matters. Today is the day to bring the puppy home. Song Shu-qian carried the basket with the puppy and told her 2 children, the puppy is still small and has a weak immune system. You have germs on your hands, so if you want to touch the puppy, you must wash your hands first. Remember that. The 2 children promised, Mom, we will take good care of the puppy. Great. Let's give it some time to get used to our home. They had visited the puppy a few times, so they were familiar with each other. Therefore, the puppy showed no signs of discomfort. And Lula happily explored with it around the yard and inside the house. Lightning found the little creature amusing, playfully kicking it and letting the puppy rub against him. Moing did not like the puppy at all and ignored it. The puppy seemed to sense through smell that it was Mo Ying's child and loved to follow him. Mo Ying would avoid him whenever possible. At night, he didn't want to sleep with the puppy. Song Shu-qian couldn't do much. She wouldn't force Mo Ying to accept the puppy. She planned to wait and see for a while. If Mo Ying continued to reject it, she would send it to the neighbor, where Tian would take care of it. They would surely treat the puppy well. Plus, since they lived next door, the puppy wouldn't feel abandoned. So, they hadn't named the puppy yet, they just called it the puppy. Unexpectedly, a week later, Mo Ying accepted the puppy's presence. He even let it play around him. Song Shu-qian gathered the children and said, now that Mo Ying has accepted the puppy, we can give it a name. Do you have any ideas? Anin suggested, Mom, let's call it Little Yellow because it has yellow fur. Lila disagreed, Mom, let's call it Little Black. It has a lot of black fur. Song Shu-qian, do you have any nicer names? Those don't sound very good. Both children insisted that they liked them very much. Song Shu-qian continued to persuade, but it's still small. We can call it Little Yellow or Little Black, but when it grows as big as lightning, those names won't fit anymore. Anan quickly responded, we can call it Big Black, and when it gets as old as Dad, we'll call it Old Black. Lula nodded in agreement with his brother. Song Shuqian couldn't help but laugh. Do you think Dad is very old? Very old. Even the uncles call him Old Wei. Right, Uncle Sun is Old Sun, Uncle Lu is Old Lu, and Dad is Old Dad. Ha ha, you two are truly my little joys. So is Mom old? Mom isn't old. Mom is the prettiest mom. Song Shuqian laughed nonstop, finding them so adorable. At just 25, Wei Jiangwo was seen as Old Wei by his children. She had to write him a letter. After laughing enough, Song Shuqian discussed with the kids, I also thought of some names for the puppy. Let's see if you want to choose one from them. Its belly fur is yellow, so we can call it Xing Yao or Fu Jian, since it's Mo Ying's baby. We can also call it Rui Ying or Xiao Mo. Which one do you think sounds good? Children have their own sense of aesthetics, and upon hearing these names, they immediately abandoned Little Black and Little Yellow. The two kids couldn't decide, and Anan said, Mom, let's draw lots. Song Shuqian chuckled. Anan and Lulu, you're so clever. Your names were chosen by drawing lots. Anan asked in confusion, Mom? Lulu directly inquired, Mom, who drew them? You drew them yourselves. When you were born, your dad and I were so happy that we gave you several names and didn't know which one suited you best, so we decided to let you choose. Your dad held your little hands to draw lots and picked your names, Wei Yannan and Wei Yibei. Don't you think they sound nice? Nice. An is Wei Yannan.
Le is Wei Yibei.
Right. Now let's draw lots for the puppy. Mom will write down the names, and we'll let it choose. They placed the puppy in the middle, with 4 names in 4 directions, allowing the puppy to decide. Seeing Song Shuqian, the puppy ran towards her. She picked up the puppy with one hand and held the paper with the names in the other. Let's see what name it wants.
Mom, what is it?
Song Shuqian squatted down to show them. It's Fu Jian, so from now on, the puppy will be called Fu Jian. From then on, little Fu Jian became a member of the Song family. With the new member, their lives didn't change much. They just had one more little one in their daily walks. When the children in the neighborhood saw Song Shuqian bring home puppy, many wanted one too, and went home begging their parents. The military dog base saw a surge of interest. After being turned down, some accused them of favoritism and trying to win over Song Shuqian. The base directly showed them the list of items she provided, from when she first learned about the lioness's pregnancy to after the puppies were born. She didn't just take a dog from the base. She gave them 4 puppies. The items she donated were enough to care for all 5 puppies. That's why no one pressed the issue. Song Shuqian also helped get a puppy for Sihu, a shepherd dog that had been eliminated. Now, Sihu wanted to play with the puppy as soon as he opened his eyes and held it to sleep when he closed them. Tiantian was feeling jealous. She said, Tiantian, I can already picture Sihu growing up and marrying someone. He's just a child who forgets his mother once he has a wife. Now that he has a dog, he doesn't even pay attention to me. Song Shuqian laughed. Well, dear, he needs to find someone he likes. When he grows up, let him live on his own. You and old Lu can enjoy your own lives. Tian thought about it and agreed. When Sihu grows up, I'll give him a housing allowance to live on his own. When he has kids, I'll provide money, but not help.
Different ideas can lead to disaster.
I'll give them money and hire someone to do everything they want. Tian remembered her mother-in-law, Aunt Hua. The old lady came over, did a lot of work, got nothing in return, and even lost her son's heart. Song Shuqian agreed. I think the same way. I raised an and Lu under tough conditions. Society is developing. When they grow up, it won't be harder than now. I'll give them money and not worry about anything else. The 2 friends enjoyed discussing the future, not knowing if they would feel reluctant when that time came. The arrival of Fu Jian brought a lot of fun to Song Shuqian. For example, right now, as Song Shuqian was about to put on her shoes, she discovered they were damp inside. She tried hard to control her anger, but ultimately failed. This was already the 3rd time, recently. And in Lulu, Moing, Come here, Mommy has something to say, Song Shuxian called into the room. Once gathered, she began assigning tasks. The most important thing for us now is to teach Fudian to use the bathroom in the right place. Moing, you are Fudian's dad, so you bear the main responsibility. Lightning, you are Fudian's uncle, and you need a help too. You two are in charge of teaching it to go to the bathroom. And in Lulu, Mommy has a very important task for you. Do not let it go to the bathroom in Mommy's shoes.
Can you do that?
The two kids promised seriously that they would. Song Shuxian nodded in satisfaction, thinking this time it should work. But it turned out not to be the case. Fudian seemed to do it on purpose, sneaking over to Song Shuxian's feet and peeing when no one was watching.
Song Shuxian. Lulu.
Lightning.
Montaking.
Lulu reacted quickly, immediately picking up Fudian and saying, Mommy, I'll teach her, and ran off. And then went to get Mommy some slippers, saying, Mommy, change shoes. Moing and Lightning followed Lulu outside, barking at Fudian, while Moing even grabbed it by the scruff of its neck to take it aside for a lesson. Now, Song Shuxian regretted it deeply. She wished she had never gotten Fudian and should have just said that anyone who wanted it could take it. When Moing came home, Wei Jiangwo took care of all its daily needs, and Song Shuxian only had to play with him. By the time Lightning arrived, he was already an adult dog, past the mischievous stage. Yet, Fudian was quite clever. After causing trouble, it would come over to you, nuzzle against your feet, and apologize. When picked up, it would snuggle and look at you with its big, wet eyes. Who could stay mad at such a cute little creature? Song Shuxian often found herself in a mix of laughter and tears. She could only give it some essence, hoping it would learn to use the bathroom quickly. After Fudian wet her shoes again, she decided to be stricter. She made Fudian face the wall for reflection and personally kept watch, not allowing anyone or any animal to come near. That night, she even withheld its food, thinking if it couldn't learn, it could go hungry. Just once, Fudian learned to use the bathroom. Having drunk the essence, Fudian was smarter than most dogs. It was doing it on purpose, thinking it was funny to make Song Shuxian angry. After being disciplined, it realized no one was pampering it anymore and stopped misbehaving. During a walk, Song Shuxian was accompanied by Lightning, while Moing took Fudian and Anen and Lulu ahead, running and playing. The group looked quite impressive. When they reached the square, many children came to play with An and Lulu. With Lightning and Moing around, Song Shuxian felt at ease. She found a corner to sit and soak up the sun. Before long, a few neighborhood aunties gathered around her. They were all out enjoying the sun and chatting. One of them asked Song Shuxian, "Little Song, your two kids are growing up. When are you planning to have another one?" Song Shuxian replied, "I think it's about time for another one." But Wei Jiangwo won't agree. He says he's too busy with work lately and doesn't have time to help me take care of the kids. He wants to wait another 2 years until Anen and Lulu are a bit older. One aunt said, "That's true. It's better to have a man at home. You have to work too, right?" Song Shuxian nodded, "Yes, Annie, I also need to work. Both Wei Jiangwo and I come from families with little support, and we have to manage everything ourselves after having kids." The aunt replied, "No rush. You can have a child whenever you want. You're still young, and it's not like you can't have more. Just focus on taking good care of Anen and Lulu. They're smart kids, and will be fine as they grow up. Just the other day, I saw them discussing getting you a gift." Another aunt said, "Little Song, how did you raise such thoughtful kids? They're still so young and already so considerate. Take good care of them and you'll enjoy your old age." Song Shuxian didn't hold back. "They really are great. When they saw Daddy bringing me gifts, they followed suit. They gave me a bouquet of flowers, and when I received it, I was so touched that I cried. I do feel sorry for Aunt Shin, though. The kids didn't know better and asked her for flowers. When we got home, I scolded them. From now on, they can just bring me wildflowers. Aunt Shin works hard to grow her flowers, and they are so beautiful, clearly taken care of with love. They shouldn't have picked them." Many people remembered when Song Shuxian took a basket to Aunt Shin's house. It connected the dots. She was there to apologize. Speaking of kids, One aunt mentioned Jung Baiwei. She's been married for 3 years now, and there's been no sign of a baby. Isn't team leader Zhang around 30? He doesn't seem to be in a hurry.
Why not?
I live right above them and can hear everything clearly. Team leader Zhang asked her when she would be willing to have kids. It's Zheng Baiwei who doesn't want to, saying she's still young. She's 21 and still claims she's too young. How shameless. Little Song, you're 21 too, right? Song Shuxian nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed. Auntie, I also think I'm still young. The aunt dismissed it. Young or not, you already have kids, and 2 at that. She said mysteriously, right now, those 2 hardly have any of that going on, so where would the kids come from? If you ask me, team leader Zhang is a bit foolish. Zheng Baiwei doesn't seem serious about building a life with him. She dresses up and struts around, thinking too highly of herself, looking down on us homemakers. Another aunt expressed her discontent. Isn't she a homemaker herself? What gives her the right to look down on others? She has a job. I remember she worked at the Women's Federation. Not anymore. She lost that job because of her bad temper. She hit someone. Such a good job, and she ruined it. The aunt who had just spoken quickly added, I know about that. I heard them arguing. A young wife was bullied by her mother-in-law, and she stood up for her, getting into a fight with the mother-in-law and even drawing blood. Guess what happened next? Auntie, stop teasing us. We're all curious. Hee. That young wife was being kept by a man outside, got pregnant, and wanted him to marry her. The mother-in-law disapproved of her underhanded tactics and was worried they would mistreat her 2 children, so she refused to agree. That's when the woman went to the Women's Federation, trying to force the mother-in-law to agree. In the end, the mother-in-law got so angry that she kicked her son out of the house and publicly severed ties. Oh my, she really gave up her son? Yes, she did. Such a waste of a son, born just to cause trouble. The old lady can raise her 2 grandsons and still have support. That makes sense. Song Shuxian enjoyed listening to these aunties chat. She learned a lot and gained insight. But she didn't want to be the center of attention. For instance, one aunt said, about the Wei family, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you are too sensitive. Having kids isn't a big deal. Your 2 kids are already 3. They can start learning to wash diapers and cook. In 2 years, they'll be able to help with farming and gathering firewood. And those dogs of yours, they're all meat. They should be killed to feed everyone. Song Shuxian initially brushed it off until she mentioned killing the dogs, worrying she might actually harm Lightning and Moing. Song Shuxian took on the commanding presence of a general's daughter from her past life, her authority evident. She shot her a cold glance and said, First, please call me Comrade Song Shuxian or Comrade Song. You don't have the right to call yourself Andy in front of me. Second, my family matters are not for others to meddle in. If you're not satisfied, you can go home and ask your husband to come and discuss it with me. Wei Jiangwo isn't here, but Tiantian is still around. Finally, before you bully someone, make sure to find out if you can. If anything happens to my kids or dogs, I'll hold you responsible. I wonder if you can handle that. The other aunties who had been speaking summer has passed, autumn barely made an appearance, and winter is approaching. Song Shuxian has been busy preparing supplies for winter. The firewood and coal were gathered by Sun Taizhan and the young soldiers. Song Shuxian felt a bit embarrassed. Thank you all for coming to help. I wouldn't know what to do without you. When Wei Jiangwo comes back, you all should come over for a meal. I've prepared a lot of lamb this year, and we can have hot pot together. This dried meat was prepared at Wei Jiangwo's suggestion. He said you all work hard during training and need to eat more meat to replenish your energy. This is easy to carry and doesn't take much effort to eat. Sun Taizhan felt a bit shy. Sister-in-law, you're too polite. This little bit of work is nothing for us, not even half of what we do in training. Song Shuxian handed them the bags she had prepared, saying, This is for you. I started preparing it in summer. Wei Jiangwo said you all work hard and need to replenish in winter. The dried meat is easy to carry and provides quick nutrition. Well, sister-in-law, we'll accept it. Please take it, don't be shy. If you need help in the future, just ask Wei Jiangwo. You're all brothers who have fought together, so don't be so formal. After sending them off, Song Shuxian closed the gate and ran back home. It's getting colder now. It's time to wear cotton jackets. The two young soldiers were very happy and said to son Taizhan, Sister Song is really nice. She always greets us with a smile and never shows us a cold face. Every time we help her, she never lets us leave empty-handed. Last time I went, she didn't have anything prepared, so she gave me a handful of candy. The time before that, she shared some pastries she brought back from Sihu City. Another one said sister-in-law is really kind. My mom was in the hospital, and I didn't have enough money. She covered it for me. When I went to pay her back, she worried I wouldn't have enough, so she told me to keep it for buying some nutritional products for my mom until she fully recovers. Listening to their words, son Taizhan envied Wei Jiangwo once again. Even though he wasn't around this year, no one has forgotten him. Song Shuxian often asks everyone for small favors and gives them gifts of thanks. Each gift is generous, consisting of things they need but aren't too expensive. In every conversation, it's clear that Wei Jiangwo cares for his brothers, writing letters to remind her to prepare for everyone. Wei Jiangwo doesn't have to do anything himself to win people's hearts. Son Taizhan has been looking for a wife based on Song Shuxian's standard, but hasn't found anyone yet. Far away in Shijiazhuang, Wei Jiangwo had just finished an exercise and was lying in bed thinking about his wife. He performed very well in this exercise, earning second place. The first place went to a commander from the Nandao military district who has a great reputation. After this exercise, he went to the battlefield to assist a country known for rice and spices. Wei Jiangwo wanted to talk to him privately, but didn't get the chance. He looked at the starry sky and silently wished for the commander's safe return. He hopes they can collaborate in the future. Lu Xingua heard him turning over and asked, Old Wei, can't sleep? His voice woke up the other two, who were pretending to sleep. We can't sleep either. In their dormitory, all four couldn't sleep, so they got up together to look at the stars. No one spoke. They all silently wished for the safety of their brothers going to battle. Yuan Song Shuxian has been a bit busy lately. This year, she only planted a small amount and the harvest she has now is thanks to secretly using some spirit liquid. However, now she faces the problem of harvesting. She feels ashamed that after 4 years of marriage, she hasn't learned how to farm. Just when she was at a loss, Sister Feng and Sister Ding came over with a few other women to help. I guessed you hadn't finished. This little bit of work we can help you with. Song Shuxian sighed in relief. I'm really sorry to trouble you all. I'm not good at this. I've tried to learn, but I just do it poorly. The women said, No need to be polite. It's just a little extra work. Did you plant sweet potatoes? Yes, I did. With Wei Jiangwo away, I can't do a lot of work myself. I asked the locals, and they said sweet potatoes are the easiest to grow, needing little fertilizer and water, so I planted them. The truth is, Song Shuxian didn't use any fertilizer, just watered them. The women worked quickly. It took them less than an hour to harvest an acre of sweet potatoes with 4 people. They even borrowed a cart to help Song Shuxian take the sweet potatoes back. Tiantian finished her own work and came over to help, running into them on their way back. She quickly joined in to push the cart. Are you all done? Song Shuxian smiled happily. Yes. Thanks to you all. Once the harvest is over, I'll host a meal for you to celebrate this year's harvest. You all must come, and Tiantian, you can help me cook.
Sure.
Back at home, after thanking the women again, Song Shuxian placed the sweet potatoes in the backyard. That night, she made sweet potato candy and sweet potato pancakes. The 2 kids ate without looking up, constantly saying how delicious it was, especially the sweet potato candy, which truly hit the spot. With the help of the women and Tiantian, Song Shuxian not only finished harvesting her vegetables, but also prepared enough food supplies for the winter. She prepared a bit too much, enough for their family to last 2 winters. All the supplies were bought from the nearby village. Since they frequently went shopping, the village near their residential area has become well known as a wealthy village. Song Shuxian felt she hadn't bought enough. This year, the seafood and dried goods were too few, with abalone and sea cucumbers being particularly scarce. Out of curiosity, She paid more attention to the situation and noticed something strange. Two men with odd accents were buying these goods, offering prices 3 times higher than the county's purchasing station. This was very unusual. In her past life and this life, Song Shuxian had never dealt with any major villains and didn't have the ability to investigate such matters. She worried that outsiders might cause trouble if they intervened carelessly. She also didn't dare to hide it, fearing something truly was wrong. At this moment, she missed Wei Jiangwo even more. If he were here, she could just tell him and he would handle it. As a second option, Lu Xingguo could also help. He was trustworthy too. Now what should she do? Song Shuxian felt overwhelmed. After leaving her 2 children with Tiantian, Song Shuxian took lightning out for 3 days straight. Every year, she would go to the nearby village to trade for mountain goods and was familiar with many villagers, so her frequent visits recently raised no suspicion. Upon entering the village, Song Shuxian went to find the village chief's wife. "Auntie, I'm back. I need your help to trade for some dried seafood today. I need quite a bit." Seeing Song Shuxian, the village chief's wife smiled widely. She was like a godsend. "Hello, Comrade Song. There isn't much this year. 2 young men came by recently and took a lot. How much do you need? We have some fresh stock that we can dry for you first." "Thank you, Auntie. My husband's comrades need these items. They don't have access to them where they are, so I want to trade some back for them." With that, Song Shuxian and Lightning traveled through nearby villages. She had confirmed that the 2 men were suspicious. They were buying a lot of sea cucumbers and only wanted fresh fish. Given the current low temperatures, fish wouldn't last long, which was very unusual. From here, she couldn't investigate further. She planned to return and find Captain Zhang. Unbeknownst to her, the 2 men had also noticed her. If she hadn't been accompanied by lightning everywhere, they would have made a move. The 2 men were named Ditsai and Fugui. At that moment, they were discussing Song Shuxian. "Ditsai, do you think that girl has discovered something? Have you checked where she has been and what she asked?" "I did. She has visited all the nearby villages, saying she was helping her comrades trade. She does this every year, trading for dried mushrooms, dried vegetables, nuts, and seafood, basically anything." Ditsai squinted his eyes. "What about the dog? Has she always brought it, or just recently? Has she acted strangely?" "I asked many people, and there was nothing unusual. The dog is hers. It's a military dog. She used to bring 2, but this time she only brought 1. Ditsai sighed in relief. "It's fine. It's just a coincidence. These soldiers are really loaded to buy so much. I found out that the woman has a job, but I don't know what it is. Her salary must be decent. She spends money quite freely. Darn it, I wouldn't dare rob here. Otherwise, I'd definitely target her. That girl is quite pretty. If we took her, we could sell her for a good price. What a shame." "Not a shame, brother. Why don't we wait until we leave and trick her into coming with us?" Ditsai kicked him lightly. "She's a military spouse. Those soldiers are extremely united. If we touch one, the whole unit will come after us. Are you crazy to think about messing with them? Don't do anything unnecessary. Just focus on our work and leave quickly." Though reluctant, the 2 decided to concentrate on their tasks. Song Shuxian arrived at the military district entrance, and a soldier on guard came over to salute her. "Hello, sister-in-law. What brings you here?" "I'm looking for Captain Zhang. Could you please let him know?" "Sure, please wait a moment." The guard was from Wei Jiangwo's unit and didn't make things difficult for Song Shuxian, knowing she wasn't someone who came without reason. While waiting, she spotted someone who shouldn't be there. Wei Jiangwo also saw his wife and quickly walked over. "Wife, what are you doing here? Is something wrong?" Without time to think, and ensuring no one was listening, Song Shuxian quietly shared her findings. "The important thing is, their accents are very strange. It's not any accent I've heard before. They can also speak English, but it's a bit awkward and flat. I can't quite explain it. It's just a language I haven't seen before." Wei Jiangwo realized the seriousness of the situation. What Song Shuxian didn't know was that Wei Jiangwo was aware that things were different lately due to international tensions. After speaking with the guard, Wei Jiangwo took Song Shuxian straight to Captain Zhang's office. They ran into a young soldier who had come to inform Song Shuxian that she could go in. Seeing the two enter together, Captain Zhang's expression turned serious, and he told the guard to step outside. "What's going on?" Song Shuxian repeated what she had just said. "I'm not sure if there's a problem, but it just feels off." Captain Zhang said, "Song, I'll send someone to take you back. Try to stay in the family compound, and always take the dog when you go out. This situation could get complicated, so don't show any unusual behavior. If anyone asks why you came here today, just say someone told you they saw Jiangwo back and you didn't believe it, so you came to check with me." Wei Jiangwo, worried that Song Shuxian might be scared, stood up and said, "I'll take her back and be back in 20 minutes. As they left, Song Shuxian squeezed his hand. "Don't worry, I'm fine.
I can go home by myself."
You go take care of your work. Are you on leave or back for mission?" "Both. I can rest for 2 days. But that's not happening now. Let's go, I'll take you home." Wei Jiangwo ruffled her hair, his touch as comforting as ever. Song Shuxian shook her head. From Captain Zhang's reaction, she sensed that this situation was serious. She couldn't be a burden. Wei Jiangwo couldn't argue with her, so he called a young soldier to take her home. In the office, Captain Zhang asked Wei Jiangwo, "What do you think? With the recent international tensions, it's better to be cautious." "I'll investigate." Captain Zhang shook his head. "You've been in the north and didn't catch that accent. It sounds very similar to one from a certain country. If it's them, we're in trouble." Wei Jiangwo thought of the commander from the Southern Island Corps who went to the battlefield and couldn't sit still. Captain Zhang continued, "Comrade Song has been able to dispel their suspicions because she trades this time every year, and her words are mostly true with a bit of falsehood. Plus, she has lightning with her. We need to send someone carefully. It's best if they are in a similar situation to hers." After discussing the details, it was decided that Wei Jiangwo would be responsible for this task. When Song Shuxian returned to the family compound, she was indeed asked about her whereabouts. She answered as Captain Zhang instructed. Once home, she finally relaxed. At first, she hadn't thought much of it, but from Wei Jiangwo and Captain Zhang's reactions, she had guessed something was off. In the following days, Song Shuxian continued her usual life. She even invited the 4 sisters who helped her gather vegetables last time to have a meal together, enjoying hot pot and leaving everyone satisfied. Wei Jiangwo pointed out a few people and quietly entered the village to investigate. They arrived a bit late. Dekai and Fu Gui had already left. Villagers said they went to another place to collect goods and would return in a month. Compared to Song Shuxian, Wei Jiangwo and his team uncovered more information. For example, their introduction letters, where they stayed, and the luggage they brought. None of it matched up. According to the introduction letters, the 2 were buyers from a factory in the northwest, here to purchase supplies for the new year. However, it was unreasonable for them to collect items directly from the villagers. Then there was their accent. This is a common misunderstanding. People often think they don't have an accent. Wei Jiangwo initially thought he spoke without an accent until this training session, where he and Lu Xinhua turned an entire dorm into speaking Northeast dialect. For many days, Wei Jiangwo was busy outside. Song Shuxian didn't tell the kids he was back, and then lay in her mother's arms, expressing her longing. "Mom, when will Dad come back? I miss him. I haven't seen him for many days." Mom misses Dad too, but he has to work. He has his responsibilities. And then, "I'm hesitating whether to teach you and your brother English, but I worry you might accidentally say something outside. Can you help me decide if I should teach you now?" And then successfully shifted her mother's attention. "Mom, what language is English? Is it the language of parrots?" Mom's job is to translate, which means turning foreign things into Chinese. What we speak is Chinese. There are many countries outside our own, and they all have their languages. English is one of the more commonly used ones. I'm not sure if learning it will help you in the future, but I want to teach you what I know. And then thought for a moment, but didn't understand. Mom teaches and then learns. Okay, if your brother wants to study weapons in the future, he must know English. We'll help him decide. Anan laughed mischievously. If I tell him, he won't study. Anan seemed more mature than a 3-year-old, and Song Shuxian sometimes wondered if she had memories from a past life. After many tests, she confirmed there were none. Lele was just a typical 3-year-old, very smart but not interested in studying. Or rather, he didn't like learning things he found uninteresting. Song Shuxian didn't force him. Lele adored his sister, so he followed her lead. From that day on, she began to converse with the children in English. And Lele, get up and put on your clothes. And Lele, time to get dressed. By saying both languages, she helped them get familiar with English. She also translated their favorite journey to the West into English and told them the story. At first, she worried that the kids might get into trouble speaking English outside, but after discussing it with her leaders, she learned that they supported children learning English. Especially for children like theirs, who were well-rooted, learning would contribute to the country. The reason so few people knew English was that their generation learned Russian in school. Who knew things would change so quickly, making that knowledge useless? In big cities like Beijing and Shanghai, English was already part of the middle school curriculum. Their area was still too far behind, so news traveled slowly. Half a month later, wife, and Lele, MOing and lightning, I'm back. Wei Jiangwo opened the gate, arms wide open, ready to welcome the 2 little ones. The first to rush over was a medium-sized dog, barking threateningly at him. Wei Jiangwo hesitated, unsure if he should control the aggressive stranger. Then he heard a little voice say, Fudian, come back. Right after, Anan dashed over like a little cannonball. Dad, I miss you. Wei Jiangwo picked up Anan, weighed her in his arms, and spun her around twice. Anan can speak English now, that's great. Where's Mom? Lele also rushed over, climbing up Wei Jiangwo's leg. Wei Jiangwo scooped him up, lifting both sons high. Song Shuxian approached. Are you tired? It's cold outside. Let's go inside. Wei Jiangwo played enthusiastically with the kids for a while before sending them off to play. Finally hugging his wife, Wei Jiangwo felt very satisfied. He had missed her so much. Their last meeting was hurried, and they hadn't had a chance to talk. Song Shuxian understood the confidentiality rules and didn't ask any inappropriate questions. She only mentioned family matters. Have you noticed how much An and Lele have grown? They've gotten a bit taller. They've gained weight too. You've worked hard during this time. The couple shared some intimate moments before Wei Jiangwo remembered An's English. An is learning English? Yeah, I found out that middle schools in Beijing have already started teaching English. Actually, starting in middle school is a bit late. I began learning at 3. I'll teach them whenever I have time. For now, we'll focus on listening and speaking, and when they're a bit older, around 7 or 8, we can start reading and writing. Song Shuxian spoke from her own experience. Wei Jiangwo hugged his wife tightly. You must have had a tough time as a child. Song Shuxian recalled that both she and the original owner started learning various things at 3. She shook her head. It wasn't hard. I loved learning new things. And N is a lot like me as a child. She doesn't enjoy playing childish games. Every time I learned something new, I felt a great sense of achievement and satisfaction. Wei Jiangwo didn't understand. He thought children should work alongside others. Most village kids were like that, with only a few from well-off families able to play. How long can you stay this time? Song Shuxian asked. Wei Jiangwo felt a bit guilty. I have to leave tomorrow. I'm sorry, dear. You'll have to manage again. Don't say that. We just have different responsibilities, but our goal is the same. To support our family. What do you want to eat? Since you're back, I'll prepare something special for you. Speaking of food, Wei Jiangwo pulled out a large bag. I bought this while investigating to avoid drawing attention. Let's see how we can eat it. Song Shuxian looked inside and was amazed to find fist-sized monkey head mushrooms, 3 pieces of Ganoderma, and plenty of other ingredients, dates, jujubes, and dried tofu. You went shopping for this much? Wei Jiangwo chuckled, but didn't say anything. Song Shuxian handed him 200 yuan. Here, you can't be without money when you're out. Song Shuxian knew without guessing that Wei Jiangwo had paid for these items himself, but since they were good things, she considered it as him helping the family buy mountain goods. Thinking of it this way, Song Shuxian not only wasn't angry but also wanted to praise Wei Jiangwo for choosing well. Everything was needed at home. Fujian, who had been neglected, ran to Song Shuxian seeking attention. Seeing the unfamiliar dog, Wei Jiangwo raised his chin. "Whose is this?" Song Shuxian playfully replied, "Guess." Wei Jiangwo guessed for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Song Shuxian revealed, "This is Mo Ying's daughter. I found out he had a pup when I went to pick him up." The key is Mo Ying was forced. He was really down during that time. Wei Jiangwo was shocked. Mo Ying wasn't a weak dog. He had strong attack power and could easily take down 3 or 4 small soldiers. What dog could force him? Song Shuxian noticed his confusion. It's a military dog named Lion. Upon hearing that name, Wei Jiangwo picked up Fujian. No wonder. Lion is strong and smart. Mo Ying wouldn't be a match. This little one will also be impressive when she grows up. What's her name?
Fujian.
When she was born, only the fur on her chest was yellow. The rest was black. Wei Jiangwo had seen Lion in action on the battlefield and grew fond of Fujian.
What do you want to eat tonight?
I'll cook. I'll do it. You can't take away my rare chance to show off. Wei Jiangwo didn't want his wife to work hard and wanted to cook for her himself. Let's cook together. What do you feel like eating? We have plenty of supplies for winter, so just pick something. Song Shuxian waved her hand generously. She had bought a lot of things for an investigation, and luckily, with the magic gourd, no one would suspect anything. Of course, she told others that Wei Jiangwo wrote back asking for help to exchange something for his classmates who wanted to take it home. Wei Jiangwo took out a large sack he brought back. Look what I brought. Inside the sack was a big goose. We're having iron pot braised goose. Once it's done, you can keep the leftovers for when you don't have time to cook. This goose weighed 9 pounds, too much for one pot. Wei Jiangwo had learned from a chef, adding oil and various seasonings to the pot, then adding the soaked goose, stir-frying it until the meat turned slightly yellow and the moisture was gone. Then he added soy sauce, sugar, and other seasonings to give the goose color. Next, he added boiling water and turned the heat down to simmer slowly. You can't rush this dish. When the time was right, he added dried potatoes, radishes, and vermicelli. The 2 kids and 3 dogs stood eagerly by the pot, drooling. "Dad, when can we eat? It smells so good." "Yeah, Dad, we're hungry." The dogs joined in with their barks. Wei Jiangwo patted each dog's head. "What are you waiting for? The seasonings are too strong for you. You can't eat this." He noticed Mo Ying was drooling. Wei Jiangwo patted its head again. "All right, you can have a taste, but not too much. Just a little to try the flavor. You still need to eat dog food." They learned to care for dogs from the base, keeping their food simple with little salt and seasoning to preserve the natural taste of the ingredients. At first, Wei Jiangwo didn't understand. In the village, people just fed their dogs leftovers, and they thrived. Later, he realized that the villagers were poor, and their own food was already low in oil, salt, and seasoning. By chance, it was perfect for the dogs. The aroma of the iron pot braised goose wafted far and wide. Song Shuxian filled a big bowl and called out to Tiantian, "Come out, there's something delicious." Tiantian had just returned and said while taking the bowl, "Why did you make such a tough dish today? It smells so good. Wei Jiangwo is back and leaving tomorrow, so I wanted to make something nice for him." As a military wife, she understood that sudden returns often meant quick departures for missions. Tiantian didn't ask more. "I'll return the bowl tomorrow." "Okay, eat while it's hot. Do we have steamed buns at home?" "Yes, hurry back." After delivering the food, Song Shuxian returned home to eat, and was happily eating a bowl, one bite after another. Song Shuxian loved the potatoes inside. They absorbed the deliciousness of the goose and the rich broth, becoming plump and elastic. Besides the potatoes' softness, they added a unique chewiness. Every bite was filled with happiness and satisfaction. Their family didn't have a rule against talking while eating, but at that moment no one spoke. It was just too delicious to pause. After eating their fill, the 2 kids patted their round bellies. "Mom, we're so full." Song Shuxian rubbed her forehead. "I'm full too. Let's walk around the house until we feel comfortable." 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Wei Jiangwo chuckled. I should have made this earlier. I almost forgot about this dish. Song Shuxian, rarely without her image, rubbed her belly. It was so good. I think the goose meat itself isn't that tasty. The real deliciousness comes from the potatoes and vermicelli soaked in the broth. There's a saying in the Northeast. 3 oddities. Window paper stuck outside, young girls with big pipes, and everyone loves iron pot braised goose. This shows how powerful this dish is. The family walked for a while before feeling less stuffed. The 2 kids were so tired they fell asleep right away. Song Shuxian arranged their sleeping positions so they could rest well. Wei Jiangwo didn't have time to talk. He got straight to the point. He had been holding back for months. The 2 were lost in a melody of love, their rhythms echoing each other, creating a beautiful symphony, each note filled with happiness and satisfaction. The next day, Song Shuxian felt completely satisfied. Outside, Wei Jiangwo was checking the kids' recent training results. He was also teaching them military boxing. Through the window, she could see the 2 little ones raising their arms and kicking their legs, taking it very seriously. Song Shuxian tidied herself up, changed her clothes, and went to the kitchen to find something to eat. Last night's meal had been too much. The iron pot braised goose had already been digested. When Wei Jiangwo looked up, he saw her in the sunlight, her face like a peach blossom reflecting the sun, her eyes like autumn water filled with affection. He would remember this moment for a lifetime. Song Shuxian saw a plate of chive dumplings and a bowl of millet porridge and smiled. They were her favorite chive dumplings. But they were too complicated to make, so she never cooked them. She peeked out and said, "Thank you, husband." Wei Jiangwo smiled. With those words, his hour of work that morning was worth it. Wei Jiangwo had a mission and couldn't stay long. After playing with the kids for a while, he had to leave. Dad has a mission and needs to go. You 2 need to listen to your mom at home and take good care of her. Try to do your own things, and if you can't, ask mom to teach you. Fujian is your responsibility. You need to take care of it every day and teach it the rules. Every time he left, Wei Jiangwo felt uneasy and would go on and on. Both Song Shuxian and the kids listened to him seriously. They enjoyed this kind of chatter. Love brings worry and fear. Without love, there is no worry or fear. Song Shuxian had explained this to the kids long ago. Anan and Lele kissed their dad. Dad, we will miss you. We will take good care of mom. Song Shuxian hugged them too. Husband, please be safe. Nothing is more important than you. We will guard the home and wait for you to return. They watched him leave. Song Shuxian suddenly understood what her mother had said in her past life. You go on your journey, and I will guard our love. When you return, it will be springtime in full bloom. She also understood the sadness and helplessness of adding a 3rd person to their relationship. She thought to herself, husband, as you face challenges ahead, I pray for your safe return, so we can smile together again. On the first day after Wei Jiangwo left, I thought of him. On the second day after Wei Jiangwo left, I thought of him. On the 3rd day after Wei Jiangwo left, I didn't have time to think of him because Tiantian pulled me out. Song Shuxian, you can't keep doing this. Wei Jiangwo came back once and took your soul with him. It's not your first day as a military wife. Over the years, he has gone on many missions and always returned safely. You don't know how worried he must be about you. Song Shuxian leaned on Tiantian's shoulder. I know I shouldn't be like this. He has faced many dangerous missions without us knowing. This time, it's my emotions that are off. Just give me some time. I will adjust quickly. After sending Wei Jiangwo off, Song Shuxian kept dreaming about past lives. She couldn't sleep well at night, felt tired during the day, and her mood was affected.
She knew she shouldn't be like this.
But she couldn't control it. It was frustrating. Tiantian pulled her up. Let's go to the beach. There's nothing the ocean can't solve. Standing in front of the sea makes me feel so small, and all my worries seem insignificant in nature. Without hesitation, Tiantian took Song Shuxian, 3 kids, and 4 dogs to the beach. In the past, they came to the beach to collect seafood. This time, Song Shuxian sat on a rocky beach, gazing into the distance. Before her was the vast sea merging with the sky, and the sound of waves and wind filled her ears. Above, birds occasionally flew by, while her friends and kids were ahead. In that moment, she felt both small and awed by nature's wonders. Finally, she exclaimed, "It's so cold." The wind was blowing hard. It blew away all her pretentiousness and sentimentality. Life had to go on. "Lightning, let's go find seafood. Let's see if we can find something for you to eat tonight," she said, joining the others. And Lulu, what did you find?" "Mom, look what I found. A big crab and a sea snail." Lulu proudly showed his catch. Song Shuxian praised him. "Good job. You're so responsible. You can collect seafood now." And was struggling with a stranded fish, trying to catch it. It was quite amusing. "Mom, help me." "Okay, I'm coming." Together, they managed to catch the fish. "Wow, it's a flounder, and it's really fat right now."
And then see if there are more nearby.
"Let's catch some for dinner." Tiantian spotted a pike and quickly grabbed it. Song Shuxian clapped. "Great job, heroine." Thank you. Heroine, it's up to you whether we can eat flounder tonight." "No problem, just wait and see." Tiantian was a pro at catching fish. She could catch one as soon as she spotted it. Today, the wind was strong, bringing in plenty of fish and shrimp. In no time, she filled a bucket. Compared to her, Song Shuxian felt weak. She willingly went to check on the kids. "And in Lulu, you three can only play here. Let Lightning and Moing stay with you." After returning from the beach, Song Shuxian immediately made ginger soup, adding a lot of ginger. "Everyone gets a bowl, and you must finish it." And Lulu grimaced, "Mom, can we not drink it?" "You have to finish it." The two kids picked up their bowls, secretly glancing at Song Shuxian, hoping she would soften. But their mom was as tough as iron. Song Shuxian took her bowl, closed her eyes, and drank it all in one go. It was really hard to drink. She quickly gulped down a glass of water to feel better. With Wei Jiangwo gone, she had no one to be sentimental with. She had to be the first to drink to set an example for the kids. It was truly about missing him. Watching the two kids finish their soup, Song Shuxian grabbed the thermos and said, "Let's take some to Aunt Tiantian and the kids." She smiled mischievously. Good friends share blessings and ginger soup. The kids immediately cheered up. At Tiantian's house, she and her son stared at the spicy ginger soup, frowning in shared misery. "Can I not drink it? I'm very healthy and never get sick," Tiantian said, true to her name, as she loved sweet food and considered ginger soup her lifelong enemy. For Tiger chimed in, "Aunt Shuxian, for Tiger is very healthy too." Song Shuxian looked at An and Lulu, signaling them to start. And said, "Aunt Tiantian, you have to set an example for Tiger." Lulu added, "For Tiger, you can do it." We just drank it with our eyes closed, and it was easy. The two kids wore proud and smug expressions. Song Shuxian tried hard not to laugh. They probably forgot how reluctant they were to drink the soup earlier. Clearing her throat, she said, "Drink up, girls. The kids are watching." Seeing she couldn't escape, Tiantian picked up her bowl and drank. Song Shuxian and the kids high-fived. Only 4 tigers left. Woof, woof, woof. Encouraged by the dogs, for Tiger drank too. After finishing, the first thing he did was look for water. It was just too hard to drink. Song Shuxian happily took the 2 kids home. Meanwhile, Wei Jiangwo's side wasn't as lucky. They didn't have ginger soup and had to go back to the sea. They caught Fugue, but Ditsai escaped. These two were clever. As soon as they entered the village, they sensed they were being watched and ran straight into the sea. To catch them, Wei Jiangwo and his team drifted on the sea all day. Interrogation room, Fugue was handcuffed, with 2 bright lights shining directly at him. No one spoke. Wei Jiangwo looked at the evidence they found, furious. These beasts. Who would have thought they were using seafood to hide drugs and transport them from coastal areas to inland regions? In front of them lay 5 kilograms of drugs. It was unimaginable how many lives these things could ruin. This matter was beyond Wei Jiangwo's responsibility. He reported it up the chain. Team leader Zhang stood up in shock when he received the call. He couldn't take responsibility either and continued to report. From Fugue's accent, it was clear they started from the Spice Country, along the coastline, spreading out.
It was terrifying.
The reports went up the chain, even alarming higher authorities. A nationwide investigation was launched. Wei Jiangwo was away for a long time this time. He even missed the Spring Festival. In 1972, Song Xuxian and Tiantian celebrated the festival with 3 children. And in Lulu, come here, we need to write the Spring Festival couplets. Song Xuxian called the 2 kids early in the morning. Mom, can I write? Of course. Go call your brother, and we'll write together. After setting up the ink, paper, and brushes, Song Xuxian wrote, May peace last 1,000 years. May wealth bloom like a red flower. With the horizontal inscription bamboo brings peace. She wrote another one. Green mountains and clear waters bring peaceful scenes. Willows green and peaches red welcome a joyful spring. With the horizontal inscription peace like spring. Song Xuxian wrote a total of 6 couplets, each one about peace. Since their last meeting, Wei Jiangwo had not been in touch. Many people from the 2nd Battalion also went silent. This year, the family compound felt very quiet, and the sisters-in-law hid their worries behind their smiles. After finishing, Song Xuxian folded 3 couplets and put them in a small basket. And in Lulu, take this to Aunt Tiantian. The 2 kids ran next door. Aunt Tiantian, Mom sent us to deliver something. Tiantian accepted the couplets and said, Go back and thank your mom. Once I finish tidying up, I'll come over to cook with her. For tonight's New Year's Eve dinner, they prepared a lavish feast. 8 treasure duck, 4 happiness meatballs, scallion braised sea cucumber, squirrel fish, Buddha jumps over the wall, and dumplings. All the dishes had good meanings. When Tiantian arrived, Song Xuxian was already busy preparing. She sent the 3 kids to play while the 2 women dove into the kitchen. Looking through the window at the kids, Song Xuxian said, I realize I'm not as strong as the 2 kids. Last night, Anan confidently said that Dad would be fine because he wouldn't want to leave us. At that moment, I felt so useless, needing comfort from the kids. Tiantian replied, We think of the kids as too weak, but really, only their bodies are small. They see the world differently from us. We need to believe they will be fine and come back safely. Song Xuxian smiled a bit awkwardly. Unlike Tiantian, she knew more about the situation. During this time, she had searched through all the books for clues. The more she knew, the more scared she became. She quickly changed the subject. Are we taking the kids to visit the family compound for New Year's this year? Tiantian replied while picking vegetables. Yes, the men are away, but our lives must go on.
Okay.
Let's go tomorrow morning and dress them in new clothes. I didn't let them wear their nice clothes for fear of getting them dirty. They had their New Year's Eve dinner a bit early, officially starting at 5 in the afternoon. Song Xuxian and Tiantian had prepared for 2 days for this meal. At the dinner table, there was rarely any alcohol. Song Xuxian poured Tiantian a glass. Try this. I made it myself. It's hawthorn wine, sweet and sour, very good, and not too strong. Previously, when she went to the village to gather mountain goods, she brought back a lot of hawthorn and didn't know what to do with it, so she tried making some wine and was surprised it worked. Tiantian's eyes lit up at the sight of the wine. She loved drinking and would have a couple of sips alone. I have some at home too. Wait, I'll go get it. It's what I bought for old Lu last time in Sihu City. He's not here, so we can drink it. Before Song Xuxian could respond, Tiantian had already dashed back home. When Tiantian returned, she held a bottle of Wuliangya. This has a smooth taste and a long aftertaste. You should drink more. At the dinner table, Song Xuxian raised her glass and Tiantian did the same. The 3 kids imitated them, raising their hawthorn juice to toast with their moms. 1972 is here. Looking back at 1971, we laughed together, enjoyed the scenery, shared tears and joy, faced challenges, and gained so much. Everyone worked hard for this family. A special shout out to An and Lulu and the 3 little boys. Thank you for always being with your mom and keeping us from feeling lonely. Though we face many challenges, in the new year, may we stay true to ourselves, love our family, live earnestly, and cherish every day. May we always be together in the years to come. Let's hope the dads feel our blessings and return safely to welcome a bright future together. The glasses clinked, and smiles lingered on everyone's faces. Tiantian added, let's also wish our 3 little ones grow up healthy and happy. The 3 kids happily raised their cups and toasted with their moms. With each sip, they were quite bold. When they wanted more, Song Shuxian smiled and said, each person only gets 1 cup. Did you forget? And Lulu looked disappointed, thinking their mom would give them another cup. Song Shuxian glanced at them, amused. They thought they could outsmart her, but she had played these games as a child. Suddenly, Ann said, Mom, let's take a picture so Dad can see it when he comes back. Good thinking, Ann. I'll get the camera, and we'll take a picture. A photo of the 2 women and the 3 kids celebrating the new year was captured. In the picture, 4 dogs also came over to photobomb. After taking the photo, they returned to the table, and the food had cooled down. Song Shuxian and Tiantian went to the kitchen to heat the food. Tiantian said if my mom were here, she would definitely be angry about eating leftovers on New Year's Eve. It's considered bad luck. Song Shuxian laughed, but we're happy. That's what matters. We're happy, and the kids are happy too. Back at the table, Song Shuxian first served everyone a bowl of soup. This is Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, Aunt Tiantian's specialty. We started preparing it last night. Give it a try. The 3 kids ate like little piglets, enjoying every bite. Song Shuxian and Tiantian ate and drank, occasionally clinking their glasses. Little Tiantian, I'm so glad to know you. Without you, I wouldn't have managed. Life would have been too hard. I should thank you. Without your help, I wouldn't know how many times I'd been fooled. They didn't know how long they ate and drank, finishing most of the dishes while the 3 kids had already eaten their fill and went off to play. Song Shuxian's face was a bit flushed. Her mind was clear, but her body was slow to react, and she talked more than usual. After seeing Tiantian off, Song Shuxian helped the 2 kids clean up and put them to bed. Ann couldn't sleep. Mom, when will Dad come back? I don't know. Dad is on a mission with many uncles. He is safe. He will come back when he's done. Mom, will Dad miss us? If Dad is busy, he might not have time to think of us. But if he's not busy, he will probably think of us. Mom, can we go see Dad?
Lulu asked.
The 2 kids could sense their mom's tension lately. Many aunties in the compound were worried because their friends had been getting hurt recently. The 2 of them had been studying hard, hoping to cheer their mom up. Song Shuxian replied seriously, we cannot go see Dad. He is busy catching bad guys. We should stay in the family compound and not add to his troubles. Ann felt a bit rebellious. But, Mom, we're strong. We've been learning martial arts with Aunt Tiantian. Song Shuxian explained, you 2 need to remember that professional matters should be left to professionals. If amateurs interfere, it can cause chaos. Catching bad guys is Dad's job. He is a professional, and we are not. If we rush in, we could hurt ourselves and others. The kids didn't understand and still felt a bit rebellious, wanting to say something, but Song Shuxian interrupted. Now, you should close your eyes and sleep. After the kids fell asleep, Song Shuxian also went to bed. The next day, thinking about what she had said to the kids last night, Song Shuxian sighed and thought, why did she say those things? They wouldn't understand. She must have drunk too much and lost control. She felt a bit embarrassed and planned to find an opportunity to explain things to the kids again in a way they could understand. On the first day of the new year, early in the morning, Song Shuxian got herself ready and dressed her 2 children in new clothes. Ann and Lele wore red cotton jackets, each embroidered with 3 dogs named Lightning, Shadow, and Lucky. Song Shuxian didn't make herself a new jacket. Instead, she embroidered a Tibetan Mastiff on the cuffs of her old one. Lele stood straight in front of his brother and asked, Brother, do I look good? And then held his brother's hand and led him to Song Shuxian's mirror. Look here. He often thought his brother was a bit silly. They looked alike and wore the same clothes, so what could they really see? Lele stood in front of the mirror, checking himself from left to right and changing poses. Suddenly, he ran over to Song Shuxian and said, "Seriously, Mom, there's no dad on my clothes." In Lele's mind, lightning was family, and having lightning embroidered on his clothes meant he had family with him.
Dad is also family. We need to have Dad too.
Song Shuxian explained, "Dad's zodiac sign is a dog. The dogs on your clothes can represent Shadow and the others, but they can also represent Dad. There's a dog on my clothes too, which is Dad's zodiac sign." Lele looked at the fierce Tibetan Mastiff on his mom's sleeve and blurted out, "Dad is a dog." Song Shuxian sighed, thinking, what a silly child. She corrected him, saying, "Dad's zodiac sign is a dog. You can't say it like that." She was serious about it. If that got out wrong, she could imagine how embarrassing it would be, and then stepped in to help his silly brother, reminding him not to say the wrong thing. "Mom, what's our zodiac sign?" "It's a rooster, like the big rooster we raise." Song Shuxian had answered this many times and wondered why her usually smart kids kept forgetting. She squatted down and rubbed Anan's head. "Did you forget? I told you before, and even gave each of you a little jade rooster, which is very cute." Anan remembered the jade and liked it. "Mom, I put it away."
Right.
"The jade is safe with me. You can't tell anyone about it. When you both turn 10, I'll give it back to you. Remember, you can't tell anyone about the jade. And remember, Dad's zodiac sign is a dog." The two kids were very sensible. As long as she told them not to say something, they wouldn't mention it. Song Shuxian patted their little backs. "Now, put on your small backpacks and go call Sihu. We're going to wish everyone a Happy New Year." In their customs, on New Year's Eve or the first day of the new year, children visit neighbors to wish them well and receive candies and peanuts. Those who were closer would give red envelopes, usually with just a penny inside, just to make the kids happy. This year, Sihu wore a black cotton jacket and carried a backpack shaped like a tiger, looking very cute. Song Shuxian couldn't help but ruffle his hair. Watching the three little ones holding hands and running ahead, Song Shuxian and Tiantian found them adorable. "Look how much they waddle like silly ducks. I'm worried they might fall." Tiantian was a bit concerned. Many people hadn't prepared for the new year this year, and she wondered if visiting would make them uncomfortable. Song Shuxian didn't mind. "If they don't have anything, we'll just go to the next house. It's just a kid's activity. What we get isn't important. What matters is the process. After we finish visiting, we'll go to the service center. I want to buy some firecrackers. I thought no one would set them off since Wei Jiangwo isn't here. But now I think, even without him, we have to keep going on with our lives, maybe even better than before, to let him focus on fighting the enemy." Tiantian nodded. "You're right. We should live our lives well." The two women took the children and made a big loop. Some young military wives hadn't prepared for the new year, and some hadn't even put up spring festival couplets, like Zheng Baiwei. Zheng Baiwei felt lost. She had asked her family about the mission but didn't know what it was, only that it was very dangerous and could cost lives. She should have been happy. Finally free from Zhang Hongjun. She married him to enjoy life, but after marriage, she still had to work. But now, touching her belly, she felt reluctant. Zhang Hongjun might not be the husband she imagined, not one to read her poetry or say sweet words. Yet he was good to her and willing to accept her. Every month, he would quickly give her half of his allowance. When she was sick, he took care of her day and night. When she didn't want to have children, he disagreed but never forced her. Zheng Baiwei knew everything. After a few years of marriage, she could live just like before, all thanks to Zhang Hongjun. She just pretended not to know, living subconsciously in her own thoughts. Now that he was gone, she realized she cared about him. Through the window, seeing Song Shuxian with her two children going out to wish others a happy new year, Zheng Baiwei suddenly felt a bit envious. If she had recognized her feelings earlier, would their child be as big as Anan and Lele? Zheng Baiwei's inner thoughts were known only to herself. When Song Shuxian visited, she skipped Zheng Baiwei's house and went straight to Sister Feng's home. "Sister, Happy New Year." "Happy New Year." and Lele, come in. Sister Feng greeted them warmly. She took out prepared sunflower seeds and candies, filling the children's pockets, and handed them 2 small red envelopes. Anan and Lele sweetly thanked her, saying, "Thank you, pretty aunt. And auntie, you should bring my brother to play at my house," making Sister Feng smile widely. After sitting at Sister Feng's house for a while, as they left, Song Shuxian noticed that the usually tidy Sister Feng was wearing an apron over her cotton jacket. She must be worried too. But as a military wife, she was used to hiding her emotions behind a smile. As a mother, she was used to pretending to be strong in front of her children. As the pillar of her family, she couldn't break down. Song Shuxian and Tiantian also noticed other military wives like them, hiding their worries inside. Some kept busy to avoid thinking about their loved ones. Others prayed secretly for their safe return. Far away in the front line, Wei Jiangwo was thinking about his wife, wondering how she was doing this new year without him. Who helped her make the New Year's Eve dinner? Did she miss him? Time flies like a runaway horse, racing across the fields of life. In the blink of an eye, winter has passed, and buds are sprouting on the branches. Anan and Lulu are now 4 years old. At this moment, they are listening to their mother tell stories about people who left their names in history. Today's hero is their favorite, Huizubing, who knows the pain at the border. Even in death, the scent of chivalry lingers. Although it doesn't directly mention Huizubing, his essence is the same. Sister-in-law, is Sister Song at home? At the door stands a young soldier with dark skin and a dangling arm, anxiously knocking on the gate. Song Shuxian tells the 2 children, "Mommy will be out for a bit. You 2 stay here for a while." When she opens the door and sees the disheveled soldier, she feels a buzzing in her head. She clenches her palms tightly, forcing herself to stay calm. What happened? She thinks her voice sounds normal, but it is barely audible. She keeps telling herself that no news is good news. Now, is this news? She can't help but notice the soldier's eyes are swollen and bloodshot. Deputy Commander Wei is injured and being treated at the military hospital. "Sister-in-law, I came to take you there." The soldier speaks in broken phrases, choking back tears. Song Shuxian holds onto the door, barely standing. "Speak clearly. What happened to him?" Unconsciously, she exudes the authority of a general's daughter, her presence commanding. "Stand straight, don't cry, and explain clearly." And Lulu hear the commotion outside and rush to their mother, hugging her leg. The soldier instinctively follows Song Shuxian's orders. He tries to calm himself and says, "We were ambushed." Deputy Commander Wei led his brothers out and was seriously injured. Is he in danger? Song Shuxian feels like she could open his head to see if it's filled with mush, as he can't speak clearly. No, he's out of danger now. Where is he? At the hospital, the military hospital. Finally getting the information, Song Shuxian instructs him, "Wait for me. Take me there." She tells her children, "And then Lulu, you 2 stay at home. If I'm not back by noon, take the money and go eat at the cafeteria. Don't touch electricity, fire, or water. Lightning, MOing, you 2 watch over your brother and keep him away from danger." And Lulu look frightened. "Mommy, we want to go too." Song Shuxian becomes more serious. "Wei Yannan, Wei Yibei, Mommy is very worried and needs to see Daddy. Taking care of yourselves at home is helping Mommy. Once I know how Daddy is, I'll come back for you." And Lulu released their grip on their mother's leg, letting her leave. Song Shuxian hurriedly packs a few changes of clothes for Wei Jiangwo and follows the soldier to the hospital. Seeing they are heading to a ward, not an operating room, she quietly breathes a sigh of relief. With the spiritual liquid available, as long as Wei Jiangwo is alive, he can be saved. She must see Wei Jiangwo immediately. In the ward, Wei Jiangwo lies on the bed, wrapped like a mummy. The moment she sees him, tears fall. Gently holding his hand, she asks, "Does it hurt?" Wei Jiangwo gazes at his wife's face, feeling her warmth, almost missing her forever. "It doesn't hurt, don't be afraid." Song Shuxian doesn't care what he says, holding his hand in silence. She is terrified. After what feels like an eternity, once she calms down, she softly says, "Close your eyes and rest for a bit. I'll go find the doctor to check on you. I also need to arrange things at home. I'll be back once you wake up." Wei Jiangwo is in severe pain, holding on by sheer will. When his wife tells him to sleep, he closes his eyes. Just as he falls asleep, the doctor comes in for rounds. After the doctor finishes, Song Shuxian asks, "Doctor, how is his injury? Which parts are hurt?" The doctor patiently explains everything, and Song Shuxian continues, "What is the current treatment plan? How risky is it?" The doctor goes on and on. "Oh, how long will the treatment take, and what further treatments will be needed?" The doctor continues explaining. "Last question, what should I pay attention to while taking care of him?
What does he need now?"
The doctor replies, "Right now, he can only eat liquid food, nothing greasy, and it should be easily digestible with small, frequent meals. Until he passes gas, don't give him water, but you can moisten his lips. Let him sleep. His body will heal during rest." After seeing the doctor out, Song Shuxian finally relaxes and slumps into a chair. After a couple of minutes, she gets up and leaves the ward. In the same ward, patient A exhales. "That scared me. Was that the deputy commander's wife? She was so imposing, I didn't dare breathe. Why is it that the one who doesn't cry is scarier than the one who does?" Patient A thinks. Just then, patient B's wife arrives, sees his condition, and collapses on him, crying so loudly the whole room shakes. Patient A now thinks women are like tigers. It's safer to keep a distance. Lu Xingwa tries to call out to Song Shuxian, but she has already left. He looks confused at Sun Taizhan. "Do I have no presence?" Sun Taizhan replies, "She's probably scared. She's usually so thorough, and today she didn't even say a word to anyone in the ward, not even a glance." "Who called her?" Lu Xingwa points to the soldier, standing aside. Sun Taizhan twitches his mouth. "Let him go. It's impossible not to scare her. Even a minor injury would sound like a major one to her. For someone like Old Wei, if he didn't say he was going to meet the king of hell, it's a blessing." Lu Xingwa remembers the soldier's achievements. Song Shuxian had a cold expression the whole time, not even a polite thank you. "What do you think? All right, maybe this person exaggerated again." And En and Lula sit on the threshold, and as soon as Song Shuxian walks in, they see her. Daddy is not in danger, but he is seriously injured and needs time to recover. Mommy is going to make some rice porridge for him. You two come help. The two children visibly relax. They were also frightened by the news from the soldier. "Mommy, can we go see Daddy?" Enan asks cautiously. Song Shuxian thinks for a moment and discusses it with them because Daddy has many wounds and we're worried about infection. He's wrapped in bandages. "You might be scared when you see him. You need to be sure you won't be afraid when you see him. It might look very scary. I was frightened and cried just now." Lulu says, "Mommy, we can do it. Then I'll take you. There are 3 things you must do. First, don't jump on Daddy. He has wounds, and if you press on them, it will hurt him a lot and could cause bleeding. Second, no crying. Daddy is in pain, and if he sees you cry, it will hurt him even more. Third, anything you want to give Daddy to eat must be approved by Mommy. He is very weak, and there are specific requirements for what he can eat." Once she confirms that the 2 children remember these points, Song Shuxian takes them to the hospital. And Lula saw their usually strong father lying on the hospital bed, covered in bandages, and tears filled their eyes. Song Shuxian squatted down and hugged her 2 children, saying, "Come on, let's go outside to cry. The uncles in the ward need to rest." She took 1 child in each hand and led them outside, holding them as they cried. Song Shuxian softly comforted them. "Dad is a hero. Even though he is hurt, he protected many people, including us. We should be proud of him. You two are also very brave. We can control our emotions. Even though we feel sad for Dad, we won't jump on him and hurt him again. It's okay to cry, but once we see Dad, we need to stop. We can only cry this once." Feeling her clothes soaked with their tears, Song Shuxian kissed her sons. Not only did they need to express their feelings, but she did too. but she was used to hiding her emotions. Inside the ward, Wei Jiangwo, who usually slept lightly, was sleeping soundly. Song Shuxian brought the two children in, saying, "You sit here and keep Dad company. When he wakes up, he will be so happy to see you." She sat down with them, waiting for Wei Jiangwo to wake up. It was then that she noticed Lu Xinghua in the same room. Song Shuxian walked over and said, "I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well and didn't notice you.
How are you?
Is there anything I can help with?" Lu Xinghua nodded. "Someone has already gone to inform Tiantian. My injury isn't serious. Lao Sun is here taking care of me." Song Shuxian waved for the children to come over. "Let them keep you company for a bit. When they get tired, they can come back." Tiantian went to the county early this morning. Recently, Sihu has been doing really well and Tiantian took him to buy gifts. She'll be back in the afternoon. Lu Xinghua felt relieved and asked, "How have they been lately?" "They're doing well. Tiantian spends every day with Sihu, training him and teaching him martial arts. Anything Sihu is interested in, Tiantian encourages him to try. He's much livelier now, and even has a dog named Huzi, which Sihu named." Lu Xinghua's injury wasn't as severe as Wei Jiangwo's. He was caught in the blast's aftermath. Just then, Wei Jiangwo woke up. Song Shuxian hurried over and held his hand. "I'm here.
How are you?
Is anything bothering you?" Anan and Lulu also came over to be with their dad. After the doctor checked, confirming that Wei Jiangwo could drink water, Song Shuxian fed him water mixed with healing liquid using a small spoon. This was the first time Wei Jiangwo had used a spoon to drink water since he could remember. And Lulu leaned over the bed, gently blowing on Wei Jiangwo. Sun Taizhan went to buy food for Lu Xinghua and walked into the ward just in time to see the scene. He couldn't help but feel that Wei Jiangwo was lucky. Remembering something, Song Shuxian said to Sun Taizhan, "Tiantian will be back with the supply truck soon. Can you send a reliable soldier to tell her about Lu Xinghua's condition?"
"We don't want her to worry."
Sun Taizhan touched his nose, feeling guilty. "I already know," Tiantian said as she pushed the door open, holding Sihu and panting from running. Song Shuxian quickly went over to take Sihu, saying, "I asked the doctor. Lu Xinghua is fine. He will be better in a month." Tiantian sighed in relief and hurried to check on Lu Xinghua. In the apocalypse, Tiantian had experienced many injuries herself, so she was just as good at checking as the current doctors. "I was so scared. They could have sent someone who could explain better," Tiantian complained. Hearing the news, she rushed over with Sihu, who was bouncing around and almost made her sick. During the recovery days, Anan and Lulu accompanied their mother back and forth between home and the hospital every day. Their task was to keep their dad happy. The two decided to tell their dad stories.
"Dad, what story do you want to hear today?"
"Mom says if you hear Journey to the West every day, it might get boring." The story they had heard the most since they were born was Journey to the West, and they could recite it easily by now. Recently, they had been telling it to Wei Jiangwo every day. Everyone in the ward liked it. Today, the children wanted to switch it up, and the others agreed. Wei Jiangwo said, "I heard you two have been enjoying stories about historical figures lately. Why not tell me about your favorite historical figure?" Anan said, "I'll go first and Lulu can add on." Once Lulu agreed, Anan began. "Our favorite is Huatzubing. Huatzubing grew up with his uncle. His father wasn't a good person. His uncle, Wei Qing, was also a great hero, a trusted general of Emperor Wu of Han. His aunt is Empress Wei, named Wei Zifu." Lulu added, "Mom says she was an extraordinary woman, and we should tell her story later." Anan continued, "Huatzubing went to battle with his uncle Wei Qing at 18, leading 800 cavalry to defeat 2,000 enemies." The two children spoke more and more, familiar with the history from Huatzubing to Wei Qing to Emperor Wu Luche. The ward quieted down, leaving only the children's voices. Someone remarked, "Huatzubing is amazing." Anan casually replied, "Of course. He was a champion in battle and earned the title of Champion of the Wolf Mountain." His expression was full of pride. Someone else asked, "Did he have any flaws?" Lulu pouted, reluctantly saying, "Mom said, He discarded food while soldiers were starving. He was too extravagant and didn't care about the common people. He also didn't value his soldiers, only himself. And then added, he didn't take care of himself either. He died at just 24. Well said. Everyone then noticed that the person speaking at the door was Commander Lu. Everyone immediately stood up to salute, but Commander Lu told them to lie back down, saying, "Don't get up. I just came to check on you all. If I disturbed your recovery, that's my fault." Commander Lu inquired about everyone's condition and offered them comfort. Looking at the two children beside Wei Jiangwo, he smiled and said, "These two kids are remarkable. They should be taught well." Wei Jiangwo saluted. "I will make sure to do that." Commander Lu recalled Wei Jiangwo from a few years ago. He had approved his marriage application himself. He thought of that bright girl, and it was no surprise she raised such children. She was a girl who grew up with books. After chatting for a bit, Commander Lu left. He was very busy, and it was already a stretch for him to come by. And Lulu saw the uncle leave and leaned over to whisper to Wei Jiangwo. Song Shuxian and Tiantian arrived with today's meals, saying it's time to eat. And Lulu heard their mother's voice and immediately abandoned their dad. "Mom, what are we eating?" "Dad has fish soup noodles and steamed egg custard. You two can have some crackers first, and then come home with me to eat. There's no place for you to nap here." And Lulu were very obedient, helping to set up a small table for their dad. With the help of the healing liquid, Wei Jiangwo's injuries were healing quickly. Wei Jiangwo touched his wife's hand, saying, "You've worked hard. Later, can you ask the doctor when I can be discharged? I want to go home to recover." They both understood that at home, he could drink the healing liquid directly to help his wounds heal. The current healing liquid was diluted and not very effective. Lu Xingguo was having chicken soup noodles and Tiantian said, "This has ginseng in it. You must finish it. We went all over the village to get this little bit." Lu Xingguo happily drank it all. Wei Jiangwo still couldn't eat anything too nourishing like ginseng. The other two patients in the ward had been eating with Wei Jiangwo and Lu Xingguo lately, and Song Shuxian and Tiantian always brought food for them too, and it was not something they could refuse. Now both of them were recovering well, and the rest just needed to be discharged to continue their recovery. With the doctor's permission, Wei Jiangwo was discharged from the hospital. Seeing the familiar yard, he felt a wave of emotions. He hadn't been back for over 6 months. It even felt somewhat strange. Moing and Lightning heard his voice and rushed over to him, jumping on him as their special welcome. And Lele quickly stepped in front of their dad, shielding him from the excited dogs. And then explained to them, "Dad is hurt, so we'll play together later." No matter how Wei Jiangwo looked at it, he felt his son was the best. He was so thoughtful. And Lele continued to care for him like he was still injured, finding shoes and clothes for him to wear at home. "Dad, let us help you change." Wei Jiangwo sighed, thinking it wasn't necessary to be this dutiful. Song Shuxian helped him change clothes and supported him to the rocking chair in the yard. "And in Lele, I'm going to cook. You two stay with Dad." Wei Jiangwo asked in detail about life at home while he was away. His wife had really worked hard. She hadn't left the family compound since he left. At the same time, Wei Jiangwo thought, I knew that was the reason. His wife was always cautious and valued her life greatly. It turned out that they had only caught Fugue while Dakai had escaped. These two were involved, and Dakai had a higher rank. Wei Jiangwo and his team pursued Dakai with all their might, but he seemed to have vanished without a trace. In the end, they caught someone near the family compound. During interrogation, they learned that Dakai was waiting for Song Shuxian. With a net set outside, he knew he couldn't escape. He carefully reviewed the entire situation, realizing the only variable was Song Shuxian. She had visited the village too many times. Dakai felt he wouldn't survive and couldn't let Song Shuxian live either. He sought revenge. For a whole month, Dakai waited near the family compound without seeing any sign of Song Shuxian or even Lightning. During that month, he lived in the mountains like a wild man. When he was caught, Dakai was on the verge of breaking down. His comrade said his wife was lucky to have avoided Dakai's surveillance. Wei Jiangwo felt differently at the time. Now the case was solved. Song Shuxian had been so obedient, not leaving the family compound for over 6 months. At that moment, Wei Jiangwo almost felt sorry for Dakai, who had wasted his time watching over his wife for nothing. Later, Wei Jiangwo asked Song Shuxian how she managed to stay home for 6 months. Her expression was like she was looking at a fool. Why would I go out in the freezing cold? I'm not crazy. The kids are busy with Tian Sweet, and they get enough exercise. Wei Jiangwo realized he had never considered that his wife was afraid of the cold. What a simple reason. During his recovery at home, Wei Jiangwo witnessed the learning abilities of his 2 children. Those difficult classical texts were hard for him to read. The kids could remember them after just a few listens. They could even say a few sentences in tricky English. Their favorite thing was to tell him stories in English, completely ignoring whether he understood. Now, when Wei Jiangwo closed his eyes, he saw English. He had been forced to memorize hundreds of words. With the help of the spiritual liquid, he was fine internally, though he still looked a bit serious on the outside. In spring, the kids wanted to go to the back mountain to dig for wild vegetables and pick mushrooms. Sihu said it was a lot of fun. Song Shuxian readily agreed, as she also enjoyed this activity. Wei Jiangwo, the injured one, stayed home. Song Shuxian took the kids, each with a basket, to play in the back mountain. Taking advantage of the rare relaxation, Wei Jiangwo set up a small stove outside, placed a kettle on it, roasted some sweet potatoes and peanuts, and kept a pot of tea nearby. He lay on a lounge chair, soaking up the sun while drinking tea. When he got bored, he found a few newspapers. Life was quite comfortable. Sun Taizhan came over and saw the scene. He was truly envious. He was tired of saying that word. He felt like he was destined to work hard. Handing him 2 fish he was carrying, he said, "Get me a chair. I want to enjoy a bit too." Wei Jiangwo got him another lounge chair. "This is my lounge chair. The kids usually use it. You can borrow it, just relax, soak up the sun, and watch the clouds." Sun Taizhan asked, "Aren't you worried at all?" "Worried about what?" "They have their considerations. In this case, we did the most. With Commander LV here, no one can take credit for our work." Wei Jiangwo truly wasn't worried. What his wife discovered was significant enough to shake the nation. Let's just say this could lead to legislation. Sun Taizhan had only participated in part of it and didn't know the full story, but Wei Jiangwo was well aware. Perhaps his wife would also receive some credit. Sun Taizhan relaxed, lying back in the chair and letting it sway. "In our military district, I envy your life the most. Your wife is very understanding and can handle things well at critical moments. She treats you well. Just look at what you wear and use since you got married. Every detail shows her thoughtfulness. And those 2 kids of yours are really well taught." Wei Jiangwo loved to show off his wife. To him, she was the best. "Of course. You should see who my wife is. I knew right away that she was the one for me, and she felt the same." That same day, she took me home to meet her parents. In Wei Jiangwo's description, they fell in love at first sight and were deeply attracted to each other later. They came together with the blessing of their elders. During this time, he didn't mention anything about Song Shuxian's identity or her grandfather's health. This made Sun Taizhan even more envious. He wondered why he couldn't experience such a beautiful love at first sight. When men gather, they can be quite gossipy. Sun Taizhan brought up Zhang Hongjun. "When he first arrived, I thought he was just a well-connected person, but after getting to know him, I realized he's truly capable. This time, during the mission, he really charged forward in danger and treated his subordinates well." Wei Jiangwo also recognized his military skills. He was a brother you could trust on the battlefield. For them, that was a high compliment. Sun Taizhan then shifted the topic, but his wife is a bit hard to describe. "He came back a week earlier than you, also injured. He lost a leg and got stabbed in the abdomen. When his wife heard the news, she ran to the hospital like crazy, and as soon as she entered, she leaped onto him. Luckily, Xiao Wang was nearby and blocked Zhang Tuan, or else his leg would have been in danger. His wife even hit Xiao Wang a few times for getting in her way. It's quite a complicated situation." It was hard to judge. Families react differently to news, and they had seen too much over the years. Wei Jiangwo once went to deliver a comrade's ashes. His mother fainted at the news. 3 generations of their family had perished on the battlefield. Only his mother was left. When she received the ashes, she couldn't catch her breath and followed him soon after. They helped with the burial. Sun Tieshan's complaints continued. What was Zhang Tuan's wife called? Something Wei? Zheng Baiwei, Wei Jiangwo replied. For a while, Zheng Baiwei had ill feelings towards Song Shuxian. Song Shuxian didn't take it seriously. Wei Jiangwo became serious and looked into Zheng Baiwei. Naturally, he remembered her name. Sun Taizhan slapped his thigh. That's it. She's pregnant, with a baby inside. When she heard the news, she rushed to the hospital. Xiaowang kept telling her to take it easy and that Zhang Tuan was fine, just needed to rest. She even scolded Xiao Wang for being heartless. In the end, when she got to the hospital, she almost lost the baby and had to stay in bed for a month. Now the couple is in the same hospital room. Wei Jiangwo found it hard to comment. Luckily, the baby is okay. Zhang Tuan is really looking forward to this child. He usually treats the kids in the courtyard well and even gives them snacks. Isn't that right? Zhang Tuan must be around 30, while you're only 25 and already have 2 kids. Wei Jiangwo rolled his eyes. Those are twins, it's different. Sun Taizhan gossiped about everyone around them before stopping. Wei Jiangwo admired his sources of information. Sun Taizhan lived in the military district but knew everything about the family compound. That skill is impressive. Meanwhile, Song Shuxian took her 2 kids to the back mountain to gather wild vegetables. Together, the 3 of them weren't as skilled as Sister Ding. They only searched at the entrance of the back mountain. And En and Lele were young and small, so they didn't tire easily while looking. But their knowledge of wild vegetables was quite limited. Every time they found one, they called for Song Shuxian to come and check. Lightning and Mo Ing went hunting in the mountains. They would occasionally check the back mountain and sometimes bring something home for Song Shuxian to cook for them. Compared to their agile figures, Fudian lagged behind. She was still a little baby playing with butterflies. Lightning brought back a wild chicken, just enough to make a soup. Song Shuxian quickly accepted it. Good job, Lightning. We'll have big bones for dinner tonight. For them, big bones meant literal bones with no meat at all. They used the bones to make soup and cook rice for the dogs, and the bones were also good for chewing. The big bones from the service center were rarely bought, and Song Shuxian had practically taken them all. Others thought it was just for the dogs, but she and her kids enjoyed it too, and got plenty. Mommy, Mommy, Lele called out. Song Shuxian instinctively went over to help him identify it. The nearby sisters said this little song is really patient. She hasn't gotten impatient even after all this time. If it were someone else, they would have been anxious by now. That's true. She treats her kids really well. Neither of her kids has any patches on their clothes. Come on, she earns a lot. Deputy Wei earns over 100 a month, and she must earn a few dozen herself. Together, they make over 200 a month. If it were me, I'd spend freely too. Back when Deputy Wei first came, he was just a battalion commander, always with a cold face and so much hostility. Just seeing him from afar scared me. Who would have thought that after he got married, he would treat his wife so well? He gives all his salary to her, and all the chores at home are his. If I had known, I would have introduced my sister to him. Another sister joked, "How could your sister compare to Little Song? Would Deputy Wei even notice her? My sister is a star in the art troupe, a dancer. With her figure, when she twists her waist, I get dizzy just watching. She really wants to marry a military officer. She's been on many blind dates, but hasn't found the right one. If you have someone suitable, please introduce her." One sister thought for a moment and said, "What does your sister look like? How is her character?" Our group has Sun Taizhan, who is still single and recently started dating. That sister replied, "My sister is really good-looking with a great figure. She's been in the art troupe for 3 years. Her qualifications are not worse than Little Song's." The sisters began discussing the feasibility of introducing Sun Taizhan. In the end, They unanimously decided to ask Song Shuxian to help pass the message because Wei Jiangwo and Sun Taizhan were partners and had a good relationship. When Song Shuxian reached Lele, she saw the little boy holding a white flower, smiling brightly. Pretty flower for mommy. Song Shuxian's eyes turned red. She felt heartbroken. This little boy had found wild baiwei. She didn't know many medicinal herbs, and each one was extremely precious. She was worried she might not recognize it and miss out. Suppressing her heartache, Song Shuxian calmly spoke to Lele. This is called baiwei, a very valuable medicinal herb. Where did you find it? Can you take mommy to see? Looking at the baiwei's remains, Song Shuxian borrowed his small shovel and tried to save it. Carefully, she dug out the remaining roots and kept them safe. Song Shuxian thanked Lele, and it had been calling for mommy, unable to wait, and had come over several times. Song Shuxian quickly went to check. It was a thorny vegetable. This is a wild vegetable. We can eat it. Let's pick it. On the way back, their basket only had a shallow layer, barely enough for half a plate of cold dishes. And En and Lele ran ahead with the 3 dogs. Song Shuxian followed behind. Little Song. She was called by the sisters. Song Shuxian smiled. Sisters, did you finish gathering so quickly? Not at all. We came to find you. A sister from Deputy Wei's family has something to ask for your help. As soon as Song Shuxian heard them call her from Deputy Wei's family, she felt uncomfortable. She had a name too. Still smiling, she said, "What do you need from me, sister? My life experience is well known among military wives, but it's not impressive. Oh, we all live in the same family compound, and these sisters know. We're not looking for you for work. It's like this. I have a sister who is a star in the art troupe, and she's of age to start dating. I think Sun Taizhan is good, and since your family has a good relationship with him, I wanted to ask for your help to connect them." Song Shuxian felt quite apologetic and said, "Sister, connecting people requires knowing both sides. At the very least, they should have met, right? I don't know your sister, and I'm not familiar with Sun Taizhan, so I really can't take on this matter. You know how complex relationships can be. If they don't get along, it reflects poorly on the matchmaker. I recommend someone else, Commander Zhang. He knows his soldiers well and can talk to Sun Taizhan easily. It would be best if a leader from the woman's side could step in. If it works out, it would be quite impressive." The sisters seemed interested. Having a leader personally introduce them would indeed be impressive. Song Shuxian added, "We've lived in the same family compound for many years, you know me. I only know a few people well, and if the woman finds out, she might think you don't value her. Honestly, that would be unfair to you." The sister thought for a moment and realized that Song Shuxian might not be the best choice. After exchanging a few polite words, she left. They arrived home just as Sun Taizhan was leaving. Wei Jiangwo got up to take Song Shuxian's basket and immediately noticed the wild chicken inside. "Wow, you did great, wife. It's not easy to catch wild chickens at this time." Song Shuxian playfully glared at him, knowing he was teasing. This is all thanks to lightning. She carefully took out something wrapped in leaves. "This is my contribution. Look, it's the root of wild white vetch, a very valuable medicinal herb. Lele found it, but he damaged it while pulling it out. I could only save this much. When you go for a checkup, take it to the hospital and let the doctor see if it can still be used. If it can, we should give it to them. We don't know how to process it, so keeping it is a waste." Wei Jiangwo agreed immediately. Looking at the 2 lounge chairs in the yard, Song Shuxian asked, "Did someone come by?" "Yes, Sun Taizhan came to see me and chatted for a bit," Wei Jiangwo replied while tidying up. Song Shuxian laughed, realizing she had been running into Sun Taizhan quite a bit lately. "On the way back, my sister-in-law asked me about him, wanting me to help set something up. The girl is from the art troupe. From what I gathered, she really wants to marry an officer and has been on many blind dates without success. She was worried it wouldn't work out, so she backed off. I suggested that my sister-in-law go directly to find Captain Zhang." Wei Jiangwo perked up. "Old son really does want to get married. He's been going on blind dates lately. You did the right thing, wife." Before introducing someone, You need to understand both parties' characters, which you can't do easily. Next time, suggest they talk to Political Commissar Sihu. Soldiers' personal matters are under the Commissar's care. Wei Jiangwo thought about how his wife wasn't the type to easily connect with others. After so many years in the family compound, she only knew a few sisters well. The only one she truly connected with was the neighbor, Tiantian. Asking her to play matchmaker was asking too much. Then Song Shuxian asked the soldier who came to our house before, did he have a problem with me, or does he just like to exaggerate? It was understandable for Song Shuxian to think that. She had been quite scared that day. Wei Jiangwo recalled his name is Meet Song, and he has a brother named Gu Song. The two brothers joined the army together. Gu Song once went to deliver news to a comrade's family. That visit changed his life. At that time, he saw the elderly and children at home and didn't want them to worry, so he only shared the good news and downplayed the injuries. There wasn't much wrong initially, but that soldier developed an infection after surgery, and by the time they got there, the hospital had just issued a critical condition notice. He passed away that same day. The young soldier's mother couldn't handle the blow, and also passed away. The soldier's wife and siblings ended up resenting Gu Song. In fact, Gu Song was the most innocent in this situation. They only chose to blame him because he was the easiest target. Gu Song was a sincere person and genuinely felt responsible. He used his allowance to compensate them. People like him are like a bottomless pit. In the end, Gu Song left the army. No one knows what happened in between. Meet Song felt it was unfair for his brother. Since then, he has deliberately spoken more seriously to prepare families for the worst. After hearing this, Song Shuxian didn't know what to say. Human nature is too complex. She couldn't see through it. And Lula didn't understand their parents' sadness. They only knew they were hungry. An ran over, hugging Song Shuxian's leg. Mom, I'm hungry. I want seafood porridge. Lula also came over, saying, Mom, I want dumplings. Song Shuxian rubbed the heads of her two children. Okay, you two go have some jerky first, and I'll go make dinner. She didn't even ask Wei Jiangwo what he wanted. He always ate whatever was served. Wei Jiangwo accompanied his wife to the kitchen to cook together. Wife, are you too good to the kids? You make whatever they want. We have the means, so why not satisfy them? It's not a big deal. Wei Jiangwo thought to himself, Wife, you really don't know how tough things are outside. Just having enough to eat is already hard for many families. In winter, some can only eat sweet potatoes, one meal of sweet potatoes after another. They have to plan for cornmeal porridge. Thinking about such fine grains is a luxury. Song Shuxian pushed him out of the kitchen, finding him in the way. Wei Jiangwo checked the children's health. Wow, they were really strong. The meat on them was solid. Come on, show me your punches. Let Dad see how you've been practicing. Tiantian's training was very successful. The two kids did the military boxing quite well. Wei Jiangwo was bored at home and planned to personally train the kids during this time, also dragging a lazy Song Shuxian into it. This time they stayed in the family compound and avoided danger. What if next time they weren't so lucky and had to go out? They couldn't rely on luck. They needed to depend on their own strength. Wei Jiangwo took out a notebook and started writing a training plan for the family. By the time Song Shuxian finished cooking, he had also completed his plan. Dinner was simple: seafood porridge, cold wild vegetables, dumplings, and a big bone soup. And Lula never needed anyone to worry about them when eating. Once Song Shuxian served the food, they would finish quickly. Wei Jiangwo couldn't sit still. Being at home recovering meant he couldn't train. All his extra energy went into Song Shuxian. It was both joyful and exhausting. So tiring. Song Shuxian found him a task: wood carving. I have many raw stones, all good stuff, but I can't find a suitable carver. You should learn wood carving and help me make a hairpin or bracelet in the future. I can't wear it outside, but I can wear it secretly at home. The kids are almost 5 and I plan to teach them etiquette. They can also start writing big characters. To encourage them, I want to give them a pendant they can hide in their clothes. I'll design the style, and you can carve it. It'll be meaningful. Wei Jiangwo casually said, Wife, you really are like an ancient person. knowledgeable about various ancient customs and etiquette. Before Song Shuxian could feel nervous, Wei Jiangwo added, "But that's not right. You might be a genius. You know a lot about foreign things too. After so many years of translating, you're also quite knowledgeable about machinery. Wife, you must be favored by the heavens, like a scholar who can easily learn anything." Song Shuxian felt a bit shy. She inherited the original owner's memories, and what she knew was a combination of two scholars' knowledge. She couldn't say that, so she just accepted it with a thick face. Not wanting to discuss this topic with Wei Jiangwo, Song Shuxian continued about the kids. "I noticed and is very sensitive to colors and loves to draw. I want him to learn. But compared to oil painting, I'm better at traditional Chinese painting. I don't know if he can learn that. Lulu is quite mischievous. I want him to learn a musical instrument to develop his focus. I know guqin and piano, but they might not be suitable. What instruments are popular now? I could learn with Lulu, which would also be a way to accompany him." Wei Jiangwo was concerned. "Wife, won't that be too tiring for you?" He felt sorry for her. She was too busy. Song Shuxian didn't understand. "Not at all. Drawing and playing music are relaxing. I'll teach the kids while I'm resting." The world of a genius was scary. Wei Jiangwo felt afraid. In the Daong era, Song Shuxian relaxed by painting and playing music. She could also dance, but her mother didn't like it, so she only learned a little. That night, Song Shuxian talked to the kids about learning to draw and play instruments. Wei Jiangwo thought the kids would oppose it and want to go out to play. Aren't kids at this age usually like that? He was ready to persuade them to listen. Unexpectedly, Anan asked, "Mom, can I learn with my brother?" "Of course. But Mom worries you might get tired from learning." "I won't, Mom. I'm just learning for fun." "All right, then I'll see what instruments are available for us to learn together. There are many instruments I don't know how to play either." "No rush. We don't know when we'll find them." That night, lying on the Kong, Wei Jiangwo sighed. The calendar pages turned one by one, like the fluttering pages of a book, each turn taking away a day. And En and Lele changed into light clothes. Wei Jiangwo's injuries had mostly healed, and he returned to the military district for rehabilitation training. Song Shuxian's life went on as usual. At that moment, she was reading a newspaper under the eaves when a report caught her attention. After the incident, a strong wave of regulations swept through. The spokesperson issued strict orders to firmly eliminate certain evil actions that could lead people into the abyss, especially those plants resembling the flower of a demon, related illegal trades, and bad habits. A silent campaign to defend a pure life has begun. Song Shuxian sighed in relief upon reading this. Wei Jiangwo said nothing, but from the occasional snippets of conversation with Sun Taizhan and Lu Xingua, Song Shuxian guessed a little. She then looked into nearly 100 years of history. Not knowing was one thing, but seeing it was shocking. If this harmful thing spread, it was frightening to think of what kind of hell on earth it would create. Fortunately, it was discovered. Thankfully, Guijia stepped in to resolve it. Song Shuxian silently thanked those soldiers. Now that the matter had passed, she could take the children to the city for a visit, especially since they had been behaving very well lately. There are rewards for good deeds and punishments for bad ones. Song Shuxian was always fair. Things were still scarce in their area, so she wanted to go to Shenzhen. While looking at that segment of history, she noticed a place called Fengtian Prefecture. At that time, the governor of Fengtian was of the third rank and had direct access to the emperor. Even though it was later damaged by war, it was still the eldest son of the republic. Once, she didn't know dogs could be taken on trains. Worried about safety, she suppressed her eager thoughts. Now, she knew she could take her dog as long as she bought a ticket for it. Money was not an issue. She could spend it openly. Just the dividends from the Song family's factory after the public-private partnership were enough for her to live off her savings. With lightning, MOing, and Fu Dian around, no one would dare to cause trouble for them. Moreover, after Wei Jiangwo's rigorous training, Song Shuxian felt she was now quite strong. She could even spar a bit with Wei Jiangwo. That evening, when Wei Jiangwo returned, Song Shuxian eagerly shared her plans. Wei Jiangwo held her close. His wife was soft and fragrant, and he could never get enough of her. After smelling her scent, Wei Jiangwo said apologetically, "Wife, we might have to move. I've received orders for a job transfer." Song Shuxian turned over and sat up straight. "Transfer? Where to?" "To Tsuyuan City, on the Grasslands. We can still go to Shunsheng and buy more things. We don't know what it's like there yet." Wei Jiangwo had performed exceptionally in this mission and caught the attention of higher-ups. He was responsible for forming the new Army Special Forces. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. He was eager to accept this challenge. But it would be hard on his wife, who had just gotten used to life here and now had to follow him. Song Shuxian asked, "Where is Tsuyuan City?" Wei Jiangwo thought for a while before explaining in a way she could understand. Wei Qing attacked the Xiongnu and took the Hetao region, establishing Wuyuan County there. "It's that place." Song Shuxian almost blurted out, "That's a good place, fertile land, not far from the Yellow River." Seeing his wife happy, Wei Jiangwo secretly sighed in relief. Thanks to the stories from their two children, he wouldn't have known how to explain that place otherwise. "Will Tiantian come with us?" This was Song Shuxian's biggest concern. Li Xinghua is not on the first list of people going. He might need to discuss it with Tiantian. "I will be the commander there, appointed directly from above." Their Special Forces team was still in the experimental stage. The first group of people selected to go were carefully chosen from various military districts. His selection was partly due to Song Shuxian's influence. The contributions of the Song family were remembered, and while they couldn't directly reward Song Shuxian, they paid more attention to her. This also led to attention on Wei Jiangwo. Of course, Wei Jiangwo was also outstanding and capable, but it was undeniable that he was initially noticed because of Song Shuxian. Song Shuxian snuggled closer to Wei Jiangwo. "I can't bear to leave Tiantian. How can I manage without her when you're not home?" The two of them had always supported each other. This was something Wei Jiangwo couldn't help with. "I'll ask Li Xinghua. If there's a chance, I'll definitely let him know to participate in the selection." That was all Wei Jiangwo could do. Li Xinghua was also very capable, but there were many equally skilled soldiers, and they only chose the most suitable ones. Otherwise, it would be irresponsible to life. "How long do we have?" 1.5 months. "Once I finish my work here, I can go." "Wife, didn't you say our home is too small for Lightning and the others to run around? When we get there, we'll have a much larger yard and more rooms than we have now." Song Shuxian rolled her eyes at him. "Do you think I'm foolish? That place has vast grasslands, with a sparse population. It's not normal for the yard to be small. For herdsmen, when they step outside, the entire grassland is their yard." Wei Jiangwo chuckled awkwardly. His wife was too clever, making it hard to coax her. "Wife, what about us? Let's go. I haven't ridden a horse in a long time." "Wei Jiangwo, I want you to buy me a horse when we get there and help me take care of it, and make me 2 sets of riding gear." Song Shuxian's tone was light, with an unconscious hint of pride and playfulness. Wei Jiangwo felt warmth in his heart. His wife wasn't just eager to ride, she didn't want to part from him. Until just now, he had worried she might want him to go alone. She could stay here with the 2 kids, or go to Sihu City. His wife valued their children's education, and Tsuyuan City couldn't compare to this place. "Wife, do you want to go back to Ganling for a visit? I can finish my work in a week. After that, we can go back to Ganling to see Mom and Dad and Grandma and Grandpa. Anen and Lele are 4 years old and haven't met their elders yet." Song Shuxian hesitated a bit. The situation is still unclear. "Will I run into trouble if I go back? And besides, worship is not allowed now. Ganling is right under their noses. We can't go back and break the law." Regarding this matter, Song Shuxian truly didn't understand why worship was not allowed. Wei Jiangwo quickly changed the subject. "Then let's just go back to Ganling to show the kids the place where you grew up." Song Shuxian thought for a moment and agreed. "Honey, let's also visit your home and see where you grew up." In return, Song Shuxian also cared for her husband. Wei Jiangwo shook his head. It was hard to cut ties with them back then. Now, if we go back and they see we are doing well, they will definitely come to us. It will be difficult to cut ties again. Wife, we can't challenge human nature. The two embraced each other. They were both people with shallow family ties. Fortunately, they had each other. The next day, Song Shuxian called her two children over. And in Lele, Mommy has an announcement. Anan asked, is it good news or bad news? Song Shuxian frowned, a bit troubled. Mommy isn't sure if it's good or bad news. Why don't you listen first and decide for yourselves? We're moving. Where to? Is Mommy moving to the apartment building? I don't like it there. There's no place to play. True to being Song Shuxian's children, their first thought was about the dog's space after the move. Song Shuxian explained, we're not staying in this housing complex. We're changing cities. This time, we're going to the Grasslands. It's the place described in the poem. In the Chulu River Valley, beneath the Een Mountains, the sky is like a tent covering the land. The sky is vast, the grass is endless, and the wind blows low, revealing cattle and sheep. Lele asked, will Daddy and Mommy go together? Yes, Mommy and Daddy will go together. Our family will always be together. Will Lightning, Moing, and Fu Jian go too? They will go with us. They are our family. Anan asked, Mommy, will Aunt Tiantian and Sihu go too? I'm not sure about that. We're moving because of Daddy's job transfer. I'm not clear if Uncle Lu's job is changing. Anan and Lele were unhappy. Aunt Tiantian and Sihu are family too. Song Shuxian felt a bit down. I will miss Aunt Tiantian too. I was sad for a long time last night, and even cried. Since Mommy and Daddy got married, I've been friends with Aunt Tiantian. She will miss us too. But Anan and Lele, you know that military orders are absolute. Soldiers must obey orders. Children raised in a military housing complex understand these words better. Seeing Song Shuxian sad, Anan and Lele quickly comforted her.
Mommy, don't be sad.
We will still be with you. If we miss Aunt Tiantian, we can write her letters. We can come back to see her. Mommy, we will grow up and protect you. We won't wait for Daddy. We will come back to see Aunt Tiantian ourselves. Song Shuxian held back a smile. She knew her two children were warm-hearted little adults. Instead of letting them be sad about leaving friends, it was better to shift their focus and let them comfort her. The two innocent children didn't understand Mommy's tricks. Song Shuxian shared more about the place they were going. Daddy said the place we are going is the Hushi Corridor, which Uncle Wei Qing captured from the Xiongnu, later known as Wuyuan County. The famous Huatsubing also went there and fought. Once we get there, if we can ride horses, Mommy will show you my riding skills. I'm quite good. Anan and Lele, still children, quickly shifted their attention, thinking riding horses was super cool. They wanted to learn how to ride. They wondered how Mommy would be willing to teach them. The two children were excited about going to a place where Huatsubing had been and riding horses like him.
Song Shuxian took their hands.
Now you need to think about what things to take with us and what to give to your friends. Also, think about how to say goodbye to your friends. This time, we might not come back here, so we need to get our friends' contact information. Lele, a little foodie, asked, Mommy, can we bring seafood? That might be difficult. We can ask someone to help send some dried goods later, but we won't be able to get fresh seafood. Son, now that you mention it, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Let's go see if we can find some fresh seafood to buy. After agreeing with the two children, Song Shuxian began packing quickly. They had so much stuff. Anan and Lele also started saying goodbye to their friends. While Song Shuxian and Aunt Tiantian were discussing whether Uncle Lu should apply for a transfer too, they saw Sihu and Anan Lele running back, crying. The three of them were close, and with 4 dogs following, they usually weren't bullied. It was unusual for them to come back crying. Song Shuxian and Aunt Tiantian picked up their children. Tell Mommy what happened. Woo, Mommy, they said I won't see Sihu anymore. Woo, Sihu is my brother. Good brothers can't be separated. Yes, we're good brothers. Sihu cried to Aunt Tiantian, Mommy, let Daddy adopt us to Aunt Shuxian, then we can be with her forever. After understanding the situation, Song Shuxian and Aunt Tiantian couldn't help but laugh and cry. What kind of situation was this? When Lu Xinghua and Wei Jiangwo entered the yard, they heard Si, who sang he wanted to be adopted by Song Shuxian. They felt like 100 crows flew over their heads. His son had abandoned him, taking his wife with him. He glanced at Wei Jiangwo, wondering where to find reason in this. Later, when someone asked why he applied to join the special forces, he would say it was to prevent his wife and son from running off with a neighbor, so he had to run along. Usually, he didn't think they had too much stuff at home, but moving made him realize they had quite a lot. Song Shuxian had 7 winter coats. The 2 children also had plenty of things. With Wei Jiangwo's help, Song Shuxian managed to pack a lot into the treasure gourd. What she was most reluctant to leave behind was the jujube tree in their yard, which grew very well and produced a lot of fruit every year. These 2 trees were planted by Wei Jiangwo when they first got married. Wei Jiangwo was also reluctant. "Wife," I asked, "and these trees can survive in Sihu, but we need to take care during transport. I'll find a truck to move everything, including these 2 trees."
Song Shuxian was happy.
The family joyfully packed their things. They could take the trees, the dogs, and even Aunt Tiantian and Sihu with them. "Let's go, anywhere is fine." With a goal in mind, things moved quickly. This year, Wei Jiangwo first took advanced courses at the military academy, then went on a mission. After returning and recovering from an injury, he had limited work to take over, making the handover especially swift. It took just a week to complete all the paperwork. With the remaining time, he could spend it with his family. On Song Shuxian's side, the house was almost packed up and ready to go at any moment. That night, unable to sleep, Song Shuxian nudged her husband, "Honey, I want to go to the beach tomorrow. I also want to see the sunrise over the sea. After we leave, I don't know when I'll have the chance again." Wei Jiangwo patted her back. "You should sleep. I'll wake you up when it's time. Tomorrow we'll go see it." Song Shuxian felt satisfied.
"Honey, what is the grassland like?
"Will we be able to adapt when we get there? Will we stay there, or will we move again?" These questions troubled Song Shuxian. She preferred the convenience of big cities, like Beijing or Nanjing. No matter how good Suiyuan City was, it felt too remote and backward for her. But Wei Jiangwo couldn't answer these questions. He didn't decide where to go. He could only try his best to find an opportunity to transfer to Beijing. Avoiding the unanswerable, he said, "The grassland I've seen is a bit different from what you read in books, but riding horses is definitely not a problem. I've already asked my comrades to help choose a horse. Do you want a trained horse or a younger one that we can train ourselves?" After thinking for a moment, Song Shuxian replied, "Let's get a 2-year-old. I really want to ride, and I might not have the patience to wait for it to grow up slowly. 2 years is just right. We can train it ourselves and build a bond without waiting too long. Honey, should we also prepare 2 little ponies for the kids as gifts for them later?" Wei Jiangwo agreed without hesitation. "I'll take care of it, but good horses are hard to find. It depends on luck." Song Shuxian knew this. Not only that, but it also depends on the bond between the horse and the rider. Good horses recognize their owners. "You really know a lot about horses." Song Shuxian felt proud, of course. "I started riding at 7. My horse is named Chiang, a chestnut Mongolian horse. She's very well behaved and understands me. Look at this whistle. As soon as she hears it, Chiang comes right away. She came to me when she was 1 year old, and we've never been apart since. I always make time to talk to her and groom her." Wei Jiangwo looked at the whistle in his hand, deep in thought. "Wife, are you sure the Song family never had a general in their ancestry? Don't lie to me, because I haven't read much."
Song Shuxian.
"Oh no. She got carried away, but it's not a big deal. She can smooth it over. Ancestry is something from many years ago. In those war-torn times, families that strictly followed the old rules are long gone. If you ask me, our family hasn't changed enough. They should have found me a martial arts teacher when I was young. After learning from you, I realized that relying on others for protection isn't as good as relying on myself. I'm really strong now." Wei Jiangwo sighed. "Wife, don't think about being scary strong. You're just strong among ordinary people. But there's always someone stronger, so you should be humble." Your appearance is very deceptive. You look delicate. If you don't reveal your strength casually, you can achieve great results with a surprise attack. Wei Jiangwo was curious about what other surprises his wife had that he didn't know about and asked, "Wife, what else can you do? They say you're skilled with bows and horses. Can you shoot arrows?" Song Shuxian perked up. Having been in this world for a while, she almost forgot that she could shoot arrows too. With a flick of her hand, a small bow appeared. It was delicate and clearly made for her, exuding luxury. The bow was made of ji wood, with turquoise and coral at both ends, and there was a strange pattern in the corner. The bowstring felt unusual to the touch. Wei Jiangwo looked at Song Shuxian, waiting for an explanation. In front of someone close, Song Shuxian acted like a proud child. "You probably can't guess, but this bow is just for show. It's very fancy, and the bowstring is made of silk. It's very hard to maintain, and look at the arrows that come with it. There are 5, each with a gemstone. They're very expensive. I used it to show off when I was little." With a thought, another bow appeared in Song Shuxian's hand. Compared to the last one, this one looked much more practical. The bow was made of rosewood, with a deer sinew string, and had no extra decorations, just the family crest carved on the bow. Even without knowing much about bows, Wei Jiangwo could tell this was a good one. He took the bow, played with it in his hands, and lightly touched the arrowhead, which was very sharp. "Wife, I may not know much about bows, but I can tell this is a good one." Song Shuxian replied proudly, "Of course. This was custom-made for me by my mother, based on my height, arm length, and strength. The color of the bow matches Chiang's fur. It's my long-range weapon for self-defense." Sensing her sadness, Wei Jiangwo quickly changed the subject. "Wife, when we get to the grassland, let me see your grace on horseback." Song Shuxian missed her mother. Wei Jiangwo's change of topic made her happy to cooperate, no problem. "I haven't practiced riding and shooting in so long. I'll need to start again when we get there. I also need to prepare a set of bows and arrows for the kids. It's a pity I can't have them custom-made right now. They'll have to make do with what I used when I was little." Song Shuxian pulled out a few bows and arrows that she and her brother used when they were kids. Starting from age 7, until her mother passed away, they had craftsmen custom-make them every year. Wei Jiangwo swallowed hard. "Wife, these are all custom-made?" "Yes. I was little back then, so of course I needed custom ones. Otherwise, how could I use them comfortably?" At that moment, she rarely showed the pride of a general's daughter. Seeing familiar items made her feel like she was back in her past life, when her mother was still around. Wei Jiangwo said, "Wife, I've never envied anyone, nor have I felt any shame about my background. But at this moment I envy our son. What a time it is. Their mother can pass down so many treasures to them. Other kids would be thrilled to have just one, and they can pick from so many." Wei Jiangwo's words made Song Shuxian feel appreciated. "Of course. They must have chosen their parents carefully to end up with us. Plus, my magic gourd is great. I can keep all my things from childhood in it." Song Shuxian was happy. She loved giving gifts. In her past life, she gave gifts to her brother, and now she could only give them to Wei Jiangwo. "Do you want a bow and arrow? I also have bows and arrows for men, all passed down from my ancestors. You can choose." With a swish, 3 bows appeared on the ground, each one a masterpiece. Wei Jiangwo was amazed, got out of bed, and picked them up, feeling each one. If he weren't afraid of being laughed at by his wife, he would want to take them outside to try. Seeing him like that, Song Shuxian chuckled softly. These bows were just ones she casually picked out. Before she came to this world, she had emptied the princess's treasury, her father's private stash, and many spoils of war. The general's residence might not have much else, but bows, arrows, and armor were plentiful. Wei Jiangwo chose a compound bow. "Wife, can I really have this?" Song Shuxian waved her hand. "It's a gift for you. Hurry up and serve me." Wei Jiangwo jumped onto the bed, ready to serve seriously, showcasing his skills. Song Shuxian wanted to say that wasn't the kind of service she meant. But she couldn't express it. Her soul seemed to be swept into the clouds, every inch of her skin immersed in ultimate pleasure. Everything stopped. She lifted her soft foot and kicked Wei Jiangwo. Is this what I meant? Wei Jiangwo didn't care. He loved his wife's proud demeanor, and the soft rice was too tempting. He had to perform well. Wei Jiangwo worked too hard, and as a result, Song Shuxian became a human ornament. When Wei Jiangwo woke her up, they were already at the seaside, sitting on a rock to watch the sunrise. Anan and Lele were happy to see their mom awake and said, "Mom, Dad woke us up to see the sunrise. Look, the sun is about to come up." Before Song Shuxian could respond, she saw the sky in a deep dark blue, like a cover over the sea. She snuggled closer to Wei Jiangwo to escape the cold wind and softly said, "Thank you, dear." Wei Jiangwo wrapped his arm around her and helped her tighten her clothes, signaling her to look. At the horizon, a faint light appeared, like a boundary between the sky and the sea. Gradually, this light spread, brightening the entire sky. The light turned a soft pink, then orange-red, and finally bright orange. It looked like someone spilled a palette of colors across the sky, vibrant and beautiful. The colorful rays of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the sky and the sea. The sun peeked out like a playful child, slowly revealing itself. As it emerged fully, the sky changed from orange-red to gold, casting golden rays over the sea, which sparkled like countless pieces of gold. Song Shuxian nestled in Wei Jiangwo's embrace. The two kids cuddled in her arms. No one spoke during the whole process. It wasn't until the clouds cleared and the sky turned blue that they found their voices again. "Mom, it's so beautiful." "Yes, it really is beautiful." Song Shuxian struggled to find words to describe this moment. It was overwhelming. She softly recited, "The brilliant light colors the sea breeze. Waves surge in harmony. Eagles soar 3,000 miles. Sun and moon align in one line." Wei Jiangwo, being a rough man, didn't share her delicate feelings. He quietly asked, "Honey, the tide will go out soon. Do you want to go back after beachcombing, or head back now to catch up on sleep? You must be tired." His question brought Song Shuxian back to reality. And En and Lele quickly expressed their thoughts. "Mom, we wanted to beachcomb. Mom, we're wearing our beachcombing clothes." The kids, woken up by their dad, still remembered to find their beachcombing outfits, showing their determination. Song Shuxian, the fun-loving mom, naturally went along with them. She looked at her own outfit and smiled. Although Wei Jiangwo sometimes lacked romance, he always prioritized her. Song Shuxian was also dressed for beachcombing, wearing rain boots. At that moment, she noticed that Imoing and Lightning were also there, but still asleep, lying lazily next to the kids. Song Shuxian thought, if the dogs could talk, they would complain, "You're so high and mighty, making your wife happy while we're just your tools. Not only did you wake the kids, but you also made us help carry things. You're such a dog." She chuckled at her own imagination. Wei Jiangwo was used to his wife being lost in thought sometimes. He had long realized that while she appeared calm, her mind was full of exciting thoughts. As they beachcombed, the water was a bit deep, which was dangerous for the kids. Wei Jiangwo tied a rope around each of their waists, holding the other and himself. He also attached leashes to the dogs. He looked at Song Shuxian. She immediately became alert. "Don't even think about it." No way. There was no way she would be tied up. It would never happen. Wei Jiangwo laughed, knowing his wife's character well. "Come here. I won't tie you up. I'll hold your hand." Dad Wei led the family on their beachcombing adventure. At that time, there were few people and plenty of things to find by the sea, and they were having a great time. "Dad, there's a crab here. Dad, there's a shrimp here." And En and Lele, being younger, didn't dare to grab them directly. They called for their dad when they spotted something. Wei Jiangwo became an emotionless seafood catching machine, instantly appearing to help. He kept an eye on the kids while also watching his wife play and had to keep track of the 3 dogs. It was quite busy. Song Shuxian was chasing a crab, but it was too fast for her. It slipped into a crack between the rocks. "No problem," she called for backup. "Honey, the crab got away." The best rescue team, Wei Jiangwo quickly appeared. He easily caught the little crab and also grabbed a swimming crab hiding in the rock crevice. The swimming crab pinched the little crab, saying, "Why did you come here? I was hiding just fine." Satisfied, Song Shuxian continued looking for other treasures. Her eyesight was excellent. She spotted cat's eye shells and hidden shrimp with ease. A big octopus thought it could escape by releasing ink. It clearly underestimated her. Blame it on how delicious grilled octopus is. It had to stay. Wei Jiangwo was skilled and also caught 2 black clams. 2 buckets quickly filled up. "The buckets are full. We need to head home," Wei Jiangwo called to Song Shuxian. She was in high spirits and didn't want to leave at all. Who understood? The sight of seafood everywhere, and no one was there to compete with her. If she couldn't catch something, she could always call for help. She didn't have to worry about the kids, the dogs, or even carrying the buckets herself. How long had it been since she enjoyed such happiness? She looked at Wei Jiangwo with a pitiful expression. Honey and Lele copied her. Daddy Wei Jiangwo. What could he say? 3 similar faces, with the same expression. He was completely overwhelmed. He could only compromise. "You can play for another half hour, but then we have to go home for lunch." Song Shuxian and the kids high-fived and cheered. It was then that Wei Jiangwo remembered his wife was only 22 years old. She was the beloved little princess of the family. He felt at ease being her protector, watching the 3 of them play. Song Shuxian was already in her element, starting to pick out seafood. "This one is too small, I don't want it. This one won't taste good, I don't want it." And Lele collected many shells, one of which was purple and mysterious, which Song Shuxian particularly liked. She also found 2 ugly shells and showed some disdain. Wei Jiangwo's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked them up. "Honey, is this edible? I don't think we've tried it before." Wei Jiangwo pried it open with a knife. "This isn't for eating." As he stirred it, 2 pearls appeared, one gray and 12 centimeters, and one irregular white one, 5 centimeters. Song Shuxian was immediately captivated. The gray one was stunning. Seeing her interest, Wei Jiangwo opened another shell and casually explained, "This is a Pinctada margaritifera, which occasionally appears here. Finding one is a stroke of luck." The other shell had only 1 pearl, a light blue one, measuring 8 centimeters. Song Shuxian couldn't put it down. The kids wanted to see, and she instructed, "Mommy really likes this pearl. You 2 can look, but don't lose it." Wei Jiangwo held her hand and asked, "You like it that much?" "Yes, I really like these special pearls. Both colors are rare. They would make beautiful jewelry." Wei Jiangwo had never seen Song Shuxian wear pearl jewelry, so he thought she didn't like it. "Later, you and the kids can take a nap. I'll find someone to trade for more. We have plenty here, and people are usually willing to trade for things like this." "Really? Then I want those special colors. The white ones should be bigger or more even. I don't want the irregular ones." "Okay, I'll get them all for you." Wei Jiangwo loved seeing his wife's satisfied expression. Song Shuxian and the 2 kids were exhausted. As soon as they got home, they collapsed into chairs and didn't move. Wei Jiangwo said, "Where did this sand come from? It smells terrible." Song Shuxian and Anan immediately jumped up, grabbed Lulu, and went to wash up. Wei Jiangwo shook his head. His wife and Anan were particularly clean and couldn't stand smelling bad. They couldn't accept being smelly themselves, nor could they tolerate anyone else being smelly. This meant that the somewhat messy Lula had to be kept clean. He turned and went to the kitchen. After all this time, they were hungry. He didn't make anything too complicated, just the simplest tomato and egg noodles, which the kids loved. When he called them to eat, he saw 3 little faces sleeping on the bed, all rosy. The 2 kids were still lying on their mom. He worried they would wake up hungry. Wei Jiangwo woke the 2 kids. And opened her eyes sleepily. "Dad? First eat, then you can sleep again." And Lula struggled to climb down from the bed to eat. Seeing that their mom was still asleep, they wanted to call her. Wei Jiangwo stopped them. "Mom is too tired. Let her sleep. I'll feed her later." And Lula looked confused, wondering why they couldn't help feed her too. They were tired and didn't want to get up. Being small, they knew their dad wouldn't let them misbehave. They obediently went to eat. Maybe they were tired or turning jealousy into appetite. They ate quickly, finishing a bowl of noodles in no time. After patting their round little bellies, Lulu turned to go back to bed. He was stopped by Wei Jiangwo. Walk around the table 5 times, and then you can sleep. The 2 kids sadly complied. Meanwhile, Wei Jiangwo held Song Shuqian in his arms and fed her with a spoon. He had to praise Song Shuqian. Her upbringing was ingrained in her. Even while eating like this, she could still take small bites and chew each one over 20 times. Wei Jiangwo thought he might be sick. He found watching her eat quite interesting. After serving the mother and kids, he left a note and went to exchange pearls. Wei Jiangwo was stating the truth. His comrades really didn't care about these things. A bunch of big guys, holding pearls, preferred the taste of a few bites of meat. Even knowing these things were valuable, they still didn't care. Wei Jiangwo quickly exchanged for a small bag. One of the pearls was light blue, exactly like the one they found today. Finally, he went to find Sun Taizhan. Sun Taizhan asked, "What brings you here? Have you packed everything?" "Everything is ready. I'm just hanging around with my wife and kids before I leave." "What's there to see here? Haven't you seen enough after all these years?" Talking about this made Wei Jiangwo a bit sad. "This morning, I took them to see the sunrise over the sea. I realized that for so many years, I've been busy with missions and haven't stopped to look at the scenery around me or taken them out for a walk." "See the sunrise? I didn't know you were so romantic, Lao Wei." "Of course. I need to accompany my wife and do all the romantic things." When he was with his comrades, Wei Jiangwo could be childish. Sun Taizhan pretended to be annoyed. "Go away." Wei Jiangwo laughed heartily. After a while, he became serious again. "What do you think? Apply to come here. We can still be together." Sun Taizhan waved his hand. "I'm not like you guys. Besides, you're already the commander. The political officer has to be chosen from another military district." Wei Jiangwo knew he was right and patted his shoulder. "Let's keep in touch." Sun Taizhan asked, "You didn't come just to say goodbye, did you?" "Why would I? I came to exchange pearls. I just found out my wife likes them, so I'm taking the ones my brothers have." "Why didn't you say earlier?" "I have some too. I'll trade them for jerky." Wei Jiangwo waved his hand. "I'm out of jerky. I took 5 pounds and didn't leave any for myself." "Isn't it your family's jerky that's the best? You won't get to eat it anymore." Sun Taizhan gave him several pearls from his hand. "I'm sponsoring you to please your wife. Remember, when I have a wife, you can't be stingy. You also have to teach me how to please her." Wei Jiangwo agreed, saying he was a pro at that. At 2 in the afternoon, Song Shuqian and the kids had just woken up, looking a bit dazed, and then snuggled in her mom's arms. "Mom, I need to pee." Song Shuqian instantly reacted, getting up and taking him to the bathroom. This was a reflex they developed from when they were little and had accidents, and was fully awake now. Feeling shy, he nestled in his mom's arms. "Mom." After sending him to the bathroom, Song Shuqian said, "It's okay. You're still a little kid, and Arnon is the best." He didn't wet the bed. Wei Jiangwo took over his sleepy son as soon as he got home. "Are you hungry? Dad will go make food."
I'm hungry.
Song Shuqian thought about the seafood they had collected that day. "Honey, let's have a barbecue tonight. Let's buy some meat and invite Sun Taizhan, Lu Xinghua, and your comrades to come home for a meal. It'll be a farewell dinner." Wei Jiangwo tapped his forehead. "I just want to say goodbye to them and exchange these for you." Song Shuqian opened the small bag to find it full of pearls in various colors. "Honey, you're so sweet." Song Shuqian really liked Wei Jiangwo. He always paid attention to her feelings. Whatever she asked for, he would try his best to fulfill. He also respected her ideas. Sometimes, even if he disagreed, he would still choose to respect her. He truly cared for her well-being. That evening, they had a barbecue, inviting the Tian family as well. They also invited Lu Xinggua's friends. The men gathered in Lu Xinggua's yard while the women stayed in Song Shuqian's yard. Everyone enjoyed the meal together. They also packed their bags. preparing to start the next journey. The train to Ganling went very smoothly, with Wei Jiangwo on board. Thanks to connections, they bought a soft sleeper and the whole family had a private room. Lightning, emoing, and Fu Dian surrounded them, creating a vacuum around them. No one disturbed them. They entered the room almost without any obstacles. Song Shuxian found it quite magical. As soon as she entered, she hugged Lightning tightly and said, "Good dog. It's really safe with you. This is the most relaxing train ride I've ever had." Wei Jiangwo cleared his throat to remind them of his presence. Song Shuxian looked up and said, "My husband is the best. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to get a soft sleeper." Anan and Lulu, the little flatterers, also started praising their dad. Wei Jiangwo felt very pleased. He generously let them continue. Anan and Lulu had only taken the train last year, so they weren't too curious. Now they were more interested in Ganling. "Mom, are we going to visit Ganling?"
Lulu asked.
"Mom is from Ganling. We're going back to Mom's home to see the place where she grew up." Anan asked, "What does it mean to be from Ganling?" "Mom, where are me and my brother from?" This question really puzzled Song Shuxian. The children's household registration followed hers. Wei Jiangwo's registration was military. After marrying Wei Jiangwo, her registration hadn't changed and remained in Ganling. So, technically, the two children were also from Ganling, but they had never been back since they were born. She told the children, "In theory, you two are free to choose. Wherever you want to be from, that's where you're from. You were born in Holidio, and we will live in Sihu City. In a few years, we might even move to other cities. But your household registration is with me, in Ganling. When you grow up, you can choose a city you like, and I will help you settle there." At that time, settling meant buying a house, and Song Shuxian felt no pressure in agreeing. The two children felt like they were free, which made them feel very cool. After chatting for a while, everyone got sleepy. Wei Jiangwo locked the door and instructed the 3 dogs to guard it. He went to sleep with his wife and children. The journey was incredibly smooth, with no one coming over to chat. Upon arriving in Ganling, Wei Jiangwo found a rickshaw. They were heading to the Qinhuai River area. Song Shuxian had a small courtyard there. It was left to her by her grandmother. All the paperwork was complete. It belonged solely to Song Shuxian. Over the years, there had been people interested in it. At first, they hesitated because of the Song family's connections, and later because of Wei Jiangwo's military status. In short, the house was still under Song Shuxian's name, and even though it was empty, no one came by. Occasionally, the street or police station would come to check on it. Returning to the small courtyard, it was full of dust. "Wife, you and the kids wait outside for a bit. I'll clean up first." Wei Jiangwo didn't want his wife and kids to breathe in the dust. Song Shuxian disagreed and insisted on helping with the cleaning. Many hands make light work. They quickly tidied up the house. While An and Lulu weren't paying attention, Song Shuxian secretly took out blankets and daily necessities from the treasure gourd. These items had always been kept in the house. Once everything was organized, the family was starving. They didn't want to go out. Wei Jiangwo checked the time and said, "I'll go buy some food. We can eat at home." Even though it was their own home, Song Shuxian still felt uneasy. After all, it hadn't been lived in for a long time. "Let's eat out. I'm not comfortable staying here alone." The 2 kids were fine with it. After all, they had their dad, who would carry them. At the state-run restaurant, they arrived just in time. Song Shuxian went to order. "Hello, I'd like 3 lion's heads, a portion of stir-fried bean sprouts, a spicy and sour soup, a portion of stir-fried lotus root slices, 2 braised pig's trotters, and a pound of rice." Her big order made the waiter pause and look at her before stating the price. After ordering, Song Shuxian returned to wait with the kids while Wei Jiangwo went to pick up the food. The kids were curious about the accents of the people around them. "Mom, what are they saying? I don't understand." "That's the Ganling dialect. It's normal for you not to understand. Locals speak like this." "Can you speak it too, Mom?" Mom is also from Ganling and can speak it. Strangely enough, Song Shuxian thought she couldn't speak the Jinling dialect. At least she believed so. But as soon as she stepped on this land, it felt like her blood awakened, and memories of Jinling flooded back. The Jinling dialect came to her easily. Children are always curious about the world. And Lulu listened intently to the conversations around them, eager to see how much they could understand. Wei Jiangwo returned with the food, capturing their attention. "What's this, Dad?" "Lotus root." Song Shuxian smiled at their interaction. Wei Jiangwo's answer was too simple, and the kids clearly wanted more. They continued to look at him, waiting for him to elaborate. Wei Jiangwo picked up a piece for them. "Eat up, it's good." Song Shuxian couldn't hide her smile. She continued, "This is a vegetable called lotus root. It grows in muddy water, just like sweet potatoes grow underground. We didn't have the conditions to grow it before, so we never planted it. It looks a bit like a chubby child's arm, especially like you two when you were little." The kids really liked the crunchy lotus root slices. Wei Jiangwo split a lion's head in half, giving each child a piece. Song Shuxian also divided her lion's head in half, giving one half to Wei Jiangwo. They exchanged smiles, and a warm feeling flowed between them. Even without saying anything, it made others envious. Song Shuxian loved the spicy and sour soup the most. The flavors balanced perfectly and weren't too overwhelming. Drinking it brought a warm sensation from her throat down to her stomach. After a hearty meal, they slowly walked home. The neighbors had also finished eating and were chatting outside. When they saw unfamiliar faces, they couldn't help but stare. They were amazed by the family's looks. An aunt asked Song Shuxian, "Girl, did you just move in?" "Yes, Annie, we're staying here for a while." When Lightning and the others heard their owner's voice, they opened the door and ran towards Song Shuxian. She quickly squatted down. "What's wrong? Did you miss us?" Wei Jiangwo cleared his throat, trying to hide his embarrassment. "Wife, I forgot to feed them." Song Shuxian hurriedly told the aunt, "Auntie, I need to go back now. We'll chat next time." As they walked away, she apologized to Lightning and the others. "I'm sorry. I forgot to leave food for you. You must be hungry. Let's eat now." The aunt was clearly startled by the dogs, patting her chest. "Goodness, this big dog scared me. So fierce." Another aunt asked, "Is the owner of this house back?" "Looks like it. This family is quite good-looking. The woman is pretty, the man has a strong presence, and the two kids are also cute. Do you know where they come from?" "No idea. We didn't talk much before they left. I'll ask next time." The neighbors' curiosity about Song Shuxian's family was limited to that. When Grandma Song chose this house, she put a lot of thought into it. The neighbors around were all respectable families. Back at home, Song Shuxian pretended to take out dog food from the luggage for the dogs. And Lulu watched them eat and said, "Mom, we forgot to bring the pig's trotters for Lightning. They can't eat that, it has too many seasonings, which aren't good for their health." After playing with the dogs for a while, the two kids went to sleep. Wei Jiangwo checked the house inside and out to ensure there were no safety hazards before returning to the bedroom to rest. Lying in bed, Wei Jiangwo said, "Your grandmother took good care of you. She really cared about this house. It hasn't fallen into disrepair, even after all these years." Song Shuxian explained, "Grandma's maid always looked after this courtyard. Last month, her daughter wrote to say the maid passed away and couldn't take care of it anymore. Now that we're back, we need to find someone reliable to watch over it. I'll find someone. Go to sleep." Note: it is said online that in 1968, there wasn't a well-established household registration policy for military families, so even if they moved with the military, their registration remained in their original place. The next day, Song Shuxian woke up to the playful sounds of her two children. Training was serious for Wei Jiangwo. He took the kids to practice boxing early in the morning. Hearing the noise, Song Shuxian quickly got out of bed, changed her clothes, and joined the training. After exercising, she was drenched in sweat, feeling refreshed, which she loved. After a quick cleanup, they went out to find something to eat, taking their 3 dogs along. There was a state-run restaurant nearby. Naturally, it was Song Shuxian, who spoke the local dialect, who ordered 4 bowls of duck blood vermicelli soup, 2 servings of soup dumplings, 4 servings of beef pot stickers, and 3 rice cakes made up their breakfast. These were all local specialties, especially the soup dumplings, which Song Shuxian had been craving for a long time. There's a way to eat these soup dumplings. You have to lift them gently and move them slowly. Use your chopsticks to carefully grab the edge of the dumpling and move it to your bowl slowly, otherwise it will break. Then, poke a small hole at the top, which we call opening a skylight. Once opened, you can lean in and gently sip the broth inside. This broth is made from bone stock, full of flavor. After that, you can eat the whole dumpling. You can eat it plain or add some dipping sauce. The dipping sauce is a mix of vinegar and shredded ginger. The ginger flavor isn't too strong. You should try it. After explaining, Song Shuxian demonstrated by eating one, adding dipping sauce. Wei Jiangwo tried one and found it delicious, but it was a bit tedious. Used to devouring big dumplings in one bite, he had to restrain himself with these soup dumplings. He preferred the beef pot stickers instead. Wei Jiangwo joked, "Wife, I'm like a mountain pig who can't handle such delicacies. You can keep the good stuff." Song Shuxian rolled her eyes at him. "You have a pure heart, enjoying the mundane, but when faced with elegance, you seem out of place. At first, it feels strange, but after spending time together, I realize this is what makes you lovable. Besides, eating dumplings is just a matter of habit. It has nothing to do with being coarse or refined. I can eat 2 big bowls of stewed goose." Seeing her proud little expression, Wei Jiangwo felt warm inside, like drinking a cup of hot tea on a cold day. His wife never thought he had any flaws and wouldn't allow him to say anything bad about himself. The 2 kids were already used to their parents' sweet talk. They could focus on eating. Following their mom's advice, they poked a small hole in their dumplings, gently sipped the broth, added some dipping sauce, and ate them all. They were indeed delicious, and they told their mom they wanted to eat them again tomorrow. Wei Jiangwo divided a big bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup into 2 for the kids, saying, "Eat slowly, and if you spill on your clothes, you'll have to wash them yourself." The kids were used to their dad's different treatment. Wei Jiangwo required them to eat what they asked for, and anything left over would continue to the next meal. When it came to Song Shuxian, he had no demands. They could eat whatever they wanted, and if they couldn't finish, he would take care of it. Double standards were clear. Anan patted his round little belly. "Mom, I like the food in Ganling. It's really good." Song Shuxian ruffled his hair. "If you like it, pay attention to how it's made, and you can try making it when we get home." She wouldn't be able to make these dishes. Her cooking skills were learned after marriage, so she only knew how to make northeastern dishes, with steamed seafood being her specialty. She could time different seafood perfectly to ensure the best taste. After the meal, the family held hands and strolled nearby. They admired the white-walled, gray-tiled houses, reflecting beautifully in the river. In the sunlight, the water sparkled, and the white walls and gray tiles created a striking contrast. The trees along the shore were essential highlights in this picturesque scene. The willow trees swayed gently, intertwining with their reflections in the water. The 2 kids couldn't express much, but felt that this place was very different from their home. It seemed coarser and more casual, just like their parents. Additionally, the people here spoke in a melodious tone, like a folk tune. They also saw people sitting on stone steps, beating clothes with a big stick. Lele hid closer to Wei Jiangwo, saying, "Mom, what did the clothes do wrong?" Song Shuxian didn't follow the kids' train of thought. What could clothes do wrong? Wei Jiangwo reminded her, "Washing clothes." Now Song Shuxian understood. Their home had a well, and they used a washboard inside. They had never seen this method before. This is washing clothes, using a stick to beat the dirt out. Then they rinse it clean in the river. Looking at the very simple Confucius temple, Song Shuxian was momentarily speechless. How had it fallen so low? The Confucius temple had once been a place she could only dream of visiting. It was a sacred site where great scholars gathered. Each one of them was talented and ambitious, aiming to bring peace and prosperity to the nation. Young Song Shuxian had often stared at this place in a daze. Now she could enter, but it was in ruins. And Lele held her hand, bringing her back to reality. "Mom, where is this?" This is the Confucius Temple. It used to be a place for students to study, similar to what we see at Peking University in Beijing. It's a school. Now, these topics were sensitive, so Song Shuxian didn't say a word more. She just looked at the destroyed and dismantled buildings, the broken statue of Confucius, the Jingjing Pavilion turned into a cultural center, and the Deshang Hall turned into a shop, feeling an unexplainable anger that made her tremble. This was once out of reach for her. Song Shuxian quickly left with her 2 kids. Seeing this in Beijing, she could view it as an outsider. But in Ganling, she couldn't bear it. She knew Ganling was the capital of the Daong dynasty, where she grew up. Being here, all the familiarity came from the fact that this was also where she grew up. As time changed, her feelings for her hometown remained unchanged. Fortunately, that feeling came quickly and left just as fast. Wei Jiangwo took them to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some tasty treats. Bayberries, Sichuan pears, blueberries. This season in Ganling was when the fruits were ripe. These were all new to them, things they hadn't seen in Holidio. At the pastry counter, osmanthus sugar cake, cloud slice cake, duck oil cake were all delicious treats not found in other cities. At the candy counter, they bought 2 cents worth of malt candy, stirring it with a stick while eating. Sweets could cure sadness. Song Shuxian's earlier sadness had completely vanished. She pulled Wei Jiangwo and introduced the former splendor of the Qinhuai River. The Qinhuai River, also known as the Mother River of Ganling, is 110 kilometers long. It has always been a gathering place for high officials and nobles. Mist shrouds the cold water. The moonlight bathes the sand, moored at Qinhuai near the tavern at night. The 10 miles of Qinhuai was once prosperous, and the 6 dynasties have seen its changes. All of this refers to it. Noble families also like to gather here. The nearby Wui Lane was once the gathering place for the Wang and Xie families. Wei Jiangwo and the kids listened intently. As if lost in memories, Song Shuxian said, "During the festivals, this area seemed like a dreamland. The lanterns on both sides were as bright as stars, stretching endlessly. There were delicate rabbit lanterns, majestic tiger lanterns, lovely lotus lanterns, and auspicious carp lanterns, with the most beautiful being the palace lanterns every year. At night, the colorful lights on both sides shone brightly, the golden pavilions lined up under the lights, and the boats glided through the river, the sound of oars blending with the lantern shadows. Young men and women dressed in fine clothes, full of spirit, strolled along the banks in groups, either composing poetry or boating on the lake. Occasionally, you could see lanterns drifting in the river, swaying gently with the current, carrying the secrets of young ladies. Looking up, you might see a calming lantern floating by, sent up by younger generations to bless their elders. It was truly a scene of prosperity. Through Song Shuxian's description, Wei Jiangwo seemed to feel the former splendor of this place as well. As they strolled along, they unknowingly arrived at the old Song family home. This was a place Wei Jiangwo had never seen before. Song Shuxian said, "This used to be called Mo Garden. I grew up here until I was 10, and then we moved to the old house you visited. This is the real ancestral home of the Song family. It was donated in 1960. If it ever goes up for sale, I want to buy it back. If not, it doesn't matter. It's just a place to live. Anywhere is fine." Song Shuxian truly didn't care. Since it was donated back then, her elders had already made that decision. She was quite laid back about it. Currently, it served as an office for a government department. Wei Jiangwo gave the guard a box of good cigarettes to get a chance to visit. After they came out, Anan and Lulu were still in disbelief. "Mom, this place is huge. There's a lake, a rockery, a pavilion, and so many big houses." "Yeah, I think it's beautiful too," their mother replied. Unlike the 3 of them, Wei Jiangwo, being a true country boy, truly felt the gap between classes and understood some policies. Fortunately, he had a good mindset. At noon, Song Shuxian led them through winding paths to a small courtyard. She knocked on the door in a rhythmic manner. After 2 minutes, an old man opened the door and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Uncle Quan, I'm the head of the Song family, here to eat." The old man carefully looked at Song Shuxian and quickly opened the door, saying, "Miss Song, it's been a long time. Please come in." "Uncle Quan, don't be polite. This is my husband and my 2 sons. We happen to be back for the holiday and wanted to enjoy your cooking. Whatever you want, Uncle Quan will make it for you. Old lady, come out and see who's here." An elderly woman with gray hair quickly came out, looked at Song Shuxian for a moment, and then, in disbelief, reached out to shake her hand, saying, "Miss," with a choked voice. "Aunt Quan, don't cry. I'm doing well. I got married. This is my husband, and he's in the army. These are my 2 sons." Wei Jiangwo and Anlula greeted Uncle Quan and Aunt Quan. After some small talk, Song Shuxian handed Uncle Quan various ingredients she bought on the way, asking them to help prepare the food. Once they left, Song Shuxian said, "Uncle Quan and Aunt Quan are old revolutionaries. After the liberation, they opened this private kitchen in Ganling, and their cooking is exceptional. After the situation became tense, they only served familiar faces and didn't take orders. They just made whatever they had. But now it's hard to find good ingredients, so I worried they might not have enough and bought some myself. Their cooking is really good. It's not just a one-time surprise, but you might find yourself drinking 2 bowls of chicken soup even if you don't usually like it." While waiting for the food, Anan and Lulu were very happy. "Mom, is there good food?" "Yes, there is good food. We came back this time to help you to understand Ganling and taste Ganling cuisine and hear Ganling dialect." The dishes came out quickly. Uncle Quan served them everything prepared in the kitchen: milk soup pufferfish, egg dumplings with vegetarian chicken, stewed meat, salted duck, black rice lotus root, vegetarian mixed dishes, and sauce meat, catering to everyone's tastes. Uncle Quan asked, "Miss, today we also have stinky tofu with river shrimp. I remember the lady likes it." Song Shuxian remembered that her mother loved this stinky dish. The original owner always failed to enjoy it with her mother. After her mother passed away, she could occasionally eat a bit. After all, the original owner's mother was also her mother. "Uncle Quan, please serve us a plate." "Thank you for your hard work." When the food was on the table, the 2 kids eagerly waited for their parents to start eating. Wei Jiangwo served a bowl of soup for Song Shuxian, as she had a habit of drinking soup before meals. "This is milk soup pufferfish. Pufferfish is poisonous, so only experienced chefs can prepare it. This is made with pufferfish and milk." After a brief introduction, Song Shuxian eagerly took a sip. The soup was rich and flavorful, with the taste of milk and the freshness of pufferfish, creating a wonderful texture. Anan and Lula followed their mother's lead and tried a sip. It was delicious, and they couldn't stop. Wei Jiangwo found it average. He didn't like the taste of milk. The sauced meat suited his taste, and the salted duck was also very good. Once they had eaten most of the dishes, Uncle Quan brought out the stinky tofu with river shrimp. And Lila pinched their noses, saying, "Mom, it smells so bad." "It smells bad, but it tastes good. Do you want to try it? This is a dish Grandma loved very much." Saying this, she took the first bite. It was the taste she remembered. It wasn't exactly delicious, but it was bearable. Seeing their parents eat, the kids also tried a bite. Surprisingly, Anan liked it a lot, while Lola couldn't accept it at all. Wei Jiangwo had no trouble accepting it, and he and the kids finished a plate together. Song Shuxian said if Mom were here, she would really like you. Not many people could eat this dish with her. After the meal, they were all full. Before leaving, Aunt Quan gave them a portion of plum cake. And Lulu reluctantly said, "Grandpa Quan and Grandma Quan, we will come to see you again. We will miss you." Leaving the small courtyard, the 2 kids rubbed their bellies. "Mom, when will we come again?" Already thinking about the next meal after just finishing? It was really delicious. Speaking of them, Song Shuxian remembered something and said to Wei Jiangwo, "It's quite interesting. When Uncle Quan went to join the army, he was small and thin, and they didn't want him. They reluctantly accepted him for training, but he couldn't keep up with the physical demands and was always at the bottom. But Uncle Quan didn't want to be separated from Aunt Quan. The leaders asked him, 'What can you do?' Uncle Quan shyly said he could cook well. His family had been chefs. The leader asked him to give it a try. Once he did, he became very popular in the army. Everyone wanted to eat well. Because of his cooking skills, Aunt Quan became very popular too. Everyone knew that being with Aunt Quan meant good food. Wei Jiangwo laughed. Are you close with them? Yeah, Uncle Quan and Aunt Quan had a good relationship with my mother. They saved each other's lives. I'm not very clear on the details. Mom said I could trust them, so I do. That day, Song Shuxian took her 2 children to wander aimlessly through the streets of Ganling, buying many local specialties. Song Shuxian really enjoys this slow-paced way of exploring, looking for hidden delicious food in local homes. She follows the older folks to the supply and marketing cooperative to grab some vegetables. In the evening, they return to their small courtyard and chat leisurely with the children. She shares the beautiful sights and interesting people they saw today. Of course, she speaks in English. And then says, Mom, there are rickshaws in Ganling, but not in Holidio. Song Shuqian explains, yes, rickshaws have always existed. I used to ride them when I was a child. Back then, I would take a rickshaw to school and ride one back home after class. Maybe they haven't been cancelled because they've always been around. Also, rickshaws are not expensive and are convenient. Sometimes, when there's no bus for short distances, people choose rickshaws. It's very convenient, isn't it? And then looks at his mom with his big eyes. But why doesn't Dad ride one? My brother, and I think it's comfortable. Maybe Dad thinks he is too heavy and worries the driver can't pull him. We can ask him when we get the chance. Now, go call your brother over. He's being lazy. Song Shuqian understands Nen. He is the type to ask questions until he gets answers. She doesn't know why Wei Jiangwo doesn't ride, so she can't answer him. To Song Shuqian, paying for each other's services is a mutually accepted transaction. Before bed, she asks Wei Jiangwo. He hadn't thought much about it, just following his heart. After organizing his thoughts, he says, maybe it's because I'm a soldier. I see myself as a guardian of the people, not someone who enjoys privileges. This way makes me feel like I'm taking advantage of these hardworking people. Then, why don't you stop us? This is what Song Shuqian finds most puzzling. Wei Jiangwo laughs. I'm not foolish. This is how they make a living. Besides, pulling you and the 2 kids isn't heavy and you don't haggle, so you're good customers. He chuckles at himself. Isn't that contradictory and pretentious? Song Shuqian leans closer, snuggling into his arms. Not at all. You are clear-headed and compassionate. She really likes this side of him. With compassion for the common people, he dedicates himself to the country. He doesn't enjoy the labor of others but cares for the people's livelihood. She says, honey, let's take the kids to the martyrs' cemetery tomorrow. As children of a soldier, they need to understand how hard it is for us to have our life today and what sacrifices the martyrs made. As people from Ganling, they must know what happened here and that some countries will never be forgiven. Okay, I'll take them tomorrow. The next day, Wei Jiangwo puts on his military uniform, and Anen and Lele wear their little military outfits, carrying backpacks with 5-pointed stars. Stand straight, Wei Jiangwo instructs the kids while waiting for Song Shuqian. Today, we're going to the martyrs' cemetery. You 2 must not speak loudly or make noise. You have to listen to me and Mom. And An and Lele don't understand. Why, Dad? Just then, Song Shuqian comes out, dressed in black pants, a white shirt and black shoes, with her hair neatly styled. She gives Wei Jiangwo a glance, thinking how can the kids understand this? The Martyr Cemetery is a very special and sacred place where heroes rest. If you speak loudly or make noise, it's very disrespectful. Well, she doesn't know how to explain life and death to the kids. After a simple breakfast, the family takes the bus. As they enter the Yuhua Terrace Martyrs Cemetery, a solemn feeling washes over them. The 2 kids unconsciously straighten their backs, just like their dad usually asks. Wei Jiangwo first leads them to the graves. Bow your heads and observe a moment of silence. The kids look very serious, quietly sharing their lives with the martyrs in their hearts. Song Shuqian takes flowers from the basket and lets the kids offer them. Afterward, Wei Jiangwo has them bow 3 times in front of the tombstone, thanking the martyrs for their sacrifices that allow them to live safely today. Then, the family slowly walks around the martyrs' tomb and monument, taking in the sights. The stories here are too tragic, and Wei Jiangwo and Song Shuqian don't plan to share them with their 4-year-old children. With them around, the kids can grow up slowly. Song Shuqian says, and Lele, remember that our good life today is because someone else carried the burden for us. There are these martyrs as well as many soldiers. While we are unaware, many people are protecting us. You should be grateful, and in the future, when you have the ability, try to do something for them. The 2 kids nod vigorously. After leaving the martyrs' cemetery, both Wei Jiangwo and Song Shuqian feel down. The kid sense the low mood, and incautiously asks his mom, "Did we do something wrong?" Song Shuqian suddenly realizes and quickly adjusts her mood. "No, you both did very well today. Mom just thought of some things and got a bit distracted." Dad is also a little sad seeing so many sacrifices of the revolutionary martyrs. "It's not that we're angry with you." Song Shuqian thinks of the soldiers who died on the border in her past life. The soldiers of the Daong dynasty were only buried where they fell. Their families couldn't even set up a grave for them. Suddenly, she feels a bit sad. To lighten the mood, she remembers the Yangtze River Bridge they passed on their wedding day. Originally, they planned to go straight home in the afternoon, but now she changes her mind. They will go see the bridge. They find a state-run restaurant and quickly eat a bowl of wontons before heading to the bus. Standing on the bridge, the kids are amazed, their mouths agape. "Mom, it's so long from this side to that side." "Yes." This bridge has 2 parts. The upper level is a road bridge for cars, which is 4,589 meters long. The lower level is a railway bridge for trains, which is 6,772 meters long. I don't know much about the specific structure. When I was a child, there wasn't this bridge. Back then, to go to other places, we had to take a train and ferry, which meant moving train cars onto boats, and then taking the boat across. With this bridge, we can go directly. Song Shuqian remembers the time she took the ferry as a child. It was not only inconvenient, but also dangerous. It was fine in good weather, but in windy or rainy conditions, crossing the Yangtze River was very risky. "Mom, how is this bridge built?" And is very interested in various buildings. "I don't know either. It's the result of many engineers working together." The chief engineer at that time was Mei Yongchun, a talented person who studied abroad. When building this bridge, many people were brought in from all over the country, including construction workers, steel workers, transport workers, divers, and many support staff. It's said that around 100,000 people came. And Lele's eyes sparkle with excitement. They think it's amazing and want to be that amazing too. Song Shuqian continues, "The martyrs we saw today are amazing, and these construction workers are also amazing. Being amazing is about people, not the industry. They feel the vibrations as vehicles pass by." Wei Jiangwo feels a surge of emotions. This is the country he dedicates himself to. He feels especially proud. The 2 kids are also very excited. Anan says, "Mom, I want to build a bridge, a unique bridge." Lele adds, "I want to put cannons on the bridge. If bad people come, we can shoot them and the martyrs can stay home with their kids." Their playful words make Wei Jiangwo's eyes misty. His wife has done a great job raising the kids. Lying in bed at night, Song Shuqian felt a bit excited and couldn't sleep. Wei Jiangwo patted her back. "What's wrong?" Song Shuqian said, "I can't believe they built a bridge over the Yangtze River using reinforced concrete. Heavy trains can pass over it safely." Wei Jiangwo explained, when it was completed, they tested the bridge's load by having 118 tanks cross in a row. This made the news and was a major milestone in our country's construction history. Song Shuqian thought for a moment and said, "The heroes must feel proud seeing this." She then asked, "Jiangwo, what do you think I can do? I've always been pushed forward without much ambition. I just want to live my life well." Wei Jiangwo understood his wife well. "You've done great already. Feel the calluses on your hands from holding a pen for so long. You've never complained about the difficult tasks given to you and always completed them seriously. The old leaders are sad to see you go. They say I held you back.
Thank you, my dear.
Without you taking care of the home and our 2 kids, I couldn't pursue what I want to do. The couple shared heartfelt gratitude for a long time, recognizing each other's contributions to the family. Song Shuxian thought about what she wanted to do. She said, "Honey, I believe our country will not stay the same forever. A nation cannot forget its history. I understand history and know about cultural relics. I want to collect some whenever I have the chance and keep them safe. One day, I want to build a museum like the Nanjing History Museum so future generations can see the wisdom of our ancestors. If I can't do it in my lifetime, I want our children to help me achieve it." Wei Jiangwo held her close. She seemed carefree and self-focused, but she truly cared for her family and country, willing to contribute. She might not even realize how much she was growing to love her country and feel a sense of belonging. In the days that followed, their family lived in a small courtyard, gradually blending into Nanjing City. The 2 kids became friends with the neighborhood children, often running out to play with them. Shan Dian found them childish and watched from the side. The neighbors recognized that the former Song family daughter had married an officer and was now a government wife. When she had free time, Song Shuxian would chat with the aunts and grandmas, listening to stories about old Nanjing. One day, Lele ran back, jumping into her mother's arms. "Mom, where are we going to school? When do we start?" "School? You won't be studying here. Soon, we'll go to where Dad works.
But I can take you to see where I went to school as a child. Would you like to go?"
"Yes, Mom. Lele wants to go." Song Shuxian checked the time. "Go call your brother. We'll change clothes and head out." At home, their family time was relaxed, allowing them to leave whenever they wanted. They took a rickshaw to her alma mater. After talking to the gatekeeper for a while and showing him Wei Jiangwo's ID, Song Shuxian was finally allowed in thanks to her name. Wei Jiangwo joked, "Wife, you're quite famous." Song Shuxian replied proudly, "The Song family is well known. Grandma was very popular and always helped others." In her eyes, Grandma Song was an impressive person, and the family's stability was largely due to her efforts. In the campus, a group of children was having a music class. The teacher played the accordion, while students played flutes, and a girl accompanied them on the guqin. The whole class sang "Let Us Row Our Little Boat," their voices bright and cheerful. Every child's face radiated pure and joyful smiles, making anyone watching smile too. And Lele joined in singing. After the music class, they said goodbye to the teacher and continued exploring the school. Wei Jiangwo asked, "Wife, do all the schools here teach these instruments?" "It used to be a choice. Everyone could pick what they liked. I chose the piano. I don't know how it is now." Wei Jiangwo sighed. "This place is wonderful." Song Shuxian explained, "This school was once a church school, so it had a more Western-style education. Now it's a public school, but many things haven't changed." As they walked to the other side of the playground, the students there were working hard. They were learning about farming, watering the vegetable garden, carrying buckets to fetch water, and returning to water the plants. Their little faces were flushed from the heat. Song Shuxian and her family didn't want to disturb them and continued walking. Outside one classroom, they saw students learning woodworking, using various tools. Song Shuxian asked, "Does the school still teach this?" Wei Jiangwo squeezed her hand. "This is your alma mater. I didn't learn this, but we didn't study farming back then either."
It seemed a lot had changed.
Anan and Lele were very excited. "Mom, we want to go to school too. You're both too young now. The school won't accept you yet.
When we go to Tsiyuan City, I'll ask.
If not, you can start in a preschool class. By next year, when you're 5, you should be able to go." At that time, the school age rules weren't very strict, so it was possible. Anan and Lele could sit still and had already learned a lot at home, so they should be fine. Song Shuxian was eager to send them to school too. It would give her some freedom. Following her memories, she took the kids to her old classroom. The couple each held a child, and Song Shuxian quietly pointed, "That seat is where I sat in school." It was in the middle of the 3rd row. Wei Jiangwo seemed to see through time, picturing a little girl who appeared to listen attentively to the teacher, but was secretly reading her favorite book. Occasionally, when called on, her classmates would remind her. The little girl would answer the questions seriously and then go back to her own business. To Wei Jiangwo, Song Shuxian seemed obedient but actually had her own opinions, the kind of child who smiled and agreed on the surface, but did her own thing underneath. NN and Lele envied their mom for being able to go to school. NN whispered, "Mom, I want to be your classmate." Lele raised her hand, "Me too." Song Shuxian laughed. "Mom is already an adult and won't go back to school. You can be my schoolmates if there's a chance." What if Wei Jiangwo got transferred to Nanjing later? The school bell rang. They found a corner where they wouldn't disturb others and let the kids come out first. Then they headed to the office. Since they were there, she wanted to see her old teachers. As they reached the office door, a pregnant teacher came rushing toward them. "Are you Song Shuxian?" "Yes," Song Shuxian instinctively replied. The teacher jumped up with joy, and Song Shuxian reflexively reached out to support her, complaining, "Aren't you too old for jumping around?" Both were stunned. All sense of strangeness melted away. "Baozhu?" "Yes, it's me." This teacher was Song Shuxian's desk mate in school. After her family moved to Shanghai, they lost contact. "How did you become a teacher?" She never liked being a teacher as a child. Baozhu took her hand and stepped aside, not answering the question. "You came to see the teachers, right?" She passed away. Song Shuxian instinctively frowned. The teacher was only 50. Baozhu continued, "I couldn't adapt to Shanghai. I preferred Nanjing, so I married and moved back." "What about you?" Song Shuxian called Anan and Lele over. "This is my son, and Lele. This is my husband. I followed him with the army, and he has time now to accompany me back to visit." After some small talk, they exchanged contact information and parted ways. After leaving school, Song Shuxian didn't want to go home. Feeling excited, she wanted to see the park she loved as a child. "Do you all want to go home? I want to visit the park I used to enjoy." Wei Jiangwo and the others naturally accompanied her. Anan held Song Shuxian's hand and said, "Mom, I'm hungry." "Hungry? There are some good places to eat nearby. I wonder if they're still open. Let's go find out." The family wandered around and stopped near a small tea stall. Song Shuxian approached a gate and asked, "Grandma, I used to go to school around here. There used to be a bun shop and a tofu shop. Are they still open?" The grandma stared at Song Shuxian for a while, as if trying to determine if she was telling the truth. Finally, she connected her with the little girl from her memories and smiled widely. "I remember you. You loved the crab soup buns."
Come in.
Song Shuxian took the two kids and followed the grandma inside. "Oh my, your kids have grown so big. They look even better now. I hardly recognize them." Song Shuxian smiled in response. They arrived at a small courtyard with 3 tables, 2 of which were already occupied. After asking the grandma, she ordered crab soup buns, chive dumplings, and duck blood noodle soup. She said, "People in Ganling love to eat duck, and duck blood noodle soup is very popular. Their crab soup buns are amazing. When I finished school early, I would come here to eat and even take some home. My grandma and mom loved them too." When the food arrived, she eagerly picked one up, carefully placed it on her plate, and took a gentle bite. The rich crab soup burst out, and the flavor was simply unmatched. The 2 kids enjoyed the food as well, and the family asked the grandma for 2 more servings of buns before feeling satisfied. Before leaving, she packed a lot to take home. As they exited the courtyard, Song Shuxian held her stomach and said, "The grandma mentioned a chicken soup with tofu skin nearby. Can you still eat more?" The kids shook their heads vigorously. "Mom, I'm full. I can't eat another bite." Wei Jiangwo felt a bit embarrassed. He couldn't eat any more either, as the extra servings were all for him. It was just too delicious. Unable to resist, Song Shuxian chuckled. "Then let's go for a walk. If you feel hungry later, we can come back." They went to Xuanwu Lake. The lake was clear and calm, with gentle breezes creating ripples. The trees along the shore were lush and refreshing. Wei Jiangwo didn't mind much and lay on the grass, enjoying the moment. The two kids lay on their dad's arm, looking up at the clouds. Song Shuxian sat on a bench, watching this scene and regretting not bringing her camera. The family enjoyed this rare moment of happiness. Occasionally, young couples walked by, casting envious glances. In Ganling, life was easy and pleasant. But time eventually runs out. 2 days later, they had to set off for Tsuyuan City. During these 2 days, Song Shuxian and Wei Jiangwo started stocking up on supplies. Shopping in the black market was more convenient. Wei Jiangwo disguised himself and went several times, buying her a lot of fruit to sneak in. There were grapes, blueberries, bayberries, and blackberries. The kids were growing up and rarely used the treasure gourd anymore. They also didn't take out things that were out of season. Song Shuxian also got a batch of defective fabric from the factory that didn't require tickets. There was nothing major wrong, just one piece that was dyed incorrectly. She could adjust it a bit while making clothes. Not knowing what Tsuyuan City would be like, Song Shuxian accepted these items without any burden. In the evening, the family gathered together, and Song Shuxian said, "The day after tomorrow, we'll leave for Tsuyuan City. And in Lele, think about what you want to buy, food, drinks, anything you like. Tomorrow we'll go to the department store and supply cooperative to buy as much as we can. We don't know when we'll be back next." Lele, the little foodie, started counting. "I want crab soup buns, salted duck, and spicy sausage." "Lele, look at the weather now. What you want can't be packed. It will spoil before we reach Tsuyuan City. Mom can buy you some pastries and candies, and if you behave well, you can have them." Lele was satisfied. And then asked, "Mom, I want pencils, notebooks, and a Xinhua dictionary." "No problem. Mom will check how many tickets we have left and buy them all." The family made their plans and went to bed early to rest for their shopping trip the next day. The next morning, they arrived at the department store early, first buying what the kids needed: plum cakes, tea cakes, steamed cakes, pine nut rice dumplings, white rabbit milk candies, colored pencils, pencil cases, abacuses, notebooks, and the dictionaries they wanted. Song Shuxian asked the kids, "Think carefully. Is there anything else?" The kids shook their heads, saying no. Next, they went to buy what Song Shuxian liked, heading straight to the 3rd floor. All the good stuff was up there. Song Shuxian spotted 2 pieces of silk, one pink and one blue. She hesitated. These were precious, and she wouldn't use them much. After so many years, she was no longer the person who bought everything she saw. If it wasn't practical, she wouldn't buy it. She wanted to save her tickets in case she needed them later. Wei Jiangwo couldn't bear to see his wife like this. He took her hand and said, "You can make 2 skirts with these." He took out his pocket money. "I'll buy them for you with my allowance. Consider it a gift from me. I haven't given you a gift this month." Wei Jiangwo didn't have many places to spend money. He saved his allowance each month to buy gifts for Song Shuxian. The young salesgirl looked on with envy, already feeling the joy of shipping a couple. She secretly thought, "I hope I can find someone as good as that." And Lele also learned from their dad and loved using their allowance to buy gifts for their mom when they grew up. Once they started earning money, they brought home even more things. That was all for later. At that moment, they were carrying a lot of items, heading home to pack their luggage for their journey tomorrow. Tsuyuan City, here we come. After 2 days on the train, Song Shuxian felt completely worn out. The 2 kids and 3 dogs looked tired too. The usually lively Moing had his tail drooping. Lightning, who always stood tall, was now slightly hunched, following Song Shuxian with no energy. Wei Jiangwo carried all the luggage. Song Shuxian held the 2 kids and kept the 3 dogs close. At the exit, their unusual group attracted curious glances. Feeling the stares, Lightning lazily lifted his eyes and glanced around. He looked imposing. People quickly averted their eyes, but some couldn't help sneaking glances. Once outside the train station, a young soldier was waiting nearby. He held up a sign that read Wei Jiangwo. Wei Jiangwo went over to talk to the soldier for a moment before coming to get Song Shuxian and the kids. The soldier helped put their things in the trunk. He was startled to see the 3 large dogs. Seeing the gentle daughter-in-law of the commander holding the leash, he hurried over to help. "Hello, sister-in-law. I'm the commander's aide, Beer." You can just call me Naughty Sue. Hello. Thank you for picking us up. We took an early train, leaving at dawn. Is there a state-run restaurant nearby? We should go eat first. Song Shuxian spoke kindly to the soldier. Naughty Sue secretly sighed in relief. The commander's wife was easy to get along with, making his job easier. At the state-run restaurant, Naughty Sue refused to go in, saying, "Commander, sister-in-law, I ate before coming out. You two go ahead. The kids are hungry." In front of the soldiers, Commander Wei was a different person. He said, "This is an order." The young soldier quickly followed them inside. Song Shuxian found it amusing. He was still just a kid. Breakfast was ordered by Wei Jiangwo: 3 bowls of lamb offal, 1 bowl of millet porridge, a baked bun with an egg and pickled vegetables, and 9 fried pancakes. The dialect makes it hard to write out. Having just gotten used to the refined food in Ganling, Song Shuxian found this a bit strange. Naughty Sue was perceptive and took the initiative to serve the millet porridge. He was stopped by Wei Jiangwo. "This is for your sister-in-law. She just got off the train and has no appetite. You have the lamb offal." Oh, Naughty Sue thought the commander was quite nice. Lamb offal was still meat and quite expensive. Wei Jiangwo divided 1 bowl of lamb offal between the 2 kids and split the pancakes in half, simply saying, "Eat." The kids were already very accustomed to this. They took out their own chopsticks and spoons from their bags to eat. They had small hands, and the chopsticks outside were too big for them to hold. So, they wrapped their own utensils in a handkerchief to carry with them. To Song Shuxian, Wei Jiangwo changed his tone, saying, "They say this bun is crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, and it's salty. I added an egg and pickled vegetables inside. You should eat some, and leave the rest for me." Naughty Sue was stunned. Wow, the commander had 2 sides to him. He obediently ate his own meal. Before leaving, Wei Jiangwo bought a few large steamed buns. It was quite a distance from the military district to the city. The vehicle swayed as it headed toward the military district. The road was unpaved, dusty, and very bumpy. Song Shuxian felt like the vehicle was driving on a washboard. She felt dizzy and nauseous. Wei Jiangwo kept part of his attention on her. "Wife, have some water and take a nap. I'll wake you when we arrive." He then told the kids, Anan and Lele, "Mommy is carsick and feels unwell. You two tell her a story to help her sleep." Their special operations team was newly established in a remote location, and this road was rarely traveled, making it hard to navigate. And Lele curled up in their mother's arms. They chatted softly to distract her. "Mommy, where can we ride horses? When we get there, let's ask Daddy. Good horses are hard to find. You two need to be patient, and Mommy needs to be patient too." Anan said, "Mommy, close your eyes, and we'll tell you the story of the 3 kingdoms." Song Shuxian obediently closed her eyes and listened to the kids. The world's great trends: when divided for long must unite, and when united for long must divide. In the end, the 7 states fought for dominance, merging into Qin. After Qin was destroyed, Chu and Han fought again, merging into Han. The Han dynasty rose with Gaozu cutting the white snake, unifying the world, and later, with Guangwu's revival, it reached Xian's reign, eventually dividing into 3 kingdoms. And Lele loved the stories, telling them with ups and downs, filling the vehicle with their voices. Naughty Sue listened to the story and marveled at how well the commander's children were raised. They could remember such long stories and recite them fluently. Suddenly, it went quiet. He glanced in the rearview mirror. The 3 of them had fallen asleep together. Wei Jiangwo smirked with satisfaction. Song Shuxian wasn't very fond of the 3 kingdoms. She preferred the emotionally rich dream of the Red Chamber. As soon as she heard the kids tell that story, she could fall asleep instantly. It seemed like a form of self-hypnosis. Once asleep, she wouldn't hear anything. As for the kids, they told each other stories every night to help themselves sleep. It had long become a habit. So, it was no surprise they fell asleep right away. The vehicle was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. About 4 hours later, they finally arrived at their destination. Looking at the empty family compound, Song Shuxian swallowed hard. Were they being sent to the border? She looked at Wei Jiangwo, silently asking. Seeing this, naughty Su quickly came out to explain, Commander, sister-in-law, our location is quite far and the environment isn't great. There aren't many families accompanying the troops. There are a total of 21 households over there. This side is for families of the regiment level and above, and the yard is a bit bigger and more spacious. Song Shuxian's family was very large, estimated to be around 600 to 700 square meters. As they entered the yard, there was a row of houses facing the sun, with 3 main rooms. The middle room was the largest, with the main room and kitchen separated by a small door. On the left and right sides of the main room were 2 bedrooms, each with a large Kong that could comfortably sleep 6 or 7 people. This design saved firewood, as cooking could also heat the 2 rooms. Very clever. The 2 smaller rooms on either side were empty, with no Kong. One could be used as a tool room, and the other could be prepared for guests if needed. Directly opposite was a room right next to the main gate. It was shaded, perfect for storing grains and such. The yard was divided in 2. On the left side were traces of a vegetable garden, indicating it could be used for farming. On the right side, there was a sheep pen and a firewood shed. Naughty Su helped tidy up a bit before saying goodbye. Song Shuxian came out of the house, holding a package of pastries. Thank you for picking us up today. This is a welcome gift from me. I don't know what you like, but this is a local specialty from Ganling. Take it home and try it. This time, Naughty Su insisted on not accepting it. He had already eaten a meal, and it wouldn't be right to take more, especially such precious items. Naughty Su naturally refused, but now that Song Shuxian had lived in the family compound for 4 years, she had mastered the art of persuasion and forced him to accept it. After sending off that day's visitor, only their family remained at home. The living room was filled with items brought over from Holidio. Wei Jiangwo looked at the 2 rooms and asked Song Shuxian, we have an extra room. Should we set it up for the 2 kids to sleep in? Song Shuxian agreed that the children should have their own space. She squatted down, took out 2 pendants from a package and put them on the kids, saying, congratulations to both of you for becoming little men. These pendants were designed by Mommy and carved by Daddy. The kids' eyes sparkled with joy. Wei Jiangwo also squatted down and told the children, wearing these means you both have grown up and can sleep alone. In Ganling, you shared a room, with your brother keeping you company and vice versa. That was great. Congratulations to An and Lola for becoming big friends. After living alone in Ganling, the kids had accepted the idea of having their own space and thought it was really cool. And made a request, Mom, can we have Lightning and Ink Shadow come over to keep us company? Sure, Fudian can come over too, she replied. Lula was worried, but Mom is a girl and needs Fudian to protect her. Here's the plan. When Dad is not home, Fudian can stay in the same room as Mommy to protect her. When Dad is home, Fudian can come over to be with you. She really likes being with Lightning and Ink Shadow, Song Shuxian discussed with them. And said, but Mom, Fudian is a girl and girls should stay with girls. Lightning and Ink Shadow are boys. Song Shuxian realized the child was right. Fudian couldn't stay with the boys. Just as she was about to agree, Wei Jiangwo said, let Fudian stay in the living room. Dad is also a boy and can't share a room with Fudian. When Dad is not home, Fudian can stay with Mommy. The kids, still young, were easily convinced by their dad. Once they agreed, the family started tidying up the house. The house had already been cleaned up by that day's visitor, so it wasn't very dirty and didn't take long to organize. They finished in just half a day. They had a lot of things, and Song Shuxian took the opportunity to sneak out several items from the treasure gourd without anyone noticing, including her bow and arrows. She mentioned that she had brought them back from Nanjing. In the yard, Song Shuxian directed Wei Jiangwo on what to do. Honey, we need to lay a stone path here, otherwise we won't be able to go out when it rains. We should clear this area for a vegetable garden and see what we can plant. It's a bit remote here, and it's not convenient to go out to buy things. In front of a small shed, Song Shuxian stood and looked for a while. What is this for? She asked. Wei Jiangwo explained, this is a sheep pen. We can raise 2 sheep for meat and milk. Song Shuxian hesitated. How do we take care of them? I'll check to see if we can raise them. We have a lot of dogs here, and when Lightning and the others go out for a walk, they can also watch the sheep. The kids can help with that too. It'll give them something to do. The sheep here are grass-fed and taste great. In winter, when grass is scarce, we can have lamb for dinner. Thinking of delicious lamb, Song Shuxian was tempted. Raising 3 sheep would provide enough meat for their family. Wei Jiangwo pointed to a spot next to the sheep pen, saying, "We can build a horse stable here. This side is downwind, so the smell won't reach the house. I'll clean it when I'm home, and if I'm not, the kids can help." Enan and Lulu just happened to hear this and blinked their big eyes, asking, "Dad, what do we need to do?" Wei Jiangwo replied without a hint of embarrassment, "Oh, it's nothing. I want to buy a horse for Mommy and give you 2 a task to clean the horse stable. If you both do well, I might get you 2 little horses as a reward. Of course, once we have horses, cleaning the stables will be your job. I'll help when I'm home." Enan patted her chest and promised, "Dad, leave it to us. Mommy has to work and take care of me and my brother. It's hard for her. Plus, Mommy is Grandma's favorite and a treasure in our family." Having spent time in Ganling with their dad, the kids learned to take care of their mom better. Song Shuxian didn't hide many things from them. The kids couldn't express it, but they knew their mom was different from other moms. Their mom had a good life when she was young and shouldn't have a bad life now. They had to take good care of her. In the future, when they had younger siblings, they would teach them to take care of their mom too. Unbeknownst to Song Shuxian, she had already become the darling of the family. Wei Jiangwo patted the kids' heads with satisfaction. "Very good. We've agreed. I'll keep an eye out for little horses." "Thank you, Dad," the kids cheered. Little did they know, this was all part of their dad's plan. On the left side of the yard was a corridor where firewood and coal could be stored. To save money, people here would collect cow dung, dry it, and use it for fuel. It was said that tea made with cow dung was delicious. Wei Jiangwo didn't mention it at all. Suiyuan City had coal mines, and he planned to buy coal slag every year to make honeycomb coal. He couldn't let his wife use cow dung. She would be disgusted and wouldn't be able to eat. Once everything was cleaned up, the family collapsed on the Kong, exhausted. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Wei Jiangwo got up to open it. At the door stood a woman who looked to be in her 40s. Wei Jiangwo called Fudian back to stand behind him and asked, "Hello, who are you?" The woman said, "Hello, I'm your neighbor. My husband is Qin Yongqiang, and I'm Manhwa. I came to see how you're settling in, and brought you some vegetables from my garden." Hearing a woman's voice, Song Shuxian came out. In the family compound, women usually interacted with other women. She smiled and took the vegetables, saying, "Thank you, sister. You're too kind. I'm Song Shuxian, and this is my husband Wei Jiangwo. Please wait a moment while I get you a basket." Song Shuxian turned back into the house, took out some vegetables, and prepared a small gift to give in return. She included seaweed, purple seaweed, and dried shrimp, something not too expensive, but still a rare treat here. It was a nice gesture. She handed it to Manhwa, saying, "Thank you so much, Sister Ma. I was just worried about what to feed these 3 men tonight, and your vegetables are perfect timing. I brought these specialties from Holidio. They're not expensive, just fresh. Being by the sea, there are more seafood options. Seaweed can be soaked and used in salads or soups. A little purple seaweed makes soup very tasty. Dried shrimp can be used in dumplings, stir-fries, or soups." Manhwa nodded to herself, thinking that Song Shuxian was quite considerate. She was relieved not to encounter a difficult neighbor. They exchanged a few more polite words. Song Shuxian took the opportunity to ask, "Sister Ma, where is the military service center around here? We just moved in and need to buy quite a few things." Manhwa pointed in a direction. "Look over there at that red building. That's the service center. It looks far, but it's not. It's only about a half-hour walk. They have almost everything you need for home. Occasionally, they even have fruits. This season, there are apricots, and later, there will be watermelons and apples." Song Shuxian was pleasantly surprised. "That's wonderful. Fruits are quite rare." After asking Manhwa a few more questions, they parted ways. Back home, Song Shuxian happily shared with the kids, Mommy has figured out where we are. She pulled out a map and pointed to the kids. Here is the Yellow River's bends, here is the Tumute Plain, and here is the Dakingshan. We are right here. And then exclaimed, Mom, it's Chulachuan. Chulachuan, under the Een Mountains. The sky is like a dome covering the land. The sky is vast, and the fields are wide. When the wind blows, you can see cattle and sheep. Right, this is it. Mommy got the name wrong. Chulachuan was the name during the Northern Wei dynasty, and it was later renamed Tumachuan. We actually came here. When Dad has time, we can explore the area. We can see the Qinji Road, the Great Wall, and even who adapted the fastest here. It's definitely Lightning, Moing, and Fujian. The place is big, and the three of them are running around joyfully. Song Shuxian can already imagine them taking care of sheep alone, every day, once they get some. Maybe they can also help her take care of the kids. It might become a scene to see in the family compound. Today, they got up early to buy things at the service center and learn about the area. There's no cafeteria in the family compound, so they will have to cook their own meals from now on. The service center is a red brick building with Military Service Center written at the entrance. Song Shuxian told the two kids, if you see anything you need, just tell Mom. We just got here, so we might need a lot of things. Lele scratched his face with a small bump and said, Mom, there are too many mosquitoes here. Song Shuxian put some mosquito repellent cream on him and said, when we get home, let Dad help you set up the mosquito nets and burn some mugwort. They didn't expect so many little bugs here, and they especially liked the two kids. While chatting, the family walked into the service center. Recently, many military wives have come, and everyone has gotten used to it and didn't think much of it. Until someone saw Song Shuxian's face. How to describe it? Pretty doesn't seem enough. She looks like a fairy. When she entered, the whole room seemed brighter. Song Shuxian was already used to being looked at by the crowd. She took her two kids to the counter to find what they needed. Not seeing anything particularly necessary, she only bought some sesame oil, rapeseed oil, oat noodles, and chive flowers to try. The staff here are military families and veterans, and they were very friendly to Song Shuxian. The saleswoman asked her, Sister, did you come here with the military? Yes, I just arrived yesterday. Oh, sister, you're really beautiful, and your kids are handsome too. Did your husband just transfer here? A lot of people have transferred here recently. We used to have only 20 families, but now with you all, it's livelier. The saleswoman was referring to the new arrivals like Wei Jiangwo and others. Many families like Wei Jiangwo and Lu Xinghua have come with their families. The family compound will get bigger in the future. Song Shuxian chatted with the saleswoman for a while before asking, Sister, how do you eat oat noodles? This is my first time seeing it, and I want to try something new. You came to the right person. I cook really well. To make oat noodles, you need boiling water. Put the oat noodles in a bowl and pour boiling water over them. Use chopsticks to stir until it forms a loose dough. Wait until it's not too hot to touch before kneading it. Make sure it's not too hot. There was a girl before who burned her hands while kneading. Knead it into a smooth dough, and you're good to go. Then it depends on what you like. We eat oat noodle dumplings, oat noodle fish, or you can make it into noodles. Once it's ready, steam it for 20 minutes. Oat noodles taste great with lamb. I'll give you some meat later. I see you bought sesame oil. That works too. Mix it with some cucumber shreds, and adding some chive flowers makes it even better. Song Shuxian felt hungry just listening to her. She declined the saleswoman's offer for meat and chatted with her for a while longer before leaving. She really liked to hear people were friendly and there weren't many hidden agendas. It was clear that the families here got along well. Following the saleswoman's advice, Song Shuxian bought some seeds for cucumbers, tomatoes, eggplants, cabbage, chives, and cilantro, planning to plant them as soon as she got home. Since winter is long here, she wanted to plant as much as possible before it arrived. The family strolled around the area. Aside from the strong winds and dry air, everything else was quite nice. When they got home, Song Shuxian couldn't wait to get into the kitchen to try making the oat noodles as the saleswoman had taught her. While at the service center, Wei Jiangwo was outside with 3 dogs and didn't hear Song Shuxian talking to the saleswoman. Now, seeing her pour boiling water over the dough made him jump. He was worried she might get burned. After Song Shuxian explained, Wei Jiangwo took over her task. I'll do it. He followed her instructions step by step. Once the dough was ready, he called the kids over to help shape the oat noodles. He didn't understand the terms oat noodle dumplings or oat noodle fish at all, but he got the idea of making noodles. But since it's all food, the shape didn't matter. The family started a competition to make different shapes. Anan and Lele made little fish, crabs, puppies, and other fun shapes. Worried they wouldn't cook well, they made them small. For the broth, Song Shuxian made sesame oil as the saleswoman suggested. While cooking, she could smell the delicious aroma. Maybe it was because they made it themselves, or maybe they just liked oat noodles, but the whole family was very satisfied with the meal. Starting with this special dish, Song Shuxian's family gradually adapted to life here. The two kids also made new friends in the compound. Song Shuxian got along well with Sister Ma and a Mongolian girl named Saren. Wei Jiangwo could also focus on his work without worry. Tiantian's family arrived a bit late, and they had a wonderful month. They couldn't wait to share their experiences with Song Shuxian.